If I were to be a tree, I would thrive joyfully in vitality. If I were to be humble grass, I would sway gracefully in verdant hues. Even a mere blade of grass need not envy the towering majesty of great trees. I can still flourish into a lush expanse of green. The Heart of the Druid, Nature's Chapter 1. Prologue. T 8 o'clock and 6 minutes in the morning. Gentle rain cascaded like a myriad of silver threads, intertwining endlessly. From the balcony, the raindrops formed a continuous line as they fell to the ground, splashing water vapor and shrouding the scene in mist. A sudden jingle of bells shattered the tranquility of the room, causing a figure anxiously gazing outside to turn. He murmured, "Where are they?" He dashed to answer the phone, and a woman's voice came through. "Hello? Chinpinji, your flight is at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Don't forget. Ibon, Luxina. He'll be at the airport by noon." "Great, he'll be waiting for you." After hanging up, Chinpinji returned to the balcony, peering down the path like a tea that moment. The rain intensified, the droplets merging into a torrent from the sky. Despite the refreshing, moist atmosphere, he had no inclination to admire it. He gazed intently once more, confirming the absence of the delivery personnel, muttering, "They promised to deliver the new seeds by 8. Why haven't they come yet?" He pulled out a small cow horn, examining it closely, and with no one around, he became immersed in its allure. It was a peculiar sensation. Once Chinpinji closed his eyes, he felt as though he dissolved into a halo of light, and a stunning landscape, akin to a picturesque painting, unfolded before him. Golden radiance bathed everything beneath a luminous sphere suspended several meters above, permeating the air with a fragrance more exquisite than the rain. The entire sky was enveloped in a beautiful aura, while below lay a field infused with the scent of earth. A small creek bisected the field, only 20 meters long. It rushed with a cool, crystal-clear flow, where fish darted about. On either side of the creek, dozens of fruit trees flourished, alongside a small patch of wheat, creating a scene reminiscent of a painting, veiled in a delicate mist fragrant with freshness. Above, a number appeared, 1,500. Its significance eluded him initially, a meager 50. It was supposed to gradually increase with the planting of flora. Yet, despite his efforts to augment the seeds, there was no change. He possessed 2 acres of land, while others could expand their space with increased plantings. Why could he not? Chinpinji lingered on the balcony, lost in contemplation. After 2 years, he had deciphered some of the mysteries surrounding the small cow horn he had purchased from a flea market. The supplemental energy derived from the essence of the sun and moon. To expand his space, he had cultivated various plants, but realized that within this realm, there were no pests, no harsh weather, and no seasonal effects. Yet growth remained limited. Although planting more could gradually increase the space, it was evident he had reached a plateau. However, he had discovered a secret. This space possessed the ability to recognize plants, revealing their characteristics upon entry. If any unrecorded seeds were planted as a cluster, meeting the minimum standard for propagation, changes would occur, and the number would increase rapidly. Chinpinji eagerly awaited the new, genetically modified rice seeds. While he anxiously awaited their arrival, a voice suddenly emerged from outside. He hurried to the balcony and indeed saw a figure braving the rain, rushing towards his home. Chinpinji dashed downstairs to open the door. As he swung the door open, the rain surged in, revealing the delivery person's surprised expression. "Are you Mr. Chinpinji?" "Yes, let me erase my ID." "Oh, please sign here. This is your package." Impatiently, Chinpinji signed and accepted the package, barely containing his excitement that he watched the delivery person depart before closing the door and tearing open the parcel. Inside were the seeds, newly released, genetically modified rice seeds, which had required considerable effort on his part. As he grasped the seeds, they vanished in a flash. In his ethereal form within the space, Chinpinji was enveloped in a brilliant green light, overshadowing the golden glow above, emanating from the seeds. "A new plant variety has been discovered. Please provide a name," a voice announced. Almost simultaneously, a faint, tiny point of light appeared before him, rapidly expanding into a translucent data frame, shimmering gently as a wealth of information unfolded. Before his eyes, the center of the data frame was a close-up of a seed packet. Approaching, Chinpinji noted that aside from the seed's form, all else was blank, prompting him to fill in no. 9 rice seed. Recording complete. Please proceed to plant. Pinji hastily found a patch of moist earth, a bit clumsily planting the small packet of rice seeds. Once planted, a holographic image of the seeds materialized, displaying various preliminary data, accompanied by a voice. Space has met the upgrade conditions. Upgrading will commence. Master identified. Assimilation beginning. Instantly, green light enveloped Pinji as countless numbers materialized before him, leaving him in awe and deepening the mystery surrounding the cow horn's origin. What is it doing? Assimilation? Does that mean it recognizes me as its master? I wonder what benefits it will bring to my body, Pinji pondered, furrowing his brow in anticipation. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the string of numbers shifted, and another faint point of light manifested, expanding rapidly into a translucent data frame, shimmering gently. As a multitude of data appeared before him, name, Pinji. Life race, human. Life attributes, strength 1010, agility 1310, constitution 1010, intelligence 1310, perception 1210, charisma 1010. Occupation, master of first-level spatial authority, member of the World Green Association. Skill list, none. Below this, a complex human model was displayed. This is a human morphology chart? How is it reminiscent of an online game? Just as Pinji contemplated this, a voice echoed. Master identified. Assimilation complete. Commencing execution of master privileges. Space upgrade conditions fulfilled. Do you wish to upgrade? Upgrade. Pinji exclaimed with excitement. The green light intensified, and he felt a jolt throughout his body as his blood surged visibly. The space expanded. What was once merely an acre now evidently transformed into approximately 2 acres. The luminosity of the light sphere heightened, and the space extended upwards to 30 meters. Space upgrade complete, with an additional 10% planting efficiency transformation for the master completed, the first skill granted. Filled with anticipation, Pinji opened his data frame. The translucent data frame unfurled gently. Name, Pinji. Life race, human. Attributes, strength 1010, agility 1310, constitution 1110, intelligence 1310, perception 1210, charisma 1110. Occupation, master of first-level spatial authority, member of the World Green Association. Skill list, spirit eye allows observation of plant vitality. Pinji observed closely, noting an increase in his constitution, perception, and charisma. He immediately rushed to the mirror. Indeed, the young man gazing into the mirror retained his appearance, yet there lingered a subtle aura of tranquility and naturalness that enhanced his charm. In a fit of laughter, Pinji, who was in his room, mused, if achieving this effect comes with merely advancing a level, could it be that I am destined to transcend to a higher realm? His decision to join the Green Organization proved to be wise, as it granted him the justification to travel and engage with nature, seeking rare plants to enrich his space. Like Shinnon tasting 100 herbs, this space is equally discerning. Thus, I shall name it the Shinnon Corner, he thought dreamily, envisioning a bright future. It took him a moment to shake off his reverie, wiping away the drool as he glanced at the time. Oh no, it's already 11. I must hurry to the airport. Without delay, Pinji dashed into his room, gathering a multitude of belongings as expected. The large boxes were swiftly stored within his space, prepared for his upcoming journey to Europe, encompassing all his needs for sustenance and attire. At that moment, an intriguing thought crossed his mind. Setting aside everything else, with this ability, I could smuggle anything. Though he entertained such musings, he promptly exited and hailed a taxi, racing toward the airport. An hour later, the airplane sliced through the sky. Initially, the flight was somewhat turbulent, but soon it steadied, and Pinji turned his gaze to the window, where vast expanses of white clouds enveloped the horizon. Pinji, this trip to the headquarters is truly a challenge, exclaimed the blonde young woman beside him, Lushina, in fluent English, her expression revealing surprise as she regarded him. Having not seen each other for a few days, Pinji now exuded a peculiar charisma, subtle yet distinct enough to set him apart from ordinary men. Being near him felt remarkably liberating. Nodding gently, Qian Pinji allowed his gaze to linger on luscious, elegantly long legs for a brief moment. Drawing from the tips he had painstakingly gathered on courting women, he remarked, "Indeed, however, we need not take it too seriously. We are here for our shared ideals rather than for titles or recognition. Wouldn't you agree?" Turning to the flight attendant who happened to pass by, he requested, "A cup of rain tea, please." With a smile, the flight attendant obliged, and Qian Pinji savored the drink. Lushina rested her elbows on the table, intertwining her fingers under her chin, admiring the man before her. This journey was destined for Grand Switzerland, where they were affiliated with the World Conservation Union. The union meticulously selected genuine members, and this trip marked Qian Pinji's official acceptance and a chance to explore the headquarters. Fortunately, Qian Pinji had harbored a passion for botany since childhood. Witnessing plants grow and flourish brought him joy that stemmed from the heart. His deepening appreciation for environmental protection made his efforts feel rewarding, culminating in his unexpected membership. After finishing his tea, feeling a bit fatigued, he reached for the ox horn and began to doze off, dreaming of countless beauties and immense wealth. Suddenly, the plane jolted violently, as though an announcement crackled through the cabin. Jerked from his dreams, Qian Pinji stretched and wiped his mouth, only to be met with Lushina's pale visage. "What's wrong? What's happening?" A sense of foreboding washed over him. Before Lushina could respond, the aircraft began to vibrate violently. She let out a scream, clutching him tightly, her grip almost suffocating, yet devoid of any warmth. In that instant, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. The plane was in distress. Panic-stricken, Qian Pinji gazed out at the white clouds, struggling to free himself from the seatbelt. In a moment of distraction, one of his $1,000 designer shoes slipped off, but the normally composed man paid no heed to his footwear. It cannot be. I have unraveled the secrets of the ox horn. I am on the brink of becoming the wealthiest man in the world, surrounded by beauty and power. How could fate allow me to fail here? Inexplicably, I refuse to accept this." Qian Pinji howled in despair as the flight attendant, her complexion ashen, attempted to maintain her composure, saying, "Sir, please remain calm. Please keep quiet." Before she could finish, the airplane plummeted sharply, descending like a stone. Amidst the centrifugal force of the fall, Qian Pinji found himself powerless. Just as he had begun to grasp the mysteries of the Shinnon corner, a magnificent future awaited him, however. At this moment, he could do nothing but watch as the ground rushed toward him. Finally surrendering to the inevitable, he fixed his gaze on the Shinnon corner, countless memories flooding back, culminating in a vivid recollection of a scene 3 years prior, before an antique stall where a gleaming ox horn caught the sunlight. Overwhelmed by a tide of resentment, Qian Pinji lamented, "Damn it, heavens, are you toying with me? I refuse to submit." As the plane descended, trailing his long-held grievances and screams, it plummeted 800 meters before erupting in a fiery explosion, scattering sparks across the sky. Chapter 2. The Thorny Forest, Part 1. The chilling wind carried with it the scent of blood, as the moon broke free from the clutches of dark clouds, illuminating the battlefield. Several figures were engaged in a desperate fight for their lives. A new wave of bear goblins, characterized by their elongated, sharp fangs and shaggy gray fur, let out shrill cries as they brandished wooden clubs and charged at a group of adventurers. Kitely, clad in steel plate armor and wielding a round shield in one hand and a long sword in the other, surged forward. With powerful arms, she swung her sword down fiercely, a faint glimmer appearing as she cleaved through one bear goblin's shoulder, blood spraying forth. Following her, Cliff raised his heavy axe, unleashing an enraged roar as he invoked the name of the war god, Edmund. He then plunged into the throng of bear goblins, the air thickening with the stench of blood. One bear goblin circled around, readying its club for an attack, only to be pierced by an arrow from Kalila Espa with a sharp thud. The battle was fierce yet brief. Moments later, the ground was strewn with corpses. Although most goblins were little more than nuisances, these bear goblins were born warriors. If only they had access to armor, metal weapons, or proper training, we would be in dire straits, Cliff thought, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He had been struck multiple times by clubs, and though protected by leather armor, the impact rattled his insides. Panting heavily, his lungs burned, and his internal organs protested. His armor was torn in several places, and the axe felt unusually heavy in his grasp. "Here, drink some holy water," Kitely said, tossing him a vial. Of course, there were no mages or priests among their ranks, as they were all noble-born. Cliff hesitated momentarily, but, considering the short shelf life of the holy water, gulped it down. Shouldn't we save some for Roman? Kalila said, a hint of reluctance in her voice. In the distance, a young boy lay unconscious on the ground, blood oozing from his mouth and nose, a victim of a vicious blow. Kitely, he is dead, Cliff remarked after glancing at the boy. Kalila, Isku, and Blake have already perished. We must make arrangements for their families and for a priest to grant them peace. It will cost us a fortune, Kitely said, her voice tinged with resignation. We currently lack the means to repay the debt to Rika Town. Thankfully, the unspoken words hung in the air, but the three survivors knew all too well. Roman was an apprentice druid who had borrowed the maximum amount of money he could, lured by the promise of earning a fortune through this adventure, only to encounter 3 waves of bear goblins and lose everything. Let us collect the bear goblin ears, Kitely suggested. Though it is not our primary task, it is a long-standing guild quest that can yield some coin. After a brief pause, he steeled himself. He was the captain, with many responsibilities weighing on him. The 3 drew forth their knives, unafraid of the dirt and blood, methodically severing the ears of the fallen bear goblins as proof of their deeds. Moments later, they arranged the 2 bodies with care. Kalila knelt on the ground, gazing at her 2 fallen companions, their faces contorted, their eyes devoid of life, filled only with regret, pain, and unfulfilled desires. Lost in thought, Kalila took out a flint and struck it, igniting a fire that illuminated the clearing. As the flames consumed the bodies, Kitely murmured dreamily, "We have completed our task, and our guild maintains a good reputation. With my ascension to level 5 warrior, I believe I could secure a position as deputy captain of the town guard in a berry, provided I invest a little money and make the right connections. Then we can escape this life." Though sorrowful over their comrades' deaths, Cliff and Kalila's eyes brightened at the prospect. For adventurers, gaining a solid reputation within the guild could lead to serving in a city or among the nobility, securing a stable official position. This was the ideal path forward. Moreover, it was rumored that Kitely was the son of a baron's illegitimate child from a berry. Perhaps he could even attain a knightly title in time, paving the way for all of them to rise. After 10 years of arduous struggle, fraught with hardship and near-death experiences, they finally glimpsed an end. With this thought, a bittersweet joy emerged among the 3. Moments later, Kalila collected the ashes in 2 small pouches, and the 3 turned to leave, casting one last glance at the unconscious Roman on the ground. The flames gradually diminished, casting shadows in the forest, as distant wolf howls echoed through the night. Suddenly, a glimmer of light descended, illuminating the darkened foliage. It was a small golden horn, surrounded by swirling golden light. As it spun in the air, it detected the unconscious boy below and swiftly plunged into his body. In an instant, the boy's form trembled, instinctively resisting. Yet the power of the golden horn was overwhelming, enveloping a small, white soul and continually consuming it. Ah, oh heavens, what is this? I refuse to accept this. Moments later, the body jolted violently, emitting a tremendous roar. A wave of energy rippling outward. If not for the solitude of the forest, the sheer force of this shout, coupled with its resonance, would have startled many, perhaps even alerting the gods. The boy sprang up, flailing his arms, as Chianpinji gradually regained consciousness, gasping for breath. "Wait, I'm not dead," he exclaimed, surveying the chaos around him, remnants of smoldering fires and scattered corpses. His heart raced as he sank down beside the remnants of the fire. Attempting to rub his face to clear his mind, he was momentarily stunned by the unfamiliarity of his hands. The hands he now possessed were distinctly not his own. In a state of shock, Chianpinji frantically surveyed his surroundings, spotting a nearby stream. He rushed to it, using the water as a mirror to examine his reflection. To his bewilderment, the visage staring back was not his own. This youthful face with high cheekbones and a prominent nose bore no resemblance to his familiar features. It resembled that of a European, distinctly young and handsome. There are essays saying that external images can activate long-dormant memories. Chianpinji felt his mind whirl as peculiar memories flooded back. "I am in Rika Town, named Roman, a shop assistant and an apprentice druid." His thoughts were muddled, and after a brief moment of daze, he began to piece himself together. "No, that's incorrect. I am Chianpinji. I've crossed over. I am Chianpinji," he affirmed. Contemplating for a moment, simultaneously he absorbed Roman's memories. The 2 intertwined souls embraced one another, merging under Chianpinji's guidance. He now possessed both the emotions and memories of the young man. "Ah, I have traversed realms. I am alive. How wonderful!" As this truth dawned upon him, his heart gradually found peace. The education of his youth and societal learning underscored the importance of accepting reality. Additionally, the pervasive narratives from online reading had facilitated his acceptance of this new existence. Most importantly, he was alive. In this world, he was now Roman, an apprentice druid. Roman pressed his lips together in silence, assessing his situation. Outside, a long, mournful howl of a wolf echoed from the distant woods, imparting a chilling and eerie sensation. The newly awakened Roman shuddered, his legs weakening, and it took him a considerable time to regain his composure. Suddenly, he recalled something crucial and began to search frantically. Where is my Shinong horn? The Shinong horn was his greatest asset. Plunged into this unfamiliar world, even a seasoned otaku, accustomed to countless scenarios in novels and animations, found it hard to cope. What would he do if he lost the Shinong horn? He felt a wave of suffocation wash over him, and in a sudden impulse, he turned and ran towards the campfire, even plunging into the pile of corpses. Disregarding everything as he frantically searched the ground, yet he found nothing. Time slipped away, and eventually, he calmed down, though it was a despairing tranquility. Just then, a flicker of realization struck him, and a cryptic piece of information surfaced in his mind. Roman stood frozen, his lips moving in a silent chant. Yet he could not utter a single word for a long while. His mouth gaped open, and as he hastily removed his clothing, he discovered, etched upon his skin, a depiction of the Shinong horn. The Shinong horn had attached itself to him, and this revelation sent his mind into a whirl. Staring at the image, he took a long moment to calm himself before reaching out to touch it. Instantly, a beautiful space unfolded before him, reminiscent of a picturesque landscape. Regaining his focus, he examined the area, realizing it remained expansive, approximately 2 acres in size. A small stream flowed through, teeming with fish, while apple, pear, and peach trees, along with various other plants, surrounded him. However, the luminous orb in the sky, once radiant like a miniature sun, now appeared dim and on the verge of extinguishing. Chapter 3. The Thorny Forest, Part 2. As sunlight streamed in, the luminous orbs within the space began to glow, and Roman exhaled a sigh of relief. It was at this moment that he began to truly reflect on his memories. A gentle breeze swept through the area, causing the grass to rustle softly. If one listened closely, the faint rustling sounds harmonized into a melody, an enchanting sensation that seemed to unfurl his body as if he were reclining in the grass. Unconsciously, Roman found himself lying amidst the verdant blades. In that serene moment, the experiences of his life cascaded through his mind, particularly his involvement with the Green Alliance. Engaging in environmental protection efforts, visiting grasslands and forests, and protesting against rampant deforestation. Those were fervent days indeed. Energy coursed through his hands, gradually awakening his left hand. It flowed through his shoulders, rekindling sensation. It converged at his chest, gathering more and more. Yet, Roman found himself reluctant to break free from this feeling. Suddenly, a resounding thought struck him, and a verdant core manifested within his mind, accompanied by the emergence of 7 or 8 enigmatic incantations. Each phrase was cryptic, yet simultaneously clear. These incantations seemed to articulate the essence of nature, particularly the sensations of plants, an ancient language that had existed since the dawn of creation, evolving in tandem with nature itself. Roman instinctively grasped the meaning of these incantations, yet he understood that he could only select 3, for his current power was limited. Natural Perception Level 1. Establishing a connection between the druid and the stability of nature. Wild Affinity Level 1. The druid can forge a link with animals and plants through natural perception, sensing their nebulous emotions. Life Bond. The ability to choose an animal for a life link, sharing strength with one another. Roman swiftly made his selections. Once chosen, the remaining natural energy did not vanish immediately, but gradually coalesced in his eyes. Previously, with the power of the Shinong horn, he had possessed the ability to see the spiritual glow of plants. Now, in an instant, his vision felt elevated to an extraordinary realm. Everything before him became strikingly clear and radiant. Even the minute particles of spiritual light were rendered distinctly visible. He was uncertain how long he had lain there, only aware that gradually, the natural energy began to ebb, and everything returned to a state of tranquility, including the sensations in his eyes, until they settled at a threshold. Summoning forth his will, a faint, minuscule point of light suddenly appeared before him, swiftly enlarging into a translucent data frame, which floated gently within his field of vision, revealing a wealth of information. Name: Chin Pinji, Roman. Occupation: Master of the First Authority of Space, Level 1 Druid Race. Human attributes: Strength 10, agility 15-10, constitution 10-10, intelligence 13-10, perception 15-10, charisma 15-10, skills. Permanent solidification of spiritual light detection. Permanent solidification of spiritual light detection? Roman murmured. Reading the final entry, he stood up, realizing that with a slight focus, he could now perceive the spiritual glow of plants. However, as he turned to face the sun, the intense white light overwhelmed him, causing tears to well in his eyes. Roman chuckled, acknowledging his impulsiveness, and closed his eyes momentarily to regain his composure. Upon further inspection, he noticed a layer of green light enveloping his body, approximately 1 centimeter thick. Under the influence of this green aura, the trees in the forest swayed gently, emitting soft sighs of joy. The heart of nature! The heart of nature! A rush of exhilaration surged within him, and Roman was taken aback, pondering for a moment, yet recognizing it as an instinctive ability of his soul. Upon delving into his memories, he realized that this green aura represented the heart of nature. When a druid comprehends nature, a layer of green light is produced, enabling them to commune with the forces of nature, growing stronger with their progress. After a thorough examination, he found that his memories were limited. As an apprentice druid, he possessed little knowledge, and he had only unearthed the memories of his previous adventure team. With that thought, Roman quickened his pace. Strangely, an almost imperceptible sensation guided his path, leading him along the safest route toward the town. As the sun dipped lower, he finally arrived at the town just before sunset, nestled at the edge of the ocean and the forest. This quaint town was graced by a meandering river that provided fresh water, extending towards the distant sea. Just 500 meters beyond the town lay a dense forest. The locals relied on the mountains for sustenance, the waters for nourishment, and the forests for timber, leading to the presence of numerous logging sites, where thick logs were piled high on the workshop floors. Timber constituted the primary trade of Rika town, with vast quantities of wood and wooden products exported to the kingdom's important ports, although logging was not without its restrictions. The druids residing in the forest and the town imposed certain limitations. Given its proximity to the forest, the architecture of the town predominantly featured wooden houses, with only a few stone residences dotting the landscape. However, the town wall loomed impressively before him, standing at 4 meters high and 1.5 meters thick. The wall was constructed from massive timber and stone, prioritizing sturdiness over aesthetics, with wild grasses flourishing in the crevices. Additionally, guard towers stood sentinel. As the town gates neared closure, the sky began to transition to a dim, deep purple. It would not be long before stars and the moon graced the heavens. Hastening to the entrance, Roman was greeted by a familiar face, the guard Kosh, who inquired, "Is that you, Roman? The gates will be closing soon. What brings you here so late?" Roman glanced at the sky and replied, "Ah, truly unfortunate. I accompanied a group of adventurers into the forest and ended up getting lost." "Oh, that sounds perilous. You should come in quickly. The shift is about to change." Such was the nature of the guards. Roman silently grumbled in his heart. Upon entering the town, he sensed something amiss. From a distance, he spotted a dwarf walking along the street. Although many intelligent races existed in the world, seeing one in town was a rarity, especially for the newly awakened Roman. He scrutinized the dwarf, clad in scale armor, with a leather belt around his waist and a hefty axe slung over his back. Upon seeing the dwarf and his formidable weapon, Roman's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, dwarves and dwarf warriors exist in this world. He nodded repeatedly, yet a hint of doubt crept into his mind. According to his memories, the town was primarily populated by humans, with few adventurers. Why then were there not only many adventurers but also dwarfs? Had something transpired in the thorny forest? He furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss for clarity. As the moonlight brightened, Roman made his way toward the inn. The Moat Inn, located on the western side of the town, had been passed down through generations. Moat inherited it from his father, who, in turn, had inherited it from his father, making it a legacy of nearly 50 years. The quality of the wooden structure was exceptional, likely the result of considerable effort in its construction, allowing it to endure to this day. However, the ceiling and walls were adorned with garlic, cured meats, and sausages, the air thick with a mingling aroma. Yet, those present, be it the proprietor or the guests, seemed accustomed to it. Below, a dim oil lamp flickered, barely illuminating the entire hall. "Welcome, esteemed proprietor." Moat, the innkeeper, hurried over to assist. Although Roman was now an apprentice druid, he still felt a sense of loyalty and gratitude towards Moat and his wife. "Oh, Roman, allow me to extend the warmest welcome to you." noble druid. Without a doubt, this is the infamous town drunk, Ford, who was often found in a state of inebriation. Ever since he learned that Roman had become a druid apprentice, he has frequently employed a mocking tone in his speech. Roman unconsciously shrugged. He did not see any purpose in engaging with this individual. Taking a glance around the tavern, he noticed that such characters as Ford were rare in town. After all, the fare at the tavern was rather expensive, and ordinary folk typically refrained from patronizing it. However, it appeared that the tavern was busier than usual, likely due to the earlier commotion, as a group of adventurers from the second team had commandeered a table for their revelry. Chapter 4. The Inn, Part 1. The inn was bustling with activity, filled to capacity with 10 tables occupied. Aside from the innkeeper and his wife, a young lad was also lending a hand. Despite having become a druid, Roman continued to assist, skillfully balancing a tray laden with 8 cups. After years of practice, he had mastered the art of weaving through the crowd without spilling a drop. Once the drinks were served, he took a moment to rest. Though some patrons could not find a seat, they were unfazed, sipping their drinks and engaging in lively conversation. Tomorrow marked the Harvest Festival, and rumors had circulated about a newly arrived theater troupe, which purportedly included a magician and several attractive performers. A magician? Someone exclaimed. Do you really think a noble wizard will grace us with his presence? Our lord the Baron might have to part with his ancestral armor to afford such a spectacle. Ah, come now, let's not mock young Cat. He's merely recalling his childhood dream of becoming a great magician. Laughter erupted throughout the inn, clearly familiar with the jest. Roman couldn't help but chuckle at the boy's flushed face, though he stifled his laughter, as the boy was, after all, his friend. This joke had been told for years, losing its novelty, and the patrons quickly shifted their attention. However, our Roman here, while he may never become a grand magician, with Miss Eleanor's guidance, has a good chance of becoming a druid. Suddenly the focus was on Roman, who felt a bit bashful under the attention. Not at all, even with Miss Eleanor's teachings. I still seem to struggle. This declaration sent the room into another round of laughter. Moments later, the conversation shifted back to the new theater troupe. I hear there are 8 young ladies among them. I wonder what their prices are. Well, none of us could afford it. It might cost you 2 months' worth of labor for just one night. One patron remarked, gesturing toward a group of men. They are the ones looking for ladies. I heard a mercenary band pass through town recently, and a few female mercenaries caught quite a few eyes. Roman followed their gaze to a nearby table laden with food and drink. The table belonged to Bod, a merchant who frequented the town. Bod, I see you've made quite a profit this time. Any thoughts on settling down here? It would certainly make it easier for me to restock. I'd love to. But our lord said the freedom certificate and a 20-acre plot come at quite a price. Plus, I'm hoping to acquire a boat. That would make travel much more convenient, Bod replied, shaking his head, though his expression suggested he was not overly troubled by the situation. Bod, I don't understand. Why not live in the city? Isn't it better there? Someone inquired, puzzled. You just don't get it. The city has its advantages, but the taxes are exorbitant, and every guild demands their share. For small merchants like us, Bod trailed off, evidently reluctant to elaborate further on his burdens. At the counter, Mrs. Mort was busy at work. She appeared to be around 30, clad in a coarse dress and an apron that had faded to a grayish hue, her face etched with the lines of hard labor. She was diligently calculating the day's earnings when she spotted Roman. Roman, back to help again, are you? Of course. I'm practically living in your room for free, considerate payment, Roman replied. Good, good. Now, could you fetch another barrel of ale from the cellar? Mrs. Mort called. And take a pancake to snack on. Roman obliged, taking a pancake that was golden brown, piled high with a medley of colorful seafood, fish, shrimp, clams, and mussels, drenched in a rich, crimson sauce and garnished with fresh greens. After finishing his snack, he made his way to the back, descending the stairs and pushing open the wooden door. The cellar was perpetually dark and damp, and without the luxury of expensive candles. He navigated through the gloom to move the barrels. Ah, Roman, you've arrived, Mrs. Mort exclaimed, glancing up from the counter. Quickly, bring the basin. Of course, Mrs. Mort. Roman responded, adeptly taking the platter and beginning to pour drinks and serve dishes, even helping in the kitchen, tasks he had come to know well. Meanwhile, the local layabouts, aside from the drunken fort, had dispersed. Mr. Hiawai, your beers, Roman presented, setting down 7 glasses. This beer, with its subtle malt aroma and hoppy notes, was refreshing. Brewed with well water, making it pure and delightful to the palate, leaving a lingering sweetness after consumption. The mercenary band was small, consisting of just 7 men, none of whom were women, and they often worked nearby, so Roman was familiar with them. The captain, Hiawai, smiled as he took the drinks, leaving a small copper tip before savoring his beverage while sharing tales of adventure. Once his tasks were complete, Roman stood aside, listening to their idle chatter and enjoying a moment of rest. Captain, now that you're a level 4 warrior, if you break through and gain battle energy, our mercenary band will have a bright future ahead, Bobo remarked wistfully. You'd be eligible for knighthood. It's not that simple. Level 5 is just a threshold for becoming a knight. Knights possess fiefs, and how many nobles or kings would readily grant a fief? Hiawai replied, maintaining a positive demeanor despite his words. It's better to focus on leveling up ourselves. If we advance, the jobs we can take will become easier. Next year. I'll see if I can reach level 3, Bobo said, somewhat awkwardly. Roman listened quietly, absorbing the insights these mercenaries unwittingly revealed about their world and its hierarchy. In his original world, human combat abilities were relatively uniform, rendering the need for such ranks unnecessary. However, disparities in wealth and status created distinct social levels, 9 grades, 18 ranks, and various classifications of well-being. Even linguistically, distinctions existed, as modern English proficiency tests mirrored the hierarchical evaluations of warriors and mages in this realm. In this world, individual combat prowess varied significantly, necessitating a classification system similar to that of positions of authority, an objective means of management. According to their discourse, level 5 marked a pivotal point for warriors. Below level 5, one was merely tapping into their physical potential, while soldiers in his former world could reach this level. Beyond it, warriors gained extraordinary strength known as battle energy, surpassing ordinary human limits. In this realm, diplomas and credit served as 2 primary measures of worth. Credit was built gradually, while diplomas represented rank. Although not entirely accurate, these were the most equitable means of gauging a person's abilities. Testing for rank was not a privilege reserved for mercenary guilds. Warriors could test at the temple of the war god under divine supervision, ensuring the integrity of the evaluations. And thus, across the continent, all nations largely recognized the value of such diplomas. Much like modern diplomas, higher qualifications attracted employment from wealthy nobles and merchants, yielding relatively easy work with higher pay. In contrast, low-ranking mercenary bands bore the brunt of the most perilous tasks with the least reward. Once the mercenaries finished their drinks and conversation, they retired upstairs to rest, knowing they would need their strength for the arduous tasks ahead. Roman surveyed the inn once more. Realizing his work was complete, Madame Mortif spoke. Very well, Roman, you may retire now. The small storeroom was poorly illuminated, its floor covered with a thick layer of straw, upon which lay a wolf pelt that served as his blanket. In truth, such accommodations were not considered inadequate. Typically, apprentices and laborers were afforded only straw. And it was the benevolence of Madame Mortif that provided him with the wolf skin. Within the room, there was a wooden box which, when opened, revealed a collection of copper coins. The coins, of verdant hue, were light to the touch, even in the absence of a scale. One could ascertain they weighed approximately 5 grams. Inscribed upon them were words that Roman had surreptitiously learned from Mr. Mortif during his labor, supplemented by the gentle tutelage of the delightful Eleanor, allowing him to read and write to some extent. The coins bore the inscription "Glory of the Kingdom of Esk," adorned with an unusual floral motif as decoration. Upon counting, he discovered he possessed a total of 92 copper coins, a mere 8 coins shy of a full silver piece. This constituted the entirety of Roman's worldly possessions thus far. Chapter 5. The Inn, Part 2. Reclining upon the pelt of a wild wolf, Roman endeavored for the second time to sift through his memories. As he called out, a faint, diminutive light flickered before him, rapidly expanding into a translucent data frame that floated gently within his line of sight. A plethora of information materialized before Qian Ming. Name, Roman, Qian Pinji. Species, human attributes, strength 10, 10, agility 15, 10, constitution 10, 10, intelligence 13, 10, perception 15, 10, charisma 15, 10. The standard for a normal adult male is set at 10. Each increment signifies a 10 enhancement, with agility at 15 points. His reaction speed is approximately 1.6 times that of an average person. His constitution and strength are merely adequate, while an intelligence score of 13 is commendable, equating to an IQ of 133 in modern assessments, placing him among the top 5 of the population. Although he may not be a genius, he possesses notable capabilities. His perception has astonishingly reached 15 points, indicating exceptional acuity, and his charisma matches this level, portraying him as a strikingly handsome young man. Feeling a sense of relief, Roman suddenly recalled a matter that sent shivers coursing through his body. Previously, while on Earth, he had uncovered certain mysteries of the Cardiofanum corner, where plants could be cultivated without any extraordinary effects. Notably, a number, 1500, was inscribed there. To surpass this threshold, one must introduce new plant species not recorded in the Cardiofanum corner, a formidable challenge indeed. Ultimately, it had relied on genetically modified seeds, considered new seeds, to achieve this breakthrough. Yet now, in this world, seeds unknown to the Cardiofanum corner should be abundant. With this realization, Roman could no longer remain still. He hastily rose to his feet. Pushing open the door, he was greeted by the night, adorned with twinkling stars. Under ordinary circumstances, most households would have succumbed to slumber, but due to the harvest festival, a few families still lit their precious oil lamps. Is anyone there? Roman gently knocked on his neighbor's door. The door creaked open, revealing a wrinkled face peering out. Oh, it's Roman. The one who opened the door was a stooped woman, Sister Jenny. Though she appeared aged, she was not yet 45. The burdens of life had taken their toll. What brings young Roman here? Sister Jenny, I would like to borrow a small shovel. Roman replied with a premeditated excuse. I plan to tidy up a patch of land in the back tomorrow. Wait a moment. Sister Jenny, having been his neighbor for over a decade, promptly fetched the tool. However, as he took it, she hesitated slightly and said, Be careful, young Roman. Recently, things outside the town haven't been very peaceful. Avoid wandering in the woods. A year prior, a middle-aged druid had come to the outskirts of the town and received permission from the Baron to reside in the nearby forest. He had selected several young individuals for training under his guidance. Since then, Roman had frequently ventured into the woods alone. It seems a small green-skinned goblin has harmed someone. The woman remarked, My husband recently saw a notice on the mayor's bulletin board about a bounty issued by the Baron in light of this incident. Roman wished to inquire further, but it was clear that she was not well informed herself. All she knew was that fresh scalps were required as proof. Reluctantly, he took his leave. In the distance, the silhouette of a watchtower could be seen against the night sky, where patrolling soldiers moved about, and Roman dared not approach. To guard against the beasts outside the town or any rogue elements, the gates were secured at night, manned by soldiers on watch. Anyone attempting to scale the walls would face lethal consequences. For the time being, Roman found no need to venture beyond the walls. Guided by memory, he located a nondescript spot beside the temple, where a patch of grass grew, beginning to turn a shade of yellow as autumn approached. There, he discovered unrecorded seeds, which he could cultivate extensively. The minimum requirement was to ensure a sustainable yield for future generations, prompting a transformation within the space. The requirements for such sustainability were not stringent, but he needed at least 20 or 30 plants. As it was autumn, while not overly difficult, locating these herbs was still a challenge. Fortunately, he found a substantial cluster of medicinal grass. Roman carefully excavated the 20 or so plants, ensuring no one was around before retreating to a secluded corner. With a gentle release, the grass vanished into thin air. As it disappeared, the Cardiofanum corner mark on his body glimmered momentarily. Once within the confines of the space, Roman observed a bright illumination, accompanied by a message. New plant species discovered. Please assign a name. Instantly, the entire space radiated with light. Roman was not surprised. He had encountered this phenomenon on Earth before. He planted the gathered herbs into the ground, nourishing them with spring water. Exhaling in relief, Roman surveyed his surroundings. The sky was awash with golden light, casting a radiant glow over the land, where a luminous orb hung several meters above, suffusing the air with a fragrance more delightful than rain. The entire sky was enveloped in a beautiful halo, beneath which lay a field rich with the scent of earth, divided by a small creek. This creek, though only 20 meters long, flowed vigorously, the water cool yet crystal clear, revealing fish darting within its depths. On either side of the creek, dozens of fruit trees flourished, alongside a small patch of wheat, creating a scene reminiscent of a picturesque painting, shrouded in a faint mist imbued with a refreshing aroma. Among the fruit trees bloomed vibrant flowers and herbs, all thriving abundantly. Following his last upgrade, the space had expanded to 2 acres, revealing a vast area. Bluegrass, dark orchids, true leaves, half-climbing flowers, butterfly flowers. With each thought, data and uses for the herbs materialized above them, and upon deeper inspection, one could discern the analytical properties of the herbs beneath. I am not a genius, nor do I possess a photographic memory, but with the Cardiofanum corner, I fear nothing. Roman reflected, preparing to experiment with the virtual hornflower seed. Suddenly, a seed floated in midair, allowing Roman to scrutinize it from various angles. "I shall plant it." In his hand, a small shovel appeared, and he began to dig a small hole, 20 centimeters deep, adding 4 parts water. Time in the virtual realm progresses. The seed sprouted, green leaves unfurling, the main stem thickening, gradually revealing a mature horned flower adorned with verdant foliage. Throughout this process, Roman's gaze remained fixated, his breathing steady as he occasionally paused time to carefully tend to the plant, watering, loosening the soil, and weeding, consistently yielding diverse results. Soil aeration increased by 3%, light exposure by 5%, and air humidity by 2%. Once more, he completed the task and endeavored again. If anyone had witnessed this, they would have noticed his movements, fluid and natural, exhibiting no signs of hesitation, as if he possessed years of cultivation experience. The Shinon corner did not conduct analyses autonomously. A regrettable aspect, however, upon completion, all would be documented. Through repeated virtual planting, he could adjust to the most suitable soil and climate. The new nocturnal moongrass was not yet viable, but in 3 days, it would undoubtedly serve as a powerful tool for herbal cultivation research. Indeed, there are numerous unique plants, Roman thought, opening his eyes and marveling at the enchanting landscape that resembled a fairy tale, illuminated by the moonlight, every detail clear and vivid. Behind the temple lies a gently sloping incline, beneath which winds a road that is clearly long abandoned, overgrown with weeds. As September unfolds, the stones that pave the path are surrounded by resilient patches of grass emerging through the crevices, while an array of wildflowers flourishes around. Remnants of seeds from the medicinal garden carried by the wind to distant corners. Thus, many herbs can indeed be found in this area. Roman found tranquility as he leisurely admired the exquisite scenery before him, discovering a new species known as moonlight flower. To his astonishment, he unearthed over 100 of these blooms, carefully transplanting each into the Shinon corner. Next, he encountered a plant called 8-vine, managing to locate a dozen specimens. Just as he was about to introduce more quality plants into the space, a sudden message reverberated within. This space, at its current level, can only accept 3 new species. You may introduce more upon the next upgrade. This revelation momentarily startled Roman, followed by an amused silence. He realized the truth. During his time on Earth, he had been unable to discover new plant species, thus failing to recognize this critical aspect. In this world, he understood that the space itself hinges on 2 primary conditions, the first being the necessity to cultivate a sufficient quantity of plants to accumulate power, and the second to acquire new species to facilitate upgrades. Both the quantity of plants in the new species are subject to limitations, necessitating continuous expansion. Grasping this concept, Roman felt no regret. He prepared to examine his druid abilities. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a green core rotating within him, though he remained uncertain how to harness it. After a moment of contemplation, he slapped his thigh in realization. He would seek the guidance of Master Haifa the following day, whom he believed would know how to proceed. However, another pressing concern loomed: his significant debt. Upon arriving in the Baron's territory, Master Haifa had assessed a group of children, discovering Roman's exceptional perception and natural constitution, indicating a potential future as a druid. It was this very druid training that had plunged Roman into a debt of 50 silver coins. Adding to that the funds he had been misled into borrowing from the Adventurers Guild, his total debt now amounted to 150 silver coins. Though this sum might appear modest, it is, in fact, far from insignificant. In terms of purchasing power, 100 silver coins could equate to a square yard of linen or a single cow. Moreover, according to the town's traditions, such debts are treated as usury, accruing a 10% interest monthly. Should he fail to repay within 7 months, the debt would escalate to 200 silver coins, resulting in the forfeiture of his personal freedom within the societal framework. Chapter 6. The Harvest Festival, Part 1. On the 25th day of September in the year 7487 of the Holy Era, the Harvest Festival commenced. In the Kingdom of Isk, in the town of Rika, this day was a celebration of abundance, signifying nourishment and hope for most sentient beings. For many children, the vibrant sights and sounds around them sparked immense excitement. It was a rare day of respite amidst the busyness of life. Regardless of their obligations, everyone would complete their morning tasks and revel in the festivities for the afternoon. On the following morning, awakened by the sounds of merriment below, Roman rose from his slumber, donned his attire, and descended the stairs. The inn was quiet, with only a handful of patrons present. Stepping outside, Roman observed that most of the buildings were wooden, with a grand stone temple standing prominently in the distance, the largest structure in town. To Roman, this temple was no stranger. It was the shrine dedicated to the goddess of agriculture, the singular center of faith in Rica, for a town of this size, could scarcely support multiple shrines. As he wandered the streets, despite the cacophony of voices, a serene stillness enveloped the town, which housed only a few hundred families. The houses were tightly nestled along narrow lanes, where cobblestones paved the way, with grass sprouting through the cracks. In the distance, atop the hills, stood the castle of Baron Roca's, a venerable edifice with a history spanning 4 centuries. Although the end of September had arrived, the town remained lush and verdant. Ancient trees towering and casting their expansive canopies over the modest homes below. The timeless tranquility of the place was accentuated by the revelry of the harvest festival. After a moment's pause, the familiar sights stirred memories within Roman, washing away his apprehensions and sense of alienation. With a bittersweet smile, he accepted the reality of his new existence. As he strolled along the cobbled street, the familiar yet foreign sights of the blacksmith shop, general store, artisan's workshop, and mill captivated the newly reborn Roman. The troupe of performers, a collective of unfortunate souls, entertained the crowd with tricks, songs, and dances, earning meager coins in return. Roman understood from scattered conversations that such circumstances were commonplace. Even the mercenary bands often saw their young female warriors resort to selling their bodies, needing to earn enough before their vitality waned. Gazing at the sun, Roman realized that the official commencement of the harvest festival was still some time away. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself before the temple of the goddess of agriculture, captivated by the ancient stone structure adorned with vibrant hues that spoke of its storied past. The joy of renewal mingled with a touch of melancholy as he stepped inside. At the altar stood a statue of the goddess, Isis. The walls were adorned with intricate carvings of bulls and flora, while the statue itself was sculpted from white marble, standing approximately 5 meters tall. Adorned with a crown of flowers and draped in a flowing green gown, her beauty was striking, her feminine form subtly accentuated. Her eyes, however, conveyed a profound compassion, as if she looked down upon all creation with love. In his former life, Roman had routinely come here to pray, as was customary for children over the age of 12, who accompanied their parents in reverence. He had never noticed the divine light that often cloaked the statue, but now, empowered by the essence of nature, he perceived a shimmering green aura enveloping the statue, pulsating gently, with flickering lights reminiscent of fireflies dancing within the temple. Lost in contemplation before the statue, a young girl approached him. "Roman, what brings you here? You usually enjoy playing outside." Startled by her voice, he turned to face her. The girl, around 15 years of age, emerged from the temple in a flowing priestess's robe, which accentuated her long, fair legs, cinched at the waist with a delicate green ribbon. Her eyes sparkled with clarity. "Miss Eleni." Roman instinctively called her name, as memories rushed back, revealing that she was the object of many secret affections among the townsmen. She was the pride of the town, endowed with piety and keen senses, capable of connecting with the goddess's power, thus serving as an apprentice priestess at the shrine. Should all proceed as expected, she was likely to become the next priestess of the temple. "Roman, why are you so dirty? Come, let me help you wash your face. You must be presentable for the afternoon's festivities," Eleni said, noticing the dirt on his face and clothes as she gently led him to a basin filled with crystal-clear water at the back of the temple. This was one of the temple's blessings, a conduit from realms beyond Roman's understanding that ensured a constant supply of fresh, drinkable spring water. Taking a towel, he quickly cleansed his face in the spring water. As Eleni watched him, she suddenly flushed, her cheeks tinged with color. The boy before her remained familiar, unchanged. Although it was evident he would grow into a handsome man, she had never perceived it until now. A certain air of charisma began to eclipse his youthful innocence. "Thank you, Eleni. I prayed to the goddess for your health," Roman said sincerely. "Ah, thank you, Roman. We must prepare to depart. You should join us," Eleni replied, her gaze shifting to priest Ternes, who, upon spotting Roman and Eleni together, wore a somber expression. "Eleni, let us be off," he called. "All right, just a moment. Come, Roman, accompany me," Eleni urged. A flicker of malice pricked at Roman's senses, causing him to furrow his brow. Since becoming a druid, he had grown increasingly perceptive, yet he felt powerless as he followed along. Upon arriving at the square, a young man in a tall black top hat bounded onto the stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. The Cardo troupe is here to provide you with an exhilarating performance to ensure a joyous afternoon. Let us welcome them with a round of applause." A woman clad in tight black leather, wielding a whip, emerged from a carriage, accompanied by a large parrot that squawked. "Welcome, welcome." Just behind her, a tiger followed, upon which a monkey perched. The crowd erupted in applause as they watched the woman direct the tiger through hoops and the monkey perform acrobatics, while the audience roared with laughter at the antics. Roman found the spectacle rather tedious, though he continued to observe. The young man in the top hat waved a small stick, from which sparks erupted, soaring into the air and bursting in a display of colorful fireworks. These transformed into flowers, flying golden serpents, and flourishing trees, captivating Roman's attention. Was this magic? Even if merely the most rudimentary of tricks? The performance concluded swiftly, and soon after, priest Ternes appeared on a wooden platform in the square. The crowd instinctively gathered around, and the hymn of praise to the goddess commenced in earnest. The goddess Isis embodies the eternal cycle of growth and harvest, representing the most natural aspect of existence for sentient beings. Today, as we reap the fruits of our labor, we must express our gratitude to the divine, to the earth, and to nature itself. In the coming spring, we shall sow more seeds of life, ensuring that the world flourishes in verdant abundance. This was the message delivered by Pastor Tennis during his sermon. The harvest festival in this quaint town is devoid of miracles, and the hymn of the goddess is simple. Leaving little time before the ceremony concludes, what follows is a celebration filled with beer and roasted meats. "Sister Eleni, I have something to discuss with you tomorrow. Will you be available?" Roman ventured, seizing the moment. In that instant, he was struck by her stunning beauty. Despite having shared many encounters with her in this body before, her allure remained breathtaking. Sunlight cascaded upon her, enveloping her in a soft green glow, accompanied by a subtle, enchanting fragrance. A shiver coursed through him, momentarily rendering him entranced. However, a glance from behind snapped him back to reality. "Sister Eleni, I would like to invite you to witness something tomorrow." Eleni appeared somewhat taken aback. "What is it?" "Oh, I'm quite busy right now, but I will await you tomorrow." Chapter 7, Harvest Festival, Part 2. Upon leaving the town and finding himself in an empty expanse, Roman opened his eyes and took a deep breath, allowing his spirit to enter the space. Unlike at the beginning, the 30-meter-high luminous sphere had regained its brilliance, illuminating the entire area. As he walked, he observed the fruit trees he had planted, now adorned with blossoms, on the cusp of bearing fruit. The beehives he had prepared buzzed busily within, diligently working in this small realm. Roman approached a spot to inspect his surroundings, gradually revealing a mixture of amusement and despair. Many items he had left near the airplane were still present in the space: an automatic imaging camera, clothing, a machete, and a plethora of food and books, along with credit cards and various currencies, eliciting a wry smile from him. Had he foreseen this, he would have ensured the space was filled to the brim with supplies. Now, he lamented silently. His body reacted intensely to the food, and he found himself ravenously consuming an entire roasted chicken within a mere 10 minutes. Cautiously, he disposed of the bones in the space, burying them underground. In the realm of Shinong, food left on the surface would not decompose, but when buried, it would swiftly break down, a peculiar phenomenon. After a moment's thought, he retrieved a machete from the space, a fine tool from Earth, designed for outdoor conditions, remarkably sharp. He also donned the bulletproof vest he had acquired for his ventures into the wild, confident it would afford some protection in this world. Before long, Roman discovered a stream, and his eyes brightened. The clear water, mingled with some silt, hosted a variety of fish. Crouching by the riverbank, he eagerly dipped his hand into the water, eager to catch a few small fish to nurture within the space. However, the stream was shallow, and despite his efforts, he struggled to succeed. Frustration crept in as he realized that prey would typically be found near rivers. Moments later, he heard the distant sound of an animal drinking, and peering through the grass, he discerned what appeared to be a large wild boar accompanied by several piglets. What a formidable creature! Roman licked his parched lips, carefully concealing his form. Though not particularly robust, he was merely an average human, while the wild boar was anything but a docile farm pig. Just observing it from a distance, he felt its strength far surpassed his own. Moreover, as a bipedal creature, Roman's center of gravity was too high, making it exceedingly challenging to withstand a charge from the boar. Though he had detected the boar's presence before it noticed him, even with a sharp machete, the advantage of surprise was insufficient for victory. Looking up at the sky, he gauged the time to be around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. If he could not seize an opportunity within the next hour, he would have to return in disappointment. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he resigned himself to patience. Just as he contemplated giving up, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility. His body, previously relaxed, tensed up like a startled cat. Roman quickly crouched and moved forward a few steps, using the foliage for cover, peering through narrowed eyes to discern the commotion. Suddenly, a peculiar gray-green creature lunged forth, driving a sword into the side of the wild boar. Roman's eyes widened in astonishment as he strained to see more clearly. He recognized this odd being as a diminutive figure resembling a gray-green human, yet notably frail, standing roughly at the height of the boar, clad in crude leather armor. It wielded a mace in one hand while the other remained empty. The short sword embedded in the boar's side was clearly left by this creature. Roman was instantly intrigued. It was evident that this was a goblin. Goblins, often considered filthy thieves, proliferated rapidly in the wilderness and forests, with numerous goblin dens scattered throughout. However, Roman pondered, when had they become so audacious? Beads of sweat formed on his brow, questioning if this was a goblin warrior. In the next moment, the herd of pigs scattered, and the lead boar, pierced by the sword, charged at the goblin in a furious assault. To Roman's surprise, there was no exhilarating clash of titans as he had anticipated. The goblin warrior fled desperately, pursued relentlessly by the wild boar. They soon vanished into the distance, and after running 100 meters, the goblin could run no more. Howling in pain as it was trampled underfoot, blood splattering everywhere. Roman was taken aback. When had goblins become synonymous with recklessness and foolishness? The goblin warrior, though still alive, writhed on the ground, emitting strange cries, while the boar brandished its tusks in confrontation. Had Roman understood the goblin's language, he might have deciphered the meaning behind its cries. But he had no interest in the matter. A fortuitous opportunity, Roman thought, licking his lips and unsheathing his knife. It was one thing to be unable to contend with an adult wild boar, but to fail to catch a piglet would be a source of profound embarrassment. The piglets instinctively fled toward a relatively safe location, driven by their instincts. Roman chose a direction and sprinted, soon closing in on one. Though the fleeing piglet appeared to run swiftly on its short legs, the rapid movements could not compensate for the inherent disadvantage in speed. Fortune smiled upon him. Or so he thought. Just as he was about to catch the piglet, a chill coursed through his body. 5 goblins suddenly emerged before him. Yet, they did not seem to target him. Instead, they aimed to intercept the small wild boar, their spears already piercing its flesh. It became clear that this was a goblin tribe's hunting plan. And the peculiar behavior of the goblin he had mistaken for a warrior was simply that of a discarded pawn. However, Roman had inadvertently walked into their trap, entering the goblin's encirclement. The goblins reacted swiftly, and in an instant, he was struck by unknown thrown weapons. Fortunately, clad in his bulletproof vest, he sustained no significant injuries. In a state of fear, Roman brandished his machete and swung wildly. The blade, remarkably sharp, effortlessly sliced through the goblin's wooden spears, wounding one in seconds. The remaining 3 turned to flee, but a now frenzied Roman pursued them, dispatching them one by one. Once the immediate threat was neutralized, he took a moment to breathe. Glancing at the bloodied goblins, his legs quaked slightly, and he fought the urge to retch. After a brief pause, he regained his composure and carefully observed the goblins' reactions. They were all severely wounded, bloodied from his blade. The large boar, having circled the fallen piglets, emitted a mournful sound before trampling the goblin corpses. Roman couldn't help but break into a cold sweat as he watched. The boar then departed with the remaining piglets in tow. At last, they had left. Roman exclaimed, rushing to collect the goblin scalps, which were worth 5 silver coins each. He initially considered disposing of the goblin bodies, as generally, in this world, it was frowned upon to consume the remains of intelligent beings. Goblins, despite their nature, were indeed sentient creatures. Yet, he acknowledged that in extraordinary circumstances, such norms could be disregarded. However, after some contemplation, Roman decided to place both the wild boar and the goblin corpses into his spatial storage. The goblin bodies would be buried underground, where they would swiftly decompose. Upon reaching the town's entrance, he realized he must first retrieve the wild boar and the goblin scalps. Otherwise, he would arouse suspicion, as 5 scalps equated to a considerable sum of 25 silver coins, given the perilous nature of the forest. He completed this task with haste and exited promptly. As he walked, the yellow wind caressed him, the rustling leaves creating a soft symphony, while a gentle mist floated through the woodland. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting scattered flecks of golden light upon the ground. These faint rays appeared precious amidst the dimness of the forest, illuminating the flora beneath. Suddenly, a glimmer caught his eye, startling him. He approached a nearby pine tree and discovered a short sword. This blade was no ordinary iron. It appeared to be crafted from steel, its sharpness markedly superior. It bore traces of fresh blood. At once, he recalled the information disseminated by the town mayor regarding the goblin murders. Could this be the weapon of the deceased? Yet, if it belonged to a goblin, why would it be left behind? Goblins, being fiercely covetous of iron or steel weaponry, would never abandon their arms after committing murder. Perhaps it was the work of a beast, which seemed plausible, as wild animals do not require weapons. The association with the goblins might stem from their recent activities in the vicinity, thus misattributing the blame. As the sun began its descent, Roman grasped the short sword. Formulating a plan, he resolved not to visit Master Jeffa today. Instead, he would take this weapon along with the goblin scalps and allow others to interpret the situation as they wished. He then proceeded toward the town. Before long, the stone walls of Rika town came into view. Following the wall, as he neared the entrance, he noticed the area was deserted. Swiftly, he retrieved a small wild boar and 5 bloodied goblin scalps from his spatial storage. Chapter 8. The Reward, Part 1. Oh, is that you, Roman? As he turned towards the entrance, the familiar guard at the town gate, Kosk, greeted him. My goodness, how did your clothes become torn? Roman glanced at the rip in his garment and replied, what a stroke of bad luck. While hunting in the forest today, I encountered a band of goblins. Oh, those wretched goblins. And a wild boar too. Roman chuckled, recalling the little boar that weighed around 30 pounds. He proudly pressed his hand against the short sword at his waist, boasting, fortunately, I possess some skill, and I managed to obtain this prize. Just a slice from its leg. Being a frequent visitor to the town, Roman was well acquainted with the local guard. Given that there were only 50 members in the entire squad, with Kosk being one of them, sharing a meal of meat was certainly beneficial for strengthening their camaraderie. Overjoyed, the guard Kosk exclaimed, Great, I'll take the hind leg then. Oh, by the way, where do I collect the bounty for the goblin scalp? As Roman prepared to cut off the hind leg for him, he wondered about the specific individual responsible for the bounty. He casually asked, who oversees the rewards? Then, in a conspiratorial whisper, he added, but it's best not to approach the squad leader. Roman silently lamented the typical behavior of the guards, but maintained his composed demeanor. He continued into the town, contemplating his dinner for the evening. However, just as he had taken a few steps, he suddenly heard someone call from behind, Wait a moment. Turning around, he recognized the squad leader of the guards, a tall man named Richard, who commanded one of the 4 smaller teams. Is there something you need? Roman asked, feeling innocent yet perplexed. Without responding, Richard's sharp gaze scrutinized Roman. He glanced at the wild boar before fixating on the short sword, finally asking, So you encountered goblins in the forest today and obtained this sword? Roman's spirits lifted as he recalled the Baron's announcement regarding goblin attacks. The Baron must have issued a bounty because the victim was either significant or connected to someone important. If the deceased held status, it was likely they wielded a fine weapon. Could this sword at his waist belong to the deceased? Yet, if a goblin had slain the individual, why would it not take the weapon? Goblins were known to covet iron or steel weapons and would never leave behind a valuable tool after committing murder. Roman found himself momentarily perplexed. However, if the victim had been killed by a wild beast, that seemed plausible. Beasts do not require weapons, and given the goblin activity nearby, the blame could easily be shifted. There might be twists in this tale, but it was no longer of concern to Roman. Indeed, he acknowledged that what Richard queried was entirely factual. As for any potential misunderstandings, he felt no inclination to clarify. He would let Richard interpret as he pleased. Then come with me. Richard instructed, and Roman reluctantly followed the squad leader. Before long, they arrived at a gravesite, situated behind the altar of the goddess. Once at the grave, after a brief walk, Roman spotted a solitary figure standing with his back to them. Please wait a moment, the squad leader signaled, then trotted off to converse respectfully with the figure. Roman glanced around, and before long, he saw Richard waving him over. Greetings, squad leader Corello, Roman said, unsure of how to address the man, uncertain of the proper etiquette. Neither his memories from Earth nor his experiences in the town had prepared him for matters of protocol. The man was a robust middle-aged figure. From afar, Roman could tell by the fit of his clothing that he was well-built, with a physique capable of supporting significant muscle. As he approached, Roman instinctively sensed the aura of a soldier emanating from him, one of iron will and resilience. His features were unremarkable, yet his eyes were sharp, though the crow's feet at the corners and the silver strands in his hair betrayed the passage of time. Unfamiliar with etiquette, Roman could see the man did not mind. He simply nodded, Let me see the sword. Roman quickly unsheathed it from his waist, intending to hand it directly to him. But the squad leader intercepted it midway and respectfully presented it to the man. The middle-aged man grasped the sword, allowing his fingers to glide along the spine to the tip. Roman lowered his head slightly in a gesture of respect, catching a glimpse of the gravestone. The stone was relatively clean, yet the inscription had faded with time. It read, "Uhtred died in the year of the Holy Era 3125. There were further details about the deceased's life inscribed below. Roman felt a surge of curiosity, struggling to comprehend the situation. He had initially speculated that this middle-aged man was squad leader Corello, a notable figure in the town, and that the goblin bounty was issued due to the death of his relative, now interred beneath the grave. However, upon closer inspection of the date on the gravestone, he realized it had been many years prior. Gazing down at the ground, Roman's thoughts wandered. But soon he heard squad leader Corello's voice. "You have avenged my family by slaying the goblins. Since you have obtained this sword, it belongs to you." "Oh, you are Roman, correct?" However, the family crest of the Fascini cannot remain on the hilt. Roman, momentarily distracted, caught the tail end of the directive, "You all may leave." He was subsequently taken away by the squad leader. After walking a short distance, Richard explained, "Squad leader Corello had a nephew who passed away recently. He was the last descendant of Uhtred. 14 years ago, Corello was still a soldier when Uhtred died protecting him during a battle against the orcs. Subsequently, Corello distinguished himself in later skirmishes, earning recognition and being elevated by the Baron to knighthood, hence becoming Sir Corello Fascini." Roman nodded silently, realizing that the grave belonged not to the victim but to the father of the victim. Corello was praying for his brother, lamenting that he had not adequately cared for his nephew. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the two exited the graveyard. Richard remarked, "The squad leader wishes for me to keep an eye on you. If you face any troubles, feel free to seek my assistance." Immediately, Roman thought of his debts, feeling a pang of regret. If only he had directly approached Sir Corello earlier, perhaps Corello would have arranged for his men to settle the matter. Yet now, although he had received Richard's promise of assistance, 100 silver coins would not be a trivial sum for Richard either. There was no justification for him to settle it on Roman's behalf. For Richard, the help he could provide would likely pertain to military connections or valuable information. Nevertheless, Roman decided to be forthright. "Well, I do have some troubles." Roman replied, "Due to my desire to become a druid, I have accumulated a considerable debt." He sighed, casting his gaze downwards as he absently kicked a pebble in front of his home. "Currently, it totals 100 silver coins. I cannot assist with that," Richard said, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. No, debts must be repaid," Roman insisted, noticing Richard's reluctance to comply. He quickly waved his hands, indicating a misunderstanding, and modified his request. "In fact, I have a plan to gather some goods in the forest to earn money for repayment, but I feel my capabilities are insufficient." "Thus, you intend to seek someone to learn a few skills?" Richard inquired, recognizing this as a rather typical notion. Roman nodded eagerly. Generally, when requesting assistance, if the other party is unable to comply, a sense of guilt often arises, leading to the subsequent request for help having a greater chance of success. This is quite a trivial matter. Richard pondered for a moment before casually responding, "In the future, you may come to the barracks to learn some skills of the warriors, free of charge. Moreover, if you provide me with the goblin scalps, I shall assist you in obtaining an adventurer's certificate, which will enable you to retrieve your funds." Without hesitation, Richard observed the individual preparing to use a dagger and swiftly unsheathed his sword, effortlessly severing a wild boar's leg with a single stroke. He lifted it with a hearty laugh and collected 4 bloody goblin scalps before turning to leave. "Ah, young Roman, I have heard of your exploits. You are indeed a fine lad worthy of celebration." Upon entering the tavern, one of the patrons, Bogo, the only member of the mercenary group in town, exclaimed in a boisterous tone, "Let us raise a toast to our beloved Roman." He took a hearty gulp of beer as he spoke. The surrounding mercenaries expressed their astonishment and, upon learning that Roman had slain 5 goblins and captured a small wild boar, regarded him with newfound respect. Only Mrs. Moat stood agape in surprise. "It is indeed a reason to toast. Here, I shall provide you with a pint of beer," declared Captain Highwavy of the mercenary group. After Roman finished his beer, he heard Highwavy continue, "In that case, let us keep this small wild boar. I shall give you 5 silver coins for it. The 2 hind legs are for my friend. The rest you may take." Roman contemplated before responding, "Very well, then, Mrs. Moat, please assist us in roasting it." Chapter 9, The Bounty, Part 2. Beneath the resplendent night sky, on a vacant lot in a quaint town, a bonfire blazed brightly. In life's journey, one inevitably encounters a few cherished friends. With this in mind, Roman invited his companions, Pfeiffer and Nick, to partake in the fruits of his hunt. The trio formed a circle around the flickering fire, its radiant flames dancing unpredictably in the breeze. Roman, gripping a wooden stick, vigilantly monitored the flames, which enveloped 2 roasted pig legs. He deftly turned and adjusted their position, meticulously controlling the heat. As the fire crackled, the meat emitted a chorus of sizzling sounds, the fat beneath the skin bursting under the intense heat, releasing an enticing aroma that wafted through the air. Roman, what inspired you to think of us today? Pfeiffer gazed intently at the barbecue in Roman's hand. He was a close friend of Roman's, but their connection had waned lately, as Roman had been preoccupied with his druidic training, leaving little room for personal ties. Their encounters had become mere formalities. Pfeiffer's family had once served the Lord as soldiers, enjoying a period of prosperity, but they had fallen on hard times after failing to survive the relentless battles. Their household was no longer affluent, and having endured hunger in his youth, Pfeiffer was now a lean figure who harbored a profound love for meat. Despite his gaunt appearance, he possessed remarkable agility and strength. I didn't expect to see you, Roman shrugged, raising the other hand holding the roasted pig, feigning innocence. I meant to invite you as soon as I caught something. Yet you claim to have been thinking of your old friends all along, Nick chimed in, feigning sorrow. Pfeiffer and I have been trying to find you, but we had no idea where you were hiding. I wasn't avoiding you, Roman replied, a hint of embarrassment creeping in as he lowered his gaze to the fire, mumbling. I was just busy with my druid training. In his youth, Roman had been particularly concerned with his image, often daydreaming of returning to his friends adorned in glory. Relishing in their admiration, he was ever mindful of how he presented himself to them, hoping to reconnect after achieving mastery as a druid. So, are you no longer pursuing druidhood? Nick inquired, puzzled. Not that I'm not. Roman laughed heartily to mask his discomfort. Then why the change? Pfeiffer's curiosity was piqued. Alas. Roman sighed deeply, his expression betraying a sense of helplessness. I must first consider my livelihood. Pfeiffer and Nick exchanged glances, a tinge of awkwardness settling in. Though they were of similar age, mere teenagers, they did not share Roman's circumstance of being orphaned and reliant solely on himself. An uneasy silence enveloped the trio. The town beneath the starlit sky fell quiet, save for the intermittent crackles of the roasting pig. After a prolonged pause, Roman lifted the stick to inspect the pig legs, their golden skin appearing delectably crispy and enticing. He carefully cut a small incision, releasing a waft of steam, revealing tender meat devoid of charred blemishes. How fragrant! The 3 of them inhaled deeply, their faces illuminated with joy, sighing in unison. It's ready to eat. Let us divide it, Roman declared. Noticing the meat was finally cooked to perfection, they eagerly shared the feast, indulging in the savory morsels. So, what are your plans? Roman asked between bites, contemplating the prospect of relying on parental support for a lifetime. Well, if I could enlist as a soldier, that would be splendid, Pfeiffer responded, meticulously savoring his meal without lifting his gaze. I have a short bow at home, and I've learned some combat techniques. Nick, using a small knife to pick at his meat, added, I have no desire to be a soldier, but becoming a merchant would be ideal. Then let us embark on an adventure together, Roman said, eating slowly while lost in thought. He understood Pfeiffer's true aspiration was to become a knight, while Nick yearned to be a prosperous merchant. Adventuring could be perilous, without any guarantees, Pfeiffer mused. I would prefer to wait until the Baron calls for recruits. In that case, Pfeiffer, you ought to join me in the adventure. Roman laughed heartily, tossing a piece of meat into his mouth. Ouch, that's hot. What do you think are the benefits of the Lord issuing bounties? Perhaps it is more cost-effective. After all, maintaining a soldier is quite an expense, Pfeiffer replied, familiar with the notion of enlisting. It also allows for the selection of true warriors. Roman continued chewing. If I complete the Lord's bounty and receive the reward, surely there will be records of my deeds. He took another bite. Those who dare venture into the wild naturally possess the courage to fight. And if they succeed and earn rewards, it attests to their wisdom and strength. Indeed, when the Lord seeks to expand his army, Nick interjected, having finished his portion, he will certainly choose those who are brave enough to risk and fight. He licked his fingers, adding, moreover, our families have a respectable standing. Pfeiffer initially intended to mention that families like theirs dwelled in the town, hence they must fight to protect it, but he swallowed the words, recalling that no one knew of Roman's parents. What shall we hunt? Nick asked, intrigued. Let us venture into the forest to hunt goblins, collect their scalps for the bounty. Roman proposed, then turned to Pfeiffer. We can also hunt for game and sell the pelts directly to Aunt Jenna's tailor's shop. As for the meat, we can keep some for ourselves and sell the rest. The forest? It's quite dangerous there. Nick hesitated. One could easily fall prey to ambush. Fear not. I'm a druid, Roman asserted, dismissing the notion of being merely an apprentice. I am well acquainted with the forest, just as I know the lines on my palm. Roman's declaration stemmed from his understanding of the land, though his companions remained oblivious to this insight. Very well, if I wish to be a warrior, I must hunt in the forest. Teaming up will allow us to look out for one another, Pfeiffer finally conceded. Then count me in, with both companions expressing interest. Nick nodded in agreement. What do you need to prepare? Roman inquired, his heart swelling with joy. I don't need much. I have a bow at home. And I've made some arrows. I just need to buy a few iron tips, Pfeiffer calculated. I can be ready in a night. I'll need to prepare a bit more. It will take me 2 or 3 days, Nick replied. The three then commenced discussions about shared supplies and coordination, swiftly dividing responsibilities. If only we could have meat every day, Nick exclaimed after finishing his meal, wiping the grease from his lips in awe. Indeed, having meat is certainly better than gnawing on stale bread, Pfeiffer chuckled, licking his lips clean. Roman, your cooking is truly commendable. Then, if we manage to hunt game, I will handle the preparations, Roman stated. The night had darkened, leaving the town desolate. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself before the altar of the earth goddess. Gazing upon the stone altar, adorned with vibrant hues that spoke of ancient times, he stepped forward. Atop the high platform stood an effigy, that of the earth goddess, Isidis. On the wall, reliefs depicting bulls and trees adorned the surface, while the statue of the goddess was not freestanding, but carved from marble. Measuring merely 3 feet atop the altar, she wore a crown of blossoms and donned a green gown, her beauty captivating, with the gentle curves of femininity subtly discernible. Exuding an undeniable charm, though her eyes sparkled with profound expression. In times past, Roman would habitually come here to pray, especially after aspiring to become a druid. Previously, during his leisure, he often engaged in assisting the temple's cleaning, which granted him the privilege to read the voluminous sacred text of the goddess of agriculture. It was this devoutness that caught the attention of Eleni, who greatly admired his dedication amidst the mundane existence of most townsfolk. She would often spend entire evenings teaching him literacy after the prayers, permitting him unrestricted access to the temple of the agricultural goddess, including the garden at the rear. As a sanctuary dedicated to the goddess of agriculture, it was typically equipped with granaries and an impressive garden. The granary served as the temple's repository for grain supplies, while the garden was where priests instructed others on the proper cultivation of plants, identifying the characteristics of plant and animal ailments, and locating herbs. Thus, it contained not only everyday crops but also a plethora of medicinal plants. More importantly, the temple boasted a wealth of literature that was a luxury reserved solely for clergy and nobility, a treasure trove unimaginable to the common folk. The moon illuminated the temple, which stood silent and deserted. Moonlight poured through the stained glass windows, casting a resplendent yet mysterious glow. Within the temple, countless green lights flickered, manifestations of natural power that belonged exclusively to the goddess. Only when druids expressed their faith in her could they receive her blessings. Roman silently assumed a posture of prayer, as he had always done after completing his work at night. He felt compelled to maintain this ritual. As he exited the prayer hall, a shiver ran through him. Ah, it is cold, child. You are dressed too lightly, a voice remarked. In such conditions, you still come to pray to the goddess? It is merely my desire to share my heartfelt thoughts with the goddess, Roman humbly replied. Seeing that he had no further words, he took his leave and departed. Chapter 10, The Barracks, Part 1. Roman, Pfeiffer, and Nick had originally planned to embark on an adventure together in 3 days. However, due to Nick's unexpected delays, the plan was postponed. Recognizing the necessity of preparation, Roman decided to procure weapons the following day. The town was quite small, and he arrived at the blacksmith's shop within 5 minutes. Upon reaching the entrance, Roman spotted a youth with a glance. Rolake, he called out, waving his hand. The bruised and battered Rolake hesitated briefly before approaching. Roman, you seem to be doing well. Although he attempted to maintain a composed demeanor, a palpable jealousy permeated his tone and gaze. Roman smiled in silence. In his memories, Rolake was once considered a friend, their resemblance evident in both expression and treatment. At 15, Rolake was the son of Old Weir, the town's blacksmith. He appeared frail and delicate, with a handsome yet pallid visage and deep, shadowy eyes. If dressed in finer clothing, he might resemble someone raised among the nobility rather than a mere townsman. It was clear that Rolake's slender build did not suit the profession of a blacksmith. In the past, Roman had not perceived this, but now, through the lens of his memories, he understood much more. Old Weir harbored a natural disdain for his son, viewing him not only as a burden but also resenting his own brutishness and illiteracy in contrast to his son's innate elegance and gentle demeanor. This resentment manifested as a raw jealousy, a reflection of the oppression he faced in life, which he unconsciously vented upon Rolake. Previously, Roman shared similar traits, and thus, both had been subject to bullying from their peers. Now, having become an apprentice druid, Roman sensed that even Rolake, a friend, could not escape the shadows of jealousy and discontent. Rolake, Roman said with a smile, I saw a few introductory books on magic at the temple. If I managed to secure a position there, I could lend them to you. Would you be interested in reading them? Rolake was momentarily taken aback, hesitating before responding, yes. He possessed a remarkable memory, capable of reciting any book he had read just once, an intellectual gift that even among mages was considered exceptional. Yet, such talent, when nurtured in unsuitable soil, often led to suffering and disappointment. Rolake had read several books and dreamt of becoming a noble, imagining the beautiful daughters of the aristocracy vying for his attention. However, this dream only intensified his anguish. Without opportunity, even the greatest gifts could wither away, fading more swiftly than ordinary flowers. Druids also engaged in martial training, albeit as a secondary pursuit. Rolake agreed and led the way, arriving shortly at a shop front. Inside, a cacophony of clanging and clattering filled the air. Rolake, out playing again? As he reached the threshold, a sharp slap met him, adding 5 more handprints to his already bruised face. If only you had half the worth of your brother. Roman keenly observed Old Weir's eldest son, who bore a striking resemblance to his father, grinning with satisfaction amidst the chaos. After a moment, the old blacksmith noticed Roman and greeted him with a warm smile. Ah, young Roman, come in and sit for a while. Roman felt a pang of nostalgia, recalling the times when the old blacksmith had struck his body in reprimand. Yet now, Weir's demeanor was filled with warmth, even a hint of obsequiousness. Uncle Weir, I wish to learn some martial skills from Captain Richard. I need to forge an iron sword. This is the model size he provided. He said that to study under him, I must first have a sword of my own, as the ones in the temple's armory are unsuitable for me, Roman explained with a smile. Indeed, druids were not well suited to metal armor, as it dulled their connection to nature. However, weapons were a different matter. Rare magical items that rivaled or surpassed metal in strength were treasured possessions. Few druids possessed such luxuries. If druids were prohibited from wielding metal weapons, they might as well surrender to hopelessness. Ah, is it Captain Richard's request? Rest assured, Old Weir, will craft it with utmost care. How many days do you require? What do you think, Uncle Weir? Roman replied. This is a slender sword. Not too long. Let me take a look, the blacksmith said, examining the design Roman provided. It resembled a long sword from his previous life, familiar from his collection. And after some modification, it appeared to fit the dimensions of this world's slender swords. Roman took the opportunity to observe the blacksmith shop with a discerning eye, noting that although he had seen it countless times before, this was the first time he regarded it as a mature customer. After a few moments of contemplation, he recognized that the weapons and tools displayed were not merely decorative, but practical and functional. Among the displayed items, he discerned that one sword, far from being a mere ornament, was a formidable weapon with a resilient blade and a chillingly sharp edge, evidence of its lethal potential. Roman understood that while the sword would not be a masterpiece nor a magical weapon, for him, its quality was more than satisfactory. After studying the design, the blacksmith exclaimed, "This sword is quite impressive. Did Captain Richard draw this for you?" Roman merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further, which only fueled the blacksmith's curiosity. Uncertain of Roman's current status, he became increasingly cautious and attentive. "No problem. 3 days. Uncle Weir will have it ready for you. And how much will it cost?" Old Weir pondered for a moment, hesitating before cheerfully stating, "Oh, it's merely 30 silver coins." This indeed was a generous price, barely above cost. Roman smiled and readily agreed, suggesting that he would pay upon collection, a point Weir accepted, knowing Roman was newly initiated as a druid and lacked funds. After a pause, Roman added, "I also need a small knife for processing game, for tasks like skinning." He glanced around and inquired, "Uncle Weir, do you need firewood? Do you require any for your forge? How about this knife? I can part with it for 3 silver coins," Weir replied, presenting a few finished knives. "As for firewood, my son usually gathers it, but sometimes we run short, so we also purchase it, 10 bundles for 1 silver coin." Roman examined the knife, finding it iron-made and reasonably sharp. He paid for it and accepted the small blade, though the price for firewood caused him to frown, as it seemed rather unprofitable. Roman contemplated the potential benefits of utilizing spatial manipulation to transport firewood from the forest. After all, the physical limitations of an ordinary person were undeniable. However, employing spatial means could facilitate large-scale transactions of timber. Even if the profits were meager, they would accumulate to a commendable sum. Yet, a moment's reflection led him to dismiss the idea, recognizing that such an approach would likely draw the attention of the discerning, inevitably leading to a cascade of complications. Moreover, he remained uncertain about the potential adverse consequences of employing plant life in such a manner, for he aspired to become a proficient druid. The cost of logging and transporting timber was low, as were the returns, but given Roman's unique circumstances, the risks involved were considerably elevated. At present, he found himself in town, relishing a newfound freedom. As he ambled along, he quietly mused that the immediate priority was to acquire a plot of land suitable for constructing a wooden abode and establishing a medicinal garden. Although it was customary for the lord to bestow some form of reward, the majority of expenses would still fall upon him. Thus, the most pressing concern was to amass a sum of money. Upon arriving at the temple, he was greeted by its two custodians, none other than the servants of the divine, Priest Ternes and Miss Eleanor, who awaited him inside. Roman promptly bowed before them. "Ah, Roman, you have done splendidly. I am delighted to hear of your elevation to druid apprentice." Miss Eleanor exclaimed joyfully. "I shall inform my father so that he may reward you." "It is my honor, Miss Eleanor," Roman replied. "Indeed, Roman, do you have any plans?" Priest Ternes inquired with a glance. Managing the herb garden will indeed be arduous. He hesitated, acknowledging the challenge. Although the garden was situated within the temple grounds, it was not solely owned by the temple, but was a shared venture with Anson. Naturally, the addition of another participant would not be welcomed. Roman bowed once more, saying, "Priest Ternes, I am unafraid of hard work, and my sole desire is to learn from Mr. Anson. I intend to reside outside. Yet I am more than willing to serve the goddess and the church whenever necessary." "Very well, starting tomorrow. You may come to the temple to study under Anson and shall have the privilege of accessing the temple's library." Sensing Miss Eleanor's gaze, Priest Ternes hesitated briefly before finally articulating this allowance. "Yes, esteemed priest, I am profoundly grateful," Roman expressed, his heart brimming with joy as he bowed once more before taking his leave. "Wait, Roman, as a newly appointed druid, you will surely require funds. This is my gift to you." Miss Eleanor casually retrieved a small pouch and tossed it to him. Roman bowed deeply again, accepting the pouch and exiting the temple. Once outside, he opened the pouch to discover 20 silver coins within. With this newfound wealth, he could easily afford a sword. Reflecting on how he had spent 2 years accumulating a single silver coin, he marveled at the stark contrast in outcomes that his new identity and status afforded him. After a moment's contemplation, Roman resolved to head to the town's guard camp, where Captain Carrillo had instructed him to seek guidance. He could learn skills alongside Captain Richard at no cost, an opportunity too valuable to overlook. Furthermore, there was the prospect of earning 5 goblin skins as well. Chapter 11. The Military Camp, Part 2. The military camp lies to the west of the town, expansive enough to accommodate 500 individuals. However, at present, it houses only 50 soldiers, with a few family members scattered throughout. Upon reaching the entrance, Roman announced himself as per his agreement with Richard and, after a brief wait, was ushered inside. The camp featured its own watchtowers and fortified walls, yet the grounds appeared desolate, with merely a handful of off-duty soldiers practicing, one of whom was Squad Leader Richard. "Squad Leader Richard, I have arrived," Roman greeted him with a smile, striving to appear friendly. "Yes, the soldier has informed me of your arrival. Please, take a seat," Richard replied, momentarily pausing his sword practice. After a deep breath to steady himself from the exertion, he inquired, "What do you wish to learn?" "I aspire to learn everything but am uncertain which skills hold the greatest significance," Roman said, ruffling his hair and shrugging, adopting an expression of eager receptiveness to expert advice. "Let us engage in a sparring match first. I wish to assess your abilities," Richard suggested with a nod, then recalled. "Ah, your short sword is still at the blacksmith's. You should be able to retrieve it tomorrow. Allow me to fetch you a wooden sword, and we shall begin." "Indeed. One cannot train with a real sword," Roman replied casually, clenching his fists in excitement. Richard, nonchalant, turned to retrieve 2 wooden swords and handed one to Roman. "Also, here are your 25 silver coins, along with your adventurer's certificate." He tossed a jingling cloth pouch toward Roman. Roman accepted the wooden sword and the coin pouch, weighing it in his hand but unable to discern its contents. Just as he was about to open it, he suddenly felt the point of Richard's wooden sword at his throat, rendering him speechless. "You have already lost," Richard stated, unperturbed and maintaining his composure. "You." Roman stammered, his face flushed with frustration, the words on his lips barely forming a protest. "No, the match has begun," Richard countered, executing a graceful flourish with his sword before resuming his stance. "I mentioned I would fetch a wooden sword and then we would begin." You acknowledged that with an affirmative sound. Roman was momentarily at a loss for words, infuriated by Richard's cleverness. "What does that teach me?" "Lesson 1. Utilize your intellect during combat," Richard replied. As they clashed, Richard deftly deflected Roman's attack, skillfully bringing him to the ground. Roman fell face first, the pouch of silver coins pressing uncomfortably against his chest, almost causing him to vomit the mushroom soup he had consumed earlier. Richard chuckled, observing Roman on the ground. "Why did you attempt a sneak attack?" Roman pushed himself up, retreating a few steps before standing, one hand clutching his chest, the other wielding his sword. His expression a mixture of indignation and caution as he fixed his gaze on Richard. "Since no one called for a halt, the battle continues. How could that be deemed a sneak attack?" he retorted. "Well done. Your mind is still agile," Richard acknowledged with a faint smile. "It seems I underestimated you." Richard advanced swiftly, launching another attack with remarkable speed. In mere seconds, a sharp sound echoed as his wooden sword struck Roman's arm, rendering it numb and weak. Despite the pain in his right hand, Roman gritted his teeth and reached out with his left to catch the falling sword, only to have it slip from his grasp again as Richard struck his left arm as well. "Let us pause for now," Richard suggested, smiling. "Very well," Roman gasped, his chest heaving, a bitter smile crossing his face. Taking a deep breath to calm his frustration, he reluctantly nodded, conceding to the pause. "Then let us sit and converse," Richard said with a gentle smile. "Would you like to hear my assessment of you?" "Sure. I am open to your thoughts," Roman replied as he settled onto the ground, his arms hanging limply at his sides. "You possess an average physique, lacking in both stamina and explosive power. However, your coordination could use some honing," Richard remarked with a grin. "Apart from that, the only commendable trait is your mental agility. Most soldiers here do not possess such intellect, akin to those who barely manage to attain a second-tier bachelor's degree back on Earth. Improving physicality requires time and effort, and for you, enhancing your coordination should be a priority. However, if there is something that can be learned quickly, it would be combat strategy," Richard sighed, a hint of resignation in his tone. Roman listened silently, his arms gradually regaining strength. "Before we continue, share your thoughts with me," Richard prompted. "Well, when I attack, I first assess the distance between myself and the target, then calculate my current range of attack." Roman carefully articulated his reasoning, striving to present his thoughts clearly. "Indeed, you are on the right track. How do you determine your attack range?" Richard asked, curiosity evident on his face, holding the sword aloft with one hand. Roman felt the weight pressing down on his already weary arms, causing the blade to tremble slightly. "Without considering my footwork, my maximum range of attack is the combined length of my arm and the sword." He then crossed the sword over his chest. "The viable attack range, therefore, exists within this circle." "Quite astute. Today, I shall correct your sword posture," Richard responded, unfazed, and continued. "Now, let us discuss footwork." Roman practiced diligently, sweating in the training yard, and after a simple lunch delivered by a guard, he continued training until 2 o'clock in the afternoon before departing the military camp. After leaving the camp, Roman spent 10 silver coins to purchase some food. Although he still possessed some pre-packaged food from his previous supplies, it felt too precious to consume. He resolved to save it for dire circumstances, regarding the renewable peaches as inconsequential. He also acquired some strong liquor for sterilization, not for drinking, along with clean bandages and some hemostatic herbs, then assessed his dwindling finances. Upon returning to his room, he counted the remaining coins and pulled out his adventure certificate for inspection. This certificate was merely a temporary one, yet it bore a magical mark. Though simple, this mark ensured that most individuals could not forge it, and here, each completed task could be recorded at the Mercenary Guild. While the information contained in the magical mark was rudimentary, it sufficed to validate his experience and qualifications. Roman felt a surge of joy. This was the first time he had truly encountered a magical item in this world. After scrutinizing it for a moment, he placed it into his storage space. During the past week, Roman frequently sought the guidance of Richard. In fact, after just 2 days, Roman had already grasped the fundamental footwork and basic sword techniques. It is said that truly effective martial arts begin with the simplicity of basic actions such as slashes and thrusts. Having imparted this knowledge to Roman, Richard was reluctant to teach further, suggesting that Roman should first refine his skills through practice. In this solitary world, where strength is the only reliance, Roman diligently honed these basic abilities, recognizing that even low-level techniques hold their worth. Unbeknownst to him, time passed in this manner. Suddenly, a translucent information panel materialized before him, softly illuminated and floating within his field of vision, revealing a plethora of data. Name: Roman, Chin Pinji, race, human occupation, master of spatial first authority. Level 1 druid attributes, strength 10, 10, agility 15, 10, constitution 10, 10, intelligence 13, 10, perception 15, 10, charisma 15, 10, skill list. Permanent solidified detection light. Basic footwork level 1. Basic swordsmanship level 1. Although this week of training was brief, it resulted in the addition of 2 basic skills in his skill set and significantly transformed Roman's demeanor. Previously, he embodied the youthful exuberance typical of his age, complemented by the natural and harmonious essence cultivated through his affinity with nature as a druid. Now, with a touch of refinement, he exuded a newfound sense of composure. It is evident that the physical training not only reshapes the body but also fortifies the mind. During this week, not only had he consumed the previous flora, but he had also acquired a new herb known as bluegrass. This herb is highly useful and sought after, being an essential component in healing potions, albeit more expensive than other herbs. At this juncture, Roman could openly request a batch of seeds from Anson, sowing them across the newly emerged acre of land. Although October is not typically a time for planting such seeds, it posed no issue within the confines of his spatial domain. Strictly speaking, bluegrass has a growth cycle of 3 months, and within the spatial realm, it flourishes in 4 seasons a year. With optimal growth conditions, free from pests and disease, the yield would undoubtedly be of superior quality, even without spatial enhancements. Thus, with an expected yield of 300 kilograms of dry grass per acre, over the course of 4 seasons, Roman could anticipate a total of 1,500 kilograms. Given that the market price is 1 silver coin per kilogram, this figure is astonishing. The mere thought of it filled Roman with immense satisfaction. It seemed that a period of happiness in this world was on the horizon. While he observed the seeds sprouting and growing daily, Pfeiffer and Nick, through arduous negotiations, finally persuaded their families, obtaining permission and preparing for their expedition into the forest to gather wild resources. Chapter 12. The Prey, Part 1. The weather at this time was still mild. Roman, Pfaffel, and Nick set out together, with Nick carrying a large backpack that contained most of their supplies. Roman dressed lightly, wielding his short sword to scout ahead, while Pfaffel, equipped with a short bow and a quiver at his waist, remained vigilant against potential attacks from other directions. After walking for some time, Roman suddenly halted and gestured for his companions to stop. Pfaffel removed his bow from his back and peered in the direction Roman was staring at. He then pointed to a nearby spot where several elk were drinking water. What good fortune, Roman thought, licking his finger to gauge the wind's direction. We are downwind. He silently mouthed to the other 2, then pointed at Nick's backpack and the ground, gesturing for him to carefully set it down before signaling to move forward. The 3 of them prepared themselves. It was still morning, with the sun lingering in the east. Roman glanced at Pfaffel not far to the east, drew his short sword, and waved it to catch the archer's attention. The opposing archer, noticing the glint of the sword, squinted, knocked an arrow, and swiftly launched an attack. Almost simultaneously, Roman and Nick threw their lasso. Hit! Pfaffel exclaimed softly, as the arrow whizzed through the foliage, grazing the skin of one elk. Both Nick and Roman ensnared the same elk by its antlers. They pulled the rope simultaneously, attempting to bring the prey down. Careful! Pfaffel suddenly shouted from a distance. The elk is charging at you. Nick, preoccupied with the ropes, did not hear clearly. Roman looked up just in time to see the elk's blood-red eyes. An unsettling sight for a herbivore. Nick, they have mutated, he bellowed. This forest was intricate, infused with peculiar energy. At times, it could drive certain creatures mad. Though their physical forms remained unchanged, they became exceedingly aggressive. Nick threw the rope down, drew his longsword, but was soon charged by the elk, which struck him squarely in the chest. Ouch, that hurts. Nick's sword fell from his grasp, and he called out, Roman, help me. Seizing the opportunity, Roman dashed forward from Nick's side, stabbing the elk in the abdomen, creating a small wound. The elk weakened immediately, and Nick felt the force of the impact lessen. He planted his feet firmly on the ground, gripping the elk's antlers tightly. Kill it. Roman exhaled forcefully, channeling his strength from the ground through his legs, waist, and back, culminating in a powerful thrust with his sword. The mutated elk let out a piercing howl, thrashing violently, its crimson eyes striking terror. Nick felt his grip on the antlers weaken, nearly losing his strength. As Roman and Nick struggled against the elk, another mutated elk charged toward them. Watch out, Fafel warned, releasing another arrow at the second elk. Nick heard Fafel's warning, but was too occupied with the dying elk to think of a defense. Roman abandoned his short sword, leaving it embedded in the first elk, rolled to evade the second elk's charge, and called out, Nick, use it as a shield, while picking up Nick's fallen longsword. Though Nick understood immediately, he was already pale and weak, barely able to use the dying elk's body to shield himself against the oncoming charge, feeling the immense force threatening to topple him. However, Fafel's arrow struck true, piercing the second elk's hind leg, causing it to stumble and fall. Roman, now muddy and grasping Nick's longsword, rose determinedly, targeting the second elk. With a calm gaze, he swung the sword, severing the major artery in its neck, blood gushing forth. With the tide of battle turned, Nick took a deep breath, feeling significantly better. Observing the resolute expression on his old friend's face stirred something within him. He realized that such fortitude was characteristic of a seasoned warrior forged through life and death trials. Can we rest for a moment? Nick asked, clutching his abdomen before erupting into a fit of harsh coughs. I need to. He collapsed onto the ground. I'll look after him, Fafel said, crouching to examine Nick's injury. Nick's leather armor had a small hole, evidently pierced by an antler, and a piece of iron had dented inward. Huh, you're fine. Fafel chuckled, reassuring Nick, it hasn't even broken the skin. After comforting Nick for a while, he could only manage a weak smile, drenched in sweat. What should we do with the supplies in our pack and the 2 elk carcasses? Fafel pondered, biting his lip. We can't just discard everything. True. The items in the pack are not very valuable. We can harvest the useful parts from the elk, Roman suggested. As for the meat, we can eat some of the better portions for lunch and discard the rest. Fafel, deep in thought and reluctant to part with the elk, glanced at Nick's pale face and conceded, all right. Among the 3, Nick had been responsible for carrying the heavy loads, but now he was injured. Very well. I'll handle the initial processing of the 2 elk, Roman declared, getting to work. Regardless, they needed to collect the hides first, dispose of the entrails, and prepare some for consumption. As noon approached, the sun climbed high and the temperature began to rise. Fafel remained alert to their surroundings while Roman managed a roasting rack and a pot of meat soup. The rack held the majority of 1 elk's carcass, while some edible entrails and meat simmered in the pot. The other elk was cleaned but set aside for later, awakened by the enticing aroma of food. Nick surprisingly showed no signs of requiring assistance. After a short nap, he seemed to have regained his strength, though Roman and Fafel were not experts. They rejoiced at Nick's recovery. However, their delay meant they had to spend the night outdoors, despite having provisions for camping. The 3 were limited in their capacity to carry supplies. Given Nick's injury, it was not ideal to linger in the wilderness any longer, yet circumstances dictated otherwise. As dusk descended, the night deepened. Due to Nick's condition, the trio had to endure another night under the stars. Upon returning, the delicious roasted meat was ready, and a small pot of soup with mushrooms was bubbling. In no time, the 3 began to eat. Roman and Fafel, weary from the day's exertions, devoured their portions heartily, oblivious to Nick's minimal intake and strained expression. Soon enough, they fell asleep, leaving the forest in silence. Roman sat quietly beside the campfire, resting his chin on his clean-shaven hand, gazing into the flames as he idly added more fuel to the fire. The flames crackled and popped, casting a warm glow in the darkness. Roman sat in silence, listening intently to the sounds around him. After all, human vision in the night pales in comparison to that of wild animals. Venturing out after dusk felt akin to seeking one's own torment. With nothing to occupy his mind, he observed his surroundings carefully. In the space nearby, seeds had already sprouted, striving for growth and appearing quite lush. Should he perhaps consider adding some fertilizer? Roman pondered. However, they had thrived without it before, hadn't they? Accompanied by the sound of crackling flames and the chirping of insects in the forest, time seemed to slip away like fine sand through his fingers. Unbeknownst to him, a considerable amount of time had passed without any unusual occurrences. Roman calculated the consumption of firewood and murmured to himself, yes, it must be about time. Rising to his feet, he took a few steps towards the tent and whispered to Nick, Nick, wake up, it's your turn. Nick, still bleary-eyed, yawned widely before donning his outerwear and stepping outside. The two exchanged shifts, and as Nick took over the watch, Roman gradually succumbed to sleep within the confines of the tent. Chapter 13. The Prey, Part 2. Roman. Roman. Wake up. Roman. In his dream, Roman felt something wet on his face, accompanied by gentle prodding. As he opened his eyes, he was startled to find himself face to face with a large black dog. Roman. You are awake, spoke a middle-aged man nearby, cloaked in green leaves. Accompanying him was not only the black dog, known as Little Black, but also a large white dog. Is that you, teacher? Roman thought he recognized the man. Is it Master Hayfa? Druid Hayfa had settled in this area a year prior, in a forest just outside the town. Roman had been learning the ways of the druid under his guidance, although he typically refrained from entering the town except for trading. I am indeed a druid, Hayfa North, the man replied nonchalantly, but I am not your teacher. Roman felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Beneath his garments, his body trembled faintly. Had his innermost secrets been uncovered? No, that could not be. He had not been questioned even within the goddess's temple. My only apprentice is Waylon Mochuri, the middle-aged man continued, as a beautiful young girl peeked out from behind him. Druid Hayfa gently caressed her hair. Then, what brings you here, Master Hayfa? Although Roman was not the same person he once was, the way he was addressed left him feeling rather disheartened. I saw a fire here and feared it might spark a forest fire, so I came to investigate, Hayfa stated. A fire? Is it the campfire lit by me and my two companions? Roman felt a wave of confusion wash over him as he looked at the druid. I had no choice but to light the fire to ward off wild beasts. He gestured animatedly, his voice rising in agitation as he grappled with conflicting thoughts about protecting nature and utilizing it, the two ideas intertwining chaotically in his mind. Moreover, my companions are right beside me, Roman added. They are watching the fire and will ensure it does not destroy the forest. He was about to continue when the latter part of his statement caught in his throat. Before him, Druid Hayfa's face began to blur, ultimately transforming into the rugged visage of Mr. Richard, weathered by time. Indeed, your companions are nearby, Mr. Richard said, his hand resting on the hilt of the sword at his waist. Roman looked around in alarm. Not only had Druid Hayfa morphed into the warrior Richard, but the surrounding wilderness had shifted into the town's training grounds. The young girl who had peeked from behind the druid was nowhere to be seen, and Richard stood alone with his sword. Our companions are with us. Richard slowly drew his sword, holding it level with Roman, asserting that nothing could be more reliable. Companions? Roman, brandishing his short sword, gazed intently at it. This is my ally, one I can depend on. Suddenly, he felt an odd sensation, and his emotion surged. However, his allies were not limited to his sword. There were also Fafer and Nick. Your companion Nick is gravely injured. He may die at any moment, Richard stated slowly. One of your companions is about to perish on your first adventure. Richard hesitated before adding, well, perhaps it is not death in its entirety, but rather the loss of his ability to care for himself. He shook his head slowly. But what difference does that make? He fixed his gaze on Roman's eyes. Tell me, who would still wish to accompany you on adventures in the wilderness? Even your companion Fafer, will he continue to stand by your side? Even if he remains, when might he meet his end? Esteemed Mr. Richard. Roman's heart surged with emotion. You are an exceptional warrior. Do you not believe in those who fight alongside you? I do believe, but they are all gone, Richard replied flatly. In 35 years of battle, I have lost too many brothers. A rare look of sorrow crossed his face. Only my sword remains as a companion. Roman, still in a daze, failed to grasp the absurdity of his situation. Of course, had he recognized the irrationality, it would not have appeared in his dream. No, I shall not succumb to this, Roman roared. I persuaded them to join me. Thus I will use my sword to aid them. Is that so? Richard swung his sword effortlessly, his seasoned technique swiftly bringing Roman to the ground. Richard's cold gaze loomed over the prostrate Roman. Get up. Roman rose, only to be struck down again. He stood, fell, rose, fell. This cycle repeated countless times. Get up. Enemy attack. Roman suddenly jolted awake. It was merely a dream. Roman felt slightly dazed, and just as he attempted to catch his breath, his eyes widened in horror at the sight of a spear. The spear had pierced through the tents of 3 people, embedding itself in the soil. The faint light of night illuminated the area. We are under attack. Panic gripped Roman's heart as he hurriedly reached for his sword. With a push of his hands, he sprang out of the tent, rolling onto the ground before regaining his feet. Many goblins. Under the glow of the campfire, Roman neglected to brush the dust off himself, squinting to see better in the darkness as his gaze darted from side to side. Pfeiffer held a pot lid as a shield in one hand and, with the other, pulled a spear from the ground, its tip pointed downwards. "They set their sights on us," he exclaimed, inspecting the spear. "Huh, the tip is surprisingly intact." He had intended to use it as a club. The goblin spears clearly were not of fine quality. If they were designed in such a manner, they would become unusable after a single throw. Otherwise, wouldn't it be akin to gifting weapons to the enemy? 1, 2, 3. Roman counted the number of foes by the firelight and starlight. Yet before he finished counting, he heard Nick's voice from behind. "Roman, over here, back to back." He quickly stepped back a few paces and collided with his two companions. A chill coursed through him. His mind, still foggy from the nightmare, began to clear, and the lingering fatigue was swiftly dispelled. Surrounded by foes, they needed to remain calm. If they failed to employ the correct strategy, they would easily be overwhelmed by attacks from all directions, whereas an ordinary human could only defend against one direction at a time. However, seasoned fighters could potentially break through encirclements by expending considerable stamina for heightened speed. As Roman surveyed the situation, Pfeiffer thrust the end of his spear into the campfire, flinging a few burning logs toward the enemy. "Break through here," Pfeiffer shouted. Then, gathering his strength, he charged ahead. Roman and Nick felt a sudden absence behind them. After a moment's hesitation, they awkwardly stepped toward Pfeiffer. Suddenly, several spears thudded into the ground where they had just stood. Many creatures feared fire, and evidently, goblins were no exception. Upon seeing the flying logs, they erupted into chaos. Roman and Nick seized a goblin as a human shield. The trio fought and retreated, breaking through the defensive line, but they did not think to counterattack immediately, instead fleeing further before finally stopping. "Rubik! Rubik!" The goblins trailing behind the three pursued for a while, but upon losing a few of their own, they ceased their chase, merely shouting incomprehensible words, seemingly celebrating a victory. "Ah, why are we heading this way?" Nick coughed, glancing curiously at Pfeiffer. They had hardly given it much thought moments ago. They couldn't simply stand still and endure blows. Pfeiffer shrugged his shoulders, suggesting they could always take a detour. "Indeed, both Roman and I had dozed off just now." Nick recalled their recent strategic retreat, a surge of irritation welling up within him. Why should they fear these creatures? His anger intensified. Those goblins were scarcely taller than a 15-year-old boy. Roman reached into his pocket and withdrew some hemp rope, deftly binding the goblin corpses to his arm, effectively creating a makeshift shield. He weighed it in his hands and chuckled. "It will suffice for now." Although hesitant at first, Roman reconsidered. After all, the three of them bore various stains of blood, and he doubted a little more would attract the attention of ravenous beasts. Following Nick's lead, Roman modified his makeshift shield while inquiring of Pfeiffer, "How many of them are there, exactly?" The three engaged in casual conversation for a while, naturally aware that Pfeiffer had been on watch duty earlier. Pfeiffer found the idea of using a flesh shield somewhat unsettling, yet he refrained from expressing any objections. "Well, at least more than 10. 20 is not out of the realm of possibility," Pfeiffer pondered, uncertain. He spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness, admitting, "We were all just flailing about in the dark. Who had the time to count their numbers?" Chapter 14. Treatment, Part 1. The trio had only just begun to regain their senses, realizing that since they had been attacked, the enemy's overall combat strength must be superior. Now, upon reflection, despite not having grasped the fundamental situation, a sense of gloom began to settle in their hearts. Typically, when ambushing a gathering of goblins, one must remain wary of traps. Probing with long weapons would be the wisest course of action. However, the three had only departed a few minutes ago, rendering such caution unnecessary. In this brief interval, the meager campfire they had established had already extinguished. Fortunately, they still possessed a few resources. Pfeiffer, with keen eyes, was unfazed by the absence of light, signaling to his companions. The three adventurers slowly approached, exchanging glances, before Roman began to count down silently. 3, 2, 1. Attack. Nick growled lowly, gripping his sword, and charged ahead. The goblins nearby, busy organizing their belongings, were taken aback, erupting into a cacophony of startled shouts. Upon recognizing Nick's appearance, terror washed over their faces. Clearly, although it was still night, goblins did not share the same nocturnal vision as humans, and thus, Nick's makeshift goblin shield frightened them considerably. Roman and Pfeiffer followed suit, weapons drawn. Before long, the area was devoid of standing goblins. "So weak," Nick lamented, evidently feeling that the weakness of the foes rendered their earlier retreat a stain upon his dignity. Roman, preoccupied with delivering fatal blows and scalping, paid him no heed. Pfeiffer chuckled, picking up several javelins from the ground, inquiring of Roman, "How many are lying about?" "Indeed, approximately a dozen, though a few likely fled." Roman replied after finishing off every goblin he could find. Weighing the small cloth pouch in his hand, which contained 8 bloodied scalps, he sighed, contemplating how grim the scene had become after the goblins were turned over. "My bow remains intact, yet I cannot find any arrows," Pfeiffer muttered as he rummaged through the collapsed tent, frowning. Although his bow was a short one, it was still unsuitable for a goblin-esque stature. The arrowheads were sharp iron, yet one could only wonder what depravity they might have endured at the hands of the goblins. What bad luck. "Perhaps our meat has been sullied." Nick squatted on the ground, his hulking form curling up in disappointment. "Not to worry. We can wash it and sell it to Aunt Hissa's inn," Pfeiffer remarked, followed by a sigh, lamenting the lack of a hearty meal. "Considering your appetite, how could you possibly eat more?" Roman retorted while searching through the goblin corpses. He discovered a cloth pouch filled with iron arrowheads and exclaimed, "Your arrows, Pfeiffer." Pfeiffer took a look, his brow furrowing. "Why have they all been broken off?" "Perhaps they intended to affix them to wooden shafts, crafting javelins," Roman shrugged. "Who knows what these little creatures think?" "We should not linger. It will be particularly dark before dawn." Roman calculated the time, estimating they would arrive just as the town commenced its morning activities. "I hope he has fallen asleep," Roman mused, puzzled. Pfeiffer approached and gently prodded Nick. Nick, who was crouched, suddenly slumped to the ground. Initially, all seemed well. However, within moments, the favorable situation took a drastic turn. After Nick collapsed again within the same day, even Pfeiffer and Roman, despite their limited perception, recognized that something was amiss with him. He sought justification. Nick was in dire straits. The sooner he received treatment, the better. "Yes, Roman, you know Master Haifa," Pfeiffer acknowledged, recognizing the druid's healing abilities. "Let us seek out Master Haifa." The two fashioned a makeshift stretcher and, under Roman's guidance, set off in search of the druid's cottage in the forest. Though druid Haifa had a residence in town, he preferred dwelling within the forest, immersed in nature. He might also reside near the goddess's altar to instruct new druids. Fortunately, Roman's luck held. They soon arrived near Haifa's cottage. It was a delightful place, surrounded by an environment that emanated a soothing natural aura. "Dak!" Roman exclaimed upon encountering the druid's wolf nearby. Turning to Pfeiffer, he said, "Dak is the master's beloved companion. If it is here, then my master must be as well." "Aha!" Pfeiffer replied with reluctance, his gaze fixed on Dak, who appeared quite imposing despite having a name that suggested gentleness. This was a large black dog, almost the size of a calf. Its short, glossy coat glistened, and the muscles beneath were well-defined, clearly well cared for. Most striking were its bright, expressive eyes that seemed almost conversational. "Pfeiffer, let us set the stretcher down for now," Roman suggested, crouching. Pfeiffer, with no alternative, mirrored his actions to prevent the injured comrade from tumbling off the stretcher. "Dak," Roman said, still crouched, "I wish to see my master. May I pass?" Though Roman's tone was calm, Pfeiffer perceived it as almost solemn, leaving him with a sudden headache. The druid's close connection with flora and fauna was indeed peculiar. Pfeiffer furrowed his brows, struggling to comprehend the current situation. He patiently observed as Roman interacted with the large black dog named Dak, feeling increasingly anxious and attempting to tend to his old friend on the stretcher to alleviate his own unease. "We may proceed," Roman finally announced after a considerable wait. In the presence of others, it was customary to announce one's arrival, but doing so through a large dog. Pfeiffer grimaced inwardly, feeling rather awkward. Silently, they continued, and after a while, Pfeiffer spotted a clearing within the dense forest. "How beautiful!" he marveled internally. "We are nearly there," Roman declared, finding solace in the thought that if they encountered any further attacks along the way, it would be disastrous. In the midst of the forest, trees stood sporadically, revealing a quaint wooden cottage ahead. A babbling brook flowed past the house, and morning light filtered through the dense canopy overhead, casting dappled patterns upon the ground. Pfeiffer discerned a figure before the cottage, blending into the mottled green backdrop, making identification challenging. The large dog, Dak, quickened its pace, bounding over the stream and settling at the feet of the druid. As they drew closer, they carefully laid down the stretcher. "Master," Roman said nervously, bowing deeply, embodying utmost respect. This was his first genuine encounter with the middle-aged druid. Until now, Roman had only gathered simple impressions from memory and had little information to draw upon. No, it seemed he had encountered him in ethereal dreams, albeit not pleasant ones, perhaps even nightmares. Yet, This was a dream, a figment of his imagination. Chapter 15, Treatment, Part 2. The middle-aged druid gave a slight nod to Roman and silently crouched down beside the injured man. His leafy cloak rustling softly as two little birds took flight from him. First, lift him into my hut, he instructed. After a moment of quiet examination, he addressed the two men. Upon hearing his words, their spirits soared. If they were to carry the man inside, it surely indicated a significant hope for healing. Roman and Fafel hastily lifted the stretcher and bore the injured individual into the hut. As soon as they placed him down, the druid waved them away, saying, "You two may step outside for now." Roman and Fafel exchanged glances, hesitant to defy his command, so they took their positions outside the hut. After a short while, Fafel could no longer contain his curiosity and leaned closer, cupping his hand over his mouth to whisper, "Roman, I was just about to ask. Do you understand the language of that big dog?" The large black dog, Dak, lay nearby on the grass, keeping watch outside. "What? Understand its language?" Roman, momentarily perplexed, turned to follow Fafel's gaze and suddenly realized, "No, of course not." "Then what were you doing when we arrived?" Fafel asked, momentarily bewildered. "Naturally, conversing with it," Roman replied, puzzled. "But if you cannot speak its language, how could you converse with it?" Fafel felt a sudden urge to wipe the sweat from his brow. "Yet it comprehends our language." Roman shrugged. Fafel, left speechless, fell into a contemplative silence. There are generally three modes of druids. Although Roman's lineage does not particularly emphasize communication with beasts and plants, he possesses a basic understanding of the matter. As time passed, seeing Fafel silent, Roman closed his eyes to rest. The trees in this area, while seemingly similar to those elsewhere, emanated a profound essence of vitality. This invigorating atmosphere filled Roman with comfort, making him feel as though he too was growing robustly alongside the flourishing nature around him. Unconsciously, he became entranced by this soothing sensation. Gradually, the natural ambience within the hut intensified. After a while, Roman slowly opened his eyes and gazed at the small dwelling. "It is indeed the divine magic of our druids," he explained lightly. Although he currently possessed no extraordinary abilities, he was, after all, a druid in training, harnessing the power of the nearby natural essence to achieve various goals, such as healing injuries at present. "Even from such a distance, with a wall between us, one can discern the nature of the divine magic?" Fafel inquired directly, not pondering further. "It must be a healing spell," Roman replied with a hint of resignation. "What else could it be? Brewing blueberries for breakfast?" "Haha," Fafel chuckled. With the prospect of healing for their companion, his spirits lifted considerably. With a creak, the wooden door of the hut swung open from within. "Let us enter," Roman called, stepping forward, with Fafel following suit, smiling. Upon entering the hut, they found Nick still resting on the wooden bed, seemingly asleep, while the middle-aged druid reclined in a nearby wicker chair. Approaching the bedside, they noticed Nick's complexion had improved significantly, no longer pallid but rather flushed. "Master, has he been healed?" Roman asked. "He is no longer in mortal danger," the druid affirmed with a nod. "Thank you, master." Fafel expressed his gratitude. "However, this young man's internal organs have sustained damage, his insides are injured, and a considerable amount of blood has entered his body. Although we have treated and repaired him, he should refrain from engaging in any strenuous physical activities in the future," the druid continued, suppressing a cough. "To completely eradicate the deeper wounds, it cannot be achieved with this single treatment." "Master, what do you mean by strenuous physical activities?" Roman's heart sank with a troubling premonition. Fafel perked up his ears in attentive concern. "Rapid running, intense battles, and even speaking too loudly." With each word spoken by the druid, their expressions grew graver. How could this be? Fafel's face paled, hands clutching his head in disbelief, murmuring, "Did not the master assure us he could fully heal him, leading us to bring him inside? Gods require no coin, yet churches and priests do. Divine magic is a manifestation of divine grace. If given freely, it appears trivial, failing to impart the essence of divine favor. Thus, for the sake of spreading faith or addressing the practical needs of the church and its ministers, there must always be a price. Though a druid's magic stems from nature, the influence of divine beings has long permeated this vocation, and druids cannot contravene the rules of the gods." Roman, being a druid himself, understood that, due to the relationship between master and apprentice, a single complementary treatment was already the limit. It would be impossible to frequently expend precious natural energy on Nick. Druids of levels 1 to 2 can heal minor wounds, Levels 3 to 4 possess no new healing spells. Levels 5 to 6 can treat light injuries. Jeffer, being a 5th level druid, possessed basic healing magic, thus implying that either multiple uses of the initial healing spells were necessary, or they would require the expertise of a druid of levels 9 to 10, who possessed intermediate healing spells. Faffel's expression darkened. This indicated that Nick might be rendered incapacitated, raising concerns about his future survival. After a moment's contemplation, Roman gritted his teeth and asked, "Master, if we rely solely on the current treatment, how many times would it take for a complete recovery?" "At least 10 times. Each costing 30 silver coins," the druid replied. Roman pondered, then resolutely stated, "In that case, please proceed with the treatment. I will cover the expenses." Faffel opened his mouth to protest, but his lips moved without sound. 300 silver coins equated to the total wealth of an average family in the town. Faffel's family could hardly afford such an amount, yet Roman shouldered the burden, leaving him with a staggering debt of 400 silver coins. Jeffer regarded him with a glimmer of surprise in his gaze, questioning, "You are already a druid?" "Indeed, look," Roman replied quietly, releasing a cascade of green light. "Oh, it is indeed the innate spell of a first-level druid, plant soothing. Plant soothing could aid injured plants in healing and growth or prompt seeds to germinate." As a 5th-level druid, Jeffer was well acquainted with this spell, being just shy of advancing to the 6th level. "Since you are now a druid, you will eventually be able to repay the 300 silver coins." Jeffer nodded in agreement, adding, however, "Let me make it clear, you can only owe for a maximum of 3 months. Is that acceptable? 3 months to repay 300 silver coins?" Roman hesitated but soon gritted his teeth and responded, "Very well. Then I can perform the treatment 3 times daily, completing it within 3 days." Jeffer declared, "Thank you, master." Faffel expressed his thanks, and as the druid prepared to cast a spell, the two stepped outside. They stood on slightly elevated ground, gazing out at the endless expanse of forest that stretched across the mountainous terrain. Even beneath the bright sunlight, it appeared a deep, shadowy green, a place most druids would hesitate to venture into. "Is there a connection? How about I introduce you to Captain Richard?" Roman suggested without further inquiry. "Haha. You are under Captain Corio's instructions to look out for me. It is he who has guided you, not your own merit. Nevertheless, it matters not. My family has served in the military for generations, and we still have connections within the ranks." Fafia laughed heartily as he spoke to Roman. Pausing momentarily before continuing in a disjointed manner, "Roman, I owe you much this time." Upon hearing this, Fafio nodded vigorously. Within the territory, the marketplace was divided into 2 categories, one comprised of workshops or artisan stalls exclusive to the lord, and the other consisting of establishments run by the freemen, which required permission. However, now that Roman had become a druid, this prerequisite would likely be waived. As the sun ascended higher in the sky, approaching noon, Fafiel proceeded to carve out the tenderest portions of the moose, for not only did Nick require nourishment, but even Heifa was not averse to meat. Druids do not eschew flesh. On the contrary, they uphold the principle of survival of the fittest as a natural law, adhering to the dictates of nature, and only refraining from hunting when their needs for sustenance are met. With 2 moose slung over his shoulders, Fafiel made his way toward the town. At that moment, a surge of natural energy emanated from the wooden house, signifying that Heifa was casting spells. Moments later, the task was completed within. Roman gently pushed open the wooden door, and before he could step inside, he heard Heifa's voice. "Today's portion is complete. I shall continue tomorrow." "Indeed, excellent venison, perfect for cooking." Chapter 16, Druid Spells, Part 1. In early winter, what herbs can still be harvested? As Druid Jeffa enjoyed roasted meat at noon, he cast a glance at Roman and remarked, "Indeed, there is still the 9-leaf clover, though it is quite rare to find it growing naturally in the forest. When gathering it, one must be cautious not to uproot it entirely, for if its roots are taken, it will not sprout again the following year. This is our duty as druids." The mention of the 9-leaf clover triggered a recollection in Roman. He remembered there being references to it in herbals. This precious herb, when combined with divine magic and ground into powder, could concoct a basic healing potion, suitable for bottling and carrying, with a shelf life of 3 months. Its culinary and medicinal value is quite high, especially for restoring vitality after injuries. While divine magic can heal wounds swiftly, it cannot compensate for the body's inherent deficiencies, thus making this herb highly coveted. Due to its efficacy, humans have flocked to gather it, leading to its gradual scarcity within human-controlled territories. In recent years, The Church of the Agricultural Goddess has attempted to cultivate it artificially. Roman, suppressing his thoughts, waited for Jeffa to finish eating before asking, "Could you take me to see it?" "Well, ordinarily, that would be prohibited. However, since you are now my disciple and have become a druid yourself, it is only fitting that you witness this. Come, let us go to the underground chamber." Jeffa did not hesitate, clearing away his bowl and chopsticks, closing the outer door, and ensuring they were alone before he opened a hidden door leading down to a basement. Upon seeing the enigmatic look on Jeffa's face, Roman instinctively felt a headache coming on. They stopped before a stone door. "Is this the place?" Roman scratched his head, perplexed about why he was brought here. He was also curious about how such a large underground space could be excavated, given that Jeffa was not alone. Jeffa gave him a mysterious smile, pressed a hand against an unknown spot, and a large stone slowly lifted to reveal a wide opening. Jeffa stepped inside first, since his companion was unwilling to elaborate. Roman felt it inappropriate to pry, and he followed with a sense of frustration. Upon entering, a wave of warmth enveloped him. The space was not as oppressive as he had imagined. Instead, it was filled with a refreshing fragrance. Roman stood agape at the sight before him, a 200-square-meter area divided into several layers of mud beds, each piled high with rich, fertile soil, and adorned with a variety of plants. At the center stood an altar, modest in appearance and carved with mysterious symbols, emanating a fresh aura of nature. Above, a crystal gleamed, casting sunlight throughout the chamber. "What is this?" Roman exclaimed. "Isn't this a greenhouse?" "Indeed, you are astonished, aren't you?" Jeffa chuckled, interpreting Roman's surprise as awe. "This is my closed natural greenhouse, designed specifically for cultivating rare plant seeds. Truly remarkable." Roman ran a hand through his hair, speechless. While he possessed the Shinon corner as his greenhouse, Jeffa had constructed an artificial one. After a few laps around the space, Roman's envy was palpable as he noticed the altar and inquired, "What is this? Is it the altar of that prince?" "Haha, you are mistaken. This is an ancient natural altar, one I obtained at level 5, Jeffa boasted, brushing his fingers over a ring. Roman noticed the ring. Seemingly ordinary with its leaf-patterned silver design, yet it radiated a brilliant white light that captivated his gaze. The ring seemed to possess a curious allure, and Jeffa, sensing his interest, instinctively concealed it. "What is that?" Roman asked awkwardly, gesturing towards the crystal atop the stone ceiling. "This is a sunlight crystal. If placed in sunlight for 3 days, it can illuminate for an entire day underground. With 4 of these crystals, we can rotate them to provide sufficient light for the entire closed natural greenhouse." Roman was left speechless. It was akin to a solar-powered light. Further in, a variety of plants flourished, including the 9-leaf clover, along with ninggrass, dew flower, stone mushroom, and rainbow tree, relatively rare species that left Roman awestruck, much to Jeffa's satisfaction. The tour of these herbs consumed an hour of Roman's time, and in a generous gesture, Jeffa gifted him a small pouch of 9-leaf clover seeds. Minutes later, they emerged from the underground chamber. Upon exiting, Roman glanced at his companion, who lay curled up on a wooden bed, covered with a wolf pelt, deeply asleep. His brow furrowed in concern. The battle from the previous night against a band of goblins had nearly resulted in their demise, exposing the trio's significant deficiencies in combat, both in strength and experience. Managing to defeat the goblins was a stroke of luck, and having druid healing was fortunate indeed. Currently, Nick was not in mortal danger, but remained in a deep slumber. They would have to wait for Jeffa to fully recover before attempting a complete healing. Although Jeffa seemed amiable at present, Roman knew that if debts were not settled within a month, the consequences could be dire. Unbeknownst to him, a tinge of worry began to surface. Seizing the moment, Roman sought Jeffa's guidance on druid spells. Perhaps in a good mood, Jeffa explained, "It is quite simple. A druid forms a heart of nature, and during meditation, by observing closely, you will discover numerous symbols within your heart of nature. Each symbol represents a natural spell, and by infusing it with power, you can manifest the spell." "Are there many symbols?" Roman inquired. "Indeed, the deeper your connection and understanding of nature, the more symbols you will acquire. Furthermore, each symbol can be replicated. By channeling power into a symbol, you can create a leaf, which represents the spell you can cast. Thus, you can simultaneously manifest several identical leaves, signifying your ability to cast multiple spells of the same type." The description was clear, and Roman understood he had grasped the fundamental intricacies of druidism. He excused himself from disturbing Master Jeffa's rest and ventured outside, wandering into a nearby grove. After walking a kilometer into the woods, Roman finally felt at ease enough to lie down in a clearing. First, he needed to tend to his space. Since the last upgrade, it had expanded to 2 acres. And among the 30 fruit trees, there were now gaps. Based on previous suggestions, it was no longer merely a matter of planting higher quality flora. Sufficient energy must be accumulated for further upgrades. The light orb within the space never dimmed, casting a soft glow upon the water's surface, where a few bees buzzed nearby. With the increased size of the space, water seemed somewhat lacking. Although the space generated water naturally, it was a slow process, insufficient compared to direct infusion. However, the water in this world was remarkably pure. Roman rose and followed the forest path until he discovered a spring nestled behind a large rock. A refreshing breeze wafting towards him. Approaching, he found a clear spring, its water flowing into a deep lake, accumulated over many years. He took a sip. The water invigorating and slightly sweet, clearly of excellent quality. Without a second thought, he disregarded the cold, shed his clothing, and submerged himself in the pool. Instantly shivering from the chill. The effect was evident. As the water reached the Shinnon corner imprint, it surged in response to his will. And from the perspective of the space, it began to rain. The downpour quickly filled the creek to 8/10 full, a sufficient amount. Roman jumped up, waiting for the wind to dry him before donning his clothes. After all, it was already October, and the water was indeed quite frigid. After completing matters related to the spatial realm, Roman commenced his meditation, adhering to the druidic techniques. Indeed, within his body, he discerned a flicker of green light. As he approached it, he discovered a core that bore a striking resemblance to the heart, with faint symbols emerging upon its surface, harboring a formidable power within. Following the meditation, he focused his mind and cautiously endeavored to connect with the green core. As he made contact, 7 or 8 symbols resonated with him. And in that instant, he comprehended the meanings they represented. The 0-level spells of the druid included hemostasis, flash, illumination, resistance enhancement, and blessing. The first-level spells comprised disguise, minor healing, elemental resistance, entanglement, dim vision, magic fong, sleep, and summon first-level monsters, along with plant soothing. Whenever Roman concentrated on a particular symbol, it would magnify, revealing its intricate contents in detail. After dedicating some time to examine each one, his heart brimmed with joy. The powers were indeed marvelous. Roman understood that in this world, no power is superfluous. Only fools fail to maximize its potential. Reflecting on his current circumstances, he decided to activate the hemostasis symbol first, drawing green energy from the heart. He infused it into the symbol, and in a moment, a small leaf sprouted in the void. Once the leaf fully formed, Roman noticed a slight depletion of the green vitality within the heart. After contemplation, he activated the minor healing symbol, undergoing the same process. The infusion of green energy produced a leaf that was noticeably larger than the previous one, consuming more of the green vitality. After careful consideration of the natural powers, he ultimately allocated 2 hemostasis leaves and 3 minor healing leaves, depleting all his natural energy, while the green heart began to slowly and automatically absorb more natural energy. At that moment, the space in the Shinnon corner stirred, and a wave of green vitality emerged from the imprint on his chest, infusing the green heart. Moments later, the heart was replenished, revitalized with vigor. Roman was overjoyed, eager to create more leaves. However, after just a single attempt, he felt a slight dizziness. After a moment of stillness, he realized that his mental capacity could not accommodate any additional power. Feeling a tinge of melancholy, he re-entered the Shinnon corner space. Upon entering, he sensed something amiss. Unable to immediately identify the issue, he pondered for a moment before realizing that many plants appeared slightly withered. Being an astute individual, Roman scrutinized the situation, contemplating thoughtfully before awakening to the passage of time. He noted that it was getting late. Estimating that the formation of the natural leaves had consumed about an hour, Roman, skilled in culinary arts, proceeded to prepare a meal. He scaled 2 fish, opening their bellies and cleaning them thoroughly. He utilized wine, vinegar, and chicken essence for flavor. The fish broth, however, was prepared using spatial water, which, while not overly potent, possessed natural properties to eliminate fishy odors. Before long, the broth emanated an enticing aroma. Lifting the pot lid revealed a creamy, steaming soup that appeared utterly irresistible. Chapter 17. Druid Spells, Part 2. He scrutinized the concoction before him, extracting a wooden spoon to serve himself a modest portion. After savoring a sip, his spirits lifted, and he exclaimed in praise, "This is quite good." Roman, remaining silent, also took a spoon and sampled the broth. He found it rather ordinary, albeit pleasantly fresh. attributing the flavor to the seasoning rather than any inherent quality. The fishy scent was absent, likely due to the effects of the wine. Nevertheless, it seemed commendable enough for the inhabitants of this world. He ladled some fish soup into a bowl and offered it to the newly awakened Nick, who gratefully accepted it, as though he had never tasted such exquisite fish soup before. With a hearty appetite, he quickly consumed every last drop. After finishing, Heifa sat comfortably on a wooden stool, closely observing the young lad. Earlier, he had been preoccupied and had failed to take a proper measure of Roman. Now, however, the boy's green aura was unmistakable, a faint green core surrounded by a delicate shield of natural energy. This was a quintessential sign of a first-level druid, evoking a sense of surprise and a hint of envy in Heifa. He himself had only become a druid at the age of 23. After enduring a life of hardship and peril, facing bandits and beasts alike. Yet this boy had achieved the status at merely 15. Entering this path now opened up a promising future for him. Thoughts of envy swirling in his mind, Heifa managed to smile and inquired, "Now that you have become a druid, what are your plans?" Roman pondered for a moment before responding. "I wish to learn from Master Heifa and also open a small shop in town to sell herbs and healing potions." This was a perfectly reasonable aspiration, and Heifa nodded approvingly. "That sounds excellent. Although you are already a druid, there is still much for you to learn. Come to my place for a day each week. Opening a small shop in town is a fine idea as well. Let me write a letter of recommendation to the Lord. It will facilitate things for you." Roman expressed his deep gratitude and stood to say, "Thank you, Master." Heifa then penned a letter, emphasizing that Roman was his disciple and expressing his intent to open a shop, concluding with a few gentle recommendations. Roman glanced at it and accepted it with appreciation. While not the most astute individual, Roman had spent 25 years navigating a modern urban life, thus possessing a fair share of worldly knowledge, particularly regarding the competitive landscape of employment. In this world, the master-disciple relationship held lesser significance than in ancient China. Expressing his gratitude, Roman took his leave and descended the hill, emerging onto the main road where he unexpectedly encountered a merchant caravan. The caravan consisted of around 10 individuals and 3 carts laboriously traversing the stony path. A middle-aged man was mounted on a horse. As Roman approached, 2 individuals at the rear grew alert, gripping their sword hilts, but relaxed somewhat upon realizing he was merely a boy. "Mr. Barnell, are you visiting the town?" Roman greeted him first. "Oh, it's young Roman. What brings you here?" The middle-aged man scrutinized him, managing to recall the boy's face. Upon recognizing him, the 2 guards loosened their stances. Barnell visited the town monthly, and given the size of his caravan, he could only travel along the main road. Roads connected to various towns and cities, often patrolled by watch teams, mercenary groups, and military forces to ensure safe passage. Generally, bandits would refrain from attacking these routes, as doing so would invite dire consequences. However, more remote paths were often infested with brigands of various sizes and races, making security far less assured. "Ah, you've become a druid?" Barnell's previously indifferent demeanor brightened, his tone and expression growing warmer. He scrutinized the boy anew. Roman, with his short hair and striking features, appeared much older than his 15 or 16 years, exuding an air of maturity. Although druids were not held in the same esteem as priests and mages, and faced some discrimination, they still ranked above warriors due to their command of nature spells. Magic equates to power. Of course. I'll take you under my wing. You won't regret it," Barnell proclaimed with a merchant's hearty laugh, patting his chest resoundingly. As they walked, they made their way to Rika town before sunset. This small settlement lay at the edge of the ocean in a dense forest, with a river meandering through it, providing fresh water that extended to the distant sea. Just 500 meters from the town, the forest stood thick and lush. From afar, wisps of smoke were visible, rising gently into the sky, indicating that dinner was being prepared. Barnell exhaled, his taut nerves finally easing. While safety was assured on the main road, vigilance remained essential. Now he could rest easy, ready to conduct business the following day. Rika town had soldiers, and they recognized the group from a distance. A brief inspection sufficed for passage. With time still on their side, Barnell headed directly to the Mod Inn, while Roman made his way to the Temple of the Earth Goddess, hoping to enlist the help of Miss Eleni before meeting the Lord. However, as he arrived at the entrance, a grand carriage caught his attention. Though modest in appearance, the vehicle bore a golden emblem atop, indicating noble or ecclesiastical ownership. The wheels and sides were caked in thick mud, suggesting it had endured a long journey. Roman quickly stepped aside to give way. A voice from the carriage called out, "Is this the Temple of the Earth Goddess?" Peering out was an elderly gentleman. "Indeed, sir. This is the temple of the earth goddess," Roman replied respectfully. The old man nodded slightly, but the carriage did not halt. A golden object dropped from it, clinking crisply against the cobblestones. The carriage continued on its way. "Master Ankas, is there something amiss?" A feminine voice inquired. "Nothing of consequence, Miss Priya. Since we are near the temple of the earth goddess, it should serve as a suitable place to tend to wounds. We shall send someone to contact this temple shortly." The mage named Ankas replied. "Oh, and who was that young lad we passed?" "Just a novice druid," Ankas replied somewhat absently. "Very well. Let us rest here before heading to the troll forest. This matter is of utmost importance. We must act swiftly, for I doubt we can maintain secrecy for long." With that, the carriage moved on. Roman, at that moment, picked up the object that had fallen, a gold coin, gleaming brightly and worth 10 silver pieces. In high spirits, Roman entered the temple. Finding no one he sought in the outer hall, he traversed the temple garden, which, though lacking in exotic flowers, flourished with a multitude of herbs like horned flowers, moonlit grass, and bluegrass, all utilized for healing and nurturing the body. "Good day, Mr. Anson," he greeted as an elderly man emerged from a nearby building. Anson, the herbalist and steward of this medicinal garden, was beloved by the townsfolk and local farmers. As the costly divine healing was quick and effective, but still couldn't outshine the affordability of herbs. Having served as an herbalist for 30 years, Anson was highly regarded in the community. "Ah, young Roman," he exclaimed, recognizing the boy. "What brings you here today?" As the last rays of sunlight streamed through the temple windows, casting a golden hue upon everything, Roman felt a sense of peace envelop him. Surrounding the temple is a vibrant flower bed, an eternal spring where blossoms flourish even in the heart of winter, a manifestation of the temple's power. The flowers bloom with an extraordinary brilliance, and the verdant leaves exude an unparalleled lushness. "I am seeking Miss Eleni. Mr. Anson, do you happen to know her whereabouts?" "What business do you have with Miss Eleni?" a feminine voice inquired, as a woman emerged from behind. "Madame Saline." Roman bowed slightly. The housekeeper, Madame Saline, appeared to be in her 30s, adorned in a blue dress. "I have a letter from Master Haifa, and would like to entrust it to Miss Eleni for delivery to the Lord," Roman stated. However, before Madame Saline could respond, Miss Eleni appeared from behind. "What is it?" she asked. "Oh, Miss Eleni, I wish to meet the Lord but am uncertain of the proper means. Could you assist me?" Roman produced the letter, which Miss Eleni took with ease. Upon opening it, her face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "Oh my! Our little Roman has become a druid. What a delightful surprise. Madame Saline, please arrange dinner for today, as little Roman is now eligible to dine with us. As for an introduction to the Lord, that is no issue, he is my father." "Ah." Roman was taken aback. He had not realized that Miss Eleni was the daughter of the local lord. While this revelation may not have been a secret, it was certainly beyond his prior knowledge. Miss Eleni possessed a gentle charm, and time spent in her company seemed to pass swiftly and comfortably, far removed from the image he had formed of an aristocratic lady. At that moment, Priest Ternes approached from behind, his face brightening upon seeing her, though he cast a subtle look of disdain at Roman. "Miss Eleni, what has brought you such joy?" he inquired. "Priest Ternes, Roman has officially become a druid, a cause for celebration. I shall introduce him to my father tomorrow, and I am certain he will be pleased," Miss Eleni replied, placing the letter aside with a smile. Upon hearing this, the once cheerful expression of Priest Ternes darkened abruptly. Chapter 18, A Small Feast, Part 1. As a druid, Roman would officially obtain the documents of a free citizen. His status now roughly equivalent to that of a common knight, enjoying relative equality with priests and mages, naturally qualifying him to partake in the evening banquet. Previously, despite Miss Eleni's affection, Roman had been unable to attend such gatherings. Upon entering the dining hall, he observed a long table at the center adorned with 2 candelabras crafted from bronze, their candles now aglow. Madame Saline hurriedly arranged the seating, with Priest Ternes occupying the head of the table, followed closely by Miss Eleni. Next were the temple guard Captain Baca, the apothecary Anson, and Madame Saline, with Roman now added to their ranks. Once everyone was seated, the temple servants presented the meal. Due to a lack of preparation, the main course consisted of plain white bread, accompanied by an assortment of jams, butter, and cheese for generous spreading. The soup was a hearty stew of carrots, potatoes, onions, and chunks of meat. "Let us give thanks to the goddess for this sustenance," was murmured, and after a brief expression of gratitude, all began to eat. Though simple, The fare was sufficient to meet the basic nutritional needs of a body. Roman, do you know the story behind this soup? Miss Ailini inquired. I do not, Roman replied, recognizing that winning Miss Ailini's favor was indeed a fortunate development. However, he could not ignore the somber expression on Priest Terni's face, which made Roman acutely aware of his thoughts. Priest Ternis, having become a priest at the age of 19 and served in the temple for a decade, had attained the 4th level of priesthood, not a rapid ascent. At 29, he remained unmarried, reportedly having pursued the eldest daughter of Baron Rochus and subsequently Miss Ailini. In this world, the priesthood was not hereditary. Though they enjoyed privileges akin to those of the nobility, they could not bequeath their status, which was reserved for the aristocracy. Thus, it was not difficult to understand the peculiar glances he received, filled with unspoken sentiments. While Roman wished to avoid offending Priest Ternis, he was not so intimidated as to remain silent. Long ago, during the invasion of the Ruya kingdom, the strategic city of Dunshaw was besieged by enemy forces. The young queen, Wybri Shamd, only 13 at the time, sent a royal griffin with a message urging the city's defenders to hold fast until reinforcements arrived. After 6 months of steadfast defense, with food dwindling, torrential rains surged the rivers, allowing the kingdom's fleet to reach the city's gates. The defenders rushed out to meet their rescuers, only to find scant provisions, merely potatoes, carrots, and onions. They combined these ingredients in a large pot, adding a few slain beasts for flavor, and distributed the resulting stew to stave off hunger. The city's inhabitants declared it the finest meal they had ever tasted. And thus, the tradition was born. Miss Ailini appeared to be in high spirits, chatting as she ate. Roman, we must hurry. Tomorrow is the Sham family's celebration, with a marriage in the family, and they have invited us to preside over it. Priest Ternis, setting down his plate, interjected, we must prepare to go there tonight. Indeed. Miss Ailini replied quietly, lowering her gaze and savoring her meal in silence. Once Roman finished, Miss Ailini and Priest Ternis departed, leaving Roman feeling somewhat awkward. Just as he was about to speak, Madame Celine remarked, Roman, have you truly become a druid now? Yes, I have, though I am merely a level 1 druid. Roman responded, rising to speak. A level 1 druid is still a druid, Apothecary Anson chimed in with a smile. Congratulations, Mr. Roman. It was only at the age of 40 that I accidentally became a druid, and I am still only at level 2. Roman then focused his keen perception on Anson, discovering a subtle natural energy emanating from him, and expressed his delight. It turns out, Mr. Anson, that you are also a druid. I cannot imagine. I will seek your guidance on herbs in the future. However, the news spread faster than Roman anticipated, swiftly making its way from the temple to the streets, where he soon attracted attention. Roman, is it really you? I heard you become a druid. Is it true? Roman, you are quite impressive. Oh, is it young Roman? You've become a druid? Upon reaching the entrance, Roman was greeted by Huavi, the leader of a local mercenary band, who was the first to call out to him. Roman glanced at him and replied, Yes, but I have only just become a level 1 druid. Oh, that is truly remarkable, Huavi exclaimed, patting the hilt of his sword. We are somewhat acquainted. Come, today I shall treat you. Given Huavi's frequent presence in town, where mercenaries often required healing from the temple, it was advantageous to foster connections, especially since druids possessed not only healing spells but also knowledge of herbs. Laughter erupted among those present. Inside, Mort indeed kept his promise, offering a drink to everyone. Oh, today I shall make pancakes for everyone to try, Madame Mort announced loudly. Cheers erupted as several patrons applauded. Madame Mort's pancakes were renowned, golden brown and topped with a layer of fresh seafood, colorful fish, shrimp, clams, and scallops, all drizzled with a rich sauce and garnished with vibrant greens. The dish was exquisitely delicate, boasting an exceptional flavor, a testament to Madame Mort's culinary prowess in the establishment's signature dish. Roman, go wash up. I have brought you some fitting clothes. They are a bit old, but still quite nice, Mort called out. A bath was customary for such joyous occasions, and Roman smiled, complying with the request. A hot bath was a luxury he seldom enjoyed, typically limited to cold water, but he relished the indulgence. He lost track of time, savoring the warmth until Madame Mort called him from outside, prompting him to emerge and don the new attire. These garments belonged to Mort in his youth. Though the style was somewhat dated, they remained in excellent condition, having been well cared for. Dressed neatly, Roman entered the tavern, where preparations were underway. The curious onlookers had departed, leaving only those who would partake in the meal, and they also brought gifts for him. 2 entire tables were laden with roasted fish, ham and eggs, and succulent meats, accompanied by a pot of richly stewed broth, a tremendous temptation for Roman. Yet, he did not rush to indulge. He waited patiently. Before long, his good friend Pfeiffer arrived, carrying of meat. It was evident he was already aware of Roman's new status as a druid, and upon seeing him, his face broke into a wide smile as he approached to greet him, playfully thumping him on the shoulder. With everyone gathered, the tavern soon buzzed with excitement as patrons devoured roasted meats, engaging in lively discussions. Roman, feeling liberated, joined in the revelry, seizing the opportunity to partake in the feast. Relieved that while the fare may not have been extravagant, the quantity was plentiful. As the evening wore on and everyone had their fill, Roman whispered to Pfeiffer, "Let us discuss matters in a few days." Pfeiffer nodded in understanding, pleased to leave behind the gift he had brought. The tavern would remain closed for the night, and Roman lent a hand, helping to clear the chaotic tables. Madame Mort initially declined his assistance, but eventually accepted with a smile. As Madame Mort counted the gifts, they totaled an impressive 11 silver coins. Once the cleaning was complete and business concluded for the night, Mort locked the door, and the three of them settled down. "What are your plans now?" Mort asked straightforwardly. Roman has now become a druid, undoubtedly a transformation from his former self, rendering his previous role as a tavern assistant untenable. His thoughts immediately drifted to his debts, prompting him to declare, "I aspire to establish an apothecary. The potions crafted by Apothecary Anson must be sold through the temple, whereas mine can be offered directly to the public. Furthermore, Apothecary Anson has graciously permitted me to assist in the herb garden to further my studies, which also serves as a means to repay my debts to the guild and to you." He had incurred a debt of 50 silver coins to Mort. The idea of tending to the herb garden resonated with him, as Apothecary Anson had always treated him kindly. Mort interjected, "Opening a shop requires capital, does it not? If needed, I can lend you more, and you need not worry about interest." Roman sighed inwardly and quickly waved his hand. "In truth, I plan to venture into the forest to gather wild herbs and save enough to repay my debts, with the hope of eventually opening a small herb garden." He nodded vigorously, affirming his intentions, though he lamented, "However, I currently lack a place to stay. Indeed, I have a room available at my tavern. I shall free up a space for you to reside in temporarily. Once you have the means, you can purchase land and build your own home." Mort readily offered. And upon seeing Roman's agreement, he added, "Come, let us prepare the room. Wait, take this gift. You will need to buy some clothes and essentials." Mort's wife returned the gift money to him. Roman hesitated briefly before accepting it. Following Mort upstairs, they cleaned out a room closest to the east. Though modest, it contained a wooden bed, a table and chairs, and a wardrobe sufficient for Roman at this stage. The room was already quite clean, and with their combined efforts, it was soon ready. Mort's wife advised, in the future, be sure to purchase a lock. Remember to secure the door when you leave, to prevent other guests from entering. Roman bowed his head slightly in gratitude, and once the two had departed, he sat on the bed, lost in contemplation, relieved that he no longer needed to rise early for work. When he found himself alone, he retrieved a peach from his spatial pouch, savoring it as thoughts swirled in his mind. Though he had attained the status of a level 1 druid, the rigorous path ahead awaited him, encompassing the identification of thousands of plants, their growth habits, and cultivation techniques, as well as the knowledge required to concoct potions from herbs. Traditional druids, raised in the wilderness, also mastered survival skills, communication and control over animals, and even combat techniques, for solitary existence in the wild necessitated survival proficiency. Learning about herbs and potions under Apothecary Anson would present little challenge. However, acquiring physical combat skills could be pursued under the tutelage of Captain Richard, who would impart a wealth of knowledge, as per the directive of Captain Carell. Yet, first and foremost, Roman required a weapon, and he resolved to choose a sword. The short sword he had previously obtained was little more than a dagger. To engage in battle, a long sword was imperative. He would seek out the old blacksmith for that sword. Lying back on the bed, Roman gradually found solace in his thoughts. Chapter 19, The Small Feast, Part 2. When Roman awoke once more, it was already the following day. As he rose from his bed, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the weather was splendid. Sunlight streamed through the window, and a gentle breeze caressed the air, uplifting his spirits. After a few steps, he descended to the inn's ground floor, where he noticed that it was at least 8 in the morning. Only one middle-aged man occupied the space, reclining on a wooden chair, leisurely sipping a mug of beer, savoring the tranquility of the moment. Upon seeing Roman, the man raised his glass in salute and exclaimed, "Ah, Roman, I heard you became a druid yesterday. That calls for celebration. This middle-aged gentleman was Bakars, the tax officer of the town hall, rumored to be a relative of the baron. It was customary for significant positions to be filled by the lord's kin. Celebration for what? Roman inquired, momentarily taken aback. Hey, you're only 15, yet you've become a druid. Your deeds have already spread throughout the entire territory. Haha, Bakars proclaimed in an exaggerated tone. Raise a toast for my future tax collection. Cheers. He took a hearty gulp of beer as he spoke. Thank you, Mr. Bakars. Roman replied, a faint blush coloring his cheeks. Have a drink on me. A bit of beer in the morning is good for your health. Bakars cheerfully pushed a mug of beer towards Roman, adding, the Lord should have heard the news by now. Rewards will be forthcoming. And soon you shall be a wealthy man. The tranquility in Bakars' demeanor caused him to squint slightly. Roman nodded in acknowledgement and made his way outside, heading once more to the temple to await any communication from the Lord. Oh, Roman, you did splendidly. Even though I was already aware of the news yesterday, I am still quite delighted today, Miss Ailini said with a cheerful expression. Miss Ailini, it is my honor, Roman replied. Indeed, Roman, however. I have heard that you are still burdened with a substantial debt, remarked Pastor Tennis, casting a glance at him. Yes, indeed, Pastor Tennis. I owe the guild 100 silver coins and still have an outstanding 50 coins, Roman hesitated before adding, and I owe Master Hafos some as well. This was not a lie, merely a lack of clarity, but even the figures he had disclosed were no trifling matter. Under such circumstances, tradition dictates that non-warrior practitioners are granted full rights of a freeman, but to become a freeman, one must be debt-free. This amount must be repaid before the Lord will recognize you. Pastor Tennis proclaimed with a hint of satisfaction. Roman fell silent, glancing at the others present. Now that he was a druid, though the debt was considerable, surely he could repay it. Would it not be wiser to secure his full rights as a freeman in advance? Miss Ailini appeared somewhat sympathetic. Yet she could not simply hand over such a large sum. It was no small amount for her either. This is the rule, and it should not be violated. Especially for us, we ought to be clear about this. However, there is a way. You may join our temple, Pastor Tennis suggested with a flicker of his eyes. Becoming a member of the temple would bring certain benefits, including a monthly salary of 10 silver coins. Had it been the former Roman, he might have readily accepted. But now, with the knowledge of the modern world, he understood the implications. Serving under the pastor, who governed the temple, would mean risking unjust accusations and repercussions. Yet, Roman's current assets barely amounted to 50 silver coins, which included a single gold coin he fortuitously stumbled upon at the temple entrance. Managing the herb garden will indeed be arduous. Pastor Tennis expressed his disappointment upon sensing Roman's reluctance to join the temple. Although the herb garden lay within the temple grounds, it was not solely the temple's property, it was shared with Anson. Naturally, the prospect of adding another member would not please him. Roman bowed and said, Pastor Tennis, I am not afraid of hard work, and I merely wish to learn from Mr. Anson. I will reside outside, but should the need arise, I am most willing to serve the goddess and the church. Very well, starting tomorrow, you may come to the temple and learn from Anson. Pastor Tennis finally acquiesced, after hesitating under Miss Ailini's gaze. Yes, Pastor, thank you very much, Roman replied, filled with joy, bowing deeply. I shall take my leave now. With no further words exchanged, Roman bowed once more and exited. As Roman walked away, he felt a sense of regret. The town was small, and Pastor Tennis would undoubtedly create difficulties for him. The debt to Haifa was not something he could conceal for long. It would eventually come to light, regardless of his attempts at secrecy. Until the debt was cleared, Pastor Tennis would have every reason to harass him, delaying the issuance of his true freeman certificate and the documents necessary for opening a shop. Roman, how goes it? Pfeiffer approached shortly after he exited the temple. Roman did not hide anything and recounted the events. Upon hearing this, Pfeiffer's expression darkened. He pondered for a moment and said, Pastor Tennis once pursued Baron Roca's eldest daughter without success. Now he seeks Miss Ailini. Everyone knows of your previous closeness with her, and he is envious. This is his way of making things difficult for you. Even Pfeiffer was aware of Miss Ailini's circumstances, prompting Roman to sigh at his previous lack of awareness. He lamented, What should I do? I intended to open a shop to support Nick. Even if he recovers, he will have significant after-effects. Strenuous activities, rapid running, and intense combat are all out of the question. Without business, I see no other path. After a pause, he added, I have put him in a difficult position. Alas, it is not your fault. If you had not helped Nick with the payments, he would not have survived. Pfeiffer sighed deeply, a look of resignation on his face. And if it is merely 150 silver coins, I believe you can gather that sum rather quickly. After all, you have given so much. The three walked in silence down the street, a palpable tension hanging in the air. Both Roman and Pfeiffer, merely 15 or 16 years of age, found themselves at a loss for ideas. Roman possessed some fruits from the original world, such as peaches and pears. But these were not to be sold unless it was a matter of life and death. The emergence of new plant species in this realm was a significant event. The blue grass he had planted could be harvested in about 3.5 months, yielding approximately 300 kilograms per acre at the market price of 1 silver coin per kilogram. Let us go to the blacksmith's to retrieve my sword, and then we shall hunt in the forest to earn some money to repay the debts, Roman declared resolutely. Roman, as a druid, is it appropriate to hunt? Pfeiffer, having heard some tales about druids, remarked that they typically did not kill animals for profit. Well, since you are determined, I have no objections. Pfeiffer nodded gravely. I have been revisiting some warrior techniques at the barracks. If it comes to it, even if we must hunt goblins, we shall do so. Goblins, being sentient beings, especially the bear goblins, were formidable fighters. Taking on alone one might be feasible, but attempting to profit from such endeavors could very well cost them their lives. Chapter 20, The Bison, Part 1. As November arrived, the sky grew somber, draped in vast expanses of gray and white clouds that hung like mournful faces, perpetually sighing as they twisted and turned in the air. The bright sunlight was absent, and the atmosphere was steeped in melancholy, enveloping Nick's home in a suffocating gloom. It was a time when he was required to rest and recuperate for a month, a notion that, for a family of modest means with a single heir, signified a bleak future devoid of hope. As they aged, the household too would inevitably descend into hardship. Nick's family was an ordinary one in the town, possessing a small plot of land. His father, old Clin, was a lumberjack, while his mother was a simple farmer's wife. Though they barely scraped by, they had always maintained a firm belief in life, working diligently and living with resilience despite their poverty. This was a reflection of the lives led by most residents in their small town, busy yet fortified by hope. Hope resided in their son. Nothing could inspire them more than a healthy and capable child. Although Nick had been a mischievous boy until the age of 16, causing them concern. Who among the youth had not indulged in play? As long as he did not create significant trouble, he would naturally mature into a steady, diligent citizen of the town, becoming the pillar of the family. Nick, have some soup. His mother, in her early 30s, bore the marks of hard labor and years under the sun, her hair graying, skin rough, and figure slightly plump. She carefully ladled a small amount of meat broth into a bowl and brought it to his bedside. There, the once lively Nick lay listlessly on his side, staring vacantly at the large tree outside the window. Mom, I don't want to drink. Unlike his previous excitement over meat, today he showed little interest in the fragrant broth before him. Initially, the prospect of a life free from work and the luxury of endless sleep had delighted him. But the realization that he might be confined to such a life for countless days to come, unable to run freely, practice martial arts, or assist his parents with labor filled him with dread. In truth, Nick was overwhelmed with anxiety. He was uncertain of what his future might hold. If he had been merely a boy trailing behind Roman and Pfaffel before he turned 16, now, having endured calamity and spent his 16th birthday in sufferings, he began to reflect on his past life. Before 16, he had enjoyed a frail yet healthy body, a childhood marked by poverty, but also carefree joy and optimistic, hardworking parents. After 16, he had lost it all, his health, his future, and the perpetual worry etched on his parents' faces. What was he to do? What would become of his family? Nick gazed at the great tree outside, lost in thought. Seeing him refuse the soup, Nick's mother sighed and set the bowl on the wooden table beside the bed, carefully covering it with a larger bowl. Nick turned to watch his mother. Her back hunched as she walked away, and he felt a pang of sorrow. His gaze fell on the two bowls stacked together, and regret began to swell within him. If only he could regain his health. If only that day he had not gone out with them. Ah, is that Roman? Pfaffel is here too? Suddenly, his father Old Clin's voice called from outside. Is Roman here? Nick struggled to sit up, and through the window, he indeed saw two figures at the entrance of his home. The handsome youth leading the way was none other than his dear friend Roman. In that moment, Nick's emotions became tumultuous. He was unsure how to face his former friend. He knew he should not harbor resentment. Although the hunting expedition had been Roman's suggestion, he had willingly participated, and it was unjust to blame the others for his injury. Moreover, in an effort to save him, Roman had incurred a substantial debt of 300 silver coins. Yet, witnessing his family on the brink of despair due to this incident. Nick found it difficult to confront Roman with equanimity. If only it had not been his suggestion, perhaps he would still be living healthily. Looking out the window, he noticed that Roman, having recently practiced swordsmanship, had developed a handsome, sun-kissed complexion, exuding a masculine charm and confidence that surpassed that of any other boy in the town. Nick felt momentarily lost in thought, pondering when his once close friend had transformed into someone so remarkable, while he himself was now. Roman, Faffel, do come in. Nick is lying in bed and refuses to eat anything. You must encourage him. This cannot continue. Nick's mother stepped outside, forcing a smile for Roman and Faffel, though her face was still etched with worry. Roman sighed as well. It was clear that if he were in Nick's position, suddenly told he would be a semi-invalid, he would hardly fare any better emotionally. After offering some comforting words to Nick's mother, he reluctantly pressed 2 wild chickens into her hands before stepping inside, with Faffel following closely behind. Upon entering, a pungent medicinal odor assailed their senses, causing both to sneeze. Roman rubbed his nose and surveyed the modest dwelling, his gaze eventually landing on the bed. There, on a cot covered with a thin blanket, lay a despondent youth, facing the window. Nick? Roman called cautiously. Nick, it's us. Faffel and Roman. Are you feeling any better? Faffel approached and gently patted Nick's back. When Nick turned, both Faffel and Roman were taken aback. Nick, you. They stared in disbelief at the gaunt figure before them. In just a few days, the once lively boy with a round face had become a shadow of his former self, emaciated and devoid of vitality. Nick, are you all right? Faffel, regaining his composure, quickly inquired. Your mother mentioned you're refusing to eat. Why? Don't you wish to fight alongside us as you used to? Nick shook his head, a hint of self-mockery in his voice. You need not shield me from the truth. My body is ruined. What is there to discuss about returning to how things were before? After a brief silence, Roman suddenly spoke, in truth. Your body is not beyond the realm of recovery. What did you say? Nick's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope as he looked at Roman. However, that flicker quickly dimmed. Enough with the consolation. Even the druid Jeffa said I would be a semi-invalid from now on. What hope is there? Just because a druid cannot heal you does not imply that a priest cannot. After all, priests are the true professionals. Moreover, even if a regular priest cannot assist you, there are higher priests. As long as hope remains, anything is possible, Roman said, placing a reassuring hand on Nick's shoulder. Rest well at home. Do not worry about finances. I will assist you. As long as there is hope, never surrender. With that, he pulled Faffel along and hastily departed. Once outside Nick's home, Faffel curiously asked, Roman. The injury is one that even Jeffa the druid claimed could not be completely healed. Do you truly have a solution? Roman kicked a pebble along the path as they walked. I cannot guarantee that his injury will heal completely, but having hope is certainly better than having none at all. Due to the influence of the soul's possession, Roman initially harbored a sense of utilitarianism towards the friends of this body. When Nick was injured, his primary concern was merely how to mitigate the impact, ensuring that this injury would not disrupt his future hunting plans. The guilt regarding Nick only surged within him upon witnessing Nick's despondent expression. Although Nick refrained from uttering any words of reproach, Roman felt compelled to take further action. With a sigh, Roman turned to Fafer and said, I intend to hunt in the forest tomorrow. Will you join me? Despite the recent incident involving Nick's injury, Fafer unhesitatingly accepted Roman's proposal. At dawn the following day, the two prepared ample provisions and water, shouldering their weapons as they ventured into the forest. The morning air was brisk, prompting Fafer to frequently warm his hands with his breath. In contrast, the somewhat slender Roman appeared invigorated, diligently searching for traces of prey. Fafer. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Roman halted. Before him lay a pile of animal droppings, and he crouched down to examine it. After a considerable time, he stood up and informed Fafer, a few herbivores have just passed by. Their numbers are not substantial. Let us follow their trail. Fafer nodded, removing his bow and arrows from his shoulder, closely trailing behind Roman. The two traversed approximately a mile before a river emerged before them. Dense thickets lined the banks, and they cautiously concealed themselves, peering towards the water's edge. Indeed, there lay a large buffalo and two smaller ones, all drinking from the river. Chapter 21, The Bison, Part 2. The bison of this world bears a striking resemblance to those found on Earth, typically measuring around 2 meters in length and possessing thick, sharp, crescent-shaped horns. The only notable difference lies in their pelage, which, unlike the dark fur of Earth's bison, shimmers under the sun with a captivating smoothness. Reminiscent of golden satin, dazzling in its beauty. However, it is precisely this exquisite coat that has brought upon these creatures immeasurable misfortune. The fur, being significantly less expensive than that of other animals, has become highly sought after by affluent women. Additionally, the meat of the bison is far more delectable than that of domestic cattle, thus attracting hunters into the forest with promises of rich rewards. Yet, capturing a bison is no simple feat. Though they inhabit the fringes of the forest, they usually move in small groups, never fewer than 10. Their activity peaks at dawn and dusk, while they rest in shaded areas during the day. Their senses of smell and hearing are remarkably acute, despite their generally gentle demeanor. They exhibit no fear when confronted by threats. If they detect an approaching presence, they flee with remarkable swiftness. When injured or cornered, they can become ferocious, attacking any perceived danger. Consequently, those who hunt bison are often warriors of lower ranks, struggling to make ends meet, or experienced, robust hunters. Young boys like Romain and Pfeiffer, however, are far from capable of hunting even smaller creatures, let alone a bison, and would likely draw astonished gazes for their audacity. At this moment, though, Romain and Pfeiffer have no time to ponder such matters. They lie concealed in the grass, their eyes fixed intently on the bison drinking by the riverbank. Though lacking extensive hunting experience, they are astute enough to discern the weakened state of the 3 bison before them. Their movements are sluggish, and they appear feeble. Moreover, the trio consists of 1 adult and 2 calves, indicating they are stragglers from the herd. Exchanging glances filled with excitement, Romain cautions, "Let us not move just yet." They cannot afford to startle the bison and scare them away. Without allowing Pfeiffer a chance to object, Romain crouches low and stealthily makes his way through the underbrush towards the bison. As he draws closer, he realizes that the 2 calves are likely newborns, their legs trembling slightly as they drink. The adult bison, too, bears a gaunt appearance, its body marred by numerous wounds, some oozing pus. Clearly, it has faced many perils while attempting to protect the calves, a target for any carnivorous predator. As Romain approaches, the adult bison finishes drinking and weakly flicks its tail, beginning to move towards the shore. A perfect opportunity. Romain tightens his grip on the sword he forged with the blacksmith veil. Although a hunting knife may have been more suitable, weapons are costly in this world and burdened by a debt of several hundred silver coins. He can only make do with the sword for now. Utilizing the hunting knife stored in his space is out of the question. Moreover, even if it might serve him better in hunting, wielding the sword offers a greater sense of self-protection. Given that Romain is a druid and possesses a natural aura of tranquility that can pacify animals, as he emerges quietly from the foliage, the bison remains blissfully unaware of his presence. However, when he raises the sword, the surge of murderous intent finally alerts the adult bison to the imminent danger. In a panic, it attempts to flee, but Romain will not allow such a prize to escape. With a swift and decisive thrust, he plunges the blade deep into the bison's side. The weapon is formidable, and the bison bellows in agony, turning to charge at Romain. Startled, he leaps aside, his agility on full display. Yet, he quickly realizes that the bison's movements have become markedly sluggish due to its numerous injuries, and it emits mournful bellows. Seizing the moment, Romain lunges forward, delivering a series of thrusts, blood spraying as the creature's strength wanes. In its final moments, the bison sheds tears, clearly aware of its impending demise. At the sight of those tears, Romain hesitates momentarily, but thoughts of Nick steal his resolve, and he drives the sword into the bison's heart. Satisfied with the strength he has gained from his recent sword practice, he wipes the blood from his hands. Upon standing, he catches sight of Pfeiffer, who has managed to lead the 2 calves over, beaming with joy. Together, they begin the task of skinning the bison, placing the meat into a pre-prepared burlap sack. Romain wishes he could conveniently stow the spoils in his space, but this is not solely his venture. Although Pfeiffer is a close friend, it is prudent to keep the existence of his space a closely guarded secret. Truly, we have been fortunate. Pfeiffer observes the skeletal remains of the bison, its flesh nearly stripped clean, lamenting, "Shall we not take the rest?" After a moment of contemplation, he decides against further protest. This hunting expedition can be deemed a resounding success. Not only did they emerge unscathed, but they also captured a bison, a feat typically deemed improbable. Even Romain cannot help but hum a tune from Earth, a popular melody. "What song is that you're humming? It sounds delightful," Pfeiffer exclaims, his eyes glimmering with envy. "Could you teach me?" Romain looks at him in surprise. "Didn't you always disdain such things?" Pfeiffer, bashfully scratching his head, replies, "I will be coming of age next year." "Oh, I see. You're thinking of the ladies, aren't you?" Romain bursts into laughter, realizing the implication. Pfeiffer's face reddens, and in a huff, he retorts, "Forget it then. Just forget it," and storms ahead. Pfeiffer's expression softens, but soon darkens again. "Romain, I think I just saw a shadow flit by." "Really?" Romain halts his merry demeanor, scanning the surroundings. "There's no one here. You must have imagined it." "Perhaps." Pfeiffer replies uncertainly. "By the way, I heard that Miss Eleni has been particularly kind to you. Surely, you'll have a chance to work in the church soon?" With his companion gazing at him with envy, Romain can only give Pfeiffer a light pat on the head, offering a wry smile. What does that have to do with working in the church? However, his thoughts drift to Eleni's serene and lovely visage, her graceful figure. Miss Eleni is indeed a remarkable person. Pfeiffer chuckles. "You wouldn't be harboring feelings for Miss Eleni, would you?" Such words would typically remain unspoken. After all, Eleni is a noblewoman and a priestess, her status far surpassing that of commoners like them. Even Romain, a druid, would find it difficult to reach her level. If you were to marry Miss Eleni, it would be akin to touching the stars. Miss Eleni is not only beautiful, but also possesses a gentle and kind disposition. She is destined to become a priest and is the daughter of the Lord. Pray tell, do you truly harbor no affection for her? However, Romain's demeanor left much to be desired. He maintained a serene expression, as if he were not the one recently associated with that universally acknowledged angel. "Romain, did you not hear whom I just mentioned? I was speaking of Miss Eleni, the lovely and benevolent Miss Eleni, a being akin to an angel. You truly feel no fondness for her." Romain once again smacked Pfeiffer on the head. "What nonsense are you spouting? Such a notion is utterly implausible. Have you forgotten her esteemed status?" With a dismissive scoff, Romain hastened ahead. "Hey, wait for me, Romain," Pfeiffer shouted, hurrying to catch up with the two cabs in tow. "If you genuinely do not like her, why feign such a serious demeanor? It's far too obvious. Come on, we're pals. I promise I won't laugh at you if you just confess." As the two continued their playful banter, their figures receded into the distance, leaving behind a trail of crimson droplets on the dirt path, stretching from the burlap sack Romain carried far into the horizon. It was only after their silhouettes faded that a young man clad in a voluminous robe emerged from the shadows. Chapter 22, Wrath, Part 1, Teacher. What is the way of nature? This question arose in a serene glade within the forest, surrounded by lush trees. Vibrant flowers and peculiar green plants flourished in the clearing, while the air was imbued with the rich scent of grass mingled with delicate floral fragrances. A beautiful young girl stood before a plant, contemplating, before voicing an abstract query that had long troubled her. Beside her was a middle-aged man, clad in a cloak fashioned from verdant leaves, exuding an aura that seemed to meld seamlessly with the surrounding nature. Nearby, a large black dog frolicked with a big white dog, contributing to the tranquil ambience. In this peaceful setting, the man's expression relaxed as he affectionately ruffled the girl's hair and curiously inquired, "Vianne, what prompted this question?" She wrinkled her nose, seemingly distressed by the inquiry, tilting her head to gaze at her teacher, the town druid, Heifa. Amused by her adorable demeanor, Heifa felt a surge of affection, grateful to have brought his beloved apprentice, the daughter of an old friend, to this place. He chuckled and said, "It seems our Vianne is beginning to think for herself. Let me explain." Turning his gaze towards the verdant expanse, he patiently elucidated, "The way of nature refers to the inherent laws of the natural world. It is essential to adhere to these laws because the bond between druids and nature is profoundly intimate. To become a druid, one must first earn the recognition of plants and nature. Once initiated, a druid must continually draw energy from the natural world. Nature can be categorized into two primary forces, the natural powers of plants and those of animals. The power of plants is the most easily sensed. To harness it, one must gain the plant's approval, which is most readily achieved through cultivation and care. However, farmers who plant solely for harvest often struggle to gain this recognition, which is why druids can guide farmers, but cannot serve as farmers themselves. This is why I want you to reside with me in the forest. Here, we can cultivate a deeper connection with nature." He continued, "The natural powers of animals are more about balance. Only when the species and numbers of animals achieve harmony with the entire ecosystem can the way of nature reach perfection and avoid destruction. Thus, we can draw even greater strength from nature. Do you understand, Vianne?" I understand a bit, teacher," Vianne replied, tilting her head thoughtfully before nodding. Afterward, Heifa instructed his cherished disciple on how to identify and care for various plants. By the time they finished, the sun had risen high in the sky. "All right. That will be all for today," Heifa said with a smile. The teacher and student gathered their tools and followed a path through the forest toward Heifa's modest yet exquisitely crafted abode. As a level 5 druid, Heifa also provided guidance for the town's farmlands and received a substantial salary from the town hall each month. Although he owned a residence in town, he preferred living amidst the plants in the forest. His small, uniquely designed dwelling, nestled by a lively stream and surrounded by flourishing vegetation, exuded the essence of nature. After placing the tools down, Heifa drew fresh water from a barrel and meticulously washed his hands and face. It was not until Vian's startled exclamation echoed from inside the house that he hurriedly dried his hands and rushed in. "What is it, Vian?" Upon entering, he found her holding a piece of white paper, her expression peculiar. "Teacher, there is a message for you," Vian said, extending the note to Heifa. As he read it, Heifa's countenance darkened. After a long pause, he remarked, "If this is true, Roman has deeply disappointed me. To wield power and immediately misuse it is unacceptable. How can I impart further knowledge and strength to him?" "But, teacher, the person who left the message," Vian began. Heifa, examining the name on the note, coldly interrupted, "I care not who left this message. I simply wish to ascertain whether the youth has truly committed an act that tarnishes the honor of the druids." With that, he crumpled the paper but hesitated before discarding it, ultimately placing it in a drawer. "Well, just from this bison meat, we made 50 silver coins," Pfeiffer exclaimed, holding a hefty cloth bag, his eyes sparkling with delight. After bidding farewell to Mort, the primary buyer of bison meat, Roman encountered Pfeiffer's beaming face. Roman approached and patted him on the shoulder. "Come, let us visit Nick." After leaving 40 silver coins with Nick, Roman handed 5 more to Pfeiffer. "This is for you. Though it may not be much now, trust me, there will be more to share in the future." Pfeiffer hesitated briefly but gladly accepted the 5 coins. Despite their hunting expedition primarily aimed at raising funds for Nick, it seemed reasonable for Roman to keep a small portion for himself, considering his contributions. Roman hurried to the herb garden to finish watering before heading to the temple for lunch. Gazing at the vibrant flower beds, his spirits soared. As usual, Mrs. Saline, the stewardess, awaited him there. Roman quickly washed his hands and assisted in serving lunch. Ever since he obtained nature's recognition and became a druid, he had earned the privilege of enjoying white bread. "Thank you, goddess, for our sustenance." As customary, he expressed gratitude to the goddess before bowing his head to eat. Today, however, the Baroness' second daughter, Eleni, was absent due to esteemed guests visiting the Baroness' household, while the ever-present priest Ternes unexpectedly appeared. Under Ternes' curious gaze, Roman hurriedly finished his meal and resolved to borrow some books from the temple library. He approached respectfully, asking, "Teacher, did you need me for something?" Heifa regarded him coolly, eschewing pleasantries to pose a direct question. "Tell me, did you hunt bison this morning?" Roman paused, taken aback by his teacher's knowledge. Yet, he saw no reason to conceal the truth and candidly admitted, "Yes, teacher, I did accompany Pfeiffer to hunt bison this morning. We are in urgent need of funds, so..." "Enough. Do not offer excuses," Heifa interjected sharply. Seeing Roman's bewildered expression, he struggled to temper his anger and coldly stated, "The fact remains that you did hunt bison. After Nick's injury, I explicitly instructed you to refrain from such actions. And now, not only have you hunted again, but you have also killed cows and calves. Do you not comprehend that as a druid, you must foster a connection with nature and preserve its balance, especially for your own selfish gains?" Roman acknowledged that his actions were indeed inappropriate for a druid. However, from another perspective, he merely obtained prey through his own courage and that of his companions, solely for the purpose of ensuring Nick's better survival. Roman held a profound respect for his teacher and began to explain, "Teacher, our actions are born out of necessity. You are aware of Nick's situation. He requires nourishment to restore his health, and he is also burdened with debt." "Born out of necessity?" Heifa was so enraged that he was nearly at a loss for words. He could scarcely muster the inclination to consider whether the various accusations against Roman inscribed on that paper held any truth. After all, this impoverished and humble youth was not truly his disciple. The tarnishing of his druidic identity and honor by this boy had pushed Heifa to the brink of intolerance. "Very well. Since you have so many unavoidable grievances, you shall henceforth never again step within my realm of authority. I do not wish to see you again." Heifa's reaction was evidently beyond Roman's expectations. When he uttered those words, it was with such unwavering resolve and such callousness, entirely disregarding the bond of master and disciple that existed between him and Roman. Chapter 23, Wrath Part 2. Roman gazed at the irate druid. who turned away without casting him another glance, and he could not help but let out a bitter smile. What was this? Was he to be banished for such a trivial reason? As he watched Heifa turn the corner and affectionately ruffle the hair of the girl waiting there, Roman's sense of loss deepened. Although he was a newcomer, possessing an entirely fresh soul, the memories he had inherited revealed that the former Roman had treated Heifa with utmost respect. He had often assisted his teacher during lessons and held genuine admiration for him. Yet, in those memories, Heifa had always been rather indifferent towards Roman. No matter how hard Roman tried, he received only minimal guidance. While Heifa devoted his attention wholeheartedly to that little girl, it was undeniable that this was a world governed by strict hierarchies. Before one attained a certain status and strength, even the desire for a mentor-student bond proved exceedingly challenging. If it were merely Heifa's modest abode that was out of reach, it might still be bearable. After all, he could simply resort to studying independently, despite the cumbersome nature of such an endeavor. However, if he were barred from entering the forest as well, then all his previous plans would be utterly disrupted. Contemplating this, a shadow of gloom crossed Roman's eyes. After a moment of deliberation, he shook off the troubling thoughts and resolved to proceed to the library to peruse some books. Yet, as he ascended the library steps and was about to push open the door, a figure suddenly obstructed his path. When Roman looked up, he found the young priest scrutinizing his reaction. To his disappointment, he saw no trace of despair, confusion, or fear etched upon the boy's countenance. Either the emotions were deeply concealed or he had not yet been overwhelmed by the recent events. Regardless, both possibilities left Priest Ternes feeling deflated in his anticipation of witnessing a spectacle. This realization darkened Ternes' expression further. Roman assessed his counterpart as well. He understood the source of the priest's animosity towards him. Having been dispatched to this temple at the tender age of 19, Ternes had spent a decade ascending to the 4th rank of priesthood, a pace neither too fast nor too slow. This stagnation thwarted Ternes' ambitions to garner wealth and status through his own merits. Now, at the age of 29 and still unmarried, he harbored designs on Baron Rochus's second daughter, the esteemed priestess Eleanor. This matter was well known among the temple's inhabitants, yet it elicited little surprise, for in this world, priesthood was not hereditary. While they enjoyed reverence and affluence, they could not guarantee similar fortunes for their progeny. Only nobility could truly inherit glory across generations. Moreover, Ternes clung to hope due to Baron Rochus's ambiguous stance on his pursuit of his daughter. The Baron seemed aware of Ternes' intentions, but had never overtly opposed them, thus fueling Ternes' fantasies of ascending the social ladder. Regrettably, Eleanor herself showed little interest in Ternes. Aside from matters of duty, they scarcely exchanged words. Even though Ternes had orchestrated countless coincidences and encounters to capture her heart, she remained aloof. Yet this very girl, who was indifferent to Ternes, found camaraderie with Roman, a mere boy who had once worked as a shop assistant and was regarded as lowly in Ternes' eyes. How could this not incite Ternes' jealousy? At that moment, despite his efforts to maintain an impassive demeanor, his eyes betrayed a glacial glint of malice. Roman, though reluctant to provoke Ternes, recognized that he must safeguard his own interests in this predicament. After a moment of reflection, he inquired, "Does Miss Eleanor know about this matter?" At the mention of Eleanor, Ternes' expression soured further. "Miss Eleanor is currently focused on her studies, and I believe she will concur with my decision," he replied, gesturing for Roman to depart. Understanding that remaining to argue was futile, how could a mere first-level druid contend against the temple's official personnel? Roman refrained from further discourse and turned to leave. Observing his retreat, Ternes stood rooted, smirking coldly. As the saying goes, good news travels slowly, but bad news spreads like wildfire. The whispers and glances directed at Roman along the way made him acutely aware of his discomfort. Upon entering the Mod Inn, he found all eyes upon him. Unlike the previous occasion when he had been celebrated for attaining the status of a first-level druid, this time, their gazes were devoid of respect, replaced instead by curiosity and schadenfreude. "Roman, is it true? Did you really have a conflict with Druid Heifa?" The first to question him was Havavi, the local mercenary captain, who regarded Roman with incredulity, as if he could not comprehend the audacity of the boy who had dared to provoke Heifa. With a wry smile, Roman replied, "Yes. It was because I hunted a bison that my teacher was angered." Rather than allow others to speculate wildly, he preferred to divulge the truth. "Was it the bison you sold me?" Mod emerged from the back room, equally intrigued. Roman nodded. Immediately, the crowd erupted into a flurry of gossip. However, he had no desire to linger and listen to their mockery or sympathy. He sought only a quiet space to collect his thoughts. At that moment, Pfeiffer appeared at the entrance of the inn. "Roman, come here," he beckoned. Seizing the opportunity, Roman stepped outside, exhaling a long breath as soon as he crossed the threshold. He then noticed Pfeiffer regarding him with concern. "Why the long face? Did you not merely get expelled?" he said, patting his companion's shoulder. "Even with just the game we catch, we have enough to sustain ourselves for a while." "What did you say?" Roman was genuinely taken aback. If he had remained unperturbed upon being expelled from the temple, hearing Pfeiffer's words now truly astonished him. Did he really say that? Roman's impression of tax collector Bacchus lingered on the last celebratory occasion when he had become a druid. That middle-aged man, always smiling, had left a positive first impression. Although he had overheard Mott and his wife discussing Bacchus's stinginess and snobbishness, Roman assumed their limited interactions would not significantly influence his opinion of the man. Yet now, the tax collector was clearly intent on complicating their situation. But why? He could not simply invoke a ban on the trade of wild game. Transactions occurred regularly in town without interference from the tax collector. Pfeiffer contemplated their predicament, realizing that selling a calf would attract too much attention. It would be wiser to sell the hides, which were easier to transport. Roman was pleased to find the price offered by the shopkeeper quite reasonable. Just as they were about to finalize the transaction, a figure strode in from outside. "Roman, did no one inform you that engaging in the private sale of bison hides is improper?" Tax collector Bacchus sneered as he entered. Chapter 24. The Thief, Part 1. In the small town, the officials, largely related to the noble baron, wielded considerable influence over the ordinary residents, instilling fear beyond their official duties. The moment the town's tax officer, Bacchus, entered the leather shop with an unmistakably menacing expression, the patrons promptly exited. However, they did not disperse far, instead gathering nearby. Their curiosity piqued as they whispered and gestured, eager to witness the unfolding drama. After all, Roman, a 15-year-old boy who had recently become a druid apprentice and quickly made an enemy of the druid Haifa, was a figure ripe for gossip. Now, even the tax officer Bacchus had come to trouble him, which only heightened the spectators' intrigue. When Roman turned to look at him, the seemingly competent middle-aged man smiled faintly. "Roman, did the boy Pfeiffer not convey my message to you? If he did not, I shall reiterate. The sale of wild cattle is strictly prohibited in this town. Do you understand this time?" "Yes, Mr. Bacchus," Roman replied respectfully. "I believe I have grasped the message. I encountered Pfeiffer earlier, and he relayed your words to me. Therefore, I have no intention of selling the 2 calves. I merely wish to dispose of this cowhide." "Is that also prohibited, Mr. Bacchus?" "Indeed, it is," Bacchus retorted. "Young man, do not attempt to be clever. I have heard from the temple about your affairs. Why is Master Haifa angry? Is it not due to your reckless behavior? Enough of my words. According to the town's tax laws, the private sale of wild cattle and their hides will result in the confiscation of all proceeds. Since you have not completed the transaction, you may as well hand over your cowhide." At that moment, the initial amicable demeanor of tax officer Bacchus had vanished, replaced by a stern, businesslike facade. Tax law of the town? Roman was taken aback. If memory served him correctly, there seemed to be no such law in this small town. To be precise, all laws in this town stemmed from those who governed it. Aside from the fixed taxes mandated by the national laws, most tax matters were at the discretion of the baron. The prohibition on the sale of wild cattle and their hides was merely what this tax officer decreed. Yet, could a powerless boy like him resist? At least, not at this moment. "Very well, Mr. Bacchus. Since the town forbids the sale of wild cattle and their hides, I will accept the penalty and will never make such a mistake again. Here is the cowhide for you." To Bacchus's surprise, Roman did not argue against the apparent injustice. Although the boy's opposition would ultimately be futile, his calm demeanor still astonished the tax officer. "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave," Roman said, placidly placing the cowhide into Bacchus's hands and bowing in farewell before stepping away. This tranquil expression and seemingly humble attitude caused Bacchus to narrow his eyes once more. Habitually, he stroked the ring on his right hand's index finger, gazing at the departing youth with a complex expression. Could this decision be a mistake? He muttered to himself, his voice barely audible to anyone but himself. Despite Roman's humble origins and status as a mere level 1 druid, his talent, having become a druid at merely 15, coupled with his evident maturity compared to peers, suggested that he might pose a threat in the future, even if his proximity to Miss Ellen had displeased Priest Ternes. Leading to pressures from the temple, he was now indeed a druid, and still so young. As Bacchus pondered this, Roman had already re-entered the forest. It was November, And while the plants in the temple thrived, the flora of the forest exhibited signs of decay. Roman casually retrieved a piece of dry bread from his storage space, munching as he walked, organizing his thoughts. His remaining funds were dwindling, and given the fallout with Haifa, repaying the 300 silver coins he owed would likely be necessary soon, along with various other expenses. He needed to procure at least 400 silver coins promptly to navigate this predicament. Moreover, the deliberate harassment by tax officer Bacchus unsettled him. If he had observed correctly, this usually jovial middle-aged man was a quintessential two-faced individual, unlikely to involve himself in disputes lacking personal stakes. It was likely that someone else had a hand in Bacchus's recent antagonism. Was it Haifa? No, that seemed improbable. Although the druid had always treated him with indifference and had recently expelled him, Haifa was not inherently malevolent. Then, could it be priest Ternes, who had always harbored disdain for him? Roman contemplated this possibility for a moment, finding it quite plausible. Perhaps there were others who resented his rise as a druid without any backing. What methods would they employ to undermine him? The prohibition on the sale of wild cattle? Should that be their sole tactic, he had a countermeasure. At the very least, the town's laws did not prohibit the trade of herbs, while he could not sell animals. His advantage lay in the search for and cultivation of plants, ensuring he would not starve. Yet, accumulating wealth at this pace could not compare to the high-risk, high-reward nature of trading wild cattle, he mused with some frustration. Nonetheless, he had little emotional attachment to this town. If oppression became unbearable, he could simply leave. Armed with his modest combat skills and understanding of nature, starting anew elsewhere was certainly feasible, albeit it would come with the stigma of a debtor. Once he finished his bread, Roman began searching for plants not yet found in his storage. Gradually, his mood lightened as he savored the surrounding beauty. Along the way, he caught a wild rabbit, found a clear patch of land, and roasted it over a fire. Just as he entered the small town, a figure suddenly blocked his path. "Hello, are you Roman?" "I am. Who might you be?" Roman halted, scrutinizing the person before him. The man was of short stature, with sparse hair, dressed in slightly worn clothing, and had a waxy, gaunt face. Roman vaguely recalled having seen him in town recently, though he had made little impression. "Haha, indeed. I am Jack, from the Thieves Guild. Our branch president wishes to discuss something with you." The man leaned in closer, whispering. Roman frowned. Thieves Guild? His recollections of this guild were rather vague. Noticing Roman's contemplative demeanor, Jack hurriedly elaborated in a hushed tone. The Thieves Guild generally operates in larger towns. This one is a newly established branch here. As a member of the union, I have come to discuss a potential business venture with you. He glanced around cautiously and whispered, "I heard you hunted a bison. Is that correct?" "Indeed," Roman replied, growing increasingly wary. "How does this concern you?" Jack chuckled knowingly. "It is of great significance. I have also heard that the bison you hunted is prohibited from being traded in the town. Am I right? Our branch president seeks to confer with you regarding this matter. We are interested in purchasing your bison. Furthermore," his smile broadened, "if you happen to hunt more bison or other creatures in the future, we would be keen to acquire them all. What do you say? If this piques your interest, accompany me to the union." Though Roman found the individual before him rather dubious, the prospect of resolving his current predicament through this transaction stirred a sense of intrigue within him. After some persuasion from Jack, he ultimately decided to explore this opportunity further. The Thieves Guild branch was situated in a rather secluded location, just outside the town, having constructed a temporary lair within a stone chamber beneath a forest. The individual he engaged in negotiations with was a middle-aged man who appeared significantly more respectable than Jack, even possessing an air of earnestness that surpassed that of an ordinary person. It was remarkable that such a seemingly trustworthy individual was, in fact, a thief and a minor leader at that. Yet, it was only when conversing with him that Roman caught glimpses of a glint in his eyes, a reminder that he was no simpleton. The negotiations progressed relatively smoothly, albeit the offered price was rather low. This, however, was anticipated by Roman, for in a situation where bison could hardly be sold, a high offer would have raised suspicions of foul play. Nevertheless, as the discussion neared its conclusion, Roman discreetly retrieved a listening device from his belongings and placed it beneath the conference table while his counterpart was momentarily distracted. This device, purchased in his previous world, was not particularly sophisticated but had the capability to amplify sound. He was uncertain if it would function in this realm. At that moment, the thieves were immersed in a sense of satisfaction from their successful negotiations, oblivious to Roman's subtle maneuver. No one noticed as a metallic object. roughly the size of a button, was clandestinely positioned beneath the table. Chapter 25, The Thief, Part 2. As dusk settled, the moonlight bathed the earth, infusing the air with a serene and tranquil aura. At this moment, two young boys, one trailing the other, traversed the main street under the glow of the moon. They navigated a small passageway that led them beyond the town into a clearing, a newly excavated tunnel by the Thieves' Guild, which had been introduced to Roman as a means of transporting goods related to the bison trade. The town's gates had already been locked, forbidding any casual exits. Roman, do you truly possess 30 silver coins for each bison? The boy following behind, sturdier than his peers and appearing around 15 or 16, was none other than Roman's close friend, Pfeiffer. A few months older than Roman, Pfeiffer's face, now beginning to show defined features, radiated excitement. Although the price of 30 silver coins for a single calf was modest, it was certainly better than receiving nothing at all. Furthermore, there was potential for further hunting to exchange for coin in the future. In Pfeiffer's eyes, this transaction seemed quite advantageous. Eager to listen, Roman had donned his earpiece before emerging from the tunnel. This passageway had been carved from a residential area in town to the outskirts, a clandestine endeavor by the thieves that had gone unnoticed for some time. Roman had not kept Pfeiffer in the dark about their collaboration with the Thieves' Guild, as the profits from the bison hunt rightfully included Pfeiffer's share. It was only proper to clarify the arrangement. Additionally, Roman felt increasingly vulnerable and required a partner who could share in the risks, who could empathize with his current emotions, and who could engage in discussions regarding their circumstances. Nick was still in recovery, and since receiving the 40 silver coins Roman had sent him, his family's situation had improved significantly, with his diet becoming more nutritious. Although he could only manage a slow walk at present, his recovery had exceeded everyone's expectations. However, without Nick's involvement, the atmosphere between Roman and Pfeiffer had grown somewhat somber. Is it possible? What do you mean? Haven't you both reached an agreement? Pfeiffer, although not as quick-witted as Roman, sensed the unease in his friend's words. Scratching his head, he struggled to comprehend why their previously settled arrangement could not lift Roman's spirits. Finding a patch of soft grass, Roman sat down, and after Pfeiffer joined him, he expressed, I cannot shake this feeling of unease. It seems something is amiss. Why worry? I've heard about the Thieves' Guild. They are driven by greed and will do anything for money. You should be pleased that someone is interested in purchasing bison. Besides, did you not say that if this collaboration succeeds, future earnings would be much easier to attain? If Nick wishes to return to his former self, he will require funds, and considering the current tension with Master Heifa, one must think about the future. Pfeiffer held back a thought unspoken. If he aspired to become a warrior, a level 5 warrior, to restore his family's former glory, he too would need ample finances. With money, he could seek a mentor for guidance, and with money, he could venture into the wider world for experience. At the mere mention of the temple, Roman was instantly reminded of the gentle and serene Miss Eleni. He had passed by the temple's entrance several times in recent days, yet had not encountered this angelic girl even once. He wondered if she had heard about his circumstances. Oh dear, what am I thinking at a time like this? Roman abruptly snapped back to reality, shaking his head in frustration, as though he could expel thoughts of the girl, who felt increasingly distant from him, from his mind. Roman, what are you mumbling about? Pfeiffer asked, puzzled by his friend's sudden distraction. Roman forced a smile. It's nothing. Just as he was about to continue, a cacophony of static erupted from the miniature transmitter nestled in his ear. Roman stiffened, signaling Pfeiffer to wait a moment, then closed his eyes, concentrating on the sounds. Ah, welcome, welcome. What a distinguished guest. After a brief flurry of static, a voice emerged, dripping with flattery. It seemed to belong to the vice president he had dealings with, yet the tone suggested that this was no ordinary commoner. Has the matter been resolved? A man's voice, presumably that of a middle-aged individual, followed. Resolved? This caught Roman's full attention. The voice sounded familiar. Who could it be? Damn, could it be that unfortunate? Roman's frustration simmered. However, what followed swiftly calmed his turmoil. After another round of static, a conversation unfolded, revealing that the previous silence was not due to technical issues but rather a lull in dialogue between the parties. Indeed, the tax officer, Bakhars, had anticipated this. The credibility of the Thieves' Guild? You may speak of such things to others, but please do not attempt to placate me with that, Vice President. If thieves had any credibility, then... Bakhars paused, and although Roman could not see his expression, the abrupt shift indicated that the subsequent words would expose the guild's misdeeds. Indeed. After a moment's pause, Bakhars's icy voice echoed through the transmitter. Your past transgressions in Belan Town and earlier in Shanghai Town are also a testament to your credibility. With this statement, silence engulfed the transmitter once more, accompanied by the persistent static. However, this silence did not linger for long. Backars, my lord. The vice president's voice laughed lightly. You need not worry. As long as you can resolve this matter for me, not only will I cease my pursuit of this issue, but I shall also double the reward previously promised. What say you? Agreed. However, Backars, I do not quite understand. That boy is merely a commoner, and I have heard he has been expelled from the temple. Why would you go to such lengths for someone like him? Although the vice president did not mention Roman's name, the realization of their conversation left Roman astonished, covering his mouth in disbelief. Had he been schemed against? Yet, he felt a stroke of fortune to overhear their exchange. With no time to acknowledge Pfeiffer's curious gaze, Roman leaned in closer, fully intent on listening. If he had been focused 100% before, now that he realized the conversation pertained to him, his concentration surged to 200%, his tension palpable. The two men engaged in hushed dialogue were entirely unaware that their words had been intercepted. Thus, the typically cautious Backars refrained from contesting the vice president's statements, opting instead for silence. That is not your concern. Just know that tomorrow I shall have someone stationed outside the town, and I will be waiting there. The moment Roman engages in trade with you, I will have him apprehended. The plaza gathering occurs in 3 days, and I shall publicly announce his crimes, the unauthorized trade of bison, and an association with the Thieves Guild. A sentence of imprisonment is certain, and once incarcerated, I wonder how he will ever recover. The rest of the conversation delved into specific operations. After a brief discussion among them, the sound of the tax officer bidding farewell to the vice president echoed. Meanwhile, Roman was drenched in cold sweat. It must be said that Roman's fortune was remarkably fortuitous. Had he not impulsively placed the listening device within the Thieves Guild, and had those two individuals not been conversing within its auditory range, what fate would await him come the morrow? Although the clandestine trade of bison is not particularly significant, any association with the Thieves Guild could incur severe penalties across numerous territories. While a death sentence may not be inevitable, several years of imprisonment is certainly a possibility. Once confined within a penitentiary, should one perish therein, who would lament such a fate? Contemplating this, dark flames flickered in Roman's eyes. Chapter 26, A Glimmer of Awakening, Part 1. Harvey. What do you suppose that tax collector from Bacchus is after? Why go through all this trouble just to target a boy of no consequence? The night had grown late, and the town of Rica lay in slumber beneath the silvery glow of the moon, enveloped in silence, with all lights extinguished. Outside the town, at the lair of the Thieves Guild, only 2 of the 4 members remained awake. They were reclining in bed, engaged in idle conversation, which gradually led them to discuss the earlier incident. Harvey, a burly one-eyed rogue, chuckled and remarked, "Who cares? As long as we can ruin this boy, we'll have a stronghold in this town, which is far better than drifting aimlessly." Rica, a quaint settlement nestled between the sea and the forest, was gradually attracting the attention of outsiders. Just a fortnight ago, a small band of 4 thieves had set foot on this land. Hey, Bashi. You've been acting strangely since yesterday. Are you yearning for a woman? Once we wrap up this business, let's head to the mercenary guild and find a couple of ladies for a night of revelry, haha. I mean, remember that fiery lass from the last town? What a thrill that was. It's a pity you missed out, only to end up with your face scratched up. What a disgrace. Bashi, a lean and pallid thief, shot a glare at his companion. If you hadn't killed her husband and children, would she have fought so fiercely? Such a beautiful girl. The conditions for establishing a branch of the Thieves Guild were notably lenient, likely due to the unrestrained nature of thievery and the need for better promotion. Thus, one only needed to meet 3 criteria. First, to gain the approval of the Church of the God of Thieves and pay annual tribute. Second, the individuals wishing to establish a branch must already be members of the guild. And finally, the number of founding members must not be fewer than 4. This quartet of thieves perfectly fit those requirements. Generally, although the Thieves Guild operated in the shadows, they maintained connections with local lords to handle matters that the nobles could not address directly. However, since this group of thieves consisted of mere low-level rogues, they had fled here after failing to thrive in the city, thus garnering little attention. Moreover, the local lord, Baron Rochus, resided primarily in Rochus Castle, rarely seen by common folk. In the days following their arrival, they encountered countless obstacles in their attempts to meet someone in authority, leading to their utter despair. To their surprise, at that moment, the town's tax collector had sought them out. They were informed that if they could strike a deal with this tax collector, who was said to be a relative of the lord, He would assist them in establishing their branch in town. All they needed to do was to ensnare a powerless, parentless 15-year-old boy from the town. The transaction appeared to be exceedingly favorable. Out of professional habit, after Bacchus departed, the thieves discreetly dispatched someone to investigate the boy who had evidently offended the tax collector. The findings were largely consistent with what Bacchus had said, save for the fact that they had not learned that the boy was a level 1 druid. Nevertheless, despite being merely a level 1 druid, the boy posed little threat given the recent incidents involving the druid Jifer and the expulsion by priest Ternes. Ultimately, they resolved to proceed with the seemingly risk-free deal. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? If he dares to deceive us, we can make him regret it. The one-eyed rogue's expression shifted, and he snapped irritably. Indeed, Bashi thought to himself, feeling somewhat reassured. Yet, for reasons unknown, he had been experiencing an incessant twitch in his eyelids since yesterday. His innate sensitivity instilled a lingering sense of unease within him. This sensation had intensified since the previous day, prompting him to rub his temples. Suspecting he might simply be overly anxious, with an early morning venture planned outside the town, he resolved to dismiss his worries and seek solace in sleep. As the urge to relieve himself grew alongside his fatigue, Bashi sighed, resigning himself to the necessity of getting up. Where are you off to? The one-eyed rogue inquired curiously. I need to use the restroom, Bashi replied, donning his shoes and pushing open the door to exit their shared room. The thieves had rented a dilapidated 2-story building, with the 4 of them occupying 3 rooms on the 2nd floor, while the restroom was located along the corridor on the 1st floor. As Bashi yawned and descended the stairs, he suddenly heard an unusual noise emanating from the reception area, jolting him awake. As the designated night watchman, he produced a set of keys, selecting the largest one, and cautiously inserted it into the lock. To his dismay, the door was ajar. Had he forgotten to lock it today? Or perhaps he pressed his ear against the door, straining to listen. However, the peculiar sound had ceased, leaving him puzzled. Had he misheard? Confused, he drew a sharp short sword from his boot and slowly pushed the wooden door open. The lights were on inside. A file cabinet leaned against the wall, its drawer wide open, with various items strewn across the floor. Bashi stared in astonishment. Good heavens! Someone has dared to rob the Thieves Guild. Yet, aside from documents, there is little of value in this room. However, he could not afford to ponder further. Noticing the iron window locked from the outside, he concluded that the intruder had not yet vacated the premises, although he had not seen anyone upon entering. There were 3 large cabinets in the room, and the intruder might very well be hiding within. Being an experienced thief with considerable skill, Bashi refrained from shouting for his companions upon discovering this situation. Instead, he meticulously began to search the room. The first cabinet swung open with a sudden motion, but it was empty. The second cabinet yielded the same result. Bashi's gaze sharpened as he regarded the final cabinet. If his intuition was correct, the intruder was likely concealed within. This time, however, he did not recklessly fling it open, but rather listened intently. Indeed, in the stillness of the room, he could discern the faint sound of suppressed breathing emanating from within. Bashi's lips curled into a cruel smile as he drove his sharp blade violently into the wooden cabinet door, eliciting a piercing scream in response. He laughed heartily, drawing his dagger as droplets of blood trickled from its tip onto the floor. The air thickened with the metallic scent of blood. A perverse exhilaration washed over the lean man as he yanked open the cabinet door, revealing 2 unfamiliar youths hiding inside, prompting him to exclaim in delight. How audacious of you to attempt to steal from here. Come out, he cackled, brandishing his sword and gesturing for the boys to emerge. The 2 youths exchanged glances before obediently crawling out. One of them, a robust lad, clutched his right arm, blood seeping through his fingers. Let us go, Roman. The thief clearly recognized the identity of the other boy. It seems there is no need for tomorrow's transaction. The charges of theft and breaking and entering carry far graver consequences, yes? Let me think. That's a hanging offense, haha? Just as the thief was about to summon the others, suddenly, Roman raised his hand, and with a muffled thud, an arrow pierced his neck. The bizarre nature of the situation left the thief unable to resist, even at such close range. It was a crossbow. The thought struck him. Yet before he could fathom how 2 young boys possessed such a meticulously controlled weapon, blood erupted forth in torrents. As the thief collapsed to the ground, Roman exhaled a long sigh of relief. This crossbow was the only weapon available in the space, apart from a cleaver. His homeland had stringent regulations on weaponry. Despite having the means to store items, firearms were unattainable, leading him to procure a crossbow, which unexpectedly proved invaluable in this moment. Though Pfeiffer was astonished by the efficacy of the weapon in Roman's hands, The sound of approaching footsteps immediately compelled him to close his gaping mouth. A thief turned just in time to hear a thud, his body convulsing violently as a short arrow pierced through his chest and exited from his back. The man let out a guttural gasp and collapsed to the ground. The next thief, who followed closely behind, was taken aback, caught in a predicament. Roman, wielding the crossbow with 6 bolts still loaded and glinting ominously, advanced alongside Pfeiffer, who brandished a long sword. Despair flickered in the thief's eyes as he let out a desperate scream and lunged forward. Roman's gaze hardened. He pulled the trigger once more, releasing another bolt that pierced through the assailant's body and, due to the proximity, exited with a spray of blood, impaling itself against the door. The subsequent events unfolded with relative ease. The crossbow, a formidable weapon against low-level foes, rendered the remaining adversary, merely of level 1 or 2, virtually powerless. With Roman's crossbow and Pfeiffer's longsword, they efficiently dispatched the final thief, only relaxing once they confirmed there were no others left. As they finally let their guard down, Pfeiffer's face turned pale. This was his first experience with killing, and having taken 4 lives weighed heavily upon him. The earlier surge of adrenaline from their perilous encounter was now replaced by a creeping dread. Roman, too, felt a wave of nausea but managed to suppress it. For corpses lay before them, their faces contorted in agony, the scene a gruesome testament to their demise, while the foul scent of death permeated the air. The atmosphere outside seeped and yet could not disperse the remnants of the horror that had transpired. Are they truly dead? Did we kill them? A low, hoarse voice shattered the eerie silence, tinged with tension and disbelief. If, after slaying the 4 thieves, Pfeiffer's initial reaction had been one of shock, good heavens. We have killed. He now turned to glance at Roman, whose expression mirrored a complex mix of emotions. The astonishing scene replayed in his mind. What was that sudden weapon? Where had Roman hidden it? And in that fleeting moment of confrontation, Roman's decisiveness and lethal intent felt foreign to him. It was as if he was suddenly estranged from his dear companion. Pfeiffer, do you regret it? Regret coming with me today? Roman, who had remained silent amidst the bodies, abruptly raised his face and inquired. His expression was equally perplexing, shifting like the weather, with a flicker of flame igniting within his eyes. Chapter 27, A Glimmer of Awakening Part 2. Pfeiffer was momentarily taken aback. Then, with an irritable huff, he delivered a punch to Roman. What are you saying? We are good friends. If it weren't for you just now, we would surely have been slaughtered. Indeed, Roman replied, his eyes dimming with a haunting realization. In their eyes, we are no more than ants to be crushed. He had always prided himself on his ability to face reality with composure. Yet he could not deny that over 20 years of a sheltered life in another world had left him ill-prepared to confront his current identity. He had believed that offending certain individuals would only result in social ostracism. However, the events of today had jolted him into awareness. He was in a world governed by a rigid hierarchy, where even trivial matters could lead to life or death. His present status offered little protection. And under the current circumstances, even the slightest misstep could prove fatal. He needed to fortify himself swiftly, for his former laissez-faire attitude was no longer tenable. The act of taking a life, the sight of blood, descended upon him like a chilling snow, awakening clarity in his previously tumultuous thoughts. It was as if he had undergone a profound enlightenment, feeling himself grow considerably in that moment. With this revelation, he turned to Pfeiffer and said, Pfeiffer, we must keep today's events strictly confidential. If anyone accidentally lets this slip, we will both be doomed. Do you understand? Even Pfeiffer, though somewhat dense, grasped the gravity of the situation and nodded vigorously. You can count on me. I wouldn't dare speak of such a significant matter. But what should we do now? Roman placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. First, help me locate that contract. Pfeiffer hesitated, wanting to voice his concerns about the bodies that needed to be dealt with. Seeing that Roman seemed unconcerned, he sighed and followed him as they began to search through the thieves' hideout for the contract. However, their frustration mounted as they sifted through numerous documents and contracts sealed in leather pouches. If they continued at this pace, they would be searching until the next day. Consequently, Roman, unceremoniously, began to gather all the coins, valuable items, and weapons they found and cast them into his spatial pocket. He explained to Pfeiffer that this was one of the druid's divine arts, capable of temporarily relocating objects. Pfeiffer, unfamiliar with druidic magic, found the notion fascinating but refrained from asking further questions. Once they had collected everything they could, Roman contemplated how to dispose of the 4 corpses. Noticing Roman lost in thought as he stared at the bodies, Pfeiffer understood he was deep in contemplation and dared not interrupt. hoping his friend would devise a plan before they were discovered. Fafir's thoughts were straightforward. They could either bury the bodies quickly or set them ablaze, ensuring no one would find them. Yet, Roman's mind was racing in a different direction. He pondered whether to destroy the bodies and the hideout to eliminate evidence or to stage a scenario that would mislead anyone who might investigate. While destroying the corpses appeared to be the most prudent option, if Bacchus truly sought his demise, even ambiguous evidence could plunge him into despair. The best course of action, he reasoned, was to divert all attention elsewhere. Thus, even if Bacchus attempted to exploit the situation, he would be powerless to alter the outcome. With that in mind, he retrieved a spray machine from his spatial pocket, something he had once purchased and left in the corner of his space. In his previous world, he had participated in activities where this machine was used to engrave warning messages on precarious mountain faces to prevent hikers from encountering dangers. The engravings were deep enough that even the elements could not easily erase them. Roman grasped the spray machine, ignoring Fafir's curious gaze, and began to inscribe the concealed information he had gleaned from some contracts into the ground beside the bodies. He then adopted the persona of a wizard, condemning the thieves for their misdeeds and declaring himself a passing mage who had slain them. He signed off with the name Pinji from his former world. The inscriptions appeared as if etched by a finger in soft sand, yet the surface was hard stone, evoking a chilling sense of the magical forces at play. Though Roman knew the act was crude and awkward, he understood that the efficacy of a scheme was what truly mattered. As long as a few individuals discovered it rather than many, it would not lead back to the two youths. After a moment's reflection, he produced an electric baton and struck the corpses, leaving marks that suggested a wizard had employed lightning magic to dispatch them, followed by a final arrow. This notion startled Roman, making him think Fafir had uncovered something. Instead, he found Fafir gazing at him with a complex expression before saying, "Perhaps it's because you become a druid apprentice that you've shed your former timidity. I must say, you are far better now. My grandfather once told me that a true warrior must confront challenges head-on, show no mercy to enemies, and treat friends as extensions of oneself. Only then can one survive the trials of life." Roman listened quietly, aware that Fafir's late grandfather, a former squad leader, had always been an exemplar for him to aspire to surpass. "Thus, your decisive actions earlier may indeed be the best way to eliminate threats," Fafir concluded, touching the wound that had ceased bleeding thanks to Roman's healing. Fafir nodded, eager to assist, yet was rendered numb by Roman's subsequent actions. In a whirlwind of destruction, Roman meticulously surveyed the scene before finally leading Fafir away. On their journey, they discussed potential strategies and parted ways in front of Moat's Inn. Indeed, the letters they had found bore the markings of utmost secrecy. Curiosity compelled Roman to tear open one of the envelopes, and upon reading, he was instantly dumbfounded. As he tore open the others, he found himself equally astonished, his expression shifting into a grin. "Ah, Ternes, how foolish you are to put such matters in writing. And Bacchus, how brazen to conspire with Ternes against me. Just wait, I shall ensure your downfall." By now, dawn had broken. This day was supposed to be when Bacchus would lead a group to ambush him outside the town, but having foreseen everything and with the other parties now deceased, the town remained steeped in tranquility until noon. It was only when someone discovered the corpses of the Thieves' Guild that the tale of the enigmatic and extraordinarily skilled mage became the talk of the town, captivating the imaginations of the townsfolk. In this world, despite the prolonged evolution of time, the figure of a wizard remains an exceedingly noble and enigmatic vocation for the common folk. Those possessing magical aptitude and the ability to cultivate it are exceedingly rare. Therefore, when a wizard manifests in this locale and exacts punishment upon 4 deeply concealed malefactors, the exhilaration felt by the witnesses is easily comprehensible. The transgressions of these thieves, upon thorough investigation, have indeed been substantiated, leading to an immediate consensus among the populace that their demise was undoubtedly at the hands of this wizard. Meanwhile, the instigator, Roman, finds himself hidden away in a chamber, gleefully tallying his spoils. Notably, among these spoils are documents that serve as a last resort in their unscrupulous dealings. For in this world, deities exist, and the powerful do not wield absolute dominion. Chapter 28, A Touch of Brilliance, Part 1. It must be said that being a thief is indeed a profession that yields quick returns. Over the next few days, Roman meticulously accounted for his spoils: 200 gold coins, 2,000 silver coins, and a considerable heap of copper coins. Additionally, there were 10 rolls of new fabric, likely intended for use in their hideout, 6 newly forged sharp daggers, 5 leather storage pouches, a basic manual on thieving skills, a guide to poison crafting, a small chest filled with various toxins, and tools specifically designed for lockpicking. it could be asserted that there was no shortage of valuable items. Even hunting prey for monetary gain could not compare in expediency. Furthermore, having perused the diaries of those thieves, along with their contracts and records, Roman felt no lingering moral qualms about their demise. To eliminate such a band of nefarious individuals would not diminish his ethics in the slightest. The only discomfort Roman experienced stemmed from the fact that these goods and coins could not be utilized openly, as their origins were far too conspicuous. While Roman pondered this matter, in another room, a young priest in the town of Rica was engaged in a conversation with a middle-aged tax officer. Curse it! Is it not said that wizards disdain meddling in others' affairs? Yet here is a wizard who dares to confront thieves outside the town and plunders them without fear of losing his reputation. He is nothing short of a madman. Priest Ternes cursed vehemently, his demeanor far removed from that of a pious preacher. In stark contrast, the tax officer seated across from him maintained a calm composure, chuckling coldly. What troubles you? Are you concerned that the items you commissioned them to dispose of will be discovered by the church? Do not tell me you left any evidence with the thieves. That would be utterly foolish. You. Priest Ternes' face flushed, and he stood, contemplated for a moment, then sat back down, sneering. Do not presume you can distance yourself from this. Not only are you involved in Roman's affair, but you also played a part in this incident, did you not? How unfortunate. I happened to mention your intentions in the notes I left behind. Upon hearing this, Backars was momentarily taken aback, then his expression turned to one of anger. Are you an imbecile? Leaving such evidence for others to exploit? Have you lost your wits? If at first he had approached this with a sense of detached amusement, he now appeared quite frantic. Yes, I admit I left evidence in their hands. It was indeed foolish. However, I do not deem dragging you into this to be foolish. If I am not mistaken, your original plan was to deny any involvement, correct? If those notes were to fall into the wrong hands, devoid of your connection, you would undoubtedly take pleasure in my downfall, would you not? Priest Ternes retorted coldly. Backars' expression stiffened for a moment before he replaced it with a smile. How could that be? In our last transaction, we both profited. Besides, dealing with Roman is a collaborative effort. How could I betray you? Is that so? Then what do you propose we do now? We did not find the notes at that hideout. Could it be that the mad wizard took them? Priest Ternes expressed a genuine fear of the unpredictable wizard. Backars shook his head. That is unlikely. What would the wizard want with them? There were evident signs of fire damage in the thieves' document storage area. I suspect those items were destroyed during the altercation. One can only hope, Priest Ternes sighed. What a pity, had it not been for that wizard. Today Roman would have been conducting business with those thieves. Alas, they were fortunate this time. However, opportunities will arise once more. Backars clenched his teeth. Convinced it was mere luck, without connecting the dots to the audacity of two youths to orchestrate such a grand scheme. A day swiftly passed, and the square meeting of the following day was set to commence promptly at 8 o'clock in the morning. Attendees would include the official residents of Rica Town, local officials, and the Baron and his confidants. As clergy members of the temple, Priest Ternes and Miss Eleni would also be present. The residents of Rica Town placed great importance on the square meeting. During each gathering, nearly all townsfolk aged 16 and above would set aside their tasks and arrive punctually at the town square. At these monthly meetings, officials would report on the taxation, production, and personnel matters of the past month, alongside any sensational or heinous events that had transpired, which would lead to severe punishments for certain individuals. Roman and Pfeiffer, both nearly 16, were participating for the first time this year. Though a sense of apprehension lingered, they waited outside the square, listening to the distant sounds of proclamations being made. The square of Rica Town, following the tradition of other noble territories, was an open area surrounded by a high, ornate wall, guarded at the entrances. Those who did not meet the criteria for entry would be barred from entering. As the sun hung high in the sky, casting a warm glow, Roman felt a sense of relief wash over him once the meeting concluded without incident. He glanced at the individuals on the platform, scoffing and sighing. Despite possessing considerable evidence, he found himself unable to act upon it. Such was the disparity of status. For those of lower standing, mere evidence sufficed. Yet for those in power, evidence alone was insufficient. One must possess strength. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was November. The forest outside Rica Town had transformed from lush green to a withered yellow. The vibrant flowers that once adorned the greenery had withered away, and although the air still carried the unique freshness of the flora, it lacked the usual intensity, instead adopting a more desolate quality. In an open area at the forest's edge, Roman closed his eyes, silently attuning himself to the essence of nature. Gradually, An imperceptible energy began to emanate weakly from his surroundings, rising from countless plants, coalescing in the air into a brighter green light that then converged upon his body. Some luminous points were absorbed upon contact with him, while others merely lingered around him, soon dissipating into the air. This power was exceedingly scarce, and the rate of gathering was not particularly swift. As time wore on, the accumulation of energy slowed significantly, eventually halting altogether, leaving a thin layer of energy surrounding Roman that was insufficient to envelop his entire form. After a considerable period, Roman slowly opened his eyes. The green energy that had encircled him had only a small fraction integrate into his being, with the majority dissipating into the atmosphere. Having anticipated this outcome, Roman could only helplessly tug at the corners of his mouth. The progress was indeed sluggish. He gazed at his hands with a sense of resignation. Yet, wary of drawing attention, he refrained from touching the gold and silver coins, instead dividing the copper coins collected from the thieves into 3 portions, one for Pfeiffer, one for the Nick family, and the remainder for himself. Even so, he cautioned that these funds should be used sparingly. Currently, there were 2,000 silver coins, a substantial sum, but the issue remained that a legitimate source was necessary. Thanks to Miss Eleni's instructions, he now had the freedom to peruse the temple's books, which proved to be of great assistance to Roman. For reasons unbeknownst to him, his cultivation had become exceedingly sluggish. Although to outsiders it appeared that he was making rapid progress, this was largely due to the unconditioned energy bestowed upon him by the verdant flora within the Shinnon corner space. In this world, however, absorbing the green light proved to be somewhat challenging. Was it a lack of guidance from a mentor? Or perhaps the incident involving the wild buffalo, which he had slain not for sustenance, but in violation of the natural order, played a role? With a sigh, Roman suddenly realized that while Haifa had not held him in high regard previously, the insights offered by Haifa had undeniably steered him away from certain missteps on his path to mastering druidic practices. Without the guidance of a mentor, he often found himself struggling at pivotal junctures. Despite possessing the Shinnon corner space and the wisdom of individuals from another realm, which significantly facilitated his journey in druidic cultivation, there were still critical aspects that could not be navigated solely by these resources. He yearned for someone to exchange experiences with, someone to provide him with direction. Suddenly, he recalled the temporary adventurer's permit, and a smile crept across his face. As the name suggests, this permit would allow him to leave the town and traverse various cities, even though officially he still belonged to this settlement. Upon returning to the town, he made his way directly to the military camp. Fortunately, due to the influence of the squad leader, the captain had been quite earnest in instructing him in swordsmanship. Both Roman and Pfeiffer had been diligently honing their skills there. Currently, Roman was collaborating with Apothecary Anson on the preparation of potions, a task assigned by Miss Eleanor, which also provided a modest income, 15 silver coins each month. Nevertheless, he still owed a significant sum to Haifa that would take months to settle. As Roman practiced, he reflected on how he had become proficient in basic swordplay and footwork. However, since he had not trained from a young age, he recognized that any competent warrior would surpass him in strength and skill. Chapter 29, A Touch of Brilliance, Part 2. Upon this realization, Roman felt as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. Lamenting internally why he had not sought this knowledge sooner, it became apparent that due to the nature of their profession, thieves primarily honed their skills in stealth and assassination. Their techniques emphasized speed and the element of surprise in both attack and retreat. In contrast, Roman had previously practiced conventional swordsmanship, which prioritized stability. For someone of Roman's slight build, the thieves' arts were far more suitable for his current circumstances. He began to peruse a book on assassination techniques, which not only covered swordplay but also included methods for using daggers and knives, even detailing how to incapacitate an enemy with bare hands. One could only conclude that Roman and his companions were indeed fortunate, while the thieves were rather unfortunate. As he leafed through the book, Roman's mind began to churn with thoughts. The skills of the thieves were ripe for learning. Although the text was rather simplistic, it nonetheless contained foundational knowledge. Inspired to act, Roman adhered to his life principle of immediate action. Thanks to his studies of druidic magic, his memory had significantly improved, particularly in this verdant environment where his senses were heightened. Additionally, the few tomes he had gathered regarding the types of poisons and their concoction piqued his interest as well. Though he had become acquainted with numerous healing plants in the temple, his knowledge was limited to medicinal flora. The toxic plants capable of producing poisons were absent from the temple's gardens and even from the library's records. However, as Roman hailed from another world, He harbored no reservations about the creation and use of toxins. To him, even if he never employed these poisons, merely familiarizing himself with them would diminish the likelihood of being victimized in the future. In a secluded clearing within the forest, he retrieved a small box from his spatial storage. Upon opening it, he discovered 5 compartments, each containing 100 small sections, with a little heap of seeds in each. The sheer variety and vibrancy of the seeds nearly dazzled Roman. Consulting the previously read booklet on poisonous seeds, he examined the compartments and confirmed they contained the very seeds he had sought. To his surprise, the thieves were also knowledgeable about medicinal herbs. Shaking his head, he placed the box back into storage, as his spatial realm was still expanding and could not yet accommodate new seeds. Thus, Roman's life became a cycle of relentless training and martial practice, simple yet fulfilling, while Nick's health gradually restored. Though some aftereffects lingered, he appeared no different from an ordinary person. One day, the town of Rica welcomed its first snowfall of the winter, coinciding with the arrival of the Barnell merchant caravan. Each month, Barnell visited the town, providing Roman with an opportunity to accompany the caravan to the city in pursuit of sufficient funds. The heavy snowfall brought both concern and joy to the residents of Rica. Children gleefully chased one another in the streets, building snowmen and engaging in snowball fights. The Moden thrived in business due to the inclement weather, with patrons gathering to enjoy steaming cups of spirits while gazing at the falling snow, proclaiming that the next year would surely yield a bountiful harvest. Meanwhile, Roman, waiting in a second-floor room for Barnell to finish his drink, found himself feeling somewhat bored. Due to the snow, he had refrained from practicing in the forest that day. After a light meal, he gazed out the window, captivated by the snow. This marked his first encounter with such a heavy snowfall since arriving in this world. Having grown up in the South, he rarely witnessed snow, and his subsequent work often took him to lush, warm climates. Thus, this magnificent, thick blanket of snow could be considered the first substantial snowfall he had ever seen. Roman meticulously observed the snow outside. Eventually, he felt a whimsical urge and stood to approach the window, extending his hand outward. The icy snowflakes landed on his palm, and he raised it to his eyes, examining the delicate crystals as they melted away. Although winter enveloped the outside world, the space of Shinnon Corner remained seemingly unaffected. Above, a golden orb illuminated the surroundings, casting a radiant glow that permeated the air with a fragrance more exquisite than rain. The sky was adorned with a beautiful halo, while the stream flowed briskly, its cool, crystal-clear waters revealing fish darting about. A month had passed since planting an acre of bluegrass, and due to the absence of pests and adverse weather, it had sprouted vigorously, shrouded in a faint mist infused with a refreshing aroma. A unique effect of the spatial upgrade S10% premium quality. If the bluegrass continued to thrive for another 2 months, it would be ready for harvest, yielding approximately 300 kilograms given the market value of 1 silver coin per kilogram. The scenery within the spatial realm resembled a picturesque painting, and upon glancing upward, Roman noticed the spatial metrics nearing the 2,000 mark. With a triumphant smile, he was suddenly called from below. "Roman." "Ah, coming." Roman responded promptly. He hurried down to the inn's ground floor, confirming his suspicions as he found a throng of adventurers bustling about. The familiar captain of the Hiawawi mercenary team was present, flanked by a cadre of comparatively unfamiliar adventurers. Why are there so many adventurers flocking to the town lately? Is there some hidden treasure in the thorny forest? Roman pondered to himself. "Burke, this is Roman, a druid. 1 healing session costs 5 silver coins, which is half the price of the temple." Despite the town's recent troubles stemming from the tax collector Bacchus' malicious behavior, which had caused many townsfolk to distance themselves from Roman, adventurers seemed less concerned with such matters. The moment Hiawawi spotted Roman descending, he called out, "Oh, you're a druid? Can you help?" Burke, a captain in his 30s, surveyed Roman with a discerning gaze. "Can you or not? Healing just requires knowledge, right?" Roman offered a slight smile as his eyes scanned the room, landing on 3 adventurers bearing wounds. "Hey, Roman, you're quite adept at healing," Hiawawi exclaimed with exaggerated enthusiasm. Roman felt a flush of pride as he instructed the 3 to remove their garments and requested each to buy a shot of strong liquor. Hiawawi cheerfully assisted, pouring the liquor over the wounds, causing the trio to shudder. Burke inquired, "What is that for?" "Huh, I'm not sure. But Roman seems to think that applying liquor to the wounds aids in recovery," Hiawawi teased. "God knows if it's just to boost the NS business." Haha. The green glow quickly subsided, but a faint layer of skin regenerated around the ointment, covering the wounds. "All done. Refrain from drinking for 3 days, and you'll heal completely," Roman advised. The man examined his wound, moved, and smiled at Roman, saying, "Indeed, quite impressive." Once all three were healed, Roman accepted 15 silver coins, handing 5 to the innkeeper, who would ensure they were delivered to the tax collector Bacchus. The tax officer, Bacchus, can prohibit the trade of bison, yet he is powerless to prevent the druids from casting their spells. Moreover, as the number of adventurers increases, so too do the instances of injury. With only 2 priests in the temple, each endowed with merely 3 or 4 healing spells per day, the demand far exceeds the supply. Thus, Roman's venture aligns with the needs of the adventurers. To impose a prohibition would surely offend them, a risk even Bacchus dares not take, resorting instead to levying a substantial tax, demanding 1/3 of the profits. Of course, Roman is limited to just 3 healing spells each day. Gazing at the coins, Roman squints slightly. This matter will inevitably require resolution. Well done, Roman. Should you wish to venture into the city, even if Barnel refuses to accompany you, I shall gladly take you, remarked Havave with a smile upon witnessing the situation. While others are preoccupied with tax officer Bacchus, he has weighed the pros and cons and determined that the risk of offending Bacchus is worthwhile. Roman nodded with a smile. Such is the nature of power and profit. Chapter 30, Departure from the Town, Part 1. Due to the arrival of adventurers, Roman, who had been persistently troubled by the tax collector, found a new opportunity for wealth. With his healing spells becoming increasingly adept, his business flourished. A friendly and reasonably priced druidic healing service was far preferable to the discomfort of seeking aid from temple priests. Each treatment demanded 5 silver coins. Yet according to his so-called new regulations, he was obliged to surrender as much as 4 of those coins. This time, even the usually composed Roman felt a surge of anger. The exertion and mental toll of healing were substantial and should not be trivialized. "Roman, come quickly." Suddenly, a voice called from below as he sat in his room, contemplating how to navigate this crisis. I'm coming," he responded hurriedly, before he even descended the stairs. A strong scent of blood assaulted his senses. Rushing downstairs, he confirmed his suspicions. Several grievously injured individuals lay sprawled in the center of his small shop. "Roman, they encountered fierce beasts and are severely wounded. Please, take a look." Captain Burke, who had been introduced to him by the leader of the Hive mercenary group, shouted upon seeing him emerge. "So many injured this time?" Roman's gaze swept over the wounds of the victims, tightening in his chest. While previous treatments had merely addressed superficial injuries, the gravity of this situation felt life-threatening. There were 5 injured in total. The condition of 4 was manageable. As a first-level druid, spells could suffice for their minor wounds. However, the individual closest to the staircase, lying on a large hide, was in dire straits. Why not go to the temple? Roman mused. It was a well-known fact that professional priests excelled in healing. He would not contest this notion, though he acknowledged that, despite Priest Terny's less than stellar character, a 29-year-old priest wielding 4th-level healing magic was far superior. Unlike druids, priests possessed more potent healing spells, and a 4th-level priest had already mastered what druids would only acquire at levels 5 or 6. "Roman, the temple priests have exhausted their spells today, and their lives now rest in your hands." Burke, anxious because the wounded were among his earliest companions, pleaded when he noticed Roman's hesitation. "Very well. I shall do my utmost." Nodding in agreement, Roman approached the gravely injured man. Upon inspection, his expression darkened. The man's abdomen had been torn open by a beast, and despite being bound with clean cloth, blood continued to drip steadily. "Please help him. He is the brother of a dear friend. If you can save him, I will pay you triple the silver," Burke implored, his desperation palpable. Though he understood the severity of the injury posed a significant challenge for Roman, he could only hope for a miracle. After all, apart from the priests, Roman was the town's only alternative for effective healing. Roman nodded, instructing them to prepare needles, thread, and disinfecting spirits swiftly. Burke understood the merits of spirits, recalling how they had hastened healing during a previous injury. Yet, he was puzzled by the need for needles and thread. In this world, healing predominantly relied on divine magic, with herbal remedies serving as supplementary aids. Due to their efficacy, surgical practices akin to those on Earth were virtually unknown and misunderstood here. Nevertheless, trusting Roman, Burke quickly gathered the necessary items. In fact, these supplies were readily available at the Mott Inn, and their purchase delighted the Mott couple. This mutual benefit explained why, despite the townsfolk's alienation from Roman, the Mott still welcomed him. The surgical procedure proceeded smoothly. Although Roman lacked formal medical training, The remarkable efficacy of the local medicinal remedies aided him. Amidst astonished gazes, he expertly stitched the man's wound, applying a thin layer of the finest ointment over the gash, mindful that such a grievous injury warranted utmost care. Once finished, Roman extended his hand, a faint green light emanating from his palm. In an instant, the glow extinguished. He anticipated that in a few days, this dreadful wound would heal. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Roman stated, "All done. Avoid alcohol and rest for 10 days, and you will be nearly healed." "Is that it?" Burke stared in disbelief. Roman felt a flush of embarrassment and quickly declined payment, instead requesting additional spirits. He then proceeded to tend to the remaining injuries, completing the treatments with the same diligence. Once finished, Roman could no longer conceal his fatigue. It was, after all, his first experience stitching a wound, and he was still acclimating to the process. However, unbeknownst to the others, Burke, seeing Roman's exhaustion from the effort, insisted on leaving him 50 silver coins before taking his companions away. "Roman, I heard you managed to save someone whose abdomen was torn open by a beast." News in the small town spread swiftly. Within half a day, nearly all the townsfolk learned of Roman, the first-level druid with miraculous healing abilities. Captain of the Javi mercenary group visited the inn, jesting before imparting crucial information to Roman. "However, you must remit 40 of those 50 silver coins in taxes, which seems rather unfair. Why not formally register at the Adventurers Guild? With your current skills, your future business prospects will be bright, and this arrangement is unsustainable." From the captain, Roman learned that the healing services he provided as a non-professional were subject to heavy taxation. However, joining an organization like the Adventurers Guild would change everything. At that point, his healing work would be deemed legitimate, and the tax collector, Bacchus, would have no grounds to impose exorbitant taxes on him. In the future, he would only need to pay a mere 10% of his healing income. Roman expressed his gratitude to the captain and learned that not far from Rica town, there existed an Adventurers Guild. Moreover, he discovered that the Barnell merchant group was soon to depart for that very location. When Roman encountered Barnell, he mentioned his desire to accompany them to Opsos. Although the tax collector Bacchus had strained their relationship, Barnell recognized Roman's newfound healing talents and found no reason to further their estrangement. After a moment's reflection, Barnell readily agreed. Time flew by as busy days passed swiftly. Before long, the Barnell merchant group prepared to set out. Early in the morning, Roman had washed and eaten breakfast, waiting at the Mod Inn. "My apologies. The cargo was too heavy, and I arrived late." After some time, Barnell finally appeared at the inn, leading the caravan. So many goods? Although aware of Barnell's substantial business, Roman was still somewhat taken aback upon seeing the dozen or so large carts upon stepping outside. Was it not the onset of winter? The small town's reserves of fabric and grain were insufficient, allowing them to barely scrape by. Barnell spoke graciously, yet there was a distinct pride upon his countenance. Today's weather was delightful, with a gentle breeze and bright sunshine. The caravan's cargo was drawn by creatures akin to the cattle and horses of earth, and the spacious cart spared Roman the discomfort of walking. Seated in the open cart, exhaling puffs of breath, Roman felt remarkably content. This was not solely due to his current purpose, but also because it marked his first venture beyond the confines of this world. Curiosity is inherent to all, and Roman was no exception. He was eager to uncover the nature of the world beyond. The cart ambled along at a leisurely pace, and Roman engaged in casual conversation with the members of the caravan. These seasoned travelers, though lacking in formal education, possessed a wealth of experiences far surpassing anyone in the small town. They had visited numerous cities and encountered various individuals, and their dialogues afforded Roman insights into matters absent from books, knowledge that would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. As laughter and chatter filled the air, the journey felt effortless, and after a day's travel, at last, a city gate loomed ahead. Though not grand when compared to structures on Earth, it towered significantly over any edifice in Rica town, signaling to Roman that they had indeed arrived at their destination. Chapter 32, Departure from the Town, Part 2. The city of Apis, while not particularly large, dwarfs the town of Rica by more than tenfold. Although it is his first venture into the world beyond, Roman, having traversed numerous bustling metropolises on Earth, exhibits only a sense of novelty and curiosity, devoid of any overwhelming astonishment. He finds this demeanor perfectly natural. However, it surprises the others in the caravan, particularly Barnell. After all, when Barnell first departed from home to explore the outside world, he was left in sheer awe upon encountering such a grand city. It is remarkable that this young lad, having journeyed from Rica to a small city, displays no trepidation, which certainly earns him a reconsideration from Barnal. This young man possesses great potential, which is the entirety of Barnal's thoughts at that moment. As a merchant who values profit above all, Barnal's attitude towards Roman quickly becomes much warmer after some reflection. Roman feigns ignorance, yet he understands all too well, silently lamenting the realities of the world. He then casts his gaze upon the small city before him. Perhaps due to its remote location, Apis covers a considerable area, yet both its streets and buildings appear somewhat dilapidated, although numerous shops line the streets. The diversity of goods offered is rather limited. Compared to Rica, it is undoubtedly a significant improvement. This is evident from the city gate they just passed through. The gate tower appears quite grand from the outside, particularly to those unaccustomed to the world. However, a closer inspection reveals the guards' attire to be rather shabby. Their clothing, though worn, is acceptable, yet it is winter, and some are even clad in mere sandals. This suggests a lack of financial resources on the part of the city lord, or perhaps a reluctance to provide the soldiers with new uniforms. Regardless, it serves as an indication of the area's poverty, for even a wealthy noble would consider soldiers, though lowly, as a reflection of their own status. As Roman strolls through the city, he estimates the permanent population to be around 10,000. Suddenly, he recalls the family of Miss Ellen, whose angelic father presides over a territory that is not particularly affluent. It is no wonder that the baron tends to remain within the castle, for who would wish to gaze upon their impoverished domain daily? With this thought, Roman begins to understand Miss Ellen's fervent dedication to studying the ways of the clergy. However, in this world, he is merely a lowly druid without freedom, unable to offer assistance to the lovely girl. Lost in his musings, Roman is abruptly jolted from his reverie as the caravan comes to a halt. Roman, the Adventurers Guild is closed for lunch. Let us have a drink first. Barnal warmly invites him, revealing they have arrived at their destination. Feeling somewhat peckish from the bumpy ride, Roman responds with a smile. That would be much appreciated. He carefully dismounts from the vehicle, his legs slightly numb, and bounces a few times to regain his composure. Inwardly, he reminisces about the cars of earth, yet his face beams with gratitude. Upon disembarking, Roman discovers that they have arrived at the entrance of a trading company, the very destination of Barnal's caravan. Barnal explains that this establishment is the largest in the small city and offers reasonable prices, which is why he has been collaborating with them recently. Goods are continuously being unloaded, and Roman feels that their assistance has been invaluable, prompting him to join the bustling crowd. Although he only lends a hand briefly, his efforts significantly enhance his standing in the eyes of the caravan members. Consequently, during the subsequent banquet, Roman is treated with greater hospitality, enjoying a sumptuous lunch alongside Barnal. After a delightful meal, Roman indulges in a refreshing nap. Having consumed a few drinks during toasts, he sleeps rather soundly. It is not until Barnal personally comes to rouse him that he suddenly recalls the task at hand remains unfinished. You have quite the tolerance for drink, awakening so swiftly. Barnal chuckles, patting him on the shoulder. Roman flushes with embarrassment at the realization that he has drunk too much. Little does he know, at his tender age, to withstand the toasts until the end and still awake and fully alert is nothing short of miraculous in Barnal's eyes. This suggests that the continuous transformation of his body through the Shinnon corner is gradually taking effect. He is no longer the frail individual he once was upon arriving in this world. However, Roman has no time to dwell on these transformations. After washing his face and dressing appropriately, he follows Barnal's directions to the Adventurers Guild in the small city. He finds the guild with ease, and to his surprise, it is quite opulent compared to the neighboring buildings. Of course, this opulence is relative to the surrounding structures. Amidst a cluster of worn edifices stands a newly constructed three-story building, its size comparable to the temple in Rica. As he approaches the grand entrance, a guard-like figure intercepts him, inquiring, "Who are you?" "Greetings, I am Roman, a druid from Rica town. Here to register," Roman quickly clarifies. "Ah, understood," the guard replies, stepping aside to allow him entry. Upon crossing the threshold, the cold air is instantly replaced by a warm embrace. As he steps into the building, he notices a flicker of something green surrounding him. What is this? Roman muses, observing the ethereal green mist encircling him. "Welcome to the Adventurers Guild." A middle-aged man smiles as he emerges from a corner. Roman nods in acknowledgement, replying, "Hello, I am a druid from Rica town." "Indeed, you are a druid. You have just passed our identity verification." The man gestures towards a nearby area. "Please, follow me. We can discuss as we walk." Roman then notices a small hexagonal array at the entrance. Stepping through the door activates it, confirming one's identity through energy detection. Is this your first visit to the Adventurers Guild? The middle-aged man asks, his tone indicating he understands Roman's mission. Roman nods affirmatively. It seems you have some knowledge of our guild, but allow me to offer you a comprehensive introduction. The man, resembling a company receptionist on Earth, adeptly explains the guild's functions as they navigate towards the main hall. Crossing through a door, Roman finds himself in a spacious hall with multiple service windows, where individuals are inquiring and processing their affairs. The scene is reminiscent of a bank or post office back on Earth. Noticing Roman's astonishment, the middle-aged man revels in his reaction, satisfied that his task is complete. He leads Roman to one of the windows, stating, "This is where we handle registration records." Roman, undeterred, joins the queue behind two others, contemplating how to swiftly repay his debts. Debt renders one incapable of attaining true freedom. Without such freedom, one cannot establish a business. And without a business, one cannot accumulate strength. For Roman, this has become a vicious cycle. Glancing ahead, he noticed a poised young woman at the window, smiling back at him. "Your identity has been verified. This is a temporary adventurer's permit. As a level 1 druid, you possess the privilege to obtain a formal adventurer's certificate immediately, without any assessment. If you wish to apply for a permanent adventurer's certificate, please fill out a form." The woman handed Roman a piece of parchment, densely filled with text. After a brief examination, she retrieved a metal plate from the counter and, employing a method unbeknownst to Roman, swiftly inscribed his information and the guild's verification onto the plate before presenting it to him. The processing fee is 3 silver coins. The woman gazed at the youthful yet intriguingly charismatic young man, smiling as she spoke. Roman, having already acquired this information from a middle-aged man, promptly handed over the silver coins. "Very well, from this moment onward, you are officially a member of the Adventurers Guild. Your reputation stands at 1 point, marking you as a level 1 adventurer. We welcome you back, Mr. Roman." The woman continued with a smile. "Each time you successfully complete a task, the guild will increase your reputation points, deducting 20 from your earned rewards while also remitting approximately 10 in taxes to the local lord. Should you acquire a tax exemption from the lord, you would be exempt from these dues. 30% in taxes. How avaricious the guild is. The Adventurers Guild does not prioritize strength. It is a profit-driven entity that values reputation. Reputation points are determined by task completion and contributions to the guild. Even if you are a grand mage, lacking profitability for the guild means you have no reputation points. No wonder the Adventurers Guild is so wealthy. It behaves like a monopolistic corporation, though surely the local lords partake in the profits. Noticing his troubled expression, the woman added with a smile, "Of course. Adventurers above level 5 benefit from a 5 reduction in taxes, and those above level 11 see their tax burden drop to 10. By that stage, you would likely receive a tax exemption from the lord. In theory, obtaining a formal adventurer's certificate and accumulating reputation points would allow him to automatically gain the rights of a free citizen upon reaching around level 5. Even if the lord did not bestow complete freedom. This explains why most lords grant the rights of free citizens preemptively. After all, if one cannot be obstructed, it is merely a matter of time. It is wiser to grant such rights now, fostering goodwill." With this thought in mind, Roman silently resolved to act decisively. Chapter 33, Recommendation, Part 1. As Roman proceeded to the Adventurers Guild to complete his formalities, in a room of the cramped trading company, Barnel, the leader of a modest merchant caravan, was conversing with his son, Physia. Physia, a young man with golden hair and a prominent hawk-like nose, exhibited a well-proportioned physique indicative of a warrior's training. With a benevolent gaze, Barnel addressed him. "What do you think of this young druid, Roman?" His tone carried an air of discernment. "Father." Physia took a moment, furrowing his brow in contemplation before responding with certainty. "He is a remarkably talented individual, and he conducts himself with great wisdom. I have heard he once worked as an assistant at Mott's shop. Perhaps he acquired some valuable insights there." A flicker of satisfaction crossed Barnel's face, only to vanish swiftly. "So, Physia, you have great expectations for his future?" Barnel chuckled heartily, his demeanor unrestrained this time. "Dealing with a young lion is far preferable to facing an adult one. Since you hold high hopes for Roman, why not invest in him like a true merchant?" With that, Barnel produced a scroll of parchment from within his cloak, sealed with wax bearing the emblem of the Barnel caravan. He solemnly handed the letter of recommendation to his son, who nodded and carefully stowed it away. "Father, I shall seek him out at the Adventurers Guild right away." Barnel nodded in approval. "Go ahead." As Physia approached the door, he heard his father murmur softly behind him, It is said that wine is the touchstone of character. While women weigh the scales of sin, a warmth surged within Physia, and a smile graced his face. It was a sunlit afternoon when Roman emerged from the Adventurers Guild, the red clouds of the west already obscuring much of the sky. Roman, a voice called out to him. He recognized it as Physia, the son of Barnal. In Roman's memory, Physia was a shrewd merchant, a testament to his father's teachings, with the only youthful trait being a hint of ambitious naivete lurking within. Hello, Physia. Roman waved in greeting. Shall we find a place to have a drink? Physia approached him naturally. As a former employee, Roman understood that beneath Physia's words lay a deeper intent. Roman, I have matters to discuss with you. All right. I have heard that Old Violence Tavern serves a splendid homemade fruit wine. Roman responded with joviality as he walked alongside him. Indeed, I have heard that it is quite delightful. Physia licked his lips, adding, to celebrate your newfound status as an adventurer, allow me to treat you this time. I shall not refuse, Roman said, patting Physia's shoulder. By the time they arrived at Old Violence Tavern in the eastern part of the town, twilight had begun to settle. The tavern was sparsely populated. Perhaps it would be later when adventurers would come to drown their sorrows. A chubby, balding old man greeted them warmly from behind the bar. Hello, young fellows. What can I get for you? Old Violent, bring forth your fruit wine. 2 glasses, Physia declared with a cheerful smile, gesturing with 2 fingers. He then found a table deeper within and pulled out a chair for Roman. Roman sat down, but he felt a ripple of astonishment as he noticed the old man behind the bar. A faint aura of spiritual light cloaked him, a deep crimson hue reflecting his robust vitality, while the scent of blood hinted at a history of battles fought in his youth. Roman, adept at sensing such energies, discerned that the old man was likely a 5th-level warrior. With this knowledge, Roman surveyed the tavern. The patrons, mostly adventurers, bore a semblance of restraint, a stark contrast to the boisterous adventurers he had encountered at Mott and his wife's shop. After a moment of contemplation, Roman turned to Physia with a smile. This Uncle Violent must have been quite a remarkable figure in his youth. Physia's face displayed a mix of surprise and admiration. How did you come to that conclusion? Roman chuckled. During my time as an assistant in a tavern, adventurers were always loud and rowdy. Yet, when I entered here, I sensed an unusual restraint among the patrons. Observing their glances towards Old Violent, I deduced his significance. Physia applauded lightly. Perhaps only someone as perceptive as you would receive nature's grace. Just then, a tall waitress brought over 2 glasses of wine. Roman, would you like to order something to eat? Physia inquired. Perhaps it would be wise to seek the charming lady's recommendations for the house specialties. By the way, lovely lady, what is your name? Physia turned to her, flashing a charming smile. Yvette, esteemed guest, the waitress replied playfully, lifting her skirt slightly as she curtsied, momentarily dazzling them with a glimpse of her alabaster skin. Oh, you are enchanting, like a princess, Physia exclaimed dramatically. Roman chuckled softly, recalling his own fleeting experiences in the world of business after graduating university, where he had accompanied superiors to various establishments of ill repute. Such scenes evoked a bittersweet nostalgia within him, prompting him to raise his glass. A toast to the delightful Yvette. To the delightful Yvette, echoed the few patrons in the tavern, raising their glasses in spirited agreement. The atmosphere transformed into one of merriment, as wine and women often incited a raucous spirit among men. Handsome lad, Yvette leaned in closer, planting a light kiss on Roman's lips. I prefer shimmering gold coins over sweet nothings. The revelry intensified. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced through the noise. Yvette, you wretched girl. How could you take a fancy to this pretty boy? Roman turned to see a young man storming through the tavern door, his face contorted with rage. He touched his cheek and grimaced inwardly, wondering if he was to face another misunderstanding similar to his encounter with the narrow-minded priest, Tinus, back in Rica. Old Violent paused his task of polishing a wine jug and slowly stepped out from behind the bar, positioning himself in front of the intruder. Listen, young man. My Yvette is free to choose whom she pleases. If she does not wish for your advances, then I, Old Violent, do not welcome you here. You contemptible tavern owner. How dare you speak to me this way? Do you know who I am? I, Jacob, have my sights set on your daughter. The young man's anger flared, but he was unable to finish his sentence. Old Violent simply raised a hand, gripping Jacob's throat, and with a swift motion, hurled him onto the gravel outside the tavern. Snickers of amusement rippled through the tavern. Yet, Roman suddenly stood up, sensing a surge of magical energy outside, transforming violently into flames, accompanied by the incantations of magic. This was, however, Old Violin's reaction was swifter than Roman's. He dashed out the door, and through Roman's unique vision, he observed the crimson aura surrounding Violin, leaping like flames as he bolted forward, leaving a trail of crimson afterimages in his wake. The ground trembled slightly, followed by a piercing scream that abruptly ceased. As if one's throat had been constricted, the robust voice of old Violin resonated. A novice mage, daring to wield the flame palm amidst our ranks in Apis? Do you not inquire as to who I, old Violin, truly am? This individual is no ordinary foe. We, Apis, swiftly delineate our territories. The flame palm? A mere first-level spell? Roman lowered his gaze, raising a wooden cup to his lips for a modest sip, pondering. Indeed. For an adventurer to survive the perils of combat and relish a peaceful twilight, mere muscle is insufficient. Physio whistled, a splendid charge, culminating in a flawless stomp. Old Violin remains as formidable as in his youth. Shall you not take a look? Nodding towards the throng of patrons jostling to witness the commotion, Physio remarked to Roman. After all, that unfortunate Mr. Boo met such a tragic fate due to his jealousy of you. Chapter 34 Recommendation, Part 2. Roman smiled and rose to his feet. Are you well acquainted with Mr. Valon? He inquired. The lovely Miss Yvette, it seems that with Mr. Valon here, I have no opportunity to defend your reputation. He bowed slightly towards Yvette. A blush crept onto Yvette's cheeks. This handsome youth, with his delightful chestnut hair and clear blue eyes reminiscent of the waters outside Apis, appeared to harbor an alluring secret. Daddy, you've hit someone again. You're always so rude, Yvette exclaimed, darting towards the door like a startled fawn. Roman. It seems Miss Yvette has become shy. However, you must know that Yvette is a level 3 warrior. Roman, a physique like yours may not withstand her prowess. Physio gently nudged Roman with his elbow. Roman smiled at him, but for some reason, a memory of Eleni suddenly surfaced in his mind as he followed Physio outside. A level 3 warrior? The captain Richard, who taught him swordsmanship, was only a level 4. With this thought in mind, Roman muttered softly. Perhaps coming to Apis is indeed a good choice. As Roman and Physio stepped outside, they found a crowd gathering at the entrance, and Roman overheard someone remarking. That Jacob is merely a level 1 mage. How dare he act recklessly in our Apis? He truly has no sense of the world's grandeur. Another voice chimed in. Do not be deceived by his impressive appearance. He is merely a hired hand working in Master Sackville's workshop nearby. Roman chuckled softly, recalling the famous tale of the ugly duckling. A level 1 practitioner resembles the ugly duckling, unable to soar like a swan and distinctly different from wild ducks, thus facing ostracism unless protected by swans. In truth, how different was he from Jacob? Merely more humble. Pondering this, Roman felt a wave of ennui wash over him. He tugged at Physio's sleeve. I believe my stomach is somewhat empty. Let us find something to eat. Physio regarded him with mild surprise before inquiring. Aren't you going to seek out Miss Yvette? She is just over there. Roman erupted into laughter, internally reflecting that though Physio was unaware of his own intentions, he was undoubtedly the type of person who adeptly navigated conversations. Seeing Roman's silence, Physio assumed he was captivated by the aroma of the meat and remarked, What do you think? When I first tasted it, I found it incredible that coyote meat could be prepared to such exquisite flavor. This is old Valon's special craft. Paired with his homemade fruit wine, it is said that occasionally nobles don disguises to dine here. Roman nodded, taking a sip of the fruit wine, and a flush of warmth spread across his face. With a hint of inebriation, he said, Mr. Physio, I truly appreciate your hospitality. If it is not too presumptuous, I would like to know what you sought me for. My dear Roman, Physio appeared slightly intoxicated the moment I laid eyes on you. I sensed you were destined for greatness. However, I have recently heard that you are experiencing some financial strain, so I took the liberty of finding you a job. Master Sackville, a level 5 mage, is in need of assistance in crafting healing potions. Would you be willing to join? As he spoke, Physio fixed his keen gaze upon Roman, his eyes bright with determination, devoid of any trace of drunkenness. Do not worry about this matter. Old Valon and the Master were once adventurous companions. If news of today's events reaches the Master, poor Jacob will likely lose his position. Despite uttering poor, Physio's expression was filled with schadenfreude. Mr. Physio, Roman solemnly raised his glass. I genuinely thank you for your consideration. I scarcely know how to express my gratitude. I shall not forget your kindness. Allow me to toast to you. My dear Roman, you may call me brother. Referring to me as Mr. feels too distant. You are a promising individual. When you ascend to level 5, 6, or even higher as a druid, do not forget me. Physio clinked his glass with Roman's. Nonsense. I shall rely on your guidance and support in the future, Brother Phesia. Very well, I shall take you to Master Sackville's tomorrow morning. Let us not indulge further today. We must leave a good impression on the master. The following morning, as dawn broke, Phesia entered Roman's room, where Roman was already prepared. Sitting at the edge of the bed awaiting him, Phesia sized him up. The youth before him was refined yet not immature, his gaze steady, akin to a young lion. This is my first investment, Phesia thought, suppressing a twinge of jealousy. Shall we depart? Phesia offered a warm smile. Roman nodded. The early morning in Apis was shrouded in a delicate mist. Distant sounds of commotion echoed. The city was not large, and both men walked along the cobblestone streets. In several places, they could see patrolling soldiers moving wooden barriers from the center of the road. The city was awakening, regaining its vitality. Before long, Roman and Phesia arrived at Master Sackville's shop, which was not far from old Valon's tavern. Exiting Valon's establishment, they turned right, crossed an intersection, and entered an alleyway. At that moment, outside Sackville's shop, two individuals appeared to be in a heated argument. One, pale-faced, was Jacob, the troublemaker from the tavern, while the other was a slightly older young man. Roman and Phesia paused at a distance, listening to their exchange. Mr. Alec, please, intercede on my behalf with Mr. Sackville. I promise to work diligently from now on, Jacob pleaded. It seemed Phesia's earlier words were coming to fruition. The young man, referred to as Alec, had thinning hair and a notably broad forehead, and he frowned as he replied, Jacob, that is impossible. Mr. Valon is a close friend of the master, and Miss Yvette has been raised under his watchful eye. Alec, that is not my fault. It was those two outsiders who. Hearing this, Phesia tugged at Roman's sleeve and stepped forward. Jacob, making baseless accusations to evade responsibility will not spare you from punishment. Moreover, you are still not a citizen of Apis. You are merely an outsider. Roman raised an eyebrow, instantly recognizing Physia's intention to cast the same spell he had attempted to invoke outside the tavern the previous day, level 1 mage spell, Flame Palm. This individual's foolishness had reached an irredeemable state. Using a fire-based spell within the city, did he not realize the magnitude of this taboo? Although magical flames stem from supernatural forces, once ignited, they must still adhere to the physical realm's rules. That is to say, they do not extinguish merely by dispelling the magic. With this thought in mind, Roman advanced without hesitation, delivering a powerful punch. Augmented by the enhanced physique from the Shinong Horn and Richard's martial arts training, striking Jacob squarely in the face. The latter's incantation faltered, and his prominent nose crumpled instantly. Jacob clutched his nose, blood seeping through his fingers as he collapsed in a disheveled heap. It was then that Alec's furious voice rang out. Jacob, you are truly mad. Setting fire within the city will implicate the master. I ought to turn you over to the city guard. Roman turned, placing his left hand on his right shoulder, and bowed slightly. Mr. Alec, with the heart of nature as my witness, it seems that yesterday at old Valon's tavern, this gentleman Jacob also intended to unleash a flame palm. Having deeply offended someone, it was only natural to take advantage of the situation, Roman thought. Master Alec, it has been quite a while. This is Mr. Roman, a dear friend of mine, who is a first-level druid. My father recommended him to Master Sackville, hoping he could serve the master. Phesia stepped forward to pay her respects, and Alec smiled at her, saying, Phesia, how delightful to see you. As it happens, we are in need of not just one more person. Roman, is it? Please, follow me. He then addressed Jacob, who was seated on the ground. Jacob, for the sake of Master Dandy and your father, I shall refrain from calling the city guards this time. However, I must advise you. Apis City is not your father's territory of Gal. You must learn to exercise restraint. Roman shook his head at the young man, whose face was marred by resentment. Could one expect him to heed advice? Yet, from Alec's words, it appeared that this individual was the son of Lord Ibi Urin of Gal Town, a noble indeed. Roman pondered this as he followed Alec into the shop. Phesia, was that Jacob the son of the Lord of Gal Town? A noble? Will this affect your caravan's trade? He inquired. Phesia smiled back at him. Jacob Urin. It's him, indeed. No need for concern. We do not traverse the Gal Town route, in fact. Fewer merchants are willing to take that path nowadays. Why is that? Roman asked. Before Phesia could respond, Alec, leading the way, interjected, Jacob is the Lord's youngest son, born of the Lord and a maid, and the Lord holds him in great affection. However, the Lord's eldest son, Lance, lost his mother early on. The current situation in Galtown is such that Baron Ibi is close to Jacob, while Lance occupies the moral high ground and has gained the support of his uncle, Baron Israel Hallis of Tamtown. Galtown is on the brink of chaos. prompting merchants to consciously avoid it. Roman nodded, having heard of the turmoil in Galtown from adventurers passing through Rica Town, but this was the first time he had encountered such a clear and precise summary. As the trio conversed, they had already traversed the shop and entered the workshop behind it. Chapter 35, The Magical Workshop, Part 1. Behind the entrance stood a thick iron door, obscuring the mysteries within. However, elegant cursive letters adorned the door, proclaiming, "The Laboratory of the Wizard Sackville and his assistant Alec. No unauthorized entry. Violators will bear consequences." Roman cast a glance at Alec ahead of him, pondering. It seems this individual holds a significant position in the eyes of the wizard. Moreover, Master Sackville appears to possess a peculiar sense of dry humor reminiscent of a scientist from a past life. Roman spread his hands and chuckled. The most perilous place, even more so than a druid's natural greenhouse, is indeed a wizard's laboratory. Figia joined in the laughter, remarking, "A competent merchant knows how to temper his curiosity." Alec nodded and pushed open the iron door, revealing a staircase that descended into the depths. It seemed the wizard had constructed his laboratory underground. The three descended, and as they did, the iron door closed automatically behind them. In the initially dark corridor, a faint light flickered above, illuminating the path. Roman then noticed that at the end of the staircase stood another iron door, inscribed with the elegant words, "Old friends need not knock." Alec pushed open the door, and the trio finally entered Sackville's laboratory. Roman scrutinized the surroundings. The room was roughly the same size as the one outside, divided into 4 distinct areas. In the northwest corner, a long table was cluttered with numerous vessels. With his modern education, Roman could discern their purposes: balances for measuring doses, graduated cylinders, sealed containers for special items, distillation apparatus, heating tools, cutting instruments, and more. In the southwest corner, various herbs and medicinal minerals were meticulously categorized. Roman could identify a dozen types of herbs, while he recognized only a few medicinal minerals. In the northeast corner, a desk was strewn with parchment scrolls and several quills resting in ink bottles. The southeast corner housed 2 beds, suggesting that the wizard and his apprentice occasionally slept within the workshop. At that moment, the 5th-level wizard, Mr. Sackville, sat by the desk, furrowing his brow as he examined something intently. "Master," Alec approached respectfully. Sackville was a balding elder, not particularly tall, with a square face, thick eyebrows, and a long, snowy white beard. When reading, he would unconsciously stroke his beard. Without lifting his gaze, he grunted, "Is the matter with Jacob resolved?" Alec sighed. "He truly is a troublesome child." Just outside, he was using the flame palm. Alec recounted the entire affair, introducing Figia and Roman in the process. The old wizard shook his head. "Dandy is an old friend of mine. However, his apprentice is thoroughly disappointing. I shall write to Dandy and Baron Ibn to address this matter." Then, looking at Figia, he continued, "Your father, Barnel, is a good man, but his capital is insufficient for the likes of us. You must strive to excel." Figia immediately expressed her gratitude. "Master, I shall certainly work hard, hoping one day to earn the privilege of serving you." The old wizard waved his hand, glancing at Roman. "Is this the young man Barnel recommended to me? He appears quite spirited. Allow me to pose a few questions. If you succeed, you may work here." Roman bowed respectfully. "Please, master, proceed with your inquiries." The old wizard scratched his head. "First, what is the fundamental principle of alchemical potions?" Sackville nodded. "Now, for the second question. Do you understand the method of preparing the solidifying agent for healing potions?" Roman replied, "I have studied one, but I have yet to apply it practically." Although he had assisted Apothecary Anson in Rica Town, preparing potions, the distinction between ordinary potions and alchemical potions was significant. "Oh, which one?" Sackville's brow twitched with interest. "The standard preparation method for the druid's minor healing potion employs materials such as night moon grass, harvested on the night of the full moon and immediately infused into alcohol for its essence, and azure stone, soaked in rainwater and ground into powder." Roman reflected briefly before articulating his knowledge fluently. Sackville nodded in approval. Upon finishing, he posed the final question: "What is the correct timing for using a solidifying agent? And what casting state should one choose?" Roman detailed his understanding as thoroughly as possible. After listening, Sackville smiled. "Young man, you have passed my examination. Now, let us discuss your compensation and work requirements. Should you find anything unsatisfactory or have specific requests, feel free to voice them after I finish." Roman nodded earnestly. "Master, you are a generous man. I am eager to serve you." "Very well, let us formalize a magical contract. The duration shall be 1 month. after which we can decide whether to renew based on circumstances. Sackville smiled as he retrieved 2 parchment scrolls from the desk drawer. Roman accepted them. They were identical copies. Upon reviewing the terms, he found them in accordance with what Sackville had described, with additional details outlining the consequences for failing to meet the requirements. At the bottom, Sackville had already signed his name. Finding no issues, Roman pinned his signature beneath it. The old wizard accepted the contract, his smile growing warmer. He instructed Alec, please show Roman to his room and workspace. Oh, and demonstrate the potion preparation for him once. Roman, remember, you have a total of 3 opportunities to observe Alec's potion preparation free of charge, but you may only watch and not inquire. In the future, should you wish to observe Alec again, there will be a fee of approximately 5 silver pieces per session. Also, I trust you will not recklessly intrude upon a wizard's laboratory, correct? Roman bowed deeply. Master Sackville, I understand. He then followed Alec out. Alec, Roman will be under your care from now on, Phegia said with a smile as they exited. Alec patted Roman's shoulder. No problem. I see he's a clever lad. Roman perked up his ears to listen to their conversation. The arcane house mentioned by Phegia was a place he had heard about from adventurers in Ricka Town. It was a hotel affiliated with the Opsu's City Sorcerers Association, primarily catering to those seeking the services of wizards. This meant if someone desired to enlist a sorcerer for a task, they would invite them to the arcane house for a drink. Of course, there was an exclusive bar reserved for the wizards themselves, inaccessible to ordinary folk. Although he was a spellcaster, as a druid, he would only gain entry after reaching level 5. Thus, he felt no resentment. Backed by the support of Shinnom, he brimmed with confidence for the future. Chapter 36, The Magic Workshop, Part 2. Physia, you are too kind, Alex chuckled. It is quite extravagant. Such places are meant for the wealthy. Of course. Physia replied with a smile. Let us leave it at that. I must take my leave. I will see you off, Alex insisted, following closely behind. No need. Physia waved his hand dismissively. Roman, you should learn as much as you can from Mage Alex. Yes, brother Physia, I will, Roman bowed in response. Alex gestured towards several young individuals working in nearby compartments. These are your companions. They are currently occupied, so I won't introduce you just yet. You'll get to know them in due time. Let me show you to your room. Roman nodded silently. Alex then guided him to a modest room, neat and tidy, furnished with a small table topped by a magical lamp emitting a constant low-level light spell. You know how to use this, right? Alex asked, pointing at the enchanted lamp. As for lunch, it would be delivered from Old Violin, Alex remarked with a grin that held a hint of warmth. Yvette is a good girl, though she can be a bit fiery. Roman lowered his gaze. Alex, mistaking his demeanor for shyness, erupted into laughter. Finally, Alex led into an empty compartment within the workshop. This will be your workspace. Would you like me to demonstrate potion brewing now? Yes, please, Roman replied, taking a deep breath and focusing his energy. Just a moment, Alex said, stepping away momentarily. Soon, he returned with a small glass vial and a box. Sitting at the workstation, he explained, you see, Roman, since the active time of the solidifying agent is brief, my teacher divided it into 2 parts. He opened the box to reveal a small pill. The process is simple. Drop the pill into the liquid-filled vial, and once it fully dissolves, the solidifying agent will be at its peak activity. Do you understand? How long does it take for the pill to dissolve completely? Mage Alex, Roman inquired. At this question, Alex furrowed his brow. My teacher conducted tests, and the result was 56 magical seconds. However, that information is of little use if you lack precise timing tools. Who says I don't have one? Roman thought triumphantly. I possess a stopwatch hidden within my Shinnom's corner. However, he wore an inquisitive smile. Are timing tools expensive? Very much so. I wish I had one. It would make experiments much easier, Alex sighed dreamily. I won't be giving you mine, Roman thought. Shall I begin the demonstration now? Alex asked. Please, wait a moment, Roman said, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. He then entered the space of Shinnom's corner, retrieving the mechanical stopwatch. Upon opening his eyes, he had already grasped the stopwatch within his voluminous druidic robes. Thankfully, I dressed formally for today, he mused. Please, proceed, he urged. Alex smiled, uncapping the vial and tossing the small pill into the clear liquid. Roman discreetly pressed the stopwatch button. The pill gradually dissolved, tinting the potion red. Alex's expression turned solemn as he began to chant, forming the corresponding hand signs. Roman concentrated fully on Alex's actions. At the moment the pill completely dissolved, Alex's final incantation coincided perfectly with Roman's timely press of the button. Simultaneously, Roman could vividly perceive the ethereal glow beginning to emanate from the vial, the spell being stored by the solidifying agent. This phenomenon persisted for a brief moment before Roman observed a sudden flash of golden light within the vial. Done. Alex exhaled with relief. Now, I must sign my name. He indicated the blank label on the vial and then submitted for inspection, after which I will provide an evaluation of the potion as quality. Finally, I will settle the payment based on the results. Understood. Very well, Roman replied. Once the potion is prepared, I shall ring the bell on the table. You may collect it then. Here are 2 portions of solidifying agent. Take one to practice. Alex placed 2 portions on the table before departing. As Roman watched him leave and close the door behind him, he retrieved the stopwatch hidden in his sleeve. The time displayed was 55 seconds and 4/10, indicating that magical seconds aligned perfectly with earthly seconds. A proud smile spread across Roman's face with this tool. Potion brewing would surely become much more manageable. A week passed swiftly. During this time, Roman became acquainted with several apprentices he would be working alongside, a trio of mages, a druid, and himself, totaling 5 individuals. They were all of similar age, with comparable backgrounds, mostly lacking stable mentors or, if they did have one, were not favored by them. Furthermore, each had some direct or indirect connection to Sackville, arriving at the workshop through letters of recommendation. The societal structure resembled that of medieval Europe, where apprentices learned their craft through sponsors. There was no public recruitment as seen in modern society, nor was self-recommendation commonplace. It remained a society woven by familiar relationships, where the powers wielded by a select few were not inferior to those of the modern era. However, spells and divine arts remained privileges enjoyed only by a minority. Having experienced the information explosion era, Roman possessed an extraordinary insight into this society. Nevertheless, Archimedes could only lift the earth after finding a fulcrum. As a first-tier druid, Roman focused most of his attention on potion brewing, occasionally monitoring the progress of plants within Shinong's corner and engaging in combat practice with Yvette, who frequently delivered meals. Roman's life was exceedingly pleasant, even concerning debt repayment. After avoiding the ghastly visage of the tax collector Bacchus from Ricketown, he had devised a plan, waiting for the opportune moment, which he focused on fostering a closer relationship with Yvette. However, others perceived Roman differently. Throughout the week, he devoted all 3 of his first-level spell slots each day to healing minor wounds, contrasting sharply with the foolish Jacob, who squandered his spell slots on Flame Hand for mere bragging rights. Consequently, Roman displayed remarkable talent in creating alchemical potions, achieving a success rate in healing potions second only to Alex. Out of every 9 attempts every 3 days, he would only fail once, and even then, the result was merely a subpar potion rather than a complete failure. Such substandard potions, which provided effects akin to a 0-level spell for stopping bleeding, could still be sold in the front shop, sparing Roman from the need to compensate for the solidifying agent, a feat he skillfully managed. Thanks to the power of the stopwatch, Alex once sighed and remarked, Roman, should you choose the path of a mage, I believe we could collaborate on some research. To all of this, Roman remained unfazed. What did jealousy matter? No one dared to engage in any misconduct within the workshop and outside of it. Roman maintained a very orderly life, primarily training with Yvette, their relationship growing increasingly harmonious. Moreover, and most importantly, his colleagues, having endured the hardships of their craft, approached their endeavors with exceptional caution. In this world, the majority are ultimately mediocre souls, too timid to take action. It was a Sunday afternoon when Roman, having attended Sackville's lecture, leisurely stepped out of the shop. Today afforded him a half-day's respite, a luxury not shared by ordinary apprentices. However, given that Roman and his companions bore the distinction of being spellcasters, their treatment diverged significantly from that of typical apprentices in conventional workshops. At that moment, he beheld Yvette standing gracefully at the entrance. The young woman possessed cascading golden waves of hair that sparkled under the sun. Her nose seemed to have been sculpted from the finest jade by a master craftsman, delicately upturned. Upon her chest, a pair of doves rested quietly, accentuating the graceful curves of her youthful form. The still maiden is beautiful. She awaits me at the city corner. To love yet not see, I fidget and hesitate. The quiet maiden is enchanting. She gifts me the crimson tube. The crimson tube shines brightly, proclaiming the beauty of the maiden. From the meadows, I return with the wildflowers. Truly beautiful and unique. It is not merely the maiden's beauty, but the gift from a beautiful person. A wave of emotion surged within him. recalling the faint hint she had dropped last time. After 3 days of waiting, she finally appeared. Though their acquaintance was still superficial, he could not dwell on that now. This book ranks fourth on the new releases chart. To all the supporters of the Wrath of Heaven and dear friends who cherish this tale, I humbly ask for your continued support through collections and recommendations. If it could ascend into the top 15 of the weekly rankings, it would be the greatest acknowledgement and encouragement from all of you. Thank you. Chapter 37. The Channel, Part 1. Roman and Yvette ventured out of the city together. East of Ops, the enchanting Passfield Bay lies, a place of remarkable beauty, though only Roman, once a denizen of Earth, perceives it so. For the majority within the city, the bay is disappointingly shallow, rendering it inaccessible to larger vessels. The region is plagued by an overabundance of summer rains, and the moist sea breeze brings copious rainfall to Ops, making the idea of drying salt on the beach a mere fantasy. Consequently, for the inhabitants of Ops, the only reminder of the beach comes from the fish served upon their tables. Now, Roman and Yvette strolled along a narrow path through the woods, traversing a gently undulating landscape until they arrived at Passfield Bay. Roman was enamored with the sight, the fine white sand, the pale blue sky, and the deep azure waters harmoniously intertwined. The waves crashed against the nearby rocks, creating a soothing cacophony, while seagulls occasionally cried out, adding to the symphony in the distance. White sails dotted the horizon. Yvette, unaware of Roman's fondness for this place, felt a budding affection for him after years of serving in the crowd. She enjoyed watching Roman standing at the water's edge, sensing that this relatively young man harbored stories in the past, alongside immense potential. Roman, Yvette began. I inquired with my father about the black market, but you must tell me, why are you interested in this matter? Her voice carried a hint of tension. If Roman could not provide a satisfactory reason, she would withhold the information she had gleaned. The black market is an arena most adventurers encounter. Consider, for instance, two parties of adventurers crossing paths in the dense forest, leading to a fierce confrontation where one emerges victorious. Naturally, the victors would seek to capitalize on the spoils of the vanquished, necessitating the assistance of the black market. However, for Roman, whose possessions stem from a band of thieves, the typical black market channels run by criminals become dubious. Thus, a fifth-level warrior, once an adventurer and now a tavern owner, ought to possess some unique avenues. Even if he lacked such connections, he could consult the mage Alex or the caravan leader Fiki. There would always be someone who could provide a lead. Yet, receiving information directly from the lovely Yvette was undeniably preferable. Yvette, are you concerned about me? Roman's eyes sparkled with amusement. Yvette's cheeks flushed as she withdrew her hand from Roman's grasp, turning away. I am not. The girl's shyness made her acutely aware of her modesty. Yet she couldn't help but steal glances at Roman, noting his youth, who, indeed, was the one feeling shy. Seeing the exhilaration radiating from Yvette, Roman couldn't help but chuckle. This young man whose essence he had claimed was merely 16, a year younger than her. Indeed, quite youthful. Yvette, let us return to serious matters. Here as the situation, Roman lowered his voice and recounted how the tax official from Rika Town had conspired with thieves to frame him, along with his subsequent retaliation, which yielded a cache of supplies, even mentioning the jealousy of priest Ternes. The beach offered a vast view, and with the winter winds howling, Roman felt no concern that their conversation might be overheard. Roman Yvette's voice broke the silence, pulling him from his reverie. The situation with the black market is as follows as Yvette quietly relayed her insights. Roman began to piece together a clearer picture. Old Violin indeed possessed a channel to the black market, crucially divorced from the thieves, belonging instead to a more clandestine network. Though Yvette was unaware of this, Roman inferred it from her detailed recounting. However, two issues remained to be resolved. First, Yvette mentioned that the black market convened once a month, and this month had already passed, necessitating a wait until the next. Secondly, entering this black market transaction required a recommendation. While Old Violin was qualified, Roman feared that the goods he could present would be inadequate. After robbing the Thieves' Guild, he had amassed a considerable sum, yet his items included only 10 rolls of new fabric, 6 newly forged daggers, 5 leather storage pouches, a basic rogue skill book, a poison-making manual, a small box filled with various toxins, and a set of lockpicking tools. Roman scratched his head, relieved that he had nearly a month to strategize. The goods for sale would necessitate some ingenuity on his part as a time traveler. Upon hearing this, Yvette stepped away from Roman, playfully patting the sword at her waist. Roman, don't you dare cry if you lose. Yvette's eyes, elegantly shaped as described by ancient Chinese texts as phoenix eyes, sparkled with mischief. Despite her youthful appearance, there was an allure to her smile. "Yvette, have you ever seen me cry?" Roman replied with a grin, drawing his sword and slicing the air with a series of swift motions, then performing a swordsman's salute with solemnity. The two swords met with a gentle clang before separating. Yvette stood poised, nodding for Roman to strike first. Taking a deep breath, Roman slid forward with a swift step, thrusting his sword at chest level while shouting, "Huh?" Yvette remained steadfast, unyielding as Roman's sword approached with the speed of an arrow. "Huh?" A flicker of hesitation crossed Roman's eyes as he shouted again. His wrist flicked, and his sword twisted like a serpent. In a breathtaking moment, Yvette beamed a radiant smile. In the blink of an eye, she sidestepped and raised her sword, unexpectedly locking Roman's blade with the guard of her own. "Huh?" Yvette exclaimed, pivoting gracefully, her left hand striking with a knife-edge blow. Roman tilted his head, but Yvette's strike landed on the right side of his neck, leaving him momentarily dazed as he stumbled back, his assault collapsing. Roman steadied himself, rolling his eyes. "You stood there motionless. I was trying not to hurt you." Yvette, sensing his thoughts, approached with a playful kiss on his cheek. "I knew you were worried about me. But with your warrior skills, what could you possibly do against me?" "A 4th-level warrior? Yvette, you've leveled up?" Roman exclaimed with surprise. "I sparred with my father yesterday, and he said I've reached 4th-level status." "Though I haven't formally tested it at the Warrior Guild," Yvette replied, her eyes narrowing with delight. "And you shouldn't focus all your attention on me. I reckon you've progressed to about 2nd-level warrior status yourself. Is that so?" Roman gazed into her eyes. "Without my lovely teacher Yvette's guidance, how could I have improved so swiftly?" This was the truth. Yvette had spared no effort in her instruction. Learning martial skills before reaching 4th level relies heavily on physical reflexes. The nuances of a thrust, the footwork, the grip on the sword, the stance, and the coordination of breath require a master's teaching. One misstep could lead to the formation of bad habits, which would be difficult to correct later. Such knowledge cannot simply be gleaned from books. In summary, Yvette proved to be a more diligent teacher than the squad leader Richard. "Roman, do not grow complacent. Regarding that thrust you executed earlier, let me point out that your footwork was still too unsteady." Yvette feigned a serious expression. Roman listened intently, diligently practicing the corrections she provided. Gradually, Yvette too became earnest in her instruction. Two individuals, one teaching and the other learning, found time to pass swiftly. Beneath the setting sun, Roman, adorned with a golden hue, diligently practiced the thrust he had been taught the previous day. In the shadows of his nose, where sunlight could not reach, the boy began to exude a certain resolute masculinity. Yvette suddenly felt a sense of enchantment. She reached up to tuck a strand of hair blown astray by the wind and mused. If her earlier invitation to join him at the bar was merely born of curiosity, what truly captivated her now was his meticulous dedication to martial arts. Initially, she had agreed to accompany him for amusement. Yet his earnestness suggested a path of a warrior ahead. Druids may be considered only half practitioners of magic, yet the apprentices in the city still favored spells. Yvette recalled her father's assessment of Roman. "Roman, this lad might just make a respectable druid." It is essential to understand that being a druid encompasses more than merely tending to herbs in the field or animals in cages. Roman sheathed his sword and bowed to Yvette. "Thank you, teacher." "Roman. Miss Ailini from your town. She is quite beautiful and a lovely person." "Is she not?" This unexpected remark, tinged with Yvette's subtle affection, sent a shiver down Roman's spine. Chapter 38. Channels, Part 2. A week slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Roman slightly expanded his activities, accompanied by Yvette as they strolled through the market. Unlike the town of Rika, APS City boasted a permanent marketplace that opened and closed promptly at the sound of the bells from the temple of the agricultural goddess, ringing twice daily. After nightfall, a curfew was enforced. This leisurely atmosphere, characteristic of the Middle Ages, greatly appealed to Roman, who was accustomed to the late-night culture of Earth. Adapting his daily routine to the rhythms of nature proved to be a remarkably beneficial endeavor. The work in the workshop was relatively free. Once the assigned tasks were completed, one could freely allocate the remaining time. For the mage Sackville and his apprentice Alex, their trade could be likened to a highly technical profession in earthly terms. There was neither necessity nor practicality in treating their hired workers as if they were in a sweatshop. That afternoon, a rare sunny winter day brightened the sky. And perhaps influenced by the weather, Roman found his spirits unusually high. He had completed 3 vials of healing potions by noon. After enchanting the stabilizer, A sensation akin to flowing water enveloped his entire being. This feeling of exhaustion, rendering concentration difficult while simultaneously making sleep elusive, was not pleasant. Consequently, whether crafting magical weapons or concocting alchemical potions, practitioners were generally reluctant to repeat the process for monetary gain. However, for novice spellcasters, the low risk and swift financial reward made it an appealing option. Nonetheless, Roman possessed his own secret methods. After experiencing the mental anguish resulting from repeated enchantments for the first time, his initial thought turned to the ginseng cultivated in the Shinnon corner. The veneration for ginseng's revitalizing properties, its ability to replenish vitality, strengthen the spleen and lungs, quench thirst, and calm the mind, had nearly become embedded in the genetic code of the Chinese. However, what benefits could the ginseng available on the market truly offer? A glance at the ginseng stalks, now classified as rare and endangered national plants, would provide the answer. Upon acquiring the Shinnon corner, Roman had planted various legendary herbs, such as ginseng, snow lotus, reishi, FTI, and polygonatum, all frequently featured in martial arts novels. The eventual outcome suggested that the products cultivated in this space seemed marginally more effective than those sold outside. Yet the notion that consuming them could significantly enhance one's abilities was nothing more than a fanciful dream. Perhaps the Shinnon corner did not possess the capacity to rapidly accelerate plant growth. Nevertheless, the effects of consuming ginseng slices were unmistakable, significantly improving his mental state after enchanting. Thus, Roman would occasionally chew on a slice while enchanting, discreetly masking the act with a bit of white point leaf, a common herb among spellcasters, which provided a sharp, pungent flavor akin to mustard, stimulating both nerves and spirit. Roman, Yvette called out, her vibrant presence beside him. At that moment, he was unceremoniously squatting against the wall beside Sackville's shop, basking in the sun, where he'd don a sheepskin coat and tuck his hands into the sleeves. He would resemble a quintessential old farmer from northwest China. Roman smiled languidly as he looked up at Yvette, his demeanor markedly different from usual. "Yvette, you must protect me. I feel rather dizzy," he said, though he was currently chewing on ginseng. Although he still felt a bit sluggish mentally, he no longer experienced discomfort. However, it was a delightful experience to occasionally be protected by a woman. "If you feel unwell, you should rest a bit. If you can't sleep, I can give you a massage," Yvette offered softly, their bond growing more intimate with each passing moment. Warriors, accustomed to extensive muscle training, were generally well-versed in using massage to alleviate fatigue, but nothing compared to the traditional Chinese techniques that integrated meridians and acupoints. Yvette's willingness to offer such comfort stemmed from Roman sharing some common health and massage techniques employed by computer enthusiasts on Earth. In Roman's eyes, having a beautiful woman attend to him was an exquisite experience. Yet for Yvette, the implications of Roman's actions carried a different weight. This was an era marked by a significant scarcity of information and slow technological advancement. In such times, any form of expertise could be regarded as the foundation upon which a family or clan depended. Thus, for Yvette, Roman passing on this technique for relieving mental fatigue spoke volumes. Sometimes, love is born from misunderstanding, even if it is one-sided. "That's unnecessary. Just lend me a hand." "Let us head to the market," Roman said, extending a hand. Yvette helped him up, and he stumbled into her embrace, eliciting a surprised squeal from the girl. "Roman, you're teasing Yvette again." Alex, the mage, chuckled as he stepped out of the shop, squinting slightly against the brilliant sunlight. "Brother Alex, you actually told Roman all of this?" Yvette exclaimed, stamping her foot in feigned anger while covertly glancing at Roman, worried he might misinterpret her childhood antics. "Huh. The market has been open for half the day already. If you plan to go, you must hurry." "Roman, remember to buy some jewelry to please Yvette," Alex interjected, redirecting the conversation. The market was situated in the southern part of APS City. When Roman and Yvette arrived, it was indeed as Alex had warned. The crowd had thinned considerably. "Let us visit the jewelry store first," Roman suggested, turning to Yvette. Yvette shook her head, insisting, "Let us go to the apothecary first." Roman replied with a smile, "I don't necessarily need to find anything there. It's merely to broaden my horizons. Come on." With that, he led Yvette toward the jewelry shop. The girl blushed, her heart filled with sweetness. Upon exiting the jewelry store, Yvette delightedly played with the silver headpiece Roman had purchased for her. "Roman, isn't this a bit expensive? You still have a substantial debt," she asked, a hint of concern in her voice. "Should I truly fret over a mere debt of 450 silver coins?" Roman teased, leaning closer to whisper into her ear. Yvette giggled and pulled away playfully. The two continued to banter as they approached the apothecary. The potions sold at the apothecary bore closer resemblance to Earth's medicines, emphasizing the full potential of the herb's innate properties, in stark contrast to the alchemical potions crafted under Mage Sackville's tutelage. The apothecary also dealt in various herbal materials. Suddenly, a man stumbled out of the apothecary, and both Roman and Yvette recognized him, Jacob Urin, the young son of Baron Ibn from Gaul town, expelled by Sackville. However, the current Jacob bore no semblance to his former arrogant self. Though his clothing appeared to be of decent style and fabric, it was now dirty and tattered. The apothecary's owner, Isolt, emerged from the shop, cursing, "Jacob, you scoundrel. I took you in for the sake of the late Baron Urin. Yet you had the audacity to mix deadly nightshade with the bluegrass and sell it to me. I, Isolt, have been an apothecary in APS City for 20 years. Whenever my potions are mentioned, people praise them. Yet because of your faulty bluegrass, I lost face among my peers and my reputation in town. Out of respect for Baron Urin's past kindness, I wiped the spit off my face. But you shameless wretch, dares to bring me another batch of tainted bluegrass? Do you think I, Isolt, am a dim-witted goblin?" The apothecary's face was marred with a deep crimson hue born from fury, as he gesticulated with his hands. Weathered and mottled from prolonged potion-making, saliva flying from his mouth, a curious crowd began to gather around him. Roman discreetly tugged at Yvette, signaling for them to push into the throng. Baron Ibi Urin had met his demise, and Jacob's elder brother, Lance, had emerged victorious. Yet, Jacob remained a most despicable character. Roman could not help but spit on the ground, reflecting on how truly worthless Jacob was, a wretched soul beyond redemption. "Enough of this," Roman remarked coolly, casting a final glance at the bundle of bluegrass discarded by Isolt before turning to lead Yvette away. The arrowroot, treated with oil infused with bluestone powder, bore little difference in appearance or aroma from the bluegrass, and unscrupulous merchants often resorted to using cheap arrowroot to masquerade as the genuine article. Roman recalled a herb known as fine rice grass on Earth, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the butterfly grass of this realm. Butterfly grass was a common toxic substance. During the last eradication of the Thieves' Guild, they had recovered this very ingredient, a plant so strikingly similar to butterfly grass as a newly identified species, would surely qualify for entry into the black market channels held by Old Velan, and its origins could easily be obscured. Chapter 39, Cleansing Part 1. In the realm of Shinon Corner, a luminous orb hovered approximately 30 meters above, radiating a golden glow. Roman found himself enveloped within it. Despite having descended into this tranquil state countless times, he continued to marvel at its wonder. "Fine rice grass," he called into the void, prompting the information about the herb to manifest before him. This herb, known on Earth for its efficacy in treating snake bites in the wild, had been cultivated by Roman. He examined the details of this herb, noting that the information differed somewhat from what he had encountered on Earth, likely due to the contrasting laws governing the two worlds. Nevertheless, it remained an effective antidote for snake venom. Roman retrieved a well-dried specimen from the space, where a designated area seemed specially prepared for the storage of plants, ensuring that any herbs placed within retained their original condition. He then exited the Shinon Corner. Upon returning to the modest chamber provided by Sackville for the apprentices, Roman gazed at the fine rice grass in his palm, a faint smile gracing his lips. The magical lamp emitted a soft white light, illuminating only about a meter around him. He dragged out a small wooden box from beneath the bed, containing a set of tools commonly used by herbalists for the preparation of herbs. The mortar could also serve as a juicer, while a small knife was for cutting, a chopper for bulk slicing, scissors for harvesting tender leaves and mashing certain ingredients, and small clay pots for soaking herbs. These tools were a gift from Anson, the apothecary in the town's temple. Selecting the knife, Roman began to prepare the fine rice grass according to the method for processing butterfly grass in this world. The initial treatment involved removing the less potent parts of the herb, preserving the essence, or segmenting it based on the varying medicinal properties of different parts, followed by appropriate treatment to enhance its efficacy or induce subtle changes, or prolong its shelf life. These were foundational principles in the study of herbalism. On Earth, this ancient knowledge, developed over 2 millennia, was referred to as the science of preparation. In this world, although herbalism had progressed, it remained largely subordinate to alchemical potion making, existing as a foundational branch of that field. This was due to the existence of genuine magic in this realm. As Roman meticulously worked on the fine rice grass, he was aware that it was not, in fact, the toxic butterfly grass. However, he needed to create an impression that a thief had inadvertently collected this newly discovered species, resembling butterfly grass, which subsequently led to the thief's demise, with all spoils claimed by the victorious druid. This was the peculiar narrative Roman sought to present to others. Despite this plan, a sense of unease lingered within him. The species from Earth was one of his most closely guarded secrets. Yet how else could he obtain the coveted recommendation letter from Old Welland for entry into the black market? Without that letter, he could not launder his money. And without laundering the money, he could not settle his debts, let alone improve Nick's future. Before long, the fine rice grass was processed according to the method for butterfly grass, retaining all its robust leaves while carefully scraping away the root hairs. The distinction between the two herbs lay in their root systems. Fine rice grass featured a taproot, while butterfly grass had fibrous roots without a prominent main root. Roman placed the prepared fine rice grass into a slender wooden box, which he had previously filled with some flax fibers to cushion it. He then stored the box in the space of Shinnon corner, extinguished the lamp, and drifted into a peaceful slumber, devoid of dreams. The following evening, as the sun dipped below the western horizon, Roman grasped the wooden box he had prepared the day before and made his way to Old Welland's place. As he walked, night began to envelop the streets, the darkness resembling a drop of ink diffusing in a vast pool, rendering distant figures somewhat indistinct. With a smile, Roman greeted familiar faces. But a peculiar sensation arose within him. As he approached, he noticed that Old Welland's shop was already closed. He knocked lightly, and it was Yvette who opened the door, her apron still on as she tidied up the bar. Roman smiled as he gently brushed some unruly strands of hair from Yvette's forehead before making his way through the haphazardly arranged tables and chairs into the inner room. Old Welland was seated beside the fireplace in the small sitting area, awaiting his arrival. "Did you bring it?" Old Welland inquired, tossing a piece of wood into the fire, which crackled to life. Roman placed the wooden box on the table. "I have brought it. Please take a look." Old Welland rose from his rocking chair, the firelight casting a long shadow behind him. He leisurely extended his plump hand, somewhat absent-mindedly opening the box Roman had placed on the table. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment. "This is not butterfly grass." His voice was filled with certainty, curiosity, and delight. Roman was taken aback. Old Welland possessed quite the herbal expertise. The thought flashed through his mind, and instantly, he recalled Old Welland's renowned fruit wine and coyote meat. This man was far more than a mere fifth-level warrior. A tinge of regret washed over him. Was it wise to reveal his trump card to someone like this? He could only hope that the bond between him and Yvette would play in his favor. Roman's fingers involuntarily clenched into a fist beneath the table. Old Welland rushed into the inner room, and soon the sounds of rummaging echoed from within. He emerged moments later, brandishing a pair of tweezers, a crystal lens perched over one eye. With bated breath, Old Welland carefully examined the herbs extracted from the box with the tweezers, scrutinizing them through the crystal lens, occasionally clicking his tongue in contemplation. Finally, he removed the lens and muttered, "Damn it, the root system has been damaged." Roman stood respectfully. "Mr. Welland, does this item qualify for a ticket to entry?" Old Welland regarded Roman, a knowing smile gracing his face. "I was curious to see what the young man Yvette favors could achieve. It appears that luck is also a form of ability." He patted Roman's shoulder. "I'll take this. I have heard from Yvette about your situation. I can launder all your cash and goods, and we'll calculate the commission based on this herb. Thank you very much, Mr. Welland." Roman bowed deeply, relieved to have successfully navigated this matter. Weeks passed, and on a dimly lit morning, the streets were still shrouded in darkness. The patrolling soldiers rubbed their eyes and stifled yawns, exhausted from a night of duty. Suddenly, a squad of soldiers patrolling the eastern part of the city spotted a figure clad in a hooded cloak, their features obscured, approaching from a distance. "Who goes there?" the squad leader shouted, instinctively reaching for the hilt of his sword. Clang! An object was thrown at the squad leader's feet, using the flickering light of a nearby torch. The squad leader quickly retrieved the item. It was a metal token adorned with the crest of the Idle family, the Lord's special pass issued to esteemed guests. The squad leader hastily wiped the token on his clothing, then bent down, extending it with both hands towards the cloaked figure. "My lord, please." The cloaked figure accepted it, revealing a meticulously cared-for hand adorned with a striking blue gemstone ring on the right hand. The squad leader observed the cloaked figure approaching Old Welland's tavern, followed by a gentle knock on the door. Surely, these peculiar individuals did not intend to indulge in a morning drink. Scratching his head, the squad leader ultimately instructed his comrades to continue patrolling along the street. That morning, Roman entered the workshop of the mage Sackville, as was his custom. He approached his cubicle, closed the door behind him, and took a seat at his workbench. He retrieved a bottle of solidifier, placing it before him, and began to harmonize his spirit through the power of breath, readying himself for the day's tasks. Outside his cubicle, the envious and jealous gazes of his fellow workers lingered. Everyone was aware that Roman had inherited a legacy from an uncle he had never met, although the specifics of the sum remained unclear. The fact that this inheritance had been solemnly entrusted to the Adventurers Guild under the auspices of the holy emblem of the glorious Lord indicated that it likely amounted to several hundred gold coins. In essence, Roman had struck it rich. The so-called inheritance, in reality, was the laundering of stolen goods seized from the Thieves' Guild of Rika Town. On the very day he acquired this so-called fortune, Roman had promptly settled his debt of 100 silver coins at the Adventurers Guild, centered around the city of Apis. With the support of Viscount Idle, the Adventurers Guild had established a presence throughout his territories and those of his vassals, leading to the gradual formation of a centralized management system for cash transactions and adventurer information. Of course, if indebted adventurers ventured beyond the borders of Apis, the guild would have to consider the costs of pursuing debts. Hence, in the current situation, only the most foolish would fail to exercise such patience. Choosing to remain in Apis before the onset of spring, Roman felt at ease as he engaged in potion-making within the mage's workshop. However, he had no intention of staying beyond the next month, despite the wealth of knowledge he gleaned from Sackville each week. Druids, after all, are distinct from mages, Roman pondered, examining the successfully concocted healing potion in his hands. Under the glow of the magical lamp in his cubicle, the potion's glass vial radiated a translucent sheen akin to that of a ruby. Many ordinary folk believed that such coloration signified the essence of blood and the unceasing flame of life. Each magical product, even the seemingly insignificant healing potion, was a miracle. No one believed this more fervently than Roman, who hailed from Earth. He tilted the glass vial, watching as the vibrant red liquid danced like flames. Alas, I am not a mage. A druid should be attuned to nature. Roman leaned his body against the workbench, suddenly recalling his former teacher, Jeffer, the middle-aged man who perpetually donned a cloak woven from green leaves. He distinctly remembered Jeffer's first lesson: a druid must be in harmony with nature. A druid must be in harmony with nature. Roman murmured to himself. I inquired of Alec what a mage is, and he told me that Sackville's first lesson was to convey that a mage is a seeker of knowledge and truth. I also asked Yvette what a warrior is, and she informed me that Violin's initial lesson was that a warrior is one who either lives or dies. Each profession possesses its own intrinsic beliefs and ideals. I understand what knowledge and truth are, as well as what life and death entail. However, who can elucidate to me the essence of nature? Roman felt a twinge of frustration, recalling Jeffer's reasons for expelling him. He surmised that the nature he understood was one of balance and guardianship. A druid should carefully maintain the equilibrium of nature rather than wield their abilities to disrupt its innate order. He placed the finished potion on the table, then rang the bell. Feeling somewhat downtrodden, he decided to take a stroll to clear his mind. Perhaps he would seek out Yvette. After Alec inspected the potion, Roman successfully received 7 silver coins. He strolled down the street towards Old Violin's tavern. What? The tavern is closed so early? Or perhaps it hasn't opened at all today? Roman wondered, perplexed by the tightly shut doors of the establishment. He approached and knocked. No response. Roman, stop knocking. That old scoundrel Violin isn't here, and neither is Yvette. Who knows where the two of them have run off to? The tavern is closed today, grumbled a regular patron within. Yet, on that morning, Roman was certainly not the most despondent individual. Chapter 40, Redemption, Part 2, reluctant to confront Jeffa directly. Roman subsequently requested the Adventurers Guild to intervene and return Jeffa's 300 silver coins. Although he paid an additional 30 silver coins, it mattered little. After his redemption, he could easily produce thousands of gold coins without raising suspicion. Thus, his debts were entirely settled. In the town of Rika, tax officer Bacchus entered the temple of the agricultural goddess with a countenance as dark as the storm clouds above. Along the way, he scolded anyone who attempted to greet him and flatter him, finding fault with trivial matters, from bits of food stuck between their teeth to the color of their garments. Reverend Ternes. Upon entering the temple, Bacchus removed his hat and bowed. I have matters to discuss with you privately. Reverend Ternes responded with a standard clerical smile. Very well. As you wish, Mr. Bacchus, gesturing invitingly. In a small room adjacent to the temple, Bacchus cautiously closed the door before turning to Ternes with a foreboding tone. Ternes, That wretched Roman has repaid his debts. That uncle of his, who appeared from nowhere, must have left him a substantial inheritance. He has money now. I heard this from Barley at the Adventurers Guild. Bacchus erupted with fury. That blasted Barnal had the audacity to take Roman to Apis. The next time his merchant caravan arrives, I shall seize the opportunity to impose heavy taxes. Let him know that offending Bacchus means he cannot conduct business in Rica. At this point, Bacchus smirked. Reverend, I merely came to inform you of this news. He bowed once more, donned his hat, and departed. Reverend Ternes remained behind, his expression dark and uncertain. Noon arrived in the city of Apis, with the sun obscured by leaden clouds, casting only a dim, pallid light. Yvette did not come to deliver the meal. Another person brought it instead. According to Alex, old Violin had an urgent matter and could not cook, so he had to ask someone else to substitute temporarily. Night fell swiftly. Roman awoke from his slumber, reciting some verses before observing his surroundings in the space. Gradually, he yawned and moved to the window, where a slender crescent moon hung in the sky. Noting the time, he felt the night had grown deep and climbed back into bed, his consciousness fading. Creak. After an indeterminate time, the door emitted a faint sound before being pushed open. Who? Roman's voice faltered as he spoke. The visitor, cloaked in a tawny mantle, had their face concealed by a hood. A finger was placed upon their lips in a shushing gesture. Yvette, what brings you here at such a late hour? Roman whispered. The hood was lowered, revealing cascading golden hair and a face sculpted like jade under the moonlight. It was indeed Yvette. Roman, I've missed you. She suddenly leaped into his embrace. Yvette, what has happened? Roman was taken aback, grasping the girl's shoulders, but before he could inquire further, a delicate tongue slipped past his lips. Roman, I love you, she declared, her cheeks flushed yet her gaze unwavering, each word imbued with conviction. Yvette. Roman cupped her face, which resembled a flawless full moon. Then, Roman, come love me, she said, unfastening the buttons of her cloak, letting it fall to the ground. Struck dumb, Roman's mind went blank as the moonlight illuminated the girl's exquisite, youthful form, akin to a sprite emerging from a classical painting. It felt as if the strings of reason within him had snapped. He stepped forward and enveloped her in his embrace. A night passed. The morning sun streamed through the window. Roman awoke from his deep slumber, yawning as he suddenly found it peculiar. What dream had he experienced last night? It seemed to have been a particularly passionate one. Could it have been more than just a dream? The willingly surrendered Yvette, the bar that had not opened the previous morning, and the vanishing father and daughter. Everything felt like scattered pearls strung together. Hurriedly, Roman dressed and raced toward Old Violin's bar. But upon arrival, he was met with another closed door. As time progressed, spring quietly approached the city of Apis. In the east, Old Violin's tavern had long since changed ownership. Though some remembered Violin's fruit wine and jackal meat, the news of the Violin family's disappearance had faded from the townspeople's interest. Perhaps Old Violin had discovered treasure in the tavern's cellar and fled with his daughter and the riches. Or perhaps he was once a notorious thief sought in other cities, forced to flee when his whereabouts were revealed. Or perhaps it had nothing to do with Roman at all. At Pastfield Bay, Roman stood at the shoreline, having chosen not to renew his contract after a month, leaving Sackville's workshop behind. He settled in a small inn in a village by the bay, akin to a druid, meditating and engaging in ascetic practices amidst nature. Time flew swiftly, and before he knew it, it was January of the following year. On this day, Roman lay on the grass in a forest by the ocean. In Chinon Corner, golden rays of light bathed the landscape. A luminous sphere hung 30 meters above. The entire space, roughly 2 acres, was enveloped in a beautiful halo. A small stream divided the land, and Roman observed that the fish had not grown much. Perhaps due to a lack of food. Should he consider planting aquatic plants? Roman pondered. The 2 acres were distinctly divided. One half contained 30 fruit trees, while the genetically modified wheat that had been planted previously was harvested and stored, remaining untouched. As long as he did not plant it himself, the seeds could be preserved for quite some time. The other half was entirely sown with bluegrass, a misty hue infused with a refreshing aroma, enveloping the space and nourishing the bluegrass, which flourished abundantly and was now fully mature. A semi-transparent information frame appeared, softly glowing as it floated before Roman's eyes, revealing a plethora of data. The secondary space has met the upgrade criteria. Do you wish to upgrade? Upgrade, Roman exclaimed with excitement. As soon as the words left his lips, a surge of green light erupted, the verdant shield at the edge of the space expanding dramatically, birthing new land from the void. Almost simultaneously, the luminosity of the sphere intensified, and the space expanded to 50 meters, illuminating the entire area. Roman surveyed the surroundings, realizing the space had grown to approximately 5 acres, more than doubling the land. With the completion of the upgrade, a 5% increase in beneficial plant efficacy was achieved, resonating synchronously and transforming the master. As the voice echoed, green light enveloped Roman's body. As the green light enveloped him, ripples spread through the forest. Springtime flora stretching their stems and leaves, swaying gently as bits of green light floated outward. A gentle breeze whispered through, causing the forest to rustle. This rustling sound created a resonance. Yet this time, unlike before, Roman was fully aware, witnessing not only the green light of the space, but also tendrils of green light from the forest gradually flowing into his being. The verdant core whirred rapidly, absorbing the green light until, upon reaching a certain threshold, it suddenly burst forth with a resounding boom. In that fleeting moment, Roman felt a profound connection with the very essence of the forest, though this sensation was ephemeral, dissipating almost instantly. As he regained his composure, a voice echoed within him. An unknown bloodline has been detected within your body. Would you like to activate it? Roman was taken aback and inquired, what bloodline? Before him materialized a faint, minuscule point of light that swiftly enlarged into a semi-transparent information frame, glowing softly in his field of vision. The frame contained but a single phrase, unknown bloodline, enhances natural attributes. Would you like to activate it? Roman scratched his head, pondering whether he possessed some divine or demonic lineage, his heart brimming with anticipation. After a brief moment of hesitation, he declared, activate. His body vibrated, and the semi-transparent frame gradually unfolded. Due to the activation of the unknown bloodline, excessive energy has been consumed. No new skills will be granted in this instance. Though Roman felt a tinge of regret, he promptly examined his status. Name, Roman, Chin Pinji. Life race, human, unknown bloodline. Attributes, strength 11, 10, agility 15, 10. Constitution 11, 10, intelligence 13, 10, perception 15, 10, charisma 15, 10, occupation, master of space first authority. Level 2 druid skill list, permanent solidification detection, basic footwork level 2, basic swordsmanship level 2, space attributes enhanced, capable of accommodating herbivorous creatures. To test this, Roman later caught a wild rabbit and successfully placed it within, confirming the capacity. He also checked his heart of nature, which had expanded the green aura to approximately 5 centimeters, while the spells generated by the core had significantly increased. Each day, he could conjure 5 level 1 druid spells and 4 level 0 druid spells. A wave of joy surged within Roman. After a considerable time, he gazed at his right palm, then clenched his fist. I am finally a level 2 druid. Each advancement brought about a transformation in influence and status. Rising to his feet, Roman made his way to the Adventurers Guild in the city for certification, which he achieved with ease. However, as he departed the city, a sense of melancholy overshadowed his newfound status. One day, we shall meet again, Roman whispered to himself, the memory of that extraordinary night etched vividly in his mind. In the Bay of Passfield, he would recall the moments spent sword training with Yvette, her gentle handkerchief wiping away his sweat, her kisses as rewards. In the eastern district of Apis City, he would remember their first encounter, her bringing him meals, eagerly washing his clothes. In the bustling market, he would reminisce about the gifts he had bought for her, the surprise lighting up her face, and he would think of their intertwined fingers, wandering aimlessly down the streets. Yvette, I shall not forget you. I must leave Apis, this city that holds too many memories. Roman raised his head and strode purposefully toward Apis City. For today, at the Clamp Trading Company, he was to meet the caravan of Rikas Barnel, which awaited him. Chapter 41, Free Man, Part 1. The day after returning to the town, snowflakes once again danced in the air above Rika town. Roman stood by the window of his second-floor room, delighting in the snowy landscape for a while. Although this marked the 5th snowfall of the year in Rika town, and perhaps the last one before spring, Roman's spirits remained high. He retrieved a roasted duck and a bottle of Mauta from his belongings, savoring them against the backdrop of the serene snow. Achieving the rank of a level 2 druid was a significant transformation in his life. While the difference between level 1 and level 2 may seem trivial, the journey to ascend was incredibly arduous. This challenge was not unique to druids. It applied to all professions. Each advancement in rank demanded considerable effort, with the exception of warriors, who faced slightly less difficulty. Each promotion also symbolized an elevation in status. In truth, when Roman attained the rank of level 1 druid, he could already be considered a professional, having registered with the Adventurers Guild and validated his identity. However, due to his debts, he was not yet a free man. A non-free individual could never attain a professional status, a fact that had long plagued him. Now that he had cleared all his debts, acquiring the status of a free man would allow his professional identity to be recognized by the Lord in advance. With this newfound identity, any attempts by the tax officer Bakel and others to create difficulties for him would no longer be a trivial matter. Recalling the astonishment and disbelief on the faces of tax officer Bakel and the priest upon seeing his level 2 mark, Roman couldn't help but smile. Who would have imagined that a forsaken youth, lacking any connections, could elevate his power so rapidly on his own? They surely did not foresee this, did they? Taking a hearty bite of the roasted duck, Roman began to ponder whether his status as a free man would be granted smoothly. Meanwhile, not far from Rika town, within the Baroness castle, a somewhat portly middle-aged man was seated in a warm room, casually flipping through account ledgers. Guess who I am? A pair of delicate hands suddenly covered his eyes. The middle-aged man, the lord of the land surrounding Rika town, affectionately remarked, "Let me take a guess. It's my little girl, isn't it? Ellen, at this hour, shouldn't you be reading?" The Baron inquired, his curiosity piqued. Ellen smiled and handed her father a scroll of parchment. The Baron opened it, and after a careful examination, he realized it contained Roman's personal information. Roman? He has already reached level 2 druid? The Baron expressed his astonishment at the young man's talent. Indeed, father. Furthermore, he has settled all his debts. I believe we should grant him the status of a free man, Ellen proposed. Is that so? Then let us bestow it upon him. The Baron had always cherished his daughter, and granting a recognized professional the status of a free man was a simple and reasonable act. Thank you, father. Ellen smiled as she embraced her father, planting a kiss on his loving face. It had already been 3 days. Roman wondered if Ellen had informed the Baron of his situation and how it was unfolding. In a room on the second floor of the Moat Inn, Roman was anxiously awaiting news. The initial thrill had gradually dissipated with the passage of time, replaced by an agonizing anticipation. Roman understood the immense significance of being recognized as a free man. Unlike the territorial boundaries of Earth in this world, obtaining the status of a free man meant that as long as he remained within the country, he could live freely anywhere, provided he presented proof of his status and completed the necessary registration. If he aspired to improve his life further, he must strive to grow stronger and elevate his standing. A person without the status of a free man was neither eligible nor capable of achieving such advancements. He needed to become powerful, and this identity of freedom was his first step toward that strength. Freedom, a concept that scarcely required contemplation in his previous life, loomed ominously in this world. Without the status of a free man, even with the certification of being a level 2 druid, he would face numerous challenges unless he ascended to level 5 druid, which would automatically grant him the universal rights of a free man across the continent. However, at present, lacking both the status of a free man and sufficient power, he would encounter an overwhelming number of obstacles in the years to come. The most significant issue was that he could not freely traverse to places of his choosing. For a druid reliant on the continuous discovery of new plant species to enhance his strength, this limitation could have dire implications for his future advancement. Contemplating the animosity from the priest and the tax officer, Roman's sense of urgency intensified. Roman. Suddenly, someone downstairs called his name. I'm coming. Roman perked up, hurriedly tidying his disheveled attire as he exited his room. Roman, the temple sent someone to request your presence, Moat conveyed, aware of Roman's recent promotion to level 2 druid. Although Roman insisted on maintaining his title, Moat's demeanor had grown notably warmer. As Roman descended the stairs, Moat promptly relayed the message. Do you know who is looking for me? Roman inquired as he reached the bottom of the stairs. It's Miss Ellen. Moat rubbed his hands together, speaking eagerly. Roman immediately understood that it was regarding his status as a free man. He eagerly awaited Moat to finish speaking, thanked him, and rushed outside. He nearly sprinted to the temple, but just as he was about to enter, he halted. I must not give them any reason to criticize me. Roman recognized that he needed to remain composed, especially in this moment. He took a deep breath to calm his nerves and checked his attire for any imperfections. Once satisfied with his appearance, he stepped inside with measured grace. Roman, you have arrived. Ellen, adorned in a flowing robe befitting a priestess, appeared unbothered by the cold, her attire seemingly light due to the magic of her spells. Standing in the temple garden, she admired the flowers that continued to bloom brilliantly, shielded by divine enchantments. Upon seeing Roman, she turned with a radiant smile. Her smile was contagious, and Roman found himself momentarily captivated by her joy. Do you know why I called you here? Ellen teased playfully, a hint of mischief in her tone. Perhaps she herself was unaware of how she had revealed a lively and playful side in front of him. Roman was taken aback by her sudden display of charm, momentarily at a loss for words. Only then did Ellen realize her lapse in composure. With a slight twinge of regret, she retrieved a document from her robe and handed it directly to Roman. Here you go. From this moment on, you are a free man, unrestricted in your travels across the nation, able to engage in commerce and enjoy all legal rights. The document, crafted from parchment, bore his name, gender, profession, and the Lord's signature. With this document, you can register it at the Adventurers Guild and inject new information into your Adventurer's card. Eliminating the need to present the original repeatedly, Ellen explained, displaying a familiarity with the process even greater than his own. Roman nodded. Retrieving his Adventurer's card and observing the similarities it bore to his previous identification. However, he was acutely aware that this Adventurer's card was imbued with magical energy, and that in this world, identification checks often involved specialized magical instruments. In contrast, it is remarkably more difficult to forge documents here than those on Earth. At least prior to level 5, making it imperative for him to attain the status of a free citizen. Thank you, Miss Ellen, for your invaluable assistance this time. Ramon glanced briefly, then earnestly secured the documents and badge, expressing his gratitude to Miss Ellen. No need for thanks, she replied with a smile. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot this. Suddenly remembering something, Miss Ellen produced a roll of parchment, not bothering to glance at it, and handed it directly to Ramon. Let us see what this is. More items? Ramon took the roll of parchment, unrolling it, and after just a few glimpses, a look of astonishment spread across his face. This is the permit to open a shop in Rika Town. Knowing you wish to establish a business, I took the liberty of acquiring it for you. Hoping it would be of assistance. Miss Ellen smiled again. This is simply serendipitous. Ramon thought of embracing her and planting a kiss on her cheek. However, he restrained himself, his tone becoming more jubilant. I truly appreciate it, Miss Ellen. You are indeed an angel. His words of praise caused her cheeks to flush. Actually, you need not be excessively grateful. It was merely a small favor. Moreover, your conflict with him arose partly due to me, so you needn't thank me so profusely. Miss Ellen's face turned rosy as she suddenly spoke, then playfully smiled. In any case, you must run your shop well. Do not falter due to minor setbacks. Ramon nodded vigorously, yet as she turned to leave, he remained rooted in place, lost in thought for quite some time. Miss Ellen seemed to know everything. How could she possibly be aware? Indeed, such an astute individual, upon sensing the priest's animosity towards him, would surely deduce the reasons behind it. Yet, this angelic girl, beneath her demure and graceful exterior, possessed a heart that was wise, strong, and intelligent, he mused. By the way, there will be a small banquet at the temple tomorrow noon to celebrate your attainment of free citizen status and level 2 druid. Make sure not to be late. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner unseen by Ramon, a young priest dug his nails into his flesh. Ramon, he murmured the name softly. Chapter 42, The Free Citizens Part 2, a youthful lad, who had already attained the rank of a level 2 druid, had become less of a concern among the townsfolk regarding his eligibility for free citizen status. This was perceived as a foregone conclusion, a matter of legality and fairness. What truly piqued the interest of the community, however, was the news of his impending apothecary. This information spread swiftly among the townspeople and adventurers visiting Rika Town, as if it had sprouted wings. Congratulations, Roman, exclaimed the merchant Barnel, his plump visage radiating joy upon seeing him enter. I've heard you're opening an apothecary, is that true? Noticing the eager gazes of those around him, Roman smiled and replied, Indeed. I have secured the necessary permits to open the shop. He produced the proof and waved it before the gathered crowd, prompting a chorus of cheers to erupt within the tavern. For the inhabitants of this remote town, most of the potions from the temple were transported by priest Tennis for profit. Even Apothecary Anson was powerless to change this, being subordinate to the temple. As for Haifa, he had never contemplated the situation. The agony of lacking a local apothecary was acutely felt. Even those townsfolk who did not venture into danger, who among them had not suffered from the common ailments? Seeking the priest's assistance for minor injuries was an expense far beyond the means of ordinary citizens. Yet to endure discomfort without treatment was equally unbearable. The journey to the city was long and arduous. Now, with a druid-run apothecary, they could purchase potions with peace of mind. Roman was known for his fair pricing, never greedy for gold, and upon confirmation of the news, the townspeople rejoiced. The atmosphere in the Moat Tavern reached a crescendo, with even the most reticent adventurers engaging in conversation about the apothecary. You cannot imagine how exorbitant the potions in the city are, one adventurer lamented. And to procure them, one must traverse such a distance, especially in winter. It's incredibly inconvenient. Indeed, echoed others in agreement. Roman seized the opportunity to add, all of my potions are brewed by myself. I intend to charge only modest prices. Rest assured, my potions will be far cheaper than those in the city. With the answers they sought, the adventurers were elated. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Roman excused himself to prepare for the opening of his shop and ascended to the second floor. Once inside his room, he firmly shut the door and collapsed onto the soft bed. At that moment, the weight that had burdened his heart seemed to finally lift. At last, I am free. Though aware that this proof held little significance until he truly grew in strength, he was relieved to no longer fret over his identity. From here on, as long as he diligently saved and improved his abilities, the future, while not devoid of challenges, promised to grow increasingly bright. Yet, would those two individuals allow him peace? The faces of two men, grinning maliciously, flashed in his mind. He grimaced. The satisfaction he felt was instantly diminished. It is not yet time for me to relax. The threat still looms, he murmured to himself, lying back in a sprawl as he stared at the ceiling, his expression inscrutable, a chill settling in his heart. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was midday on the following day. Remembering Miss Alini's admonitions, Roman sprang from his bed. Owing to his ongoing physical improvements, his agility and leaping ability had significantly increased. With a touch of pride, he flexed his now muscular arms before him, hurriedly donned his clothes, and made his way downstairs. That boy is becoming quite accomplished, remarked Mrs. Moat to Mr. Moat, who was tidying the entrance. Indeed, replied Mr. Moat with a smile. I sensed he was destined for greatness from the moment I laid eyes on him. Just a few years past his teens. And he is already a level 2 druid. Remarkable indeed. However, a shadow of concern crossed Mrs. Moat's face as she thought of the tax collector and Roman's new venture. What do you know? Roman is now a free citizen. And with the status of a level 2 druid, the tax collector will have to think twice before making things difficult for him. Moreover, the opening of this apothecary is eagerly anticipated by many. To harass him would be to turn against the entire community. Surely, the tax collector cannot be that foolish. Good morning, Lord Bakewell. Mrs. Moat suddenly greeted a passerby. Mr. Moat quickly ceased his remarks. There, before his shop, stood the tax collector Bakewell, his demeanor grim. Morning? It's already noon, Bakewell replied tersely, striding past them. Oh dear. It seems I shouldn't have spoken so freely, Mr. Moat muttered, watching Bakewell's retreating figure with a look of astonishment. Surely he didn't overhear, Mr. Moat thought, feeling a twinge of guilt as he entered the tavern. Unbeknownst to him, Bakewell had not heard the Moat's conversation, as his mind was boiling with ire. Curse that Roman! Bakewell fumed, his face darkening with each thought. Although he hadn't heard the Moat's words, the townsfolk shared similar sentiments. As he walked, he caught snippets of conversation that only fueled his growing resentment towards Roman. If it weren't for him, would I be the subject of ridicule? He seethed, lifting his gaze as he approached the temple. It was a modest gathering, attended solely by a handful of prominent officials and temple leaders, numbering no more than a few dozen. The focal point of this small banquet was the now celebrated Roman, the prodigious youth who had become a level 2 druid at the tender age of 16. Miss Alini, now a level 2 priestess and fully authorized to represent the Lord, presided over the event. The fare was not overly lavish, yet it surpassed the usual offerings. The purpose of this gathering was to formally acknowledge Roman's status as a free citizen before the town's notables and to announce the opening of his apothecary. Though the attendees were already privy to these tidings through various channels, they feigned ignorance until Miss Alini proclaimed the Lord's decision, showering Roman with well wishes. When the priest and tax collector extended their blessings, the expressions of the crowd turned peculiar. Observing their somber faces, yet forced to maintain an air of nonchalance, left everyone feeling rather odd. Nevertheless, as the two men remained silent and sullen, the others continued their merriment, pretending not to notice the tension. Throughout the banquet, the priest and tax collector maintained their gloomy demeanor, eating quietly, their occasional glances laden with unspoken meaning. As their adversary, Roman, while engaging in jovial conversation with others, kept a keen eye on the two men, fully aware of the undercurrents swirling around them. These two individuals truly cannot be taken lightly. Ramon, congratulations. As the small gathering concluded, Miss Aileen once again smiled at Ramon, If yesterday's blessing was delivered from a personal standpoint, then today's blessing was undoubtedly formalized. Ramon. A clear voice called out from behind. Ramon, do take care in the future. Upon uttering these words, the seemingly serene and composed girl cast a slow glance at him before departing. After her exit, a shadow of gloom returned to Ramon's countenance. It appears they have no intention of reconciling, so he must not hesitate to act with resolve. In that moment, a flicker of murderous intent crossed his mind. Previously, he had been somewhat hesitant, but now he felt a genuine urge for vengeance. These two must not be allowed to remain, regardless of whether they pose a future threat. He must eliminate them at the first opportunity. One cannot nurture a tiger at their door. Chapter 43. Opening the store, Part 1. The snow had fallen incessantly for 3 days, yet this did not deter the fervor surrounding the opening of Ramon's apothecary. The preparations were proceeding in an orderly manner amidst the eager anticipation of countless onlookers. Contrary to popular belief, Ramon did not hastily choose a location in the bustling heart of Rika town. In truth, such assumptions were rather simplistic. It was crucial to assess whether the cost of the chosen site was justified and if it could yield maximum profit. Ramon's reasoning was straightforward. His primary clientele consisted of numerous adventurers who ventured into the thorny forest each year. Interestingly, this year saw a remarkable increase in their numbers, hinting at an unusual atmosphere. Beyond adventurers, the regular townsfolk formed another segment of his customer base. Thus, he was reluctant to establish his shop at the town center. The first reason being the exorbitant rent or purchase prices in that area. With limited funds at his disposal, he could not afford such extravagance. Secondly, the residents of the town center were predominantly prominent figures who, even when ill, would likely seek the services of priests at the temple rather than deign to purchase his potions. Moreover, there existed a conflict between him, the priests, and the tax officials. The common townspeople were mostly dispersed around the outskirts, making a location on the periphery more convenient for them, while also allowing Ramon to save some money. However, while plans were in place, executing them proved somewhat challenging, although he had decided on a site just outside the town center. Determining which shop to rent or purchase became a conundrum for Ramon. Given Rika town's modest size, nearly every shop was unique. For instance, the only inn in town was owned by the Mott couple, and other establishments were similarly singular, resulting in a lack of competition due to the high cost of living. Each industry barely managed to sustain a single income. Consequently, the shops in the town maintained a stable level of operation, with the exception of newly built establishments in the town center, which left little opportunity for additional storefronts. Ultimately, through the mediation of the merchant Barnell, Ramon reached an agreement with the owner of a small shop not far from the Mott to purchase it for 150 silver coins. The shop, while not overly large, had struggled due to the low spending power of the town's residents and the limited stock it offered. The owner's brother had taken a position as a manager in a trading company in a nearby town, offering a salary that nearly equaled the owner's half-year income, prompting the owner to readily agree to the sale. Coincidentally, this trading company was the same one Ramon had visited with a merchant caravan previously, making both parties eager to finalize the transaction. At long last, thanks to Barnell's negotiations, Ramon successfully acquired the shop and the land it occupied at a relatively reasonable price. Gazing at the unassuming storefront, Ramon felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of owning a business. "When will you open, Ramon?" "Tomorrow?" Barnell inquired, a grin spreading across his face. "Make sure to invite me. We didn't get to drink enough last time." Ramon surveyed the shop's oil-stained floor and shook his head. "Not yet." "Why not?" Barnell followed Ramon's gaze, nodding in understanding. "Right. It does need some cleaning. Do you want me to call a few people to help?" Ramon expressed his gratitude, but clarified that he intended to do more than just clean the place. With aspirations of transforming this new venture into his inaugural enterprise, he could not afford to be careless. "I plan to renovate the shop and aim to open in about half a month," Ramon stated after some consideration. "Half a month?" Barnell seemed puzzled. In this world, the concept of elaborate packaging was not yet prevalent. To him, as long as the space was clean and stocked with the necessary items, a sign change would suffice for an opening. However, as a mere intermediary, he respected Ramon's authority as the owner, merely expressing his surprise before nodding. "All right. Just don't forget to invite me for drinks." "Absolutely, I will certainly treat you. I owe this acquisition to your assistance," Ramon replied cheerfully. Thus, the following fortnight was filled with the bustling activity of shop renovations. However, many were perplexed by the fact that thick curtains covered the windows during the refurbishment of Ramon's soon-to-open establishment. The constant clinking sounds emanating from within piqued the curiosity of passers-by, even those who inquired with the workers, bound by their promise to Roman to keep the secret, adopted an air of mystery. This only heightened the anticipation not only among adventurers and townsfolk seeking affordable potions but also among the town's affluent families, who began to speculate about Roman's peculiar actions. Humph! Indulging in theatrics again. A young priest in a chamber of the temple hurled a letter onto the table in frustration. Unsatisfied, he picked it up again, crumpled it into a ball, and held it to the candle flame until it reduced to ash. This letter had been delivered by the tax official, who, busy with year-end tax report statistics, had no time to meet with him personally, but sent the correspondence through an intermediary. The priest, confident in his status, seldom left the temple, thus relying on the tax official to keep him informed of local happenings. As the flames danced, consuming the letter, the young priest leaned forward and gently blew, sending a cloud of ash swirling into the air, carried away by the breeze. "Roman, do not rejoice too soon. I shall not let you escape," he uttered, as if addressing Roman, yet also speaking to himself, leaning back in his chair with a scowl. Since Roman's arrival, memories of the second Mrs. Smile had haunted him, fueling his resentment. Meanwhile, a gust of wind swept through, causing the candlelight to flicker violently before extinguishing, plunging the room into darkness, save for the sound of heavy breathing. "Nick, be careful, walk slowly." A young boy tread cautiously in the yard of a humble farmhouse in Rica town. This was his daily exercise routine, starting with laps around the yard before taking a leisurely stroll around the town to strengthen his body. Beside him, a plump middle-aged woman watched him with tear-filled eyes. "Oh, thank the heavens, thank the goddess. My son, he has finally regained his spirit. Thank you for your protection." She fervently clasped her hands together, closing her eyes in prayer toward the sky. "Mother, Nick, what is it?" The mother opened her eyes, turning towards her son. "That won't do," she began, but was interrupted by her son's next words, which startled her. The boy's expression darkened. "If you don't go inside, I won't tea practice anymore. Don't spoil him too much. Haven't you seen how much more mature Nick has become after all he has endured?" The middle-aged man working in the house lifted his head and remarked, "Only through enduring hardships can one truly become a man." He gazed at the silhouette of the young boy as he walked outside, expressing his sentiments. "This is all thanks to Roman," they mused. At that moment, young Nick had slowly made his way out to the courtyard. As he looked up at the snow-laden sky, the smile that had graced his face vanished, leaving behind only a look of bewilderment. The family's finances were dwindling once more. Although his parents had not disclosed this to him, Nick, now acutely sensitive, could sense the gravity of the situation. The family's savings had long been depleted in efforts to restore his health. Even though Roman and others frequently sent money, Nick, who was beginning to understand the realities of life, felt that he could no longer rely on their generosity. The decision to hunt was his own. Roman and the others had already done more than enough for him, and he could not continue to accept their financial support without contributing in return. Moreover, while assistance can be temporary, it cannot sustain a lifetime. He was aware of his own physical limitations, even if he were to recover fully. It was unlikely he could engage in strenuous agricultural work again. But what else could he do if he did not farm? Should he truly expect his parents to support him for the rest of his life? Upon returning home, he discovered his parents engaged in conversation. "Nick, Roman was here earlier. He mentioned that his apothecary will open in half a month and invited us to attend. Is that so? Roman's apothecary is finally opening?" Nick took the 3 red invitations, and at that moment, a whirlwind of complex emotions surged within him. Chapter 44, Opening the Store, Part 2. Half a month later, the first apothecary in the town of Rica finally opened its doors. Amidst the blessings of the townsfolk and the curious gazes of many, the grand inauguration took place with great fanfare. After all, in the past fortnight, Roman's establishment had piqued the interest of the community. Even those self-proclaimed dignitaries who considered themselves above purchasing potions from Roman were filled with intrigue regarding his mysterious endeavor. The town of Rica, being remote, already lacked entertainment, and with the heavy snowfall of winter, Roman's peculiar actions had provided the townspeople with ample conversation topics. The shop, shrouded in mystery even before its opening, had captured the attention of most. Moreover, this was the very first apothecary in Rica, though the opening ceremony was scheduled for 9 in the morning. By 8 o'clock, numerous eager onlookers had already gathered to glimpse the event. "Roman, I believe I finally understand your intentions," remarked the merchant Barnell, standing beside Roman on the steps, his expression one of sudden realization. "Do you truly understand?" Roman sighed, casting a glance at him. Given Barnell's demeanor, it was unlikely he had grasped the full picture. Indeed, employing a gimmick to spark public interest was a favored tactic among merchants. However, Barnell still seemed perplexed. He looked at Roman, questioning whether an apothecary truly required such a grand spectacle. After all, it was the only one in town, and even without such theatrics, business would likely thrive. Roman sighed again. Did you really understand? His true gimmick lay beyond this. Did an apothecary need such ostentation? Roman internally confirmed, yes, it did. Unlike other shops, an apothecary was insufficient to meet the growing demands of an increasing number of adventurers. Where there is demand, supply will inevitably follow. In the future, it was likely that more than one apothecary would emerge in this locale. Previously, no one had ventured to open such a shop due to a lack of awareness of the business opportunity, a scarcity of knowledgeable individuals, and insufficient demand. However, once the first pioneer took the plunge, others would soon follow. The dearth of establishments in other industries stemmed from low demand, but an apothecary was different, at least. It did not require specialized magical ingredients, placing no restrictions on sales. Having considered what he had heard from adventurers, Roman was already prepared for the future. Would the number of adventurers continue to grow? It seemed that establishing this shop would significantly benefit him in the long run. Roman. At that moment, 2 men and a woman appeared in the distance, making their way toward him. The youngest among them waved. Nick and his family had arrived. Nick appeared to be in good spirits, suggesting a swift recovery. Roman hurried down the steps to embrace the young man. Surprised by Roman's gesture, Nick's face flushed slightly. Roman, you've changed so much. I almost didn't recognize you, he exclaimed. Since their last meeting, Roman had undergone considerable changes in both demeanor and physique due to his transformation at Shinong Corner. Those who frequently encountered him might not notice much. But as a good friend who had not seen him for a long time, Nick immediately recognized the difference. Roman chuckled, opting not to elaborate further. He greeted Nick's parents, who were with him, and invited them up the steps of the shop. The humble couple insisted on standing apart from Roman, who was now a second-level druid, a status that far surpassed theirs, and they felt it would be disrespectful to stand beside him. Roman, is it all right for me to stand here? Nick, no longer the naive youth he once was, sensed the awkwardness of the situation. While he felt no discomfort due to Roman's elevated status, he recognized the strangeness of their positions. Of course it is, Roman replied with a smile, patting Nick on the shoulder. Although he did not force his parents to stand beside him, he firmly held Nick in place. After a futile struggle, Nick could only offer a wry smile and comply. As the opening hour approached, Roman glanced around at the curious crowd and smiled confidently, instructing someone to open the shop's doors. Yet, this was not the most significant part. What truly captivated the audience was the display of charming red lanterns that were hung outside the shop, along with colorful streamers dancing in the wind, creating a stunning visual in the snowy landscape. This spectacle instantly attracted a throng of onlookers. At that moment, Roman was indeed the center of attention. The townsfolk who had previously distanced themselves from him now regarded him with a mixture of admiration and respect, an undeniable effect of his newfound status. Barnell, standing beside Roman, had wisely retreated down the steps, leaving only Roman and Nick atop the platform. While Roman was the star of the day, Nick's presence sparked curiosity among the crowd. However, the illumination of the lanterns quickly diverted their attention. Wow, how beautiful! What kind of lighting is this? Came the exclamations from the crowd. It's lanterns, Roman replied with a grin. Almost everyone was mesmerized by the enchanting sight. However, amidst the admiration, the most pressing question soon arose. Roman, is the apothecary opening today? Are the potions expensive? Rising slightly higher on the steps, Roman proclaimed loudly, ladies and gentlemen, to express my gratitude for your patronage today. Any purchases from this establishment will be at half the usual price. As his words echoed, many faces lit up with joy. Yet, some remained skeptical. But what do the potions actually cost? It's not just your word that counts. A voice called out from the crowd. Roman frowned slightly but did not lose his temper. Instead, he amplified his voice, assuring everyone, rest assured, all potions will be clearly priced. Should there be any future adjustments, we will publicly announce them. If anyone doubts this, feel free to explore the shop after the opening ceremony. With a wave of his hand, he set off a pre-prepared firework-like device, marking the start of the festive opening ceremony. Roman had arranged a simple awning in front of the shop, with several long tables borrowed from the moat and stocked with cups. At that moment, warm beer was being poured into the cups, and the frothy bubbles combined with the aroma of beer wafting through the air instantly captivated the crowd. This opening ceremony was indeed delightful. After delivering a brief speech, Roman simply stated, "Everyone, please enjoy the drinks." This immediately elevated the atmosphere to its peak. Although the amount of beer prepared was substantial and the total expenditure was not insignificant, Roman deemed it worthwhile. After all, most of those present were adventurers, and mingling with them could only prove beneficial. Dressed in a brand new light blue outfit, Roman appeared strikingly tall and distinguished, perhaps due to the transformation at Shinon Corner. He had grown taller, and wearing this outfit amidst the crowd gave him an air of prominence. Nick, who had been observing Roman closely, felt a mix of happiness for his friend and a pang of envy and uncertainty about his own future as he watched the attention Roman garnered from the crowd. He discreetly slipped away from the crowd. "Nick, what are you thinking?" Pfeiffer, a close friend of Roman, along with his family, had been invited as well. Noticing Nick's somber expression as he stepped outside, they followed him out with concern. Nick glanced at Pfeiffer, who was also clad in new attire. Quickly masking his troubled demeanor and forcing a smile, "I can't handle alcohol, so I simply stepped out for some fresh air." The snow continued to fall, though it had lightened considerably, with only a few scattered flakes dancing in the wind. Pfeiffer understood Nick's feelings and patted him on the shoulder, wishing to offer comfort but at a loss for words. He sighed and joined Nick in watching the swirling snowflakes. Suddenly, a wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. Everyone's gaze shifted towards the two youths, more specifically, fixated on Nick. Under the sudden scrutiny, Nick felt a surge of anxiety. Before he could utter a word, the crowd parted to reveal Roman standing among them. "The owner of the apothecary, I would like to invite Nick to speak. Please welcome him." Roman beckoned to Nick. It was like a thunderclap. Not only Nick, but even his parents, two townsfolk who had remained in the crowd, exhibited expressions of astonishment. "Is this for real?" they inquired. "Indeed, it is," Roman replied with a smile, and noticing Nick still frozen in place, he approached and gently pulled him forward. "I hereby announce that Nick will become the manager of this apothecary, and since it's rather chilly, I shall refrain from unnecessary chatter. Everyone, please step inside." With that, he led Nick into the shop. Upon hearing this, reactions varied. Some were astonished, others perplexed, and a few disdainful, yet many were filled with curiosity about the apothecary. As Roman stepped inside, the crowd followed suit, and soon, gasps of surprise filled the small establishment. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Roman's shop was adorned in a manner reminiscent of psychological clinics on Earth. Warm, clean colors, a neat yet non-slippery wooden floor, and rows of soft, pristine chairs immediately made visitors feel at ease. In the center of the shop stood a long table, along with partitions typically found in small towns. Countless potions were displayed, categorized by their types and efficacy, each clearly marked. Small cards detailed the prices, usage instructions, and suitable audiences for each potion. This arrangement completely overturned everyone's preconceived notions, leaving them in awe. Nick's parents, upon learning that their son had indeed secured the position with a respectable salary, expressed their profound gratitude towards Roman. Overjoyed, Nick resolved to manage the apothecary diligently, revitalized with newfound energy. This outcome delighted Pfeiffer and the others as well. As Roman's apothecary thrived, a figure suddenly appeared outside the small shop. Dressed in a comfortable robe, though not young, he exuded a sense of tranquility. It was none other than Roman's former teacher, the level 5 druid, Jifa. However, this druid did not enter to offer congratulations. He merely cast a distant glance, paused for a moment, and then quietly departed. Chapter 45, Competition, Part 1. Roman's apothecary was thriving, its success so remarkable that it incited envy. Although most patrons were adventurers seeking remedies, townsfolk occasionally visited after experiencing the efficacy of Roman's potions. Even after the initial promotional period, the shop continued to generate substantial profits daily. Following several visits from the tax officer, the young Nick matured gradually. He began to study the fundamental laws of the territory earnestly. Do not doubt it. Perhaps in the early stages of feudalism, the continent developed a relatively complete public law, especially with the influence of deities of law and order. Simultaneously, he dedicated himself to mastering potion knowledge, responding to customer inquiries with increasing skill and confidence. Roman observed these changes with a sense of guilt towards the boy who had suffered due to him. It was essential for him to provide Nick with a sense of security, enabling him to sustain himself through his own abilities. Nick's diligence and commitment were, predictably, a source of satisfaction for Roman. On the surface, it appeared that Roman was aiding Nick, yet in truth, Nick's efforts were contributing to the shop's profitability. Nick's loyalty was unparalleled, far surpassing that of any hired help. Thus, The question of who assisted whom became increasingly ambiguous. At the very least, each time Roman entered the shop, he was greeted by Nick's earnest expression. Due to his physical condition, Nick exerted himself more than anyone else. It is worth mentioning that Nick was not alone. Pfeiffer had also been invited to assist at the shop. However, as his primary ambition was to become a warrior, he did not immerse himself in the apothecary as Nick did. He came by occasionally, offering help voluntarily, but did not assume the role of a formal employee. Beyond these two, Roman enlisted the merchant Barnell to find a clever and experienced assistant. This young man, having just settled in the town, sought employment locally. Previously a shop assistant in another apothecary, he adapted swiftly to Roman's establishment. The true owner, Roman, preferred to remain in the background, occasionally checking in on the shop while dedicating most of his time to practicing martial skills and observing the growth of plants within his space. One day, having just returned his focus from the realm of his spatial domain, Nick entered his room. Roman had acquired the courtyard behind the shop to prevent any mischief during the night, having relocated from the Moat couple's residence. While it was challenging to approach him during the day, he typically remained in the shop at night. "Hey, Nick." Upon seeing Nick's somewhat gaunt face, Roman questioned whether he had been too complacent as a boss. "Is something on your mind?" Roman inquired, startled, then chuckled. "Nick, you're overthinking it. Running a shop isn't something we can control, so don't worry about it. Come, sit, and rest a while." "But I've been feeling a bit uneasy these past few days," Nick murmured. Witnessing Roman's relaxed demeanor, he added irritably, "You make being a boss seem effortless. I genuinely wonder if I was foolish to follow you and work like a mule." "Haha, have you finally realized?" "Unfortunately, now you're on a ship from which there's no getting off." Roman laughed heartily, his teasing demeanor only exasperating Nick further. After some playful banter, Nick recalled his earlier concerns. "Roman, you should really check on things. I suspect that this new shop might be targeting us." Upon hearing this, Roman's warm smile faded, replaced by a subtle smirk as he nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Nick's mother arrived with steaming meat pies. The aroma wafted in before she even entered. The two boys, enticed by the scent, rushed out without needing to be called. Nick's mother watched them eat ravenously, her face beaming with maternal love. After all, they were still just children. Moments later, Roman appeared at the entrance of his shop, gazing across at a neighboring establishment currently under renovation. This new shop was larger and more aesthetically pleasing than Roman's, boasting superior lighting as well. Workers bustled about, more numerous than the crew Roman had previously hired. It seemed the opening ceremony for this shop would be even more extravagant than his own. Roman pondered silently. He had once contemplated acquiring this shop himself, but the owner's greed had thwarted any negotiations. Yet, it appeared the shop had indeed been taken over by someone else. He wondered who the unfortunate soul might be. Standing in front of his own shop, he regarded the new establishment with an inscrutable smile. "Roman, look. Their preparations are extensive, and they're opening right across from us." "Isn't that a bit too coincidental?" Nick remarked, visibly concerned. "Let them come. We shall face whatever challenges arise," Roman replied, his tone enigmatic. "Huh? What do you mean?" Nick was puzzled, unable to grasp Roman's words. Roman chose not to elaborate, instead casting a glance at the new shop, smiling softly. "What is meant to come will come. Without competition, there can be no victor." Nick shook his head, feeling increasingly baffled by Roman's cryptic wisdom, before he followed suit back inside. Just as they disappeared through the door, a carriage appeared in the distance, halting before the new shop. A young woman alighted first, followed by a middle-aged man. If Roman had been outside, he would have recognized the man as his former mentor, druid Jeffer, and the accompanying young woman as Jeffer's beloved apprentice, Wayan Master. "When will the renovations be complete?" the girl asked, her impatience evident as she surveyed the shop. "Child, you must learn to temper your impatience. Business is not a race. I agreed to let you manage this shop to provide you with valuable experience for your future path as a druid. You cannot neglect your training, as some do, and lose sight of what truly matters," Jeffer admonished, casting several glances toward Roman's apothecary. "Are you referring to Roman? I've heard he has already advanced to a second-tier druid." "That's truly astonishing," Wayan said, filled with admiration. "First and second tiers are merely the beginning. Advancement is not the greatest challenge. Only those who reach third tier and beyond are considered true druids. His journey remains long, and you should not emulate him." Jeffer cautioned his apprentice. "Understood," Wayan replied simply. Jeffer, ever indulgent towards his pupil, noted her lack of comprehension and shifted his focus back to the renovations. "Very well." Jeffer nodded, exiting the shop first. Wayan lingered, casting a wistful glance at the unfinished establishment before following him outside. As the carriage departed amidst a cloud of dust, Roman appeared at the entrance of his apothecary. He watched the vehicle leave with a complex expression, shaking his head. Such intricate emotions were indeed peculiar. Nevertheless, he held firm to his belief. Without competition, there are no winners. 3 days later, the second apothecary in Riga town opened its doors. Much like the grand opening of Roman's apothecary, this establishment has employed several captivating strategies to draw in the crowd. However, in stark contrast to Roman's down-to-earth approach, they have summoned a troupe of acrobats, erecting a platform at the entrance to showcase their talents. While there may be a lack of beer and spirited banter, the acrobatic performance nonetheless rendered the area in front of the store bustling with eager onlookers. The moment the proprietor made his appearance, a wave of excitement swept through the crowd. Goodness! It is Master Haifa. Has Master Haifa opened a shop? It appears to be another apothecary. Amidst the murmurs of speculation, the red cloth concealing the sign was abruptly pulled away. Haifa Apothecary, the 5 bold characters instantly validated the crowd's conjectures. Almost instinctively, the spectators' gazes darted back towards Roman's apothecary. Yet they found no one emerging to partake in the spectacle. Understandably so, competitors are often rivals, especially given the existing animosity between these two establishments. The very notion that these two apothecaries have opened directly across from one another stirred a palpable tension, as the scent of rivalry wafted through the air even before either had officially commenced operations. It seems, in a manner reminiscent of Roman, the proprietor of this apothecary is not Master Haifa himself, but rather his disciple, Wayan, who has taken the helm. Chapter 46, Competition, Part 2. The prices of potions at the apothecary were surprisingly low, prompting many townsfolk who had previously purchased their potions from Roman to swiftly change their allegiance. The rationale was quite simple. Between a second-tier druid and a fifth-tier druid, whom should they trust? With both options being equally economical, it was only natural for them to gravitate towards the higher-ranked individual, as it inspired a sense of assurance. However, when Nick approached Roman, carrying the account books and wearing a glum expression, Roman merely smiled. Observing a few adventurers who still frequented his shop, he chuckled lightly and said, "Just wait and see." Indeed, despite suffering significant losses, with most of his customers flocking to the competitor, time was still on his side. Having been nurtured in the commercial environment of Earth, Roman pondered thoughtfully. The second batch of herbs was flourishing, and in another 2 months, he would likely be able to harvest once again. Being self-sufficient in herbs equated to free resources, a profit margin that could hardly be rivaled by Haifa. Perhaps, improvements were still in order. In early spring, not only was the weather frigid, but the heavy snowfall also caused numerous inconveniences for many. Canceling long-planned activities due to the weather was certainly not a source of joy. On this particular morning, the mood of the Lord of Riga town, the Baron, was exceedingly bleak. His discontent had lingered since dawn, primarily due to the snowstorm. He had intended to attend a gathering at a noble's residence 80 kilometers away, but the snow had disrupted transportation. As he sulked over the account books on his desk, the judicial officer, Garin, cautiously approached him. "My lord, I have brought the judicial records for this month," he said, eager to please. "Oh, just set them down. Let me take a look," the Baron replied, gesturing for him to place the thick stack of ledgers on the table. After flipping through a few pages, his expression soured with annoyance. "Why are there so many incidents of brawling and disturbances?" Garin quickly explained. "My lord, it seems the number of adventurers has surged, leading to unavoidable skirmishes. According to the law, they have been fined, but adventurers are not ordinary townsfolk, and thus the penalties may seem rather lenient. Forget it. If they wish to fight, let them. It's not our concern if someone perishes." The Baron, fully aware of his inability to control such a situation, voiced his frustration loudly. Yes. Garin inwardly cursed himself for delivering such unwelcome news. There was no turning back now, so he merely nodded in agreement. When in a foul mood, everything appears unappealing, a common affliction for all, including the Baron. At that moment, he found the judicial officer's obsequious demeanor exceedingly irksome. With a wave of disdain, he said, "All right, you may leave. I will keep these for now. If anything arises, I shall summon you." Yes. Then, my lord, I shall take my leave." "Do attend to your matters," Garin replied, relieved as he bowed and retreated with a forced smile. Once he had exited the Baron's study, Garin exhaled deeply. In truth, most officials within the Baron's domain had some distant relation to him. However, despite sharing noble blood, the distinctions between direct and collateral lines were significant. Baroness family belonged to a remote branch of the Baroness lineage, to the extent that had he not come to serve in the Baroness territory, the Baron would likely have been unaware of his existence. Nonetheless, he was still a member of a noble family. Once outside the Baroness study, Garin adjusted his attire, straightened his posture, and adopted an expression of indifference, one that signified their status and temperament. Having perfected his appearance, he strode toward the exit. If it isn't the esteemed judicial officer. A voice suddenly called out. The tax officer. You have come as well? Garin replied, forcing a smile upon seeing the tax officer, Bakel, entering through the side door. Indeed, I am here to present this month's accounts to the Baron. Were you just inside? Bakel inquired with a smile. Yes, since you are to meet the Baron. I shan't delay you any longer. Please, proceed. I have matters to attend to, Garin replied, also smiling as he passed by Bakel. Go on, go on. May you experience the Baroness' wrath, Bakel thought to himself. Such was the nature of their rivalry. Even those who appeared amiable could engage in subtle contests behind the scenes. Although both the judicial officer and the tax officer were distant branches of the Baroness family, conflicts of interest kept them at odds. While neither sought significant disputes, they relished the opportunity to inconvenience each other from time to time. Though Bakel sensed the veiled implications in Garin's words, he had come with a purpose today and had no intention of retreating. When he arrived at the Baroness study, he had someone announce his presence before cautiously stepping inside. My lord. Oh, Bakel. Are you here to deliver the accounts as well? The Baron asked, his tone indifferent. It was no surprise, reviewing the accounts monthly, with figures that remained consistent over the years, would dull anyone's interest. However, upon opening the account books this time, the figures before him sparked his attention. This month has seen such significant growth? The Baron questioned, initially doubting his eyes. After a closer examination, he confirmed it to be true. He cast a puzzled glance at Bakel, seeking clarification. Bakel hastily explained, My lord, the substantial increase in tax revenue this month is due to a surge in adventurers in town, who have been spending considerably. Compounded by the opening of 2 apothecaries, the Baron contemplated this. It indeed made sense. He looked at the account books in astonishment and asked, Is it true that the apothecaries are turning such profits? Indeed, I was equally surprised by these figures. Bakel nodded, a hint of a smirk gracing his lips. However, primarily, it is Roman's shop that is thriving. That young man possesses remarkable talent and is well regarded, even by Miss Ellen. Upon hearing this mention of his daughter, the Baroness' interest piqued. Is that so? What could a newly promoted druid possibly possess that would earn her praise? My lord, you may not realize, but a youth like Roman, who is both handsome and talented, diligent and full of innovative ideas, has captured the affection of many young women in town. Bakel remarked with a grin. At Bakel's words, the Baroness' brow furrowed immediately. Observing this, Bakel's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. The rivalry between him and Roman had begun as minor disagreements but had escalated to an almost irreconcilable state. With Roman's swift ascent, Bakel could no longer contain his agitation. Initially, during Heifa's shop's early days, he had harbored hopes that Roman's establishment would be driven to ruin. To his dismay, however, the monopoly had merely been dismantled. Roman's shop continued to yield substantial profits. Heifa, known for his cold demeanor, was not an easy target for Bakel's schemes, for they shared the same druidic lineage. Hence, the Baron had become the focus of Bakel's ambitions. In truth, regarding the matter of the second young lady, he does not consider himself to be trapping Roman. After all, the affection that the second young lady holds for Roman is evident to all, albeit it may not necessarily be of a romantic nature. However, the tax officer, having long dealt with the Baron, is acutely aware of the most effective ways to converse. With a seemingly casual tone, he inadvertently instills in the Baron the illusion that Miss Eleni also harbors feelings for Roman, which is precisely the effect he sought to achieve. The words he uttered did not directly state that Miss Eleni had an interest in Roman. Rather, he initially mentioned that she had praised Roman and subsequently pointed out that many young ladies in the town were fond of him. Thus, it was only natural for the Baron to fall prey to such a misconception. This illusion alone could ruin Roman, casting him from the heights of paradise into the depths of despair. Indeed, the Baron furrowed his brow, his mood, which had brightened upon reviewing the accounts, darkening once again. He stared intently at the ledger for a considerable time, saying nothing. It was only when the tax officer began to feel fatigued standing there that the Baron waved him away. Having achieved his objective, the tax officer was eager to depart, offering a courteous bow before retreating. It was only after confirming that he was alone in the room that the Baron fully unleashed his fury. That wretched thing. He hurled the thick ledger onto the floor with brute force, then sat down in his chair, squinting his eyes and muttering incessantly. Roman. After a while, he managed to quell his inner rage and retrieved an ornate, gold-edged invitation from his drawer. It was an invitation from Viscount Lutecy. In terms of rank, the other party was a viscount, superior to him, and possessed a territory of 250 square kilometers, more than twice the size of the Baroness' domain, and a relatively affluent one at that, with an economic disparity that was at least tenfold compared to the Baroness. Yet, in terms of age, he could very well be viewed as a nephew or younger cousin. This promising young noble had extended an invitation to a baron residing in such a remote and desolate fief, not merely out of goodwill, but because he had a beautiful and intelligent daughter. The second young lady, Eleni, currently held the position of a second-tier priest, an impressive feat for her age, considering that one could preside over a medium-sized temple in the city with a fifth-tier rank. Moreover, she was still quite young, with a bright future ahead, and above all, she was stunningly beautiful. Ever since their chance encounter at a church gathering, Viscount Lutecy had begun to express frequent goodwill towards him. Initially, he found this flattering, but over time, a bold thought took root in his mind. Given his daughter's exceptional qualities, it was only fitting that she be paired with a noble youth of great promise. Thus, the Baron could not possibly tolerate her current affection for a druid. Even if Roman possessed remarkable talent, what good is talent in a world teeming with gifted individuals? How many truly become formidable forces? Furthermore, even among those who attain such strength, what weight do they carry in a world rife with powerful beings? According to the Lord's investigation, Viscount Lutecy not only hailed from a formidable lineage, but his family also maintained a close connection with the Church of the Earth Goddess. This was no ordinary viscount. He was a descendant of the divine spirit of the Earth Goddess, and for a priest, being associated with such a church was exceedingly advantageous for future prospects. Moreover, the church's influence extended beyond mere clergy. While some smaller congregations may lack strength, even kings must lower their proud heads when confronted by the mighty church of the gods. Therefore, he must ensure that his daughter excels to the utmost, facilitating her union with this nobleman to forge a deeper connection with the church. It was utterly unexpected that such an unpleasant affair would arise. Roman. In the past, the Baron had held a certain admiration for this young man, but now, as he paced the room, a shadow of anger gradually crept across his face. Chapter 47. New Medicine, Part 1. The morning air was exceptionally refreshing, particularly after a heavy rain. As soon as one opened the door, the brisk chill would instantly awaken the senses. However, it was somewhat vexing that the rain had been accompanied by wind. Though not fierce, the gusts propelled raindrops against one's face like tiny daggers. What fell from the sky was no longer merely rain, but rather a flurry of sharp little blades. Roman observed with contemplation. Typically, under such harsh weather conditions, even formidable beasts and bear goblins would seek refuge, avoiding the hunt. Naturally, adventurers with the intention of capturing them would refrain from undertaking fruitless endeavors in the forest. Yet, for reasons unknown, some adventurers continued to venture out of town, their bodies tightly wrapped against the elements as they hurried along the road. Roman found himself puzzled by the allure of the thorny forest. What secrets lay within that captivated so many? Most adventurers, however, remained in town, congregating at the Mott Tavern to indulge in merriment. Today, the tavern was destined to be bustling. Even Roman, unusually, chose not to practice his skills in the forest, but instead retreated to his room, resting his chin on his hand in a daze. Before him lay an old wooden table, upon which a small ledger was opened, its sparse lines of text continually reminding him of the dismal state of his apothecary's business. According to Nick, the root of these troubles stemmed from the apothecary across the street. A mere 10% reduction in price could significantly impact sales. A potion designed to heal minor wounds, typically priced at 10 silver coins, would now cost only 9, a seemingly insignificant amount that nonetheless stirred the hearts of many adventurers. After all, who would willingly part with their hard-earned coin? Adventurers frequently relied on potions during their quests, and the expenses could accumulate to a substantial sum. Furthermore, 1 silver coin was sufficient for a night's stay at the Mott Tavern. Thus, aside from a few intrepid souls, most patrons flocked to the rival store to make their purchases. Was a price war on the horizon? Though such competitive tactics were common in the world of commerce, Roman's expression darkened at the thought. This establishment held profound significance for him. It was his first shop, a vessel for his hopes and dreams. He genuinely wished to see his apothecary flourish, thus, even if it were not undermined by competitors. He needed to devise a new strategy swiftly, one that could reverse his current misfortunes. Yet, this was no simple task. It was not merely his status as a second-level druid that hindered him. The disparity in strength between him and the fifth-level druid, Haifa, was vast. As druids progressed in rank, they mastered more spells and techniques, gaining a superior understanding of potion crafting and medicinal properties. Haifa could utilize his powers with greater efficiency, producing potions at a lower cost, while Roman's success rate in brewing was less favorable compared to Haifa's. Even Haifa's apprentice, under her mentor's guidance, would likely brew potions with a proficiency that rivaled Roman's or perhaps even surpassed it. Moreover, while Haifa's apprentice practiced simply for skill and familiarity with potion properties, Roman was burdened with the management of his shop and the need to refine his combat skills while studying the temple's tomes. What was even more daunting was that Haifa, a fifth-level druid, had established a greenhouse and laboratory, resulting in minimal production costs. The advantages were starkly evident. Had it not been for Roman's own possession of the Shinong space, which allowed him to produce raw materials at little to no expense, he might not even qualify as a competitor. Despite the low costs, if he could not sell his wares, profits would remain elusive. Determining an effective strategy was decidedly complex. Engaging in a price war was not a viable option, yet how else could he compete? Reflecting on past experiences, Roman opened his eyes and resolved to lower his costs. However, he needed to find a justifiable method to reduce the expenses of potion crafting. By utilizing fewer ingredients to create more effective potions, he could not only attract customers but also preserve his strength amidst competition. This was the plan, though the specifics were yet to be determined. Having a clear objective dispelled his feelings of aimlessness and significantly improved his mental state. At that moment, he realized he was hungry and, with a resigned pat on his belly, reached for a pastry that Nick had brought him earlier that morning. The pastry was delightful, a testament to Madame Mott's culinary skills, and still warm as he savored it. Roman quickly devoured it, feeling revitalized. Suddenly, a commotion outside captured his attention. Clearly, it's your potions that are at fault, even brewed by a druid. A voice boomed, drawing a crowd of onlookers. What happened? Someone inquired. I don't know. I just arrived, came the reply. Curiosity is indeed a human trait, and even in such frigid weather, many braved the biting wind to see what was unfolding. As the crowd gathered, the young man grew emboldened, tossing a bag of potions onto the counter of Roman's shop. What will you do about this? My brother took your potion yesterday, and his condition worsened. These are not healing potions. They are clearly poison, he declared, gesturing to a heavily bundled figure beside him, who coughed to affirm his plight. The townsfolk murmured in disbelief. That's absurd, Nick retorted, his face reddening with indignation as he faced the accusations in the bewildered crowd. My potions are meticulously crafted, and others have had no issues. Why is it only your brother who has a problem? After a moment's contemplation, he realized that as the shopkeeper, he needed to maintain composure. Let us do this. I'll invite your brother inside to allow Roman to examine him. Everyone present can witness the results. If it turns out that my potions caused his condition to deteriorate, we will compensate for all losses. However, if that is not the case, the young man hesitated. He had expected to easily intimidate a mere boy, but Roman proved more formidable than anticipated. He glanced at the crowd, where someone gestured to him, and he immediately understood, bursting into laughter. Don't play games with me. Once inside your shop, it's all under your control. How can I trust him? Everyone, he shouted to the throng, this shop is a scam. They sell nothing but fake potions. Don't fall for it. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to murmur, and just as Nick struggled to find his words, a middle-aged man stepped forward from the outskirts of the gathering. My lord, it's like this. Upon recognizing Haifa, the young man visibly shrank. Haifa was a fifth-level druid, a stark contrast to Roman, who, as a mere second-level druid without any backing, stood at a significant disadvantage. In this world, power dictated privilege. Upon relaying the earlier conversation to Jeffer, the young man was taken aback. The druid, whom he had assumed would align with him against Roman, unexpectedly directed his piercing gaze towards the patient. He was not ill at all. A mere glance was sufficient for Jeffer to reach this conclusion. Naturally, the acuity of judgment is directly proportional to the druid's level of mastery. Given that Jeffer was a fifth-level druid, his assertion left no room for doubt regarding the patient's health. Furthermore, in the eyes of the onlookers, Jeffer and Roman were perceived as adversaries. Thus it was implausible for one to exonerate the other. Consequently, the outcome was that these individuals departed in a state of dejection. Master Jeffer, thank you for your assistance. Roman, who had hurried over from the courtyard, expressed his sincere gratitude upon learning of the situation. This individual truly was, shaking his head. Roman couldn't help but let out a wry smile. However, as he turned to enter the shop, a figure in the distance caused his brow to furrow. It was none other than him. The tax official, mingling among the crowd, was making his way further away. His presence at that moment prompted Roman to ponder. Bakar, it seems you cannot be allowed to linger any longer. This must be resolved swiftly. Otherwise, your incessant disruptions will become quite troublesome. Whereas previously, solutions did not necessarily entail the obliteration of the physical form. Roman's thoughts had now shifted decisively in that direction. A flicker of dark fire ignited in his gaze, and after a moment of contemplation, a cold smile emerged. I shall grant you but a few more days to live. Chapter 48, New Medicine, Part 2. In the early hours of the morning, all was silent. Despite his determination to eliminate Bakel, Roman was acutely aware that without sufficient strength, even the most meticulously crafted plan could lead to his inevitable capture and execution. In a world where the disparity in power was so vast, evidence held little weight. It was akin to humans casually trampling on weeds and cockroaches. If the Lord were to harbor suspicion, was there any need for concrete proof to justify an execution? The mere whims of a noble could seal his fate, especially when cloaked in a facade of righteousness. At such a juncture, the only option for survival would be to flee. However, the Baroness' subordinates, particularly the squadron leaders, were formidable sixth-level warriors, supported by a legion of soldiers and a multitude of powerful nobles. To act recklessly in such circumstances would undoubtedly lead to a dead end. Even with 100 ways to escape, evading the relentless pursuit of the aristocracy and guilds seemed impossible. Thus, taking action now would be folly. He must first solidify his own standing. The most prudent course would be to leverage the apothecary business to expand his influence among adventurers and enhance his own abilities. Value is relative, and as Roman grew stronger, the consequences of eliminating Bakel would diminish. He needed to devise a strategy to overcome two significant challenges. Starting with investigating the conditions of the space he had discovered. With some leisure at hand, he directed his focus to the Shinnon corner space. Although the last enhancement had not significantly increased its benefits, a 10 gain was still commendable. The crucial aspect was its capacity to harbor larger forms of life. Previously, only bees could inhabit this space. Now, it could accommodate small rabbits. For experimentation, he had captured one, which thrived within, carefully avoiding the medicinal herbs and consuming only designated plants. Furthermore, the challenge now lay not in discovering new plant species but in cultivating sufficient power through planting to facilitate further upgrades of the space. The environment within the space was nearly perfect, and over the past few days, the already thriving plants had flourished even more, exuding a vibrant green. During his previous visits, he had sown all the seeds from earth, and now rows of green shoots swayed gently in the breeze. The luminous orb of light hung high above, casting its glow over every corner of the space, nurturing all life within, while maintaining a relatively constant climate. A gentle breeze rippled across a stream, and bees busily flitted over the water's surface, while butterflies danced gracefully among the flowers, their delicate forms juxtaposed against the stout bodies of the bees. This harmonious scene echoed the efforts of pollination that once thrived on Earth. Amidst the lush grass and trees, the air was thick with the essence of life. Yet, there was a slight imperfection. As the space expanded, the water supply had become somewhat inadequate. He had noticed this issue during previous visits but had not addressed it. Now, equipped with experience, Roman leapt from his bed and, finding the streets deserted, strolled outside. Snowflakes drifted down, some vanishing around Roman, and in an instant, snow began to fall within the space. However, upon entering the warm environment, the snow transformed into gentle rain, carrying a chill. After a brief circuit around the town in the snow, the shallow stream within the space was quickly filled to near capacity, and the plants and trees soon thrived under the nourishing rain. Roman ceased his absorption of water, and although he remained in the snow, the rain within the space stopped shortly thereafter. As the chill dissipated, the climate within resumed its spring-like warmth. At this moment, the Shinnon corner space appeared revitalized. Roman once again immersed himself in the space, relishing the fresh air and warmth of spring. As he wandered, an unusual occurrence drew his attention. The rabbit, perhaps seeking shelter from the rain, had collided with a tree and was now limping towards a row of plants. Though he understood that animals possessed a natural ability to heal, the plants it approached were not known for their medicinal properties. Observing curiously, Roman watched as the rabbit reached a rather ordinary-looking plant and bit down on a leaf before moving on to another nearby plant. To his astonishment, after consuming both plants, the once listless rabbit perked up and bounded away with renewed vigor. Roman stood dumbfounded, and after the rabbit had hopped off, he stepped forward to examine the two plants. The first was a type of grass, similar to that found on Earth, which Roman had planted for its resilience. Common knowledge dictated that this plant held no value, contributing only a touch of greenery to the landscape without any healing properties, hence it had been largely overlooked. The adjacent plant was a common Earth species, the morning glory. The remarkable phenomenon of these two ordinary plants from different worlds merging to create a miracle left Roman both astonished and elated. The prospect of utilizing these plants to concoct potions and significantly reduce costs was an enticing thought. With a renewed sense of purpose, he withdrew from the space, manifesting both plants in his hands. In this tranquil moment, Roman began to study them closely. Meanwhile, Nick leaned back in his chair, muttering to himself. What is Roman up to? Curiously, Rolake, the blacksmith's son who had been hired as an assistant for 5 silver coins a month, inquired. Has he been working on new potions? Nick shook his head. Who knows? He claims to be experimenting with new medicine, but I haven't seen him using any materials. By the way, did we have any customers today? Nick asked, glancing around the empty shop. Rolake expressed his frustration. Only 3 came in for some fever-reducing potions. And then they left. They're really just here for the profit, Nick grumbled, observing the bustling apothecary across the street. However, their potions are indeed quite inexpensive and effective. So it's no surprise everyone is flocking there, Rolake replied, shaking his head. Despite receiving Roman's assistance in securing a job at the apothecary, Rolake often felt a lingering sense of oppression. The reason is quite simple. Roman, who once shared a similar plight, has not only ascended to the rank of a second-tier druid but has also become his superior. This disparity leaves him feeling utterly humiliated. Human beings are, after all, peculiar creatures who cannot bear to see others surpass them, especially when that individual was once beneath them. Although Roman compensates him with a salary and grants him access to the books in the store, to Rolake, these gestures merely serve as humiliating acts of charity. Consequently, despite his need for this employment, a profound chasm exists between him and Roman, as well as this apothecary. If only he could unravel the mysteries of that book sooner. With this thought, Rolake shook his head and turned to wipe down the counter. Meanwhile, Nick continued to gaze vacantly at the door, consumed by his gloom. Indeed, in the backyard, in a room filled with excitement, Roman gazed in awe at a vial of verdant liquid. It dawned on him that the fusion of terrestrial and otherworldly flora could yield such astonishing results. When Roman re-entered the space, he uncovered the miraculous truth about the rabbit. It was not the consumption of the 2 plants that facilitated its healing. Rather, the rabbit had previously ingested a medicinal herb, and the subsequent actions were merely to enhance the effects of the former. Understanding this revelation greatly lifted Roman's spirits. He had long worried that the cost of his concoctions exceeded that of the Heifa shop, and their efficacy was inferior. If his hypothesis proved true, blending earthly and otherworldly plants to create a catalyst akin to a spell would significantly enhance the potency of his elixirs while remaining within the same budget, effectively reducing costs. Alternatively, retaining the original efficacy would allow for a 1/5 reduction in raw materials. Though not as immediate as he had initially envisioned, this outcome was already quite satisfactory. Through experimentation, Roman was further astonished to discover that each combination of earthly and otherworldly plants yielded distinct effects, perfectly corresponding to various healing potions. However, given the current demand from adventurers, Roman resolved to prioritize the creation of a catalyst that would dramatically enhance the efficacy of healing potions. After concocting the catalyst and conducting further experiments, Roman found the results gratifying. By simply adding a drop during potion preparation, the efficacy could be increased by approximately 1/5. Beyond that, it proved unnecessary. The difference between consuming a more effective potion and taking a larger quantity is quite evident, factoring in cost, side effects, and tolerance. If not, there would be no distinction between renowned remedies and ordinary ones. Even the potions crafted by the esteemed Heifa were only marginally superior to his own. Roman recognized that the key to attracting customers lay in producing an enhanced version of his potions. Holding aloft a vial brimming with the green liquid, a relaxed smile finally graced Roman's face. This time, I shall rely on you, he murmured to the potion. Today, I intended to provide a descriptive account, elucidating the reasons behind certain choices. Initially, I aimed to reduce the explanatory content and focus solely on the narrative, allowing readers to draw their own conclusions. However, It seems further elaboration is necessary, though this shall be the sole instance. Alas, the plea for votes and recommendations. Chapter 49, The Rise of Names, Part 1, as February arrived. The sun shone brightly on this day, bidding farewell to the long-lasting cold weather that had gripped the town of Rica. The sun regained its vigor, casting warm rays upon the land. The areas once blanketed in snow transformed into a paradise of flowing rivers as the snow melted away. The townspeople, unfrozen from their winter slumber, began to emerge from their homes, calling to friends or diligently attending to their work. Adventurers once again set forth in groups towards the beast forest, revitalizing the previously tranquil town of Rica. At this moment, a sharp-eyed individual noticed a notice board standing at the entrance of Roman's apothecary. The board displayed several lines of bold text. Those who could read shook their heads, while some made their way into Roman's shop. The illiterate inquired from others and soon learned that it was an announcement regarding a new potion being launched by Roman's apothecary. According to the notice, the price of this new healing potion remained unchanged, yet its efficacy was greatly enhanced. While most townsfolk left unimpressed, adventurers expressed considerable intrigue towards this new potion. In the current frigid conditions, many healing potions and methods were significantly discounted, making an affordable and effective potion of utmost importance to them. Thus, within minutes of Roman displaying the notice, curious adventurers began to enter the shop. However, due to Roman's still modest druidic level, inquiries outnumbered actual purchases. Without further ado, Roman presented 20 bottles of the potion to a hesitant adventurer, offering it for free trial. Free? The adventurer asked, inspecting the small vial curiously. Indeed. Roman replied with a smile. Instantly, the adventurer, no longer hesitating, chuckled as he tucked the potion into his cloak. Although the potion's effects were unknown, who could resist something offered without charge? With the first adventurer claiming a bottle, others soon followed suit, drawn to the allure of the free potion. Before long, even those who had intended to purchase from the nearby Haifa's shop were lured over. "Look at them!" exclaimed a young girl in splendid warm attire, stamping her foot in indignation at Haifa's apothecary. Opposite her sat Haifa, the druid who had come to inspect the shop. Observing his pupil's frustration, he felt a sense of helplessness. "It's merely a fleeting curiosity," he reassured her with a smile. "But," the girl pouted, "I stayed up late preparing potions yesterday, and today no one comes to buy? This is infuriating." Seeing his pupil's vexation, Haifa could only shake his head again, turning his gaze towards the shop across the street. Enhanced potions with improved efficacy? He shook his head, dismissing the notion with a wry smile. A true druid bears the responsibility of preserving nature. No druid would willingly pursue potion crafting as a long-term profession, a task designated for herbalists and clerics. This was precisely why, despite possessing healing abilities and knowledge of herbs, druids often fell short compared to clerics in healing matters. Nonetheless, countless druids throughout the years had delved deeply into the study of plant properties and potion formulations, gaining sufficient expertise to apply their knowledge. Hence, Haifa's initial reaction to Roman's actions was one of disdain, followed by a sense of absurdity. He had once believed Roman possessed a modicum of talent, having advanced rapidly to a level 2 druid without guidance. However, this latest endeavor only reinforced Haifa's perception of Roman as overly self-assured. Setting aside whether a druid would focus on developing new potions, even if someone were genuinely interested, crafting new potions typically required the expertise of mid to high-level druids. The notion of a mere level 2 druid like Roman attempting to create or even modify a potion was nothing short of preposterous. Haifa understood well, having taught Roman, that despite Roman's newfound strength, his understanding of druidic knowledge remained rudimentary. In contrast, his current pupil, Wayan, though only a level 1 druid, possessed significantly greater knowledge in potion crafting than Roman. This gap in knowledge and capability contributed to the decline in business for Roman's apothecary. Meanwhile, in a chamber within the temple, a young cleric echoed Haifa's sentiments. "Enhanced potions?" He scoffed, his tone laced with malice. He casually burned a confidential letter, a cold smile creeping across his face, reminiscent of one witnessing foolishness. The reason was simple. Having observed Roman's journey from apprentice to level 2 druid, he harbored doubts about Roman's ability to develop any new enhanced potions, as long as Roman's potions failed to live up to their claims. The ensuing spectacle promised to be entertaining. The young cleric smirked as he penned a letter, secured it to a carrier pigeon, and watched it take flight, his grin widening. "Bakar, let us see what your tax collector can do," he mused. A few minutes later, at the opposite end of the town, A carrier pigeon landed on the windowsill of the tax collector's home. Upon retrieving the letter from the bird's leg, the tax collector's face lit up with a knowing smile. What a splendid opportunity to frame Roman, he mused, destroying the letter. The charge of deceiving the public fits him perfectly. As he gazed at the sky with his hands clasped behind his back, a cold smile mirrored that of the cleric. After all, in their eyes, Roman was merely a level 2 druid, incomparable to the formidable level 5 druid, Haifa. Could Roman achieve what even Haifa could not? Moreover, the healing potions held little value for them. Roman, no one has come yet. Do you think our potions are ineffective? Now in February, as the weather gradually warmed, Roman's apothecary had launched a new potion at the end of the previous month. Yet, hardly anyone had purchased it. Only the initial 20 bottles had been distributed for free, and those who claimed them were predominantly adventurers. However, since they took the potions, no further news had emerged. Roman's shop remained desolate, with a pitiful number of customers. Yet, Roman had anticipated this outcome. With no injuries to tend to, there naturally would be no demand for his potions. Although he regarded the lack of response as normal, this did not mean others shared his perspective. Initially confident in the new potion, the shopkeeper, Nick, gradually grew anxious as the days passed. Seizing a moment of privacy, he quietly voiced his concerns. Roman chuckled at him. Why, are you still uncertain about the potion I concocted? Nick scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It has been half a month. And yet no one has come to inquire. It's truly disheartening. Ramon observed the troubled expression on his companion's face and shook his head. Do not fret. Customers will come. Noticing Nick's lingering doubts, he patted his shoulder reassuringly. Nick, just wait and see. I have never deceived anyone. Trust me. Indeed, I believe in you. With Ramon's assurance, Nick finally regained his confidence. That's more like it. Ramon smiled, casting his gaze toward the onlookers outside, feeling a twinge of melancholy. If even Nick harbored doubts about the efficacy of the new potion, it was likely that others felt the same. Yet, surely those 20 bottles distributed for free last month should have begun to show results. As the weather warmed in recent days, adventurers had become increasingly active. Surely, his enhanced potion would soon demonstrate its effectiveness. Why had no one come forward? Could it be that his new potion truly bore no effect when applied to humans? Due to prior commitments, I will be unavailable at noon today, but I have prepared this in advance and will continue to post this evening. Chapter 50. The Name Emerges, Part 2. As he indulged in his musings, a few individuals merrily entered the room. Upon crossing the threshold, one of them exclaimed loudly, Roman. That new potion from last time was remarkably effective. Do you have any left? I would like 10 bottles. The speaker was the very first adventurer to receive the complimentary potion. Approaching Roman, he rolled up his sleeve to reveal a faint scar on his arm. The potion worked wonders. It was far superior to the one I purchased from you previously. Thanks to it, my wound healed much more swiftly. Is that so? That is truly wonderful, Roman replied with a smile. As if by some unspoken agreement on that very day, 7 or 8 individuals who had previously acquired the new potion returned to make purchases. Those who had not yet tried it were quickly informed of its remarkable efficacy by their companions. Indeed, it surpasses that old potion, the adventurers remarked after experiencing its effects, leading to a surge of customers flocking to Roman's apothecary. The once neglected apothecary of Roman was reinvigorated by the newfound popularity of his potion. With the continuous sales throughout the month, his business reached a level of unprecedented prosperity. The accumulating silver coins in his space grew increasingly plentiful, compelling him to steal glances at them whenever he checked. However, he remained level-headed, not allowing wealth to cloud his judgment. Before the shop opened, he had already contemplated the distribution of profits. According to his plan, 20% of the monthly net profit would go to Nick, another 20% to Pfeiffer, and the remainder would constitute his own earnings. After all, Nick, as the manager of the apothecary, had consistently demonstrated diligence and responsibility and thus deserved his share. Although Pfeiffer visited infrequently, he and Roman shared a bond forged through life and death battles, and it was a time when Pfeiffer needed financial support, making his share equally essential. When Nick first learned that he would receive 20% of the profits, he was astonished and elated. In the town of Rica, apart from the nobles, few were truly affluent. A single sum could alter a person's fate, underscoring the importance of money. Nick, not one to be overly sentimental, accepted Roman's generous offer without hesitation and threw himself into his work with renewed zeal. He even invested in numerous arithmetic books, dedicating his spare time to reading. It is worth noting that, unlike Earth, books in this realm were exceedingly expensive. Knowledge equated to wealth, and for a child from a poor family, The struggles and costs of learning to read were unimaginable to those from noble households. The price of a book was roughly equivalent to that of a sheep, a substantial asset for an ordinary farming family. Thus, no one would spend so much on books when every meal had to be meticulously calculated, leading to the widespread illiteracy among the children of impoverished families. Roman had fortuitously amassed a considerable bounty during his last encounter with the Thieves' Guild, acquiring not only coins but also a collection of books gathered by the thieves. These tomes varied widely in genre, including even the most expensive magical texts, which were rarely accessible to the common man. With his recent financial success, Roman purchased several basic legal texts and financial arithmetic books, placing them in the shop for free access to all patrons. Although Nick had previously learned a few letters and managed to read some legal texts, his lack of comprehensive knowledge often left him bewildered, resulting in several failures during encounters with tax officials. Understanding the need for knowledge to enhance the apothecary's operations, Nick embarked on a fervent quest for learning once the books became available in the shop. He even spent a significant amount of his own money to acquire additional financial literature. Pfeiffer, having benefited from the spoils obtained from the thieves, experienced a considerable improvement in his circumstances, allowing him to afford training in martial skills. Aspiring to become a powerful warrior, he continued his practice even through the harshest winter. Roman often joined him in training during their free time in the forest. However, Roman had to concede that Pfeiffer, whose ancestry boasted a lineage of mercenaries, was indeed far more diligent in his martial training. As February arrived, the weather began to warm, heralding the end of winter and the imminent arrival of spring. Perseverance bore fruit. After 5 continuous months of rigorous training, Roman's martial skills became increasingly refined, with his techniques in swordsmanship and footwork nearing the 3rd level. Nevertheless, to attain the strength equivalent to a formal warrior, he needed to stabilize this newfound prowess. Pfeiffer's training results were even more pronounced due to his relentless dedication. Roman even entertained the notion that the young man, who had previously lacked exposure to formal martial arts, might indeed leap to the status of a second-tier warrior by the time spring arrived. Roman, I've suddenly realized that you are becoming increasingly handsome, despite the wind and sun. Your complexion remains pristine. How is that possible? Are all druids like this? One day, after finishing their martial practice, the two friends bathed in a small lake nestled in the forest. Observing each other's increasingly robust physiques, Pfeiffer could not help but display a tinge of envy. Is it so? I thought you prided yourself on your own prowess. Are you now envious of others? Roman chuckled as he rose from the water and dressed. It's all because of Miss Ailini. I heard she might even have a fondness for you. I truly envy you. When will a girl ever take an interest in me? Pfeiffer exaggeratedly feigned a pout, laughing heartily. Hear that? Who said so? Roman furrowed his brow slightly. At that moment, Pfeiffer emerged from the water, grinning as he replied, Many people are saying it. One of the warriors I know mentioned it. They say that since Miss Ailini likes you, you might very well become the future son-in-law of the Lord. Now, everyone is trying to get close to me, hoping to curry favor with the future Lord's friend. Roman's frown deepened. How could such unfounded rumors have spread so widely? Don't you have feelings for Miss Ailini? Pfeiffer asked, now dressed and noticing Roman's lingering hesitation. Do you truly believe those nonsensical tales? Roman mused thoughtfully. What on earth? Roman wondered, gazing at Pfeiffer as he departed, hastening his own pace. Was there trouble at the apothecary? He rushed inside to find a young girl conversing softly with Nick. Upon hearing his footsteps, the girl turned gracefully. It was important to note that priestesses of the earth goddess predominantly resided within temples, and Ailini, as a second-tier priestess, exuded a serene aura in public. Unless it concerns significant matters, Miss Eleanor, as a priestess, seldom graces the town with her presence. Ramon, consider if you can still deny it. Pfeiffer silently scoffed, casting Ramon a suggestive glance before greeting Eleanor and, with a semblance of courtesy, ushering Nick aside. Thus, only Ramon and Eleanor remained standing face to face. Ramon, I did not expect your business to flourish so splendidly that you would not invite me to witness it. Eleanor initiated the conversation, glancing at the bustling shop. What? No invitation for me to take a look around? Haha. Ramon chuckled awkwardly, pondering internally what sort of workspace he possessed. Nevertheless, he felt it inappropriate to stand idly, quickly leading Eleanor to a small alcove he had designated as a reading room. Within, a table and several chairs awaited, and the two settled across from one another. Eleanor beamed as she surveyed her surroundings, casually flipping through a book on magic displayed atop the table, inquiring curiously, You even possess a tome of magic? Who is perusing it? Ramon glanced at the book, his curiosity piqued, but recalling that Rolake had frequently visited, he surmised it was likely him. Upon hearing his explanation, Eleanor shook her head, saying, "If one lacks the innate talent for magic, reading such works would yield little benefit. I am surprised you would spend money on such an expensive introductory tome on magic." Ramon chuckled softly. These books had been acquired at no cost to him, hence his willingness. Regrettably, he could not share this with Eleanor. After exchanging some light banter, Eleanor finally revealed the purpose of her visit. Astonishingly, she had been drawn in by Ramon's new potion. As a priestess, mastering potion brewing was essential for her, and she held a keen interest in it. Upon hearing that Ramon's new concoction surpassed the efficacy of the old, she was irresistibly intrigued. Naturally, Ramon could not disclose the secret of the new potion to Eleanor. However, the two engaged in a fruitful exchange regarding potion formulation. Not only did Ramon, a rather novice druid, gain valuable insights, but the knowledge he had acquired through other means widened Eleanor's perspective as well. Their conversation flourished. Across from Ramon's apothecary, a tense atmosphere enveloped the shopkeeper's office. "Well, I did not deceive you, did I?" The tax officer sneered. Opposite him sat a teenage girl, her gaze fixed on the window where a young man was bidding farewell to Eleanor with a beaming smile. The tax officer added fuel to the fire, indeed. How could such an innocent girl as Miss Eleanor see through his facade? It is pitiable, truly, to be so manipulated without her knowledge. I told you. How could a second-tier druid possibly develop a new potion? It appears he has merely swindled it from Eleanor. This is utterly despicable. To appropriate the formulas of predecessors as his own achievements. Such ignobility. Indeed, even Master Heifa, with his exceptional skills, could not devise a new potion. Yet Ramon has done so. Anyone observing would assume Heifa pales in comparison to him. However, Miss Vian, one must admit, Ramon's talent is indeed quite remarkable. To advance to a second-tier druid so swiftly without Master Heifa's guidance, what a prodigy. Miss Vian, you are still but a first tier, are you not? The tax officer queried with a grin. Vian huffed indignantly, he is merely a fraud. What is so impressive about that? But you know, I know. And yet others remain unaware, the tax officer replied, clicking his tongue. I predict that in the near future, Ramon's apothecary will become the largest in Rika Town, Miss Vian. As the girl angrily turned to concoct potions, a smile spread across the tax officer's face. Chapter 51 The Final Brewing Part 1 At the beginning of March. The onset of spring, the herbs within the Roman space had finally reached harvest time, although the outside world experienced the relentless changes of the four seasons. Within the Shinon corner space, the climate perpetually oscillated between the warmth of spring and summer. This time, Roman anticipated a more bountiful harvest than the last. With winter not yet fully receding and herbs scarce in the market, this would undoubtedly yield him a considerable fortune. Departing from the small town and arriving at a clearing in the forest, Roman noticed no one around and reclined upon the dry grass he had previously laid out. The warm sunlight bathed him, while the grand luminous sphere suspended in the Shinon corner space continued to gather energy. Roman's mind swiftly entered the realm of the space. At this moment, the plants within the space were nearly ready for harvest. The fruit trees, laden with heavy fruit, exuded an enticing aroma, and plump fish swam in the babbling brook. The vast expanse of medicinal herbs swayed gently in the breeze, their fragrance wafting through the air. Gazing upon this scene, Roman felt an immense joy. He wandered about, eagerly inspecting everything, maintaining a state of exhilarating excitement since his entrance. On this 5-acre plot of land, aside from fruit trees and some yet undiscovered plants brought from Earth, all remaining space was dedicated to the cultivation of herbs native to this world. In this warm environment, these herbs thrived more robustly than their counterparts outside, due to the constant temperature and other stable factors. The herbs that matured here possessed qualities far superior to those of the same species found in the outer world. In the near future, these delightful herbs would transform into glimmering coins to fill his pockets. As this was a crucial time for Roman to accumulate strength, he valued every coin immensely. Squandering resources was not in his nature. Thus, aside from the essential raw materials for the apothecary, he decided to sell off all the mature herbs. However, the method of sale posed a dilemma. Roman preferred not to sell them directly, as such overt actions would raise suspicions about the herb's origin, which he would find difficult to explain. After all, it was the season when herbs were in short supply, apart from a few exceptional individuals like the 5th-level druid Heifa. Possessing a natural greenhouse for cultivation, even the herbs within the temple had ceased to grow, though the temple maintained a constant spell. It merely preserved the herbs in their withered state. Expecting them to mature on their own during winter was nearly impossible. Lacking the means to construct a greenhouse or any plausible explanation for others, Roman resolved to proceed discreetly, devising a more prudent method to sell the herbs. Exiting the space, he pondered for a moment before deciding to enlist the merchant Barnell to handle the sale of this batch of herbs. After all, this stock was unlikely to find a market in the town of Rica, so it would be prudent to allow Barnell to sell it elsewhere, thus avoiding complications and potentially securing a higher price. Upon hearing that he would incur no costs and could earn a 20% commission, Barnell, eager as a merchant, readily agreed. "Roman, you say you have so many herbs?" When the day for pickup arrived, Barnell was astonished into near speechlessness upon seeing the heaps of freshly harvested herbs in Roman's room, their delightful fragrances wafting from the clean animal skins beneath. The sheer variety and quantity left Barnell momentarily dumbfounded. However, adhering to their prior agreement, he wisely refrained from inquiring about the herb's origin, instead patting Roman on the shoulder and assuring him, "Rest assured, I will secure a good price for you. Given the diversity of your herbs, this profit will surely be substantial." The two exchanged knowing smiles. Ultimately, Barnell did indeed sell the herbs at a favorable price, distributing them among the small-town trading firms and various apothecaries. The shopkeepers, hardly bothering to haggle, readily accepted Barnell's prices. Given the current scarcity of growing herbs, many apothecaries faced shortages in raw materials. Thus, acquiring a complete assortment of ingredients signified an increase in income for these proprietors, as they knew well that wealthier individuals in larger cities would compensate for their losses. For Barnell, though he secured only 20% of the profits, the high selling price allowed him to pocket a tidy sum. As the primary beneficiary of this transaction, Roman treated Barnell to a celebratory feast. However, despite Roman's belief that he had conducted the matter discreetly, someone in the town had nonetheless uncovered his secret. Is it truly possible to harvest so many herbs in winter? In the forest, a middle-aged man gazed pensively at several distinct herbs in his hand. Behind him stood a greenhouse, and this contemplative individual was none other than the fifth-level druid Haifa. The herbs he held had come from a chance discovery in the small town, given the difficulty of finding a complete variety of herbs in winter. Upon learning of their availability, he had promptly inquired and subsequently investigated, leading him to a startling revelation. These herbs had been sold by Barnell from Rica town. After extensive investigation, he finally traced the source of these herbs back to Roman. Although he had once suspected Roman might have secretly established a greenhouse, the substantial funds required for such an endeavor were beyond Roman's reach, not to mention the skills involved were reserved for fifth-level druids. Yet if that were not the case, from where had Roman acquired this batch of herbs? Had other fifth-level druids made their appearance in the town? Haifa pondered various hypotheses. As for the potent potions, they did not raise his suspicions. Haifa had already concluded that the exceptional quality of the herbs was the reason for the superior effects of the concoctions. As he observed, the end of March arrived, heralding the warmth and bloom of spring. Over the course of this month, Roman had diligently honed his skills, successfully solidifying his warrior strength. As druids were inherently versatile, this strength would amalgamate into his druidic capabilities. While he might not exhibit the ferocity of adventurers, he could certainly ensure his own safety. Nevertheless, aside from Pfeiffer, his combat prowess remained largely unknown to others. Although Pfeiffer had yet to advance to the second level, with his current strength, a breakthrough was imminent. Roman found himself both pained and joyful. While rumors regarding his relationship with the second lady proliferated in the town, conversing with her brought him great ease and joy, enriching his knowledge and supplementing his repository of information. After all, the priestess of the agricultural goddess possessed insights into the realm of plants, akin to those of a druid concerning herbs. The bond between the two deepened with each exchange. One day, after completing her daily duties, Miss Eleni departed the temple and ventured into the street. At that moment, the Lord, seeking the second daughter, arrived in a carriage. Eleni? Eleni? After searching the temple without finding his daughter, the Lord appeared quite perplexed. Just then, a young priest emerged from a room and, upon spotting the Lord, hurriedly approached to pay his respects. "Where is Eleni?" the Lord inquired. "She has gone to the street," came the reply. The Lord was taken aback. What could she possibly be doing on the streets? If it were for shopping, there was hardly anything to acquire in this town. Recalling something he had overheard from the tax officer, the Lord's expression darkened, and he chose not to inquire further, instead donning a grim countenance as he swiftly boarded the carriage. The young priest, who had intended to voice his thoughts, could only watch him depart. The Lord's carriage departed from the temple and made its way through the streets, unexpectedly encountering the tax officer who claimed to be headed to the castle. Due to their shared lineage, the Lord made an exception and allowed him to join him in the carriage, taking a seat beside him. Are you aware that the second young lady has been frequently visiting the streets lately? After a moment of silence, the Lord suddenly inquired. The tax officer pondered for a moment before responding, I have indeed heard whispers. There are many rumors circulating outside. Well aware of the intrigues among the nobility, the tax officer chose to phrase his remarks as mere hearsay, ensuring that any potential troubles would be attributed to others, not himself. Is that so? What rumors? Do share with me, the Lord asked calmly. Consequently, the tax officer recounted the recent gossip in town regarding Roman and the second young lady. Upon hearing this, the Lord's eyes alone revealed the simmering anger within him. My lord, please hasten our pace. I wish to see just how lively that apothecary shop truly is. The Lord stated with an air of tranquility. Yes. The coachman responded to the command, cracking the whip as the carriage surged forward at an increased speed. Soon, however, the pace slowed as they arrived at Roman's apothecary. Baron, look how bustling his shop is. The tax officer lifted a corner of the carriage curtain to point out the scene. Indeed, upon glancing at Roman's establishment, it was evident that it was thriving in comparison to the one across the street. Numerous adventurers entered and exited, carrying potions and engaging in lively conversation. A stark contrast to the infrequent visits of townsfolk at Jeff's apothecary. Are his potions truly that effective? The Lord inquired, recalling from his servants' reports that Jeff's apothecary was situated directly across from Roman's. Could it be that a fifth-level druid had fallen to such a dismal state, unable to surpass even a second-level druid? Noticing the Lord's curiosity, the tax officer divulged the news of Roman's new potions, concluding that the second young lady's recent frequent appearances were likely directly related to these new concoctions. Upon hearing this, the Lord fell into a contemplative silence, his gaze drifting outside, and as he suddenly spotted two figures at the entrance, his pupils constricted sharply. Chapter 52, The Final Brewing Part 2. At the entrance of the Roman apothecary, Eleni stepped outside, followed closely by a young man. The youth, now aged 16, possessed a tall stature and handsome features. Having recently achieved a promotion, he boasted physical combat abilities equivalent to that of a level 1 warrior, which naturally granted him an air of determination. As soon as he appeared, the women of Rika Town covertly cast glances in his direction. Among them were not only married women but also numerous young ladies of similar age. Thanks to Roman, the already charming girls blossomed with radiant smiles as they passed by the apothecary each day. Yet, these smiles paled in comparison to Eleni's gentle smile. Angel. This was the immediate thought that struck everyone upon seeing Miss Eleni. While she possessed a striking beauty, what captivated attention even more was the aura she emanated. Cultivated through years of serving the divine, extending the goddess's holy power both outward and inward. Her delicate smile further solidified her status among the townsfolk as a veritable embodiment of divinity. The priestly robe she donned perfectly accentuated her graceful demeanor. At that moment, the young lady was engaged in light-hearted banter with Roman as they exited together. They had just exchanged insights on herbs. Although Roman primarily listened to Eleni's explanations, he managed to contribute valuable information at critical moments, which piqued her interest greatly. Encouraged by his smile, Miss Eleni returned it with a soft one of her own. You are truly diligent in your efforts. If you continue like this, the apothecary will surely thrive. Thank you. Without your assistance, I would not have been able to establish this apothecary so smoothly. Ultimately, it is thanks to you that this shop exists. Their conversation paused as the weather remained clear and the sun shone brightly. However, unbeknownst to them, within a carriage parked outside, a middle-aged man's eyes flared with rage upon witnessing such a harmonious scene. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, turning his face away so that the tax official inside the carriage could scarcely discern his expression. Nevertheless, the official gleaned from the curse the Lord's foul mood. He contemplated stoking the flames of discontent, prolonging the Lord's ire even further. My lord, if I may speak out of turn, you need not heed those rumors. Young Roman is quite commendable. Though his background is humble, his talents are undeniable. Moreover, those rumors are mere fabrications. How could the second young lady possibly engage in such actions? The tax official feigned sincerity, yet each word was laced with malice. Indeed, upon hearing this, the Lord's countenance darkened further. Gazing outside the carriage, he snorted coldly. I know my daughter well. I am aware of her character. Yet, that Roman, What is he? He is not even of noble birth. How could my second daughter, an exceptional young lady who has become a level 2 priestess at such a tender age, be associated with someone of such lowly status? The glory her bright future could bring to me as her father is immense. Just the thought of it filled the Lord with pride. However, this pride soured when he beheld his daughter conversing merrily with that boy. While to outsiders, the sight of the elegantly composed Roman and the equally noble Eleni together was pleasing to the Lord. It appeared as a distasteful scene of a lowborn trying to ingratiate himself with a noble girl. The mere idea of his exceptional daughter associating with someone of Roman's station was unthinkable. Just witnessing their jovial interaction was already unbearable. Roman, there is no need for such formality. We are friends now, are we not? Friends do not speak of thanks and such, unless you do not regard me as your friend, Eleni teased, her demeanor becoming more playful after leaving the temple. She pretended to sulk, pulling the corners of her mouth downward. Roman, well aware that she was not genuinely upset, responded with a smile, "Of course I consider you a friend. Otherwise, how could I possibly be here chatting with you every day? Ah, at last, you reveal your true colors. Tell me, have you been impatient all along?" Eleni exclaimed, adopting a mock accusatory posture, echoing the playful banter she had learned from Roman. "What do you think?" he replied, and their eyes met, both bursting into laughter. Meanwhile, the Lord, observing them from the carriage, felt utterly disconnected from the atmosphere. He was enraged and contemplated exiting the carriage, but paused to collect himself. "Get us out of here immediately," he commanded bitterly. As the carriage began to move slowly, a sudden commotion erupted from outside. "Wait!" The Lord, unsure of what was happening, ordered the carriage to halt and lifted the curtain to look out. It was just past 10 in the morning. Earlier, a large group of adventurers had entered the monster forest at 7 o'clock. However, the wounded emerging from the forest indicated that they had encountered formidable beasts. A crowd suddenly rushed from the outskirts of the town, shouting, "Hurry! Faster! We are almost there!" Amidst the chaos, a burly man sprinted toward Roman, carrying an injured individual on his back, accompanied by several other adventurers, all bearing injuries. "Roman, he has been gored by a magical bull. You are the only one who can save him. Please help," the anxious adventurer implored. Having previously demonstrated his remarkable suturing skills, Roman immediately nodded, instructing Nick to prepare the necessary tools, and proceeded to disinfect, stitch, and save the injured man. Meanwhile, the townsfolk, either busy or leisurely, gathered at the entrance of the apothecary, curiously peering inside. The residents of Rika town had come to view these daily occurrences as a form of entertainment amidst their monotonous lives. Roman's new potion is indeed effective. It appears the results have improved, several townsfolk remarked as they passed the carriage, oblivious to the Lord inside. "Indeed, I heard that this new potion has a 15% increase in efficacy compared to the old ones, and it's reasonably priced, so it's no wonder it's so popular." Another chimed in, Yes, I just wish they would release a remedy for headaches. I've been suffering from one lately," others echoed in agreement. Meanwhile, the two individuals in the carriage remained silent. Although the Lord had not witnessed the rescue firsthand, he could vividly imagine the scene through the discussions of passers-by. Unbeknownst to him, Roman's influence was swiftly expanding among the townsfolk and adventurers, no longer a mere cockroach easily squashed. Yet, the Lord's perception of Eleni's rightful place in his heart remained unchanged despite Roman's surgical innovations and the potion's modest efficacy improvement. "My lord, Miss Eleni is outside. Should we?" The tax official ventured tentatively. "Absolutely not." The Lord's thoughts had already turned to expelling Roman, and he grew agitated at the official's interjection. "Hasten the departure of the carriage. I wish to see him no more." Indeed, sensing that the Lord had not altered his intentions, the accompanying tax official chuckled. The carriage, swift as it was upon arrival, sped away into the distance. Chapter 53, The Move, Part 1. Having bid farewell to the frigid snow-laden days, the season of rain has descended upon us. Though torrential downpours are absent, the incessant drizzles still caress the passers-by, bringing with them an endless stream of annoyance. It is already 9:30 in the morning, and within a secluded room at the rear of a shop on the outskirts of Rika town, silence reigns supreme. The curtains are drawn tightly, blocking out the scant light from outside, enveloping the space in a dim, hushed atmosphere. The room is modest in size, adorned with minimal furnishings, stark white walls, a plain ceiling, and simple tiled flooring. The only significant pieces are a single bed and a makeshift clothes rack beside it. At this moment, a youth lies on the bed, face turned inward, soundly asleep. He appears to be in a deep slumber, occasionally murmuring to himself. The thin blanket draped over him is whimsically patterned with numerous small animals, some appearing angry, others cheerful, with the central figures being the beloved characters of Crayon Shinchan and his little dog. It is somewhat humorous for a young man to be covered by such a playful blanket. This thin covering is the only one Roman could find in his spatial belongings, as the recent weather has unexpectedly turned a bit warm, and he fell ill after practicing swordsmanship in the rain yesterday. Consequently, he has been closely monitored by Nick and others, who have prohibited him from practicing until he fully recovers. The druid's healing magic can mend wounds but is ineffective against colds. Although there are spells for treating such ailments, they are privileges reserved for clerics. Roman, unwilling to visit the temple, has resorted to simply taking herbal medicine and awaiting his recovery. Having just emerged from winter, the blankets Roman could find were predominantly thick. After sweating profusely from the medicine, he had to resort to retrieving this thin blanket from his spatial belongings. In that other world, in a rush to reach a remote location in XZ, he had hastily asked someone to procure warm bedding, only to have them play a prank by buying this whimsically designed blanket. He later learned to his dismay that this ridiculous blanket had inexplicably followed him to this new realm, while those who had amused themselves at his expense would never be seen again in his lifetime. After indulging in such bittersweet reflections, he succumbed once more to the depths of slumber, having slept soundly since yesterday afternoon. Roman was in the midst of a deep sleep when a sudden exclamation from the neighboring room jolted him. Frowning in his sleep, he turned over, pulled the blanket higher, and continued to doze. Another round of murmurs followed, as the speakers were right next door, and the thin wall allowed their voices to seep into Roman's ears. These two rascals, as they seemed unwilling to cease their chatter without waking him, Roman finally succumbed to the inevitable, opening his eyes with a resigned sigh before leaping out of bed. Folding the blanket, he caught sight of its childish pattern, which made him grimace slightly, shaking his head in a rueful smile before neatly arranging it. After dressing, he stepped out of the room, still caught in the haze between wakefulness and sleep. "Good morning." Roman greeted the two individuals engaged in conversation. "Hello, Nick." "Pfeiffer," Roman replied, entering a room even smaller than the one he had just vacated, measuring roughly 7 or 8 square meters. The furnishings were sparse, a set of table and chairs, and a sturdy little cabinet. The room contained 2 doors, one leading to the main hall outside, and the other to the back, where he had been sleeping. The walls gleamed in pristine white, and a vase on the table held a bouquet of fresh flowers, exuding a delightful fragrance. Due to the rain, no customers had come in, prompting Nick, the shopkeeper, to occupy this room, which Roman affectionately referred to as the shopkeeper's office. The table bore an open ledger, which had been laid out to the final page, revealing a staggering figure written in a childlike script. A pile of silver coins sat nearby, seemingly verifying the astonishing number with their enticing gleam, collected within a large chest. Silver coins, a heap of silver coins, a considerable sum indeed. Before this chest stood 3 youths, one robustly built, another tall and upright, and the last with a somewhat pallid complexion, an unhealthy shade of white. The 3 gazed eagerly at the pile of coins, momentarily lost for words. "Nick, could you recount that? Is there truly this much silver for the month?" Pfeiffer finally broke the silence, having asked this question for the 10th time since learning the figure. Nick shot him a look of incredulity, responding, "Fool, is it necessary to count again? 1,200 silver coins are right before us. Can't you see? But I can't trust my own eyes." Pfeiffer chuckled foolishly, scratching his head. He then turned to Roman, asking, "Roman, is it appropriate for me to take this money?" Having been preoccupied with the study of martial skills, Pfeiffer had not frequented the apothecary, and though the pile of silver coins dazzled his eyes, he felt it was improper for him to claim such a large sum. Roman, meanwhile, began to grasp the situation. His role as a proprietor had been decidedly lacking, for he had forgotten that today was the day for monthly accounts. The earlier exclamation had been uttered by Pfeiffer, startled by the astonishing number Nick had announced. With a jovial pat on Pfeiffer's shoulder, Roman reassured him, "Didn't I mention last month and the month before? As a shopkeeper, you contributed, so naturally, you deserve a share of the profits. There's no need for such hesitance. You're a grown man now, not a timid girl." His reference to Pfeiffer's earlier contribution pertained to their escapade with the Thieves' Guild, where they had jointly profited from their spoils. Although Roman had later distributed some funds to Pfeiffer, the majority had remained with him. Roman had previously suggested that part of their loot could serve as initial capital for their future business endeavors, to which Pfeiffer had merely smiled, not taking it to heart. Now, as Roman had indeed opened an apothecary and allocated 20% of the profits to Pfeiffer, He was fulfilling his earlier promise. Pfeiffer, having felt he had already received a fair share from past endeavors, now felt somewhat guilty about accepting this portion of the profits. The two had discussed this matter on more than one occasion. Pfeiffer had accepted the previous distributions, but given that the apothecary's earnings had not been particularly high at that time, he had felt it was inconsequential. However, this month, Roman's apothecary had seemingly flourished, generating a substantial income, with 20% translating to a dazzling 240 silver coins. This amount could rival the annual earnings of an average townsfolk. Thus Pfeiffer, while marveling at the apothecary's prosperity, also felt the weight of the coins in his hands. Nevertheless, Roman's playful scolding caused his cheeks to flush. Indeed, for someone who had faced life and death, to be so preoccupied with money seemed rather trivial. Nodding in acceptance, Pfeiffer ceased his hesitance. Using 3 separate pouches, he divided the coins, handing 2 bags to Nick and Pfeiffer, while Roman's face radiated confidence as he declared, "Let us strive together. Our income will only continue to grow. Indeed, let us work hard together." The hands of 3 good friends momentarily intertwined. Today marks the day of salary distribution, and Roman handed a small pouch of silver coins to Rolake, who was working outside. Rolake accepted the pouch, paused in silence, and then returned to his task without a word. Roman sighed inwardly. The young man was indeed intelligent, yet due to familial circumstances, he had become this way, which he found truly regrettable. Just then, as Rolake lowered his head to continue working, he suddenly lifted it, gazing at Roman's back with a complex expression on his face. "Roman, now that you have recovered from your illness, perhaps you should practice less for a while," Pfeiffer urged in the forest. However, after 2 days without practice, Roman, invigorated by the rain-soaked afternoon, wielded his sword with a flourish that cut through the air. Wiping the sweat from his brow upon hearing Pfeiffer's words, he sheathed his sword and sat beside him. "Did Nick mention it to you? That tax officer came looking for trouble again this morning. It seems he suspects our shop of tax evasion and wants to re-examine our financial records," Pfeiffer said. Nick did mention it. Roman felt a surge of anger at the thought. It was strange. The officer seemed unusually arrogant lately, as if he had something to back it up. Unbeknownst to Roman, the recent provocations from the tax officer were linked to the Lord's affairs, which left him both irritated and puzzled. Paying 1/5 of his earnings in taxes was no small sum, and as a second-level druid, he anticipated becoming stronger in the foreseeable future. This tax officer, lacking any real power despite his noble lineage and official position, should not be so audacious. Nevertheless, even if he were indeed arrogant, Roman held no fear of him. His information regarding the officer was severely limited, and he was oblivious to the underlying motives behind the officer's actions. However, with the shop thriving and his influence among adventurers growing, Roman had already devised a plan to eliminate the tax officer in the coming days. In fact, during the last operation against the Thieves' Guild, he had already gathered some incriminating evidence regarding the tax officer and the priest. Yet, the evidence was insufficient for a conclusive conviction. Any resulting punishment would likely be a mere fine. At worst, it might lead to the forfeiture of his current office. In this world, even territories were privately owned, and with connections to the Lord, one could easily regain their position after a brief removal, which was not the outcome Roman desired. If action were to be taken, it must ensure the opponent's utter ruin. Chapter 54. The Engagement, Part 2. Following a recent rainfall, the town of Rika now radiates the unmistakable charm of spring. The grass, having slumbered through the winter, shyly peeks forth under the warm embrace of sunlight, curiously observing this familiar yet foreign little town. Delicate flowers, slender in stature, no longer fear the biting cold. The moist air invigorates them, bestowing the courage and motivation to continue growing and await the blossoming of their petals. Trees, stripped bare by the weight of snow, now drink deeply from the melting snow's essence, transforming this gift into the foundational strength for the year ahead. On the roads, children, shedding their winter attire, engage in playful antics, their laughter echoing through the peaceful town, embodying the purest and most innocent games of humanity. Not only the farmers but also shopkeepers shake off their lethargy, eagerly opening their stores early and closing them late, anticipating an influx of business. Yet, amidst this bustling atmosphere, one shopkeeper, instead of tending to his business, has ventured early into the thicket forest. Roman, once more, on a clearing in the forest. Pfeiffer brandished his sword with a flourish, shouting loudly. Opposite him, a drenched in sweat Roman nodded silently, gripping his sword and advancing. The two swords clashed in an instant, producing a crisp sound as they met, each combatant displaying agility and finesse in their movements. In the blink of an eye, the outcome became apparent. Roman's sword was overwhelmed by Pfeiffer's force from the moment their blades collided. All right, I concede. Roman withdrew his sword, a hint of frustration in his voice. Haha. You lasted 5 more exchanges than last time. Your progress is commendable. Pfeiffer laughed heartily, surprised yet pleased by Roman's improvement. Unlike Pfeiffer's dedicated training, Roman also juggled druidic studies and, given his past frail condition, it was evident that his development was remarkable. Pfeiffer, robust by nature and hailing from a military family, advanced swiftly after dedicating time to martial training. Meanwhile, Roman, once a weak youth reliant on Nick and himself for protection, had transformed significantly. His character evolved, and he had successfully ascended to the 2nd tier as a druid, rapidly improving in physical combat as well. Pfeiffer had reason to believe that if not for Roman's numerous commitments, his achievements in martial arts would be even more impressive. Even so, Roman had already left Pfeiffer in awe. However, one thing puzzled Pfeiffer. Having completed his examination in the city and successfully registered as a 2nd-tier warrior, why hadn't Roman registered despite his combat skills now reaching a professional level? Whenever Pfeiffer inquired about it, Roman merely smiled without responding. Roman, at your current level, you are eligible to register. Why haven't you done so? Are you concerned about failure? Pfeiffer sheathed his sword and posed the question once more. What do you mean? I don't understand. Pfeiffer shook his head in confusion. Roman chuckled heartily and patted Pfeiffer on the head. Don't understand? That's precisely the point. This is what I call unpredictability. Look, Roman, why are there so many people at the shop entrance? A crowd had gathered outside, peering curiously inside. A mix of men and women, evidently drawn by some captivating spectacle. Haha, could it be your angelic lady has arrived? Pfeiffer nudged Roman with his elbow, grinning cheekily. Eileen had not shown up for several days. Initially, Roman felt a tinge of disappointment, but as time passed, he accepted it as natural, regardless of her amiability. She was ultimately a noblewoman and a 2nd-tier priestess. It was hardly plausible for her to visit the commoner's district daily. The two hurried to Roman's apothecary, only to find a young girl standing in the shop's main hall, hands on her hips, incessantly chattering. Roman furrowed his brow upon recognizing her. This girl was Wayan, the beloved apprentice of the druid Haifa. The aloof man, who often disregarded Roman, doted excessively on this girl, whose whimsical antics could outshine Roman's best efforts. Observing his friend's flushed face in this predicament, Roman felt an unexpected urge to laugh. Suppressing his mirth, he instructed Pfeiffer and Nick to attend to other matters and approached Wayan directly. Long time no see, Miss Wayan. Wayan, upon seeing Roman's composed demeanor, was filled with ire and coldly retorted, Who are you calling long time no see? Roman, you're utterly despicable for slashing your potion prices so low. How are we supposed to sell our potions? Roman responded with a feigned "oh," realizing her visit was about this issue. The recent success of his enhanced healing potion had prompted him to swiftly release another ordinary potion with similar effects but at a reduced price. Consequently, adventurers in Rika town now flocked to Roman's shop, leaving Haifa's store virtually deserted. Wayan, already irked by Roman's actions, finally erupted after a night of hard work with no customers to try her creations, leading her to provocatively confront Roman. Unfortunately, Roman was in the forest honing his martial skills at the time. Not finding him, she grew increasingly convinced he was avoiding her and thus lingered in the shop. The townspeople, drawn by the spectacle, paused their activities to observe the brewing conflict between the two shops. Understanding her intention, Roman smiled, a gesture that appeared charming to others but, in Wayan's eyes, felt like mockery. Miss Wayan, I fail to grasp your point. Commercial competition inherently seeks profit, not to mention, didn't your store also lower its prices a few months ago? Your pricing strategy has severely impacted my business. Wayan was momentarily speechless. While Roman's statement rang true, it was unintentional on her part, unlike Roman's apparent intent to oppose her. Did he wish to flaunt his abilities? Recalling the tax collector's previous remarks, her anger flared again. Stop it. We both know the truth. You're a fraud. Using the recipes of those before you to gain reputation, you are nothing but a charlatan. A fraud. Oh? To be called a fraud by a seemingly innocent girl with a tempestuous spirit is quite amusing, Roman thought, caught between laughter and exasperation, as onlookers donned expressions of intrigue. Even his friends Nick and Pfeiffer appeared entertained. Roman felt a headache coming on. He swiftly pulled Wayan inside. What do you think you're doing? Surprised by being dragged. The girl quickly jumped to the farthest corner, eyeing Roman warily and demanding, What do you want? Roman rubbed his nose, offering a wry smile. I merely wish to understand the meaning behind your earlier statement. Are you afraid now that your wrongdoing has been exposed? Wayan scoffed, regarding Roman with disdain. If someone hadn't told me, I would never have guessed you were such a despicable person. Roman astutely picked up on the underlying message in her words and, after a moment's contemplation, surmised who the informant must be. Still, he feigned ignorance, probing, was it the tax collector who shared this information with you? Do you really believe his words? She scoffed. Why shouldn't I believe him? The girl, oblivious to the fact that she had already been sold out by the tax officer, continued, you have no grievance with him. If you truly didn't do anything wrong, why would he say such things to me? Indeed, it was he. Roman silently clenched his teeth. What do you intend to do? As a druid, albeit only at level 1, she sensed the sudden chill in the air. Startled, she attempted to retreat, only to find herself cornered by the table behind her, with no escape in sight. Roman hastily suppressed his murderous intent and smiled. Of course. I have no intentions towards you, however. Noticing her anxious gaze, he resumed a composed demeanor and said earnestly, very well, I shall reveal everything to you. In truth, you have been deceived by the tax officer. Roman then concocted an elaborate tale, explaining how he had occasionally obtained evidence of the tax officer's wrongdoings, which had been discovered by the officer himself. Who was Roman? He was accustomed to dealing with various people on Earth. Deceiving a Navi girl was child's play, especially since his words contained both truth and fabrication. Upon hearing his explanation, the girl was momentarily stunned. Her disbelief led her to question why he had not handed the evidence over to the judicial officer, choosing instead to endure repeated retaliations from the officer. Handing it over to the judicial officer seems complicated, considering they are relatives. Roman casually picked up a piece of evidence and, with remarkable acting skills, portrayed the character of a boy who had acquired incriminating evidence but found it too hot to handle. After hearing his account, the girl, while disdainful of Roman's character, felt an overwhelming anger towards the tax officer who had incited her to confront him. As the girl stormed out of Roman's apothecary and rushed towards the shop across the street, Roman couldn't help but wear a bemused expression. This girl is remarkably Navi, he thought, before breaking into a smile. Bakar, your end is nigh. At this point, his reputation among adventurers and townsfolk, along with his relationship with Eleanor, had reached a level where he could justifiably eliminate Bakar. Tonight, he would go fishing. Chapter 55, The Castration and Murder, Part 1. On a moonless, windy night, the air was thick with the ominous aura of violence. The small town lay in eerie silence, with every household extinguished their lights and barred their doors. Only the occasional chirp of a bird broke the stillness, fleeting and insignificant, unable to stir even the slightest ripple. The town resembled a profound, ancient well, its stillness invoking a sense of dread in those who dared to gaze upon it. Yet, on the narrow path leading out of town, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, growing ever closer. As the figures emerged in the dim light of the moon, 3 silhouettes became discernible. Are we really going to give that brat any money? One person whispered, breaking the silence of the night. The 2 individuals, who had previously staged a con in front of Roman's shop, now appeared much more serious in their demeanor and attire. The man with a dark expression beside them was none other than the tax officer, Bakel, who had persistently harassed Roman. It became evident that Bakel was acquainted with these 2 men, who appeared to be his subordinates. If Roman had been present, he would have silently reveled in the satisfaction of having accurately deduced the orchestrator of the disturbances with merely a glimpse of a shadow. The 2 men carried small bags, the sound of coins clinking behind them revealing their burden. Dissatisfied with the prospect of transferring such a substantial sum to another, one of them grumbled audibly, emboldened enough to voice his doubts to Bakel. The other, understanding the implications, swiftly smacked the questioner on the head. Fool! How could the master truly give him the money? That brat is blinded by greed. Have you lost your senses as well? The reprimanded man, seemingly accustomed to oppression, fell silent, nodding submissively. Bakel observed the exchange with a cold, indifferent gaze, though internally he seethed with rage, not at his subordinate's folly, but at Roman's audacity. Earlier that day, he had learned from the irate Wayan that Roman possessed incriminating evidence against him. Although skeptical, Bakel had flattered Wayan with sweet words, contemplating the implications. Having engaged in numerous unsavory dealings in the shadows, he pondered whether Roman truly held proof. Cautious by nature, Bakel resolved to confront Roman directly. With the knowledge that Roman had some evidence, Bakel devised a plan to turn the tables. He instructed his subordinates to approach Roman under the pretense of a medical consultation, subtly suggesting a financial transaction for the evidence. The plan unfolded smoothly, and upon understanding Bakel's intentions, Roman proposed a staggering sum, instructing Bakel to prepare the money for a meeting at 8 o'clock that night, near the forest on the outskirts of town, where cash would be exchanged for proof. Bakel indeed brought some money, but he had no intention of actually handing it over. Once he confirmed Roman's possession of evidence, he planned to apprehend him and revel in the irony of the situation. After all, as an official within the territory, he had the authority to act without regard for justice when necessary. Although the evidence posed little threat, its revelation to the Lord could tarnish his reputation. So acquiring it was imperative. Accompanied by 2 subordinates, Bakel was merely cautious, anticipating that Roman might have allies as well. The thought that Roman dared to accept money sparked a disdainful reaction in Bakel, who had initially perceived Roman as an ambitious individual, only to find him blinded by greed. Perhaps the adage held true: cleverness can lead to one's own downfall. No matter how astute one may be, moments of folly are inevitable. Bakel smirked at the thought of Roman taking the money, confident that the temple would easily categorize such an act as extortion. In fact, he eagerly awaited Roman's acceptance of the funds, having already arranged for a mid-level priest in the city capable of administering the rite of confession. Alongside securing the Lord's approval, everything was poised for Roman's downfall, and Bakel reveled in the anticipation of his own clever machinations. Roman, does Bakel truly intend to trade for evidence? The second Miss, Ellen, in her casual attire, surveyed the surroundings and posed the question. Apart from her and Roman's friend, Pfeiffer, was present. Roman, undeterred by the whispers and the Lord's displeasure, had pursued a relationship with Ellen for this very moment. Unbeknownst to him, Bakel had already established a link with the Lord, yet he had also found common ground with Ellen. Forgive me, Miss Ellen, for bringing you out at such an hour, Roman said softly, glancing around. However, this matter is of great significance, affecting not only my safety, but also your father's. Therefore, I must ask you and Pfeiffer to conceal yourselves here and remain silent for a while. Soon, you will understand the gravity of the situation. With that, he guided them to hide behind a dense thicket. The darkness of the night and Ellen's dark attire rendered them nearly invisible. Once he ensured their concealment, Roman positioned himself by the roadside, gazing into the distance. Soon, 3 figures emerged, gradually becoming clearer. Mr. Bakel, how fortunate you are to arrive on time. Otherwise, I would have been obliged to submit the evidence, Roman remarked with a smile, his arms crossed over his chest. Brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Hand over the evidence. Before Bakel could respond, one of his subordinates stepped forward, gripping the hilt of his sword. Roman's countenance shifted to one of displeasure. Mr. Bakel, if memory serves correctly, I requested your solitary presence. Do you intend to bring thugs and forcefully seize what is mine? Should I claim that I do not possess the evidence? Would you be disappointed? You, the individual, fumed, but was promptly silenced by Bakel's icy snort. With a hearty laugh, Bakel replied, Brother Roman, you misunderstand. I invited them purely out of necessity. I cannot carry such a hefty sum alone. Then instruct them to leave at once, Roman retorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, Bakel signaled his subordinates to retreat. However, according to their prior arrangement, they did not truly depart, but instead concealed themselves nearby, ready to spring into action upon receiving a signal. Watching them withdraw, Roman smiled. Now we can discuss matters of substance. Bakel narrowed his eyes. Indeed. Of course, Roman remarked, glancing at the 2 bags on the ground. It seems I am not the only one with an affinity for wealth. Your dealings with taxes must be quite lucrative, Mr. Bakel. Bakel's expression darkened at Roman's words. What purpose does this serve? Where's the evidence? Hand it over. Huh? Why the rush? I'm not going anywhere. I'm merely curious. As a nobleman, you are of the same lineage as the Lord. Surely, wealth is no concern for you? Is it not preferable to embrace the dignified life of a noble? Why stoop to such unscrupulous acts? Such behaviors are unbecoming of your noble status, Roman chuckled. Though he touched upon a sensitive subject for Bakel, a lesser noble. Even Bakel, cautious as he was, could not suppress his retort. What do you know? As a commoner, how could you comprehend the hardships faced by our branch of the nobility? Why is it that those born directly into privilege can summon the winds, while we, of equally noble standing, are relegated to perform such menial tasks and engage with the likes of you, the commoners? Why must this be? Moreover, every coin here has been painstakingly earned by me. They are rightfully mine. Under the moonlight, as Bakel suddenly caught sight of the mockery and mirth in Roman's eyes, he felt a surge of indignation, yet he stifled his rage and coldly remarked, I have placed the money here. Now, where is the evidence you hold? Hand it over. Why the haste? Roman shook his head, producing a stack of letters from his coat and stepping closer to Bakel. However, I must first verify the authenticity of the coins. Kindly open your pockets for me to inspect. Restraining his anger, Bakel complied, revealing 2 large bags of gleaming silver coins. Now, may I have the letters? Very well. Here you go. Roman, wearing a face that suggested a willingness to negotiate in light of wealth, handed the letters to Bakel. As he turned to claim the silver, Bakel called out, "Wait, I need to ascertain the genuineness of these items." Then, with a sudden motion, Bakel raised his sword in shock and rage, lunging at Roman. Caught off guard, Roman was struck in the shoulder by the blade and fell to the ground, while Bakel, due to the force of his thrust, leaned forward as well. At that moment, 2 individuals hiding in the bushes gasped and rushed out. The 2 grappling figures were now engaged in a life-and-death struggle. From the perspective of Miss Eleanor, who had her back turned to them and had heard Roman's barely audible voice, the scene unfolded as follows. Roman was halted by Bakel, who then abruptly drew his sword to stab. Yet, the tax officer Bakel intended to silence Roman permanently, eradicating all evidence, thus ignited a fierce confrontation. Regardless of the circumstances, Miss Eleanor had to intervene to prevent the situation from deteriorating further. She shouted, "Stop!" Just then, a harrowing cry pierced the air as Bakel, who had been viciously poised to stab downwards, collapsed. Covered in blood, Roman rose from the ground, facing the approaching Eleanor. "I apologize. I acted in self-defense, but—" The 2 who had rushed over followed his gaze and were met with the sight of a dagger embedded in Bakel's lower body. Bakel writhed in agony, clutching his groin and moaning, blood spilling forth in a foul stream. Stunned, Eleanor stared in disbelief and, after a moment of realization, hesitated before moving to render aid. As a second-tier cleric, she could only treat minor wounds. Utilizing her healing spells, she managed to staunch the bleeding, and after a moment of indecision, she said, "I understand. Roman, I witnessed the entire incident. Thank you for your efforts on behalf of the town. Rest assured, the law will not punish you for acting in self-defense, and I will testify on your behalf." With Eleanor's assurance, the weight that had been pressing on Roman's heart finally lifted. He retrieved the stack of letters from Bakel's grasp and, with Pfeiffer's assistance, produced a few more, combining them to present to Eleanor. The evidence he had shown to Bakel was indeed authentic, yet he had also secured a portion with Pfeiffer, now entrusting it all to her. Eleanor nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Bakel ceased his moans, gasping for breath, his eyes reflecting boundless regret as he murmured, "I truly regret. I was so close." Before he could finish, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Eleanor interpreted his state as remorse for having missed his target, her brows furrowing in disdain. Meanwhile, despite appearing shocked and flustered, Roman felt an unexpected sense of relief. He glanced at the now unconscious Bakel. The dagger had penetrated deeply, not only castrating him, but also shattering his internal organs. Such grievous injuries could only be treated by a cleric of at least level 7, and it would need to be immediate. Even if Priestinus were to arrive, Bakel would have no chance of survival. Bakel's worth lay in his familial ties to the Lord, his decades-long established connections in the town, and his awareness of social stratification in circles, elements that Roman could never hope to match. Thus, no matter the evidence, it might not suffice to bring about his demise. The bonds of kinship and the protection of the powerful were no trifles. Once Bakel regained his composure, the stakes would escalate beyond mere tricks. Only by using this as bait to eliminate him could Roman decisively execute his plan, cutting off the root of the problem and finally dispatching the one who deserved it. A secretive smile crossed Roman's lips as he exhaled deeply. Chapter 56, Castration and Murder, Part 2. Nestled on the edge of the ocean and forest lies a quaint little town, where the architecture predominantly consists of timber houses due to its proximity to the woods, with only a few stone residences scattered throughout. However, not far from this town of Roca stands a grand castle, constructed entirely of stone, exuding an unparalleled strength from every angle. This formidable structure is none other than Castle Carson, the residence of the Lord. Castle Carson embodies the quintessential characteristics of a noble fortress. The full title of Baron Roca is Baron Danson Dennis Roca. Danson is the current baron's given name, Dennis is the family surname, and Roca is the name of the territory, serving as both the domain and the baronial title, a clear representation of the noble lineage. Attaining the title of territorial baron is no simple feat, as nobility and land ownership are directly intertwined, making both promotion and bestowal exceedingly challenging. To illustrate, a knight typically possesses a hereditary estate of 1,000 acres. If the land is fertile, each acre is worth 10 taels of silver. totaling 100,000 taels for the entire estate. Bestowing knighthood equates to a substantial grant of wealth. And this is even more pronounced for barons who command tens of thousands of acres, as well as the various levels of nobility that follow. A knight wishing to ascend to hereditary baron must render extraordinary contributions to merit such elevation, and further advancement to viscount, count, marquis, or duke within the established hierarchy is a pursuit that could span centuries. The Dennis family, through 2 centuries of endeavor, ascended from knighthood to baronial status, and now, after 400 years, the once barren Roca territory has flourished to encompass a town and 5 villages, thus qualifying as a respectable barony. As a result, the baron's stature significantly exceeds that of ordinary citizens, especially when one considers the lengths to which he might go to maintain it. At this moment, the dawn had broken. Even the baron, typically not an early riser, was already dressed and seated in the dining hall, sipping tea while awaiting a sumptuous breakfast. At that moment, a servant hurried in, delivering news that would soon dampen the baron's appetite. What? Bakel is dead? The baron was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, adopting the demeanor of a lord. Do you know how he met his end? What? Murdered? You mean Bakel, the tax officer, was killed? Not by illness, nor by accident, but by someone? Under the baron's scrutinizing gaze, the servant faltered. Yes, it was a youth named Roman who did it. Roman? How audacious! The baron's face contorted with fury at the mere mention of Roman's name. Although Bakel was merely an official in his eyes, he was still a scion of his family. And even the act of striking a dog must consider its master, especially in the grave matter of murder. If Bakel had perished from other causes, it might have been acceptable, but for someone of noble descent to die at the hands of a commoner was utterly intolerable to the baron. A commoner daring to slay a member of the aristocracy? Such an affront was tantamount to rebellion. The baron cursed under his breath and inquired of the servant. Has the perpetrator been apprehended? The servant paused, taken aback. The baron's expression darkened. I am asking you, has that ruffian been captured? Despite Roman's recent influence as a second-tier druid, he could not defy the law of the realm. The servant then recalled an important detail he had yet to disclose to the baron. He cautiously recounted the circumstances of Roman's act of self-defense. My lord, Bakel was not dead at the time. He was merely castrated. Although he received treatment and was taken home, Father Tennis could not save him, and he died that night. This news has already spread throughout the town. Upon hearing that Bakel had been castrated, the baron's expression grew peculiar. When he learned that Bakel had died without a chance for salvation and that the news had permeated the entire town, his countenance darkened further. So, Roman is still at large? Although the servant attributed the tax officer's demise to Roman's self-defense, the baron remained skeptical, knowing well that Bakel had clandestinely targeted Roman, and he had tacitly approved of it. With a scowl, he dismissed the servant and sat alone in the dining hall, pondering the matter. The more he contemplated, the more he felt that the situation was far from straightforward. Had this been the former Roman, a newly minted druid, the baron would have had no hesitation in having him captured and executed. Yet now, Roman had acquired considerable influence, and after a moment's reflection, the baron resolved to deploy the guard to apprehend Roman. Just as he rose to summon his men, a figure appeared at the dining hall entrance. Father. The baron's most beloved daughter, Ellen, entered the room. Upon seeing her father's gloomy expression, she realized he was already aware of the troubling news. I heard you met with that boy named Roman in the dead of night. Upon hearing Ellen's name, the baron felt a surge of discomfort at the thought of his daughter clandestinely meeting with the youth. His concern over this matter eclipsed even his inquiry into Bakel's death. Ellen rushed to her father's side, explaining, Father, we were there to verify the tax officer's crimes. We had arranged to meet there, and others were present as well. Sensing her father's displeasure, the second daughter cleverly pointed out that a third party had been present. While still displeased, the baron's mood lightened slightly upon hearing that it was not a private meeting. Yet, even if the matter of his daughter's meeting with Roman could be overlooked, what of the murder? The baron was not convinced by the notion of self-defense. However, as a witness to the events, Ellen's testimony was resolute and unwavering. Father, I saw it with my own eyes. It is absolutely true. At that moment, Bakel attempted to kill Roman, thrusting his sword at him. In the ensuing struggle, Roman killed him in self-defense. I swear this by the name of the goddess. My words are beyond reproach. As a priestess, swearing by the name of the divine carried significant weight. Hearing his daughter affirm this, the baron reconsidered his immediate inclination to order Roman's arrest. Still, he remained unsettled. internally chastising Bakel for his foolishness. "You, an unprofessional, acting so recklessly. I would have found a way to condemn Roman without resorting to violence." Even if all that Ellen claimed was true, the very act of Roman, a commoner, challenging the authority of an official, incensed the Baron. It was not a matter of legality or morality, but rather of visceral anger stemming from the wounded pride of nobility. "Are you suggesting that Bakel should be publicly tried?" the Baron asked, a note of irritation in his voice. Ellen, however, remained steadfast in her stance. "Yes, father. This concerns the upholding of the law, and therefore, it must be a public trial." Although the evidence Roman had gathered pointed solely to the tax officer's embezzlement and misappropriation of public and noble assets, matters that should have been handled privately, the subsequent act of murder warranted public disclosure of his crimes. As the square meeting is a tradition of the small town, the Baron, despite deeming it unnecessary, ultimately consented to publicly pronounce the judgment on the crimes of the tax collector Bakel, in order to uphold his image as a good father before his daughter. On the day of the square meeting, the town square was teeming with people. Not only the residents of Rika town attended, but also numerous adventurers temporarily residing in the town came to witness the event. The reason was simple. A significant incident had occurred. The tax collector Bakel was dead. The cause of his demise was rather absurd. In an attempt to silence him after his crimes were exposed, he ended up being killed by his intended victim. Speculations arose regarding the identity of the assailant. Some claimed it was Roman, others suggested Pfeiffer, and eventually, there were whispers attributing the act to Miss Ellen. However, the moment this allegation was voiced, the speaker was promptly beaten. The justification was quite clear. Miss Ellen was the pride of the entire town. Although the act of killing stemmed from self-defense, the townsfolk could not tolerate anyone accusing such an angelic girl of murder. As the square meeting commenced, the truth gradually unfolded. The clear voice of the young priestess recounted the various crimes of the tax collector, while a pile of letters served as evidence, with Roman, Pfeiffer, and the priestess testifying against Bakel's misdeeds. Despite Bakel's cautious nature, he had not been devoid of wrongdoing. As the tax collector's crimes were revealed and his corpse displayed before the crowd, many victims who had been extorted by him began to share their grievances aloud. The square meeting quickly transformed into a lamentation session. Based on the victims' accounts and the evidence they presented, the second lady, representing the temple and her father, offered consolation to these suffering individuals. Furthermore, she distributed a portion of the coins confiscated from Bakel as compensation to the victims. This act by Miss Ellen earned her the applause of all present, igniting a fervor that nearly spiraled out of control until the Baron, unable to bear it any longer, dispatched guards to restore order, allowing the crowd to gradually quiet down. Next came the trial for Roman's alleged murder. However, with Pfeiffer and the second lady as witnesses, Roman's charges were effortlessly dismissed. As he descended from the platform, even those who had suffered under the tax collector's oppression expressed their gratitude to him. The townspeople welcomed him like a hero, parting to grant him passage. Observing this scene from the main stand, the Baron, who had remained silent, narrowed his eyes. Unlike the pride he felt when witnessing the townsfolk's admiration for his daughter, seeing Roman receive such acclaim from the people of his territory instigated a sense of wariness within him. Moreover, the frequent encounters between Roman and his daughter added to his unease. What was Roman's true intention in approaching Ellen? Could it be to secure his territory? To claim his position? After all, he had only 2 daughters, and the future heir to his domain could only be his son-in-law. The mere thought of this possibility darkened the Baron's expression. To him, ambition lurked in every individual, especially in someone like Roman. Why was he striving so fervently to ascend to the rank of druid? Was it not to elevate his own status? Contemplating the notion that Roman might harbor ambitions for his ancestral territory made the Baron feel as if he had swallowed a fly. His disdain for the young man grew deeper, and the more he observed, the more he perceived Roman as cunning and deceitful. Chapter 57. The Ascendance of the Accomplices, Part 1. The trial continued amidst thunderous applause, fervent cheers, and raucous shouts. The cacophony emanating from the heart of the square was so resounding that even those beyond the town could scarcely ignore it. One can only imagine the exhilaration and fervor that gripped the crowd in attendance. Perhaps it is a testament to human nature itself. Perhaps humanity is innately drawn to revelry. The unfolding events may not inherently pertain to issues of virtue and vice, right and wrong. Regardless of an individual's character in life, once they pass, numerous accusations tend to resurface, laid bare for all to see. Among these, while some are indeed substantiated by evidence, a significant portion consists of baseless slanders. the product of opportunists seeking to exploit the situation for their own gain. Even if Roman were to take note of this, he would likely relish the downfall of the tax collector, Baker, and have no inclination to clarify matters to his adversaries. After all, the man was already deceased, slain by Roman himself. The more damning the accusations against Baker, the lighter Roman's own culpability would weigh. Although the second lady and others attested to his actions being in self-defense, Baker's noble lineage instilled in Roman a lingering fear of potential repercussions. Thus, he felt compelled to heap further blame upon Baker, believing it would ensure his own safety. Moreover, while he orchestrated Baker's demise, there remained the matter of the priest. A resolution was imperative. He needed a plan that would yield a permanent solution. Therefore, he chose to turn a blind eye to the malevolence lurking beneath the surface of this ostensible harmony. You bear grave sins. At that moment, atop the raised platform in the center of the square, Priest Ternes was delivering a verdict on the accomplices in the tax collector's case. Clad in a flowing white clerical robe, the young man's pallid complexion and slightly hoarse voice belied the composure he struggled to maintain under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd. Before him stood two individuals, heads bowed, trembling in fear. They were none other than the two who had accompanied Baker to his ill-fated meeting. Their previous arrogance had evaporated. Bereft of their protector, they resembled nothing more than frightened strays. With the principal villain, Baker, dispatched, the judgment of his accomplices was relegated to a secondary concern, only addressed at the end of the proceedings. The second lady was engaged in conversation with her father, the Lord, while it fell upon Ternes, as a priest, to oversee this gathering. Though he personally wished to avoid reading the verdict, his clerical duties left him no room for evasion. As he recited the prescribed words, his gaze wandered, keenly observing the reactions of those in attendance, fearful that his anxiety would betray him. Indeed, he felt a disquietude. Ever since he learned of Baker's demise, a sense of sorrow for the fallen echoed within him. Though their relationship had been one of mutual exploitation, Baker's death had instilled in Ternes a growing insecurity regarding his own safety. He had crossed paths with Roman before, and if one were to recount events, it was he who had initially opposed Roman, not Baker. Now, with Baker slain by Roman, whether in self-defense or premeditated murder mattered little. Ternes was left grappling with the chilling reality of Baker's posthumous infamy. This outcome left him feeling disheartened and apprehensive about his own predicament. Suddenly, as his wandering gaze met that of an individual in the crowd, he was pierced by the derision reflected in their eyes, causing his voice to falter. He watched as soldiers seized the two trembling men, dragging them away like discarded husks. Their mournful cries faded into the distance, allowing Ternes to exhale a sigh of relief. He descended the platform, retreating to a secluded spot to wipe the beads of sweat from his brow. The memory of Roman's piercing gaze sent a chill down his spine. Yes, Roman would undoubtedly not spare him. If he did not devise a strategy swiftly, he would become the next Baker. The square assembly had been deemed a resounding success, at least in the eyes of all present, save for the Lord and priest Ternes. As the crowd began to disperse, the Lord commanded the carriage to be brought forth and took his seat. The cacophony of voices receded, leaving the Lord, burdened with thoughts, to contemplate his next move. Moments ago, he had entertained the notion of eliminating Roman. Yet, as he considered the ramifications, he found himself compelled to deliberate carefully. To kill a commoner was a trivial task for him. Slaying a second-level druid posed a moderate challenge, yet it would undoubtedly carry negative repercussions. Furthermore, he would need to execute this plan without drawing his daughter's attention, which added a layer of complexity. Baron, a group of adventurers has gathered ahead, obstructing our path. Shall I send someone to disperse them? The coachman inquired from outside. The Lord furrowed his brow, poised to issue a command, when suddenly a spark of inspiration lit up his expression, dispelling the shadows that had lingered. No need. We shall wait for them to depart before proceeding. With an uncharacteristic display of patience, he reclined against the plush cushion of the carriage, a faint smile gracing his lips. Before him lay a pouch of silver coins, a reward bestowed upon him by the second lady on behalf of the temple and her father during the square assembly. This was one of the 2 bags Baker had brought to the meeting, containing approximately 100 silver coins. Originally, Roman had offered Baker a sum of 1,000 silver coins, and indeed, Baker had arrived with the money. Perhaps fearing Roman would employ a tactic of inspecting the coins before handing over the goods. A significant portion of this sum had been claimed for public use, filling the Lord's coffers, while a smaller fraction was allocated to compensate the aggrieved parties. The remaining coins served as a reward for Roman. As Roman counted the coins, joy mingled with a tinge of regret. He was not lacking in funds. Rather, he yearned for a piece of land to call his own. Unfortunately, in this world, wealth alone did not grant one the right to possess land. The Lord's approval was paramount. The plot that Jiefer had cultivated in the forest was established only after receiving the Lord's consent. As a second-level druid, having a personal homestead and herb garden would greatly facilitate both his training and future herb-related endeavors. After all, the herbs within a designated space could yield multiple harvests throughout the year, a stark contrast to the seasonal cycles of this world. If he could secure land and construct a greenhouse akin to Jiefer's, it would afford him ample opportunity to cultivate his druidic abilities, while also providing a valuable resource for managing the herbs from his spatial domain. In his previous life, Roman had resided in a spacious dwelling with a garden and courtyard, where he could leisurely tend to green vegetables. The fragrant breezes carried the scents of blossoms and herbs, a lifestyle he found truly enjoyable. Accustomed to such spacious living, Roman found himself increasingly uncomfortable in his current cramped quarters. In times of financial hardship, one is compelled to endure everything in silence. Yet now, with wealth in hand, the necessity of continued restraint brings profound anguish to Roman. Safeguarding the silver coins within his private space, Roman reclined on his bed, contemplating how he might acquire a residence and a medicinal garden of his own. Just then, Nick entered, announcing, "Roman, the Lord has summoned you." "The Lord seeks my presence." After dressing appropriately, Roman discovered a figure resembling a guard awaiting him in the apothecary's hall. Without any formalities, the attendant conveyed the Lord's request for an immediate audience, instructing him to follow. Given that it was the Lord himself who had sent for him, Roman could not decline and thus proceeded alongside this individual towards the castle. Chapter 58, The Vassal Territory, Part 2. Unlike the situation in the town, the materials used in the construction of the Baron's castle were entirely stone. Unlike the subtlety of wooden houses, the imposing castle demonstrated the authority and power of a nobleman. Accompanied by a figure resembling a guard, he approached the castle and, after a formal announcement, stood waiting for the customary inspection and inquiries from those within. Surrounding the castle was a wide moat, with a drawbridge suspended high above. Perhaps fearing potential threats or perhaps haunted by the dangers of the beast-infested forest beyond the town, the Baron had constructed this moat with considerable breadth. The water within had a faintly fishy odor, causing Roman to wrinkle his nose involuntarily. After a period of silence, likely due to a change of guards, no one attended to them, leaving them to wait quietly beneath the castle. Bored, Roman found himself gazing vacantly at the moat, where plump fish occasionally leaped from the water, prompting him to squint in intrigue. At last, the drawbridge was lowered. "Let us proceed," the guard suddenly announced, and Roman realized that the bridge was slowly descending before him. As it dropped, the grand entrance of the castle was revealed. Crafted from solid stone, the heavy doors stood as a testament to the craftsmanship of skilled artisans, likely requiring at least 5 or 6 men to budge even a fraction. Crossing the drawbridge, Roman followed the guard, and as soon as his feet touched solid ground, the 2 stone doors began to open slowly. Contrary to his expectations, the individuals pushing the doors seemed to exert little effort, as there was merely one person behind each door. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that each heavy door was equipped with 4 small wheels to assist in their movement. Upon entering, the drawbridge was promptly raised behind them, and the doors were gently closed, reinforced with sturdy wooden bars. Roman could not help but marvel at the opulence of the nobility. The guard, maintaining a stoic demeanor, was compelled to explain Roman's identity at various checkpoints along the way to the Baron's office. After confirming Roman's lack of any weaponry that could threaten the Baron's safety, they were finally granted passage. "Wait here. I shall report to the Baron," the guard stated coolly to Roman. Nodding in acknowledgement, Roman felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had finally arrived. He couldn't help but reflect on the extravagant lifestyles of the nobility. The mere fact that a Baron possessed such an impressive castle left him in awe, and he could only imagine the grandeur of the estates belonging to the higher-ranking nobles. Having once prided himself on his worldly experiences, Roman found himself humbled. Every individual in this realm deserved respect. In terms of power, he was undeniably inferior to the Baron, and in such circumstances, he could not afford to harbor any sense of superiority. "You may enter now," the guard announced, returning from the hall to convey the Baron's message. Shortly thereafter, Roman found himself in the presence of the Lord of Rika town for the first time, within a hall that reeked of ostentation. Perhaps in an effort to display his wealth or due to a lack of refined taste, the hall struck Roman with a jarring intensity. Everywhere he looked, gold gleamed brightly, nearly blinding him. The walls were coated in golden paint, the floor laid with golden tiles, and even the furniture reflected a golden hue, including extravagant vases adorned with opulent designs. The overwhelming spectacle caused Roman's lips to twitch. However, he refrained from voicing his opinions on the decor, recognizing that such matters were none of his concern. In the center of the hall sat a richly dressed middle-aged man who scrutinized Roman the moment he entered. With a quick glance, Roman noted the man's features. The Baron's face, lined with age and weariness, bore little resemblance to the angelic beauty of Miss Eleni, likely due to her resemblance to her mother. Despite the Baron's lavish robe, his aging body was evident. Upon noticing Roman, the Baron cleared his throat and feigned ignorance. "Are you Roman?" "Roman, you have handled this matter exceptionally well. Eleni has informed me of your efforts. Thanks to you, my territory is now rid of such a pest. In gratitude, I intend to bestow upon you a piece of vassal land, enabling you to establish your own estate and herbal fields." The Baron, observing Roman's composed demeanor, felt a growing suspicion of his cunning and proceeded to express the thoughts he had contemplated for some time. Roman was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated the Baron's summons might involve rewards or discussions of some nature, yet the sudden offer of land struck him as precisely what he lacked. It was akin to a starving man being unexpectedly showered with a bounty from the heavens, leaving him momentarily speechless. Noticing his reaction, the Baron smirked inwardly. Though he maintained a facade of cordiality, however, I fear that granting you this vassal land for a single accomplishment might provoke discontent among others. Therefore, I propose a task for you. This endeavor may carry some risks, yet if you successfully complete it, I will fulfill my promise without hesitation. What say you? Will you consider it? At this juncture, Roman understood that in this world, land grants were a form of reward bestowed upon knights. A knight's territory typically spanned around 1,000 acres, yet beneath them existed another class, those who served the lords through skills, knowledge, or martial prowess. Akin to professional soldiers and officials, they often held between 200 to 300 acres of land, required to arm themselves with spears, leather armor, shields, and swords during times of danger. However, as they lacked the means to procure steeds and full armor, their obligations did not equate to those of knights. Despite the Baron's seemingly generous offer, Roman remained cautious, aware that the nobility's flattery often concealed ulterior motives. "What task does the Baron speak of?" he inquired earnestly. The Baron narrowed his eyes, a smile creeping across his face. "The forest beyond the town is the periphery of the thorny forest, which has long been poorly managed. I summoned you today to venture into the woods with a group of adventurers and assist in mapping it. With a proper map, we can manage the forest effectively and formulate a robust defense against beastly incursions. So, what say you? Will you undertake this task?" As Roman pondered deeply, the Baron stoked the flames of persuasion further. "I have heard from Eleni that you are a remarkably responsible young man. You even risked yourself as bait to rid the town of a pest. This task, while more perilous than your previous endeavor, holds the promise of even greater glory upon success. The choice to have you chart the map was a well-considered decision on my part. Primarily, it presents you with an opportunity to earn distinction. Secondly, as a druid, you have the ability to select adventurers for your party, thus ensuring greater safety in the forest than others would possess. Thirdly, I harbor a considerable trust in you. Had it been someone else, I would question the authenticity of the map. Please contemplate this for the sake of the realm and its citizens." Seeing Roman's countenance grow serious, the Baron inwardly sneered. This was a sudden stratagem that had occurred to him in the carriage, an effective means to separate Roman from his second daughter. Although the current connection between his daughter and Roman was merely budding with dangerous potential, his cautious nature prevented him from taking any risks. Thus, after much deliberation, he conceived this brilliant idea upon encountering the band of adventurers on the road to involve Roman in their endeavors. The thorny forest was fraught with peril. Even the most skilled warrior faced a significant chance of peril within its depths, should Roman enter and encounter unforeseen dangers. His potential demise would save him from the arduous task of devising a more subtle means of elimination. However, the challenge lay in convincing Roman to participate. Considering his newfound wealth and the inheritance he had received, why would he choose to undertake such risks? Ordinary rewards would likely not entice him. Contemplating what Roman might currently desire, the Baron boldly summoned him under the pretense of mapping the area. He promised that upon successful completion, Roman would be granted a parcel of land to establish his own residence and medicinal garden. Such alluring terms provided the Baron ample reason to believe that Roman would acquiesce. To preempt any reluctance stemming from fear, the Baron elevated Roman's status further. Roman's expression shifted through myriad emotions, and after a prolonged silence, he finally lifted his gaze and reached a decision. I am willing to accept this task. Chapter 59, The Task, Part 1. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Baron, who had been seated across from Roman and awaiting a response, broke into a thin smile that illuminated his gaunt face. Good, 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 he exclaimed, repeating the word thrice, a clear indication of his elation. Roman, you truly are a person devoted to serving our little town. I knew I had not misjudged you. Only you can undertake this task with my peace of mind. Ha ha ha. Rest assured, as long as the forest map is well drawn, I shall fulfill my promise today and grant you a parcel of vassal land. Seeing the other party readily take the bait, the Baron was pleased, and to his surprise, the youth who had initially irked him began to appear somewhat agreeable upon closer inspection. However, the young man opposite him, after receiving the Baron's praise, subtly tugged at the corners of his mouth. While maintaining a respectful demeanor, Roman had long since berated the Baron in his mind. Despite the Baron's initial flattery, Roman was not one to be easily swayed by mere compliments. Moreover, from the moment the Baron had spoken those words, Roman had discerned that this noble lord did not harbor genuine goodwill towards him. Although the Baron masked his true feelings well, Roman, as a second-tier druid, could sense the underlying animosity. Nevertheless, Roman resolved to accept the task of mapping the thorny forest. Prior to arriving at this decision, he had contemplated many factors. Part of his agreement stemmed from the pressures of circumstance. Additionally, the allure of vassal land was irresistible. While a free citizen might possess dozens of acres, a vassal would have 200 to 300 acres, a status that approached the privileges of the noble class. In the context of ancient Earth, it was akin to achieving the status of a scholar. Another reason was that Roman had reached a plateau in his martial training, finding it increasingly difficult to advance through practice. Fairfurl, similarly equipped with the strength of a second-tier warrior, had also experienced stagnation in his martial progress despite his diligent efforts. In recent days, he had not only failed to improve but had also shown signs of regression in his combat skills. This predicament was disheartening for Fairfurl, who aspired to be a great warrior, and it weighed heavily on Roman as well. He had heard that only through actual combat could one truly hone their martial abilities. Thus, entering the depths of the thorny forest was merely a matter of time for Roman. Since the Baron had summoned him for this task, he decided to regard this experience as an opportunity for martial training. Furthermore, given the Baron's apparent ill intentions towards him, it was uncertain what other schemes he might devise should Roman decline, even if the aforementioned reasons were invalid. The conditions proposed by the Baron were compelling enough to spur him into action. Mapping the forest would conclude with the acquisition of his own vassal land, a necessity he urgently desired. Therefore, for the sake of this condition, he was willing to take the risk. Roman, here is the contract for the task, 3 copies in total. 1 for you, 1 for me, and the last will be temporarily stored in the temple. Since you have accepted this task, please sign here. With Roman's agreement, the Baron, in high spirits, produced the pre-prepared contract. Such contracts were customary across the continent when one accepted a task, primarily to regulate the conduct of the accepting party. After all, without any form of constraint, an individual might accept a task yet fail to fulfill it, causing considerable loss to the task issuer. On the other hand, it legitimized and rationalized the task itself. Roman, genuinely intent on venturing into the forest, signed the contract without hesitation, while the Baron's seal had already been affixed. After instructing a servant to deliver 1 copy of the contract to the temple, Roman stood to take his leave, clutching his copy of the contract, and followed the escort who had brought him here as they exited. As Roman's figure gradually faded from view, a smile spread across the Baron's face. In his euphoric mood, he commanded his servants to prepare a lavish feast, ready to celebrate his cleverness in devising such a perfect solution that not only resolved his daughter's issue, but also left no room for criticism. The more he pondered, the more pleased he became. With the contract securely in hand, Roman departed the castle, making his way into the town while contemplating potential allies for his expedition. It was clear that he could not venture into the depths of the thorny forest alone, despite having attained the strength of a first-tier warrior. The dangers lurking within the forest were manifold, and one first-tier warrior would hardly suffice against the beasts that roamed therein. Teaming up with adventurers would be advantageous. As the Baron had noted, since he was a druid endowed with healing abilities, making him a welcome addition to any party. However, collaborating with unfamiliar individuals was not Roman's style. In such perilous environments, fighting alongside a group of strangers was a daunting prospect. Thus, after much deliberation, Roman focused his attention on the Havavi team, with whom he was more familiar. The captain of the Havavi team had a good rapport with him, being both gallant and straightforward, and Roman had previously aided members of his team. Therefore, working together with them seemed a promising choice. With this thought in mind, Roman quickened his pace. Although the contract stipulated a year's duration, excluding the frigid winter and the relentless summer rains, the usable time within that year was quite limited. Upon his arrival, Roman's presence instantly brightened the eyes of the other team members surrounding the captain, who eagerly began to share their predicament with him. It turned out that their original plan was to venture into the depths of the forest, but midway, their leader, Captain Havavi, had been bitten by a venomous insect. Although they carried healing potions, they had no remedy for the poison. Consequently, the team had to hastily retreat from the forest to seek treatment for their leader. Having studied the effects of poisonous insects during his time running the apothecary, Roman assessed that Captain Havavi's condition was not severe. He had merely been delayed in receiving treatment, so Roman felt no significant concern. Indeed, after Roman's ministrations, the captain, who had been on the brink of death, soon returned to his lively self. "Roman, thank goodness for you," the captain exclaimed, clapping Roman on the shoulder with exuberance as he produced a small pouch of silver coins, handing it to Roman without bothering to check the amount. Upon hearing Roman's intentions, the members of the Havavi team were momentarily taken aback before bursting into cheers. "Roman, is this true? That is wonderful. We welcome you." After his initial surprise, Captain Havavi was filled with joy. The lack of timely treatment was a common dilemma faced by many adventurers delving into the forest. Countless lives had been lost, and missions had failed due to this very issue. In their case, they had been close to reaching the forest's depths when the captain's injury had forced the entire team to retreat. As the soul of their group, the loss of the captain meant the remaining members could not accomplish much without his leadership. Having a druid accompany them into the forest would be an immense boon. Roman was not merely offering assistance. He was providing crucial support in their time of need. The other team members, sharing Captain Hiwawi's sentiments, gazed at Roman with fervent admiration. Those whom Roman had treated expressed their gratitude with exuberant welcomes. Ultimately, after Captain Hiwawi's insistence, Roman accepted the pouch of medical fees. Both parties agreed to embark into the forest 3 days hence, but prior to that, Roman needed to ensure that all materials for map-making were thoroughly prepared. Chapter 60, Task Part 2, The business at the moat and continued to thrive, with all 10 tables bustling with patrons. In addition to the regular adventurers, members of the Barnal trading caravan were frequent visitors. As the owner of the caravan, the merchant Barnal was quite adept at managing his subordinates. He understood that to make the horses run swiftly, one must frequently feed them grass. Thus, he not only considered their salaries but also treated his crew to meals at the moat and after each delivery. It was this benevolence that kept the caravan members from abandoning him during challenging times. "Boss, is our pie ready yet?" At that moment, after a long wait for the pie to arrive, one of the caravan members couldn't help but stand up and call out. With Roman having left the inn, the moat couple found themselves busier than usual, struggling to manage the bustling crowd despite the assistance of a young lad. "It will be ready soon," Mrs. Moat exclaimed, busily preparing the pies while directing the young helper to serve the cooked pies to the customers. Watching the lad clumsily navigate through the throng, nearly dropping a pie along the way, Mrs. Moat sighed. "What is the matter?" Mr. Moat approached to collect the pies and noticed his wife's sigh, prompting his curiosity. Mrs. Moat replied with a hint of nostalgia, "Oh, it's nothing. I just can't help but think of that boy Roman when things get hectic. Sigh. He worked so efficiently and never caused us any worry." She shook her head, clearly moved by her memories. Meanwhile, in another corner of the inn, Merchant Barnal was engaged in conversation with his subordinates, discussing the recent square meeting they had missed. "I never expected the tax officer to be such a character. Just look at that perpetual scowl. Even when he smiles, it's insincere. How could he be a good person?" one caravan member remarked, sipping his drink. Barnal did not respond to his subordinate's commentary immediately, but pondered for a moment before chuckling softly. No one could discern the source of his amusement. Yet his smile encouraged the caravan members to speak more freely. "I heard that druid Roman ended up with a sword wound from Baker, deep enough to see the bone." Another caravan member earnestly recounted, though he had only heard the tale from elsewhere, presenting it as if he had witnessed it firsthand. "Good heavens, what happened next?" someone eagerly inquired, as such tales, regardless of their veracity, were always entertaining. Emboldened by the interest of his peers, the caravan member cleared his throat and animatedly described how Roman bravely endured the pain and heroically fought against the malevolent tax officer, ultimately slaying him. After the tale, many expressed regret for not having witnessed the square meeting in its entirety. Barnell listened quietly, shaking his head and chuckling at the exaggerated retelling. "What's wrong, boss? Is something amiss?" one curious individual asked. Barnell shook his head with a smile. "It's nothing, really. I simply recalled a humorous incident from the past that made me laugh." The crowd settled down, but just then, a young lad pushed the door open and entered. The Moat couple spotted him first. Mr. Moat greeted him with a hearty laugh and enveloped him in a warm bear hug. "Roman, how is your shoulder?" Roman paused momentarily, then realized the inquiry pertained to his injury. He waved his arm, indicating he had recovered. With a raised eyebrow and a chuckle, he replied, "It's nothing serious. I have his evidence. He attempted to silence me, and I defended myself." Hearing this, Barnell laughed heartily and chose not to probe further. Roman shifted the conversation to other matters, eventually broaching the subject of his quest to procure tools for cartography. "You intend to venture into the thorny forest?" Barnell furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing Roman's intention. "I do have the tools for mapping, but are you certain about entering the forest? It is fraught with peril. How confident are you in your ability to protect yourself?" Barnell shook his head, struggling to comprehend Roman's decision. Nonetheless, realizing that persuasion was futile at this juncture, he instructed his staff to retrieve the mapping tools from the shop. The items included a specialized pen for cartography, dedicated mapping paper, and a tome entitled The Great Compendium of Measurements, along with several other tools whose purposes were yet unclear. Within this tome, various topics regarding measurements and calculations were covered, such as gauging the height of islands, measuring the height of pine trees on mountains, assessing the size of cities, determining the depth of ravines, and so forth. Roman held the hefty book, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. "Is it truly necessary for me to memorize this entire volume?" he mused. However, Barnell soon pointed out that only a few pages pertained specifically to forest measurements, which alleviated his concerns. The cartography tools were not inexpensive, totaling 150 silver coins. Roman handed the coins to Barnell and engaged in light conversation before departing the Moat Inn. Only after thoroughly reviewing the few pages did Roman exhale deeply. While the content appeared minimal, the practical application was undoubtedly a formidable task. Indeed, there is no free lunch in the world. He shook his head, storing the book in his spatial realm and subsequently focusing his mind within. Inside the spatial realm, sunlight bathed the area. After recently expanding to 5 acres and harvesting a batch of herbs, the Shinon corner felt somewhat empty. Roman strolled through the fields, inspecting the land. Having sown new seeds immediately after the previous harvest, he was pleased to see tender green shoots emerging from the soil after a month of meticulous care. Though the growth was still modest, the verdant expanse offered a sense of hope. Surely in another 2 months, another harvest would be possible. Satisfied, Roman took a brief tour of the space before withdrawing his consciousness. Just as he intended to lie down and rest, a knock at the door interrupted him. "Come in." When the door opened, a sweaty face peeked in. "I was wondering who it could be. When did Fafiel become so delicate?" Roman remarked, a hint of playful annoyance in his voice as he observed the comical demeanor of his visitor. "I didn't want to disturb your druid training," Fafiel replied, having learned from a previous encounter to be cautious about interruptions. Seeing Roman's irritated expression, he found himself amusingly ridiculous, chuckling as he stepped inside and firmly closed the door behind him. "Roman, I heard from Nick that you plan to enter the thorny forest in 3 days?" Fafiel said earnestly. "The depths of that forest are perilous. I'm worried about you going alone. Why not take me along?" Roman shot him a sidelong glance. "Aren't you supposed to be practicing every day?" Fafiel waved dismissively, exclaiming, "Don't remind me. My lessons just concluded yesterday. My teacher said there's nothing more for me to learn at this stage. Roman, I've heard that to become a true warrior, one must engage in real combat. So I've decided to accompany you into the forest." Roman cast a glance at him. "Do your parents approve?" Unlike Roman, Fafer indeed had parents. Following the previous incident with Nick, Roman had developed a certain aversion to embarking on adventures with others. Fafer chuckled gleefully and replied, "Of course they approve. My father even encourages me to hone my skills." With a triumphant cheer, Fafer inquired about the necessary preparations from Roman and then dashed out, brimming with excitement. Meanwhile, Roman drew forth his sword and began to meticulously polish it. Chapter 61. Return, Part 1. 3 days later, in the town of Rika. "Roman, take this," Nick urged, panting as he hurried after Roman. "Even though you are a druid with healing spells, it's essential to carry the necessary potions. They might prove invaluable in critical moments." He thrust a small bag into Roman's hand. Inside were various potions, albeit in modest quantities, yet surely sufficient for this adventure, as Roman possessed spatial storage. His external belongings were limited to essentials, ensuring he traveled light, a definite advantage for venturing deep into the forest. Nevertheless, he expressed his gratitude for his friend's concern and accepted the package. Raising an eyebrow, Nick continued with a feigned indignation. You claim that during your absence, I had to bear the brunt of the work. Are you certain you were ever involved in managing the shop? Chuckling, Roman recognized Nick's attempt to alleviate the bittersweetness of their temporary farewell, though he felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly shifted the conversation elsewhere. In truth, he had never taken charge of the apothecary. All the bookkeeping and profit calculations were solely Nick's domain. Roman, are we still waiting for Pfeiffer? While they conversed, Captain Havavi approached, his expression a mix of anxiety and displeasure. It was already past 7 in the morning, and the adventurers of Havavi's squad had gathered in town. Yet Pfeiffer, another participant in the expedition, had yet to arrive. Seeing the sun rise higher and the streets bustling with pedestrians, Roman felt a sense of urgency. Perhaps I should check his home, he suggested, puzzled as Pfeiffer was typically punctual. Just as he resolved to seek out Pfeiffer, a breathless figure appeared at the street corner. Apologies for my tardiness, everyone, Pfeiffer exclaimed, burdened by a sizable pack. With Pfeiffer's arrival, Captain Havavi wasted no time. He waved his hand, signaling the team to proceed toward the forest. Did you oversleep? Roman inquired as he and Pfeiffer fell to the rear of the group. It's quite rude to keep others waiting. Pfeiffer sighed, gesturing to his pack. I know, but my mother, upon learning of my adventure, prepared several large bundles for me. This pack is the smallest, believe it or not. Had I not hurried, she would have continued to pile more on me. Roman chuckled sympathetically. Ah, the tender care of parents. Yet, deep within, he harbored a tinge of envy. He had once experienced such affection, but never truly appreciated it. In his youth, he had been carefree, and after years of study and work, he felt little concern for familial ties. However, in this new world, with a different body and identity, the vast expanse felt infinitely lonely. This sense of solitude was buried deep within him, surfacing only when he witnessed others bemoaning their parents' overbearing love. The adventurers, now with 2 new members, gradually disappeared along the town's path. The townsfolk of Rika were accustomed to such occurrences, but Roman's involvement piqued their interest. News of his undertaking the Lord's task to map the thorny forest had spread throughout the town. Opinions varied. Some admired him, while others scoffed. Roman, truly, has he lost his mind? The thorny forest is home to ferocious beasts. Even powerful adventurers suffer casualties there. A mere second-level druid attempting to traverse the entire forest? It borders on absurdity. At the Moat Inn, 2 individuals lounged in the sun, one harboring evident hostility, dismissing Roman's venture with scorn. The other countered, you're mistaken. Roman is no ordinary youth. He is a second-level druid, and his prowess is undeniable. After all, who else could have slain tax collector Bakel with a single strike? Sure. Lower your voice. The first man flinched at the mention of Bakel, hastily lowering his tone. I heard several townsfolk discussing this matter recently ended up imprisoned. We are but commoners, best to steer clear of noble affairs. Let us drink. The conversation, laden with tension, quickly dwindled as they silently raised their cups. Unbeknownst to them, a handsome youth at a nearby table had been silently listening. He sat upright, clad in garb befitting a warrior, a sword at his side adorned with a shield emblem. A palpable aura of nobility surrounded him. Yet, upon hearing Roman's name, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. He silently repeated Roman's name, clenching his fist tightly. Once the 2 men fell silent, the youth pondered for a moment, then rose to settle his bill and turned toward the direction of the temple. Tall and grand, the temple loomed ahead. The gatekeeper scrutinized the youth, noting his well-kept attire and dignified demeanor, and nodded. Priest Tierney should be inside. Would you like me to escort you? The youth politely thanked him. I would appreciate that, and followed the man gracefully into the temple. The interior of the temple was expansive. A first-time visitor might feel disoriented. However, the youth appeared at ease, admiring the surroundings as he followed the guide through the garden and along winding paths. Eventually, they reached the area where Priest Tierney typically conducted his lessons. The guard halted. This is where Priest Tierney holds his sessions. He may have just finished. Please wait here. Oh, thank you. The youth expressed his gratitude. At that moment, a young priest emerged from the room. The youth's gaze sharpened. Greetings, Priest Tierney. The gatekeeper acknowledged the priest. My friend? Priest Tierney scrutinized the newcomer, his expression revealing unease. I do not believe we are acquainted. Who are you? With a smile, the youth stepped closer. "Are you not Priest Ternes?" he inquired, thoroughly assessing him as if confirming his identity. Priest Ternes felt increasingly wary, taking a step back. "Yes, that is correct. But who are you?" The youth halted, locking his gaze onto Ternes' eyes. After a moment, he finally spoke. "I am Lonkasi." Lonkasi? As Pastor Tinnis pondered deeply, he still found the name unfamiliar. Just as he was about to instruct someone to take the person away, the young man swiftly approached him and whispered in his ear, "Perhaps you do not know me, but you are undoubtedly acquainted with my father." Bakel. Chapter 62. Return, Part 2. In a clandestine chamber, the windows and doors were sealed with utmost precision. At this moment, two individuals sat facing one another. "Are you truly Lonkasi, the son of Bakar?" The exclamation came from Priest Ternes. Opposite him sat a young man, slightly younger than Ternes, whose strikingly handsome visage exuded a formidable aura, his posture impeccably straight. "Yes, I am indeed the son of Bakar, although you have never laid eyes upon me. I have heard much about you from my father," Lonkasi replied. He was aware of Roman. His father had confided in him during his last visit, mentioning that the young man had a connection with him, and that it would be prudent to eliminate him to ensure peace. Little did he know that he would soon learn of his father's untimely demise. All he understood was that his father had been murdered by someone named Roman, who remained at large. Furthermore, his father was unjustly burdened with numerous accusations. Recalling that his father had once mentioned a priest in town who, like him, had once joined forces against Roman, Lonkasi sought out Priest Ternes, hopeful that he might possess the knowledge he sought. After briefly outlining his predicament, Lonkasi fell silent, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Ternes' reaction. It took Priest Ternes a considerable time to absorb this revelation, and with a lingering sense of doubt, he inquired, "If you are indeed Bakar's son, why have I never encountered you before?" Noticing Ternes' hesitance even after sharing his story, Lonkasi's brow furrowed in discontent. With a wry smile, Ternes responded, "It is not that I doubt you, but the situation is exceedingly convoluted. Bakar has just passed, and many matters remain unclear. Suddenly, a stranger claims to be his son. It is only natural for me to be skeptical." However, his gaze fell upon the sword laid upon the table. "This sword, bestowed upon you by the temple of the war god, bears the temple's distinctive insignia. Thus, it stands to reason that even if Roman wished to ensnare me, he would lack the means to procure a genuine warrior of the war god's temple. Very well, I shall accept your identity. Let us discuss the circumstances of your father's death." In this matter, Priest Ternes refrained from indulging in idle gossip, for such information could easily be uncovered by a diligent inquiry within the town. Moreover, Ternes himself was not entirely cognizant of the precise details surrounding the event. Therefore, he relayed to Lonkasi all that he had gleaned from the public assembly in the square. Ultimately, Ternes, seemingly unable to resist adding fuel to the fire, sighed. "Your father too revered the earth goddess, yet due to these accusations, his funeral was notably diminished. I wonder what treatment awaits him in the realm of the divine. Meanwhile, Roman revels in his transient triumph here in town." Lonkasi's expression remained impassive, yet a flicker of murderous intent danced in his eyes. Observing Ternes' vacillation, he felt disdain in his heart, deeming him weak-willed, likely to remain stagnant at a mere fourth tier. Yet, after some thought, he declared, "The earth goddess, Isidis, upholds a path of neutral benevolence. Roman has slain my father and burdened him with unfounded accusations, denying him peace and death. My lord Edmund, the war god, knows no such constraints. He emphasizes that battle is a form of sanctification, and the victor shall be just. I stand on the precipice of ascension, should I vanquish him. It shall be through the crucible of trial, and I shall earn divine grace. Rest assured, I shall not rest until he is brought to justice." Upon hearing Lonkasi's resolute stance, a satisfied smile illuminated Ternes' face. However, he swiftly composed himself, asking, "What do you intend to do next?" "Roman is no longer the same. He has ascended to a second-tier druid, surrounded by a throng of followers, and has opened an apothecary, mingling with adventurers. It will not be a simple matter to confront him." After a brief pause, he continued, "Legally speaking, Roman holds a position of righteousness. Taking a life in retribution is indeed a matter of justice. However, although Roman deserves to die, do you believe you could evade the law's retribution after his demise? Surely, you would not wish to sacrifice yourself for vengeance, would you? I have a suggestion. What do you think?" It was not that Priest Ternes had an overly benevolent disposition towards Lonkasi, but given the recent assassination of Bakar, if Roman were to meet his end through foul play, it could very well implicate him. Thus, he did not advocate for overt vengeance. Upon hearing this, a cold smile crept across Lankassi's face as he coolly remarked, "You need not instruct me on this matter. My lord's temple must adhere to the law, at least in appearance, but what is your idea?" Since Ternes opposed a direct confrontation for vengeance, it was clear he had devised an alternative strategy. Indeed, upon learning that Lankassi was a squire of the Holy Paladin, Ternes had begun to formulate a plan in his mind. As a priest, he was well versed in these matters, in this world. A paladin is not merely a champion of broad justice, but a warrior endowed with divine favor, fighting for the path and interests of the deity. The squire trains in the temple, and upon nearing the 5th tier, is elevated through divine grace to become a paladin. Observing the current situation, it was evident that this young man possessed at least a 3rd-tier warrior's capabilities. An idea quickly took shape in Ternes' mind. "You should," he smiled, leaning forward. And though aware that no ears were listening, he whispered his plan to Lankassi. As Lankassi listened to the proposal, his brows gradually unfurled, and he mused. This fellow ought not to be a priest of the earth goddess, Isidis. Had he served the god Faulkner, he would undoubtedly have greater prospects. Note: Faulkner is the god of intrigue, illusion, and deceit. 1 week later, in the town of Rika. If there were any news of note in Rika, it would be the announcement of a recruitment call. I, Lankassi, an apprentice paladin of the Temple of the War God and a 4th-tier warrior, shall conduct a promotion trial and seek to assemble a team of adventurers to explore the forest. This proclamation was affixed to the exterior of the moat inn, drawing the curiosity of passers-by. Those familiar with a few characters would audibly read the contents, while those less literate gathered in the crowd, intrigued to listen. Numerous individuals expressed their interest. Given the war goddess temple's esteemed reputation across the continent, and the fact that many mercenaries were warriors, with at least half of them adhering to this faith, many adventurers, without even glancing at the benefits outlined on the back of the announcement, eagerly rushed to sign up upon hearing that the leader was an apprentice paladin of the war goddess temple. However, due to the stringent selection criteria, despite many inquiries, only 3 candidates remained. The rigorous selection process only served to heighten the interest of solitary adventurers. Watch this. A burly man, wielding a massive axe, leaped forward, cleaving a stone block in 2. This was one of Lankassi's methods for selecting team members, beyond mere combat skills. Those who exhibited exceptional prowess in any area would also be considered for inclusion. Bravo! Well done! Cheers erupted from the crowd. A young man stepped forth from the throng. He was not particularly handsome but radiated the disciplined aura of a seasoned soldier. "I am Lankassi, the captain of this newly formed adventurer team. Welcome to join us." With that, Lankassi extended his hand, and the burly man chuckled, wiping his hand on his clothing before reaching out to shake. As he shook hands with the burly man, Lankassi's brow momentarily furrowed, yet he swiftly adorned his face with a smile, drawing the robust figure into a circle that already comprised 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman, who had been standing there, observing the demonstrations of combat skills. They were thus somewhat acquainted with the strength of the newcomer, and upon his arrival, they greeted him with welcoming smiles. "Captain, your charm is truly irresistible," one of the team members remarked with a hearty laugh. Lankassi, however, merely shook his head and replied with a smile, "This is merely basic courtesy, nothing more than charm. Come, let us drink." "Ah, have you heard? Roman's team encountered a demon boar yesterday, and several of the members were injured. Fortunately, Roman was there to administer timely treatment." The adjacent table was recounting tales heard from others. Upon hearing this, a few at Lankassi's table were piqued with curiosity. "Strange, who exactly is this Roman? Since I arrived in the town a few days ago, his name has been incessantly mentioned. Yet I came too late and have not had the pleasure of meeting him." The newcomers to this youthful group were all solitary adventurers who had recently arrived in Rika town. Although they had heard of Roman, they had yet to encounter him in person, thus their intrigue was palpable. The moment Lankassi heard Roman's name, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Nevertheless, he quickly donned a smile, took a sip of his drink, and attentively listened as his companions spoke of Roman. Chapter 63, Awakening, Part 1, In the Embrace of Spring. As life awakens anew, the sunlight cascades over the entire thorny forest, illuminating the dense thickets. The surroundings are tranquil, the earth damp from a recent drizzle, and the air is laden with the earthy scent of soil mingled with decaying foliage. A few small insects flutter their wings, darting among the greenery, when suddenly, one curious little creature alights upon a plant. The plant stirs unexpectedly, sending the insect into a frantic flight, fleeing into the distance. Hidden within this thicket are 2 individuals. And not just here. in nearly every nook capable of concealing a form nearby. Others are also concealed. Roman, I'm beginning to feel restless. How long must we remain in this position? Murmured Pfeiffer, his face contorted with discomfort as he crouched beneath a clump of grass. Beside him, Roman lay quietly amidst the tall grass, casting a reproachful glance at his companion for his complaints. Pfeiffer, known for his fidgety nature, was merely expressing his boredom from the prolonged wait, rather than being physically incapacitated. Not long after, a foul odor wafted through the air, prompting both to hold their breath as a herd of rampaging behemoth rhinos strolled past. Despite their best efforts to remain hidden, those ferocious creatures remained oblivious to their presence. Once the danger had passed, Roman let out a gentle sigh, and Pfeiffer's expression shifted to one of relief. All right, they're gone. Everyone can come out now, announced a figure who suddenly leapt down from a nearby tree. With a robust stature and a jovial demeanor, it was none other than their squad leader, Havavi, who, while sheathing his bow, beckoned the others to emerge. Captain, how did you know those beasts would appear at this moment? Roman inquired with curiosity as Havavi approached. The squad had been navigating deeper into the forest for nearly a month, and the terrain became increasingly treacherous with each passing day, along with the rise in perilous encounters. Yet, under Havavi's seasoned leadership, they had often managed to evade disasters. For instance, it was his swift command to conceal themselves that had spared them from a potentially fatal encounter with the behemoth rhinos. Roman, a druid, felt a twinge of embarrassment for having been caught unawares by such a threat. The behemoth rhinos, akin to the rhinoceroses of Earth, are formidable creatures with tough hides and immense strength, rendering ordinary weapons largely ineffective against them. Their volatile temperaments often lead them to attack upon spotting an adversary. Should they have engaged this herd, the consequences could have been dire. Moreover, their mission was to capture a silver fox, a creature not meant for slaughter but rather to serve as a mage's familiar, enhancing the clarity of their spells and thus holding great value. With only 3 months to fulfill their objective and nearly half of that time lost due to Havavi's unexpected injury, success in this forest endeavor was imperative. Failure would not only entail financial loss but also tarnish the squad's reputation. The task was relatively straightforward. Behemoth rhinos possess a strong territorial instinct, rarely straying from their designated areas. Other magical beasts share similar traits. Consequently, once they traverse a region and ascertain the types of creatures inhabiting it, they can prepare accordingly for future encounters, engaging with the manageable while evading the formidable. Roman, you have done well. Throughout this journey, you have consistently sought answers and observed phenomena. Such habits are commendable. Maintain them, and you may yet become a remarkable adventurer. Havavi chuckled heartily, patting Roman on the shoulder in apparent admiration. Roman, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, I merely ask these questions to better chart our course. My combat skills are sufficient for self-defense, but I hardly envision myself as a great adventurer. Nonsense. You are far too modest. Though you are but a druid, your diligence and earnestness will undoubtedly enhance your combat prowess if you truly dedicate yourself to training. Havavi asserted earnestly. He then recalled something and inquired, By the way, how is your map-making progressing? Ah, indeed. Once we have traversed the behemoth rhino territory, you should take a well-deserved rest. After all, unlike us seasoned travelers, this is your first venture deep into the forest, Havavi mused, gazing into the distance. In just a couple of days, we shall reach the region where the silver fox is known to roam. Following their brief respite, the team regrouped and resumed their journey. Although they had temporarily evaded the behemoth rhinos, true safety would not be attained until they had exited their territory. A month into their expedition within the beast forest, Roman finally beheld the legendary silver fox. According to Havavi's recollection, they should have arrived at the fox's territory a fortnight prior. However, due to the creature's naturally suspicious nature, they had circled this area fruitlessly for nearly half a month before an unexpected encounter finally occurred. The silver fox, a solitary and cunning creature, prefers to dwell alone. Their fortunate sighting was primarily due to Roman's keen observation. After weeks of fruitless searching, the morale among the team had dwindled. As a mere companion on this journey, Roman bore no burdens, and amid the group's despondency, he volunteered to gather firewood while surveying the terrain for his map. One afternoon, while venturing away from the camp to collect branches, he stumbled upon a chaotic array of footprints that piqued his interest. 2 distinct sets of small tracks indicated a struggle between 2 animals, with faint traces of blood interspersed among them. Upon seeing the prints, Havavi's eyes sparkled with excitement. It's the silver fox. It can't have gone far. Let us pursue it. Following the tracks led them to an unexpected scene. a confrontation between a pack of timber wolves and the elusive silver fox. Upon noticing the humans, the wolves abruptly redirected their aggression towards them. Timber wolves, akin to their earthly counterparts, are fierce carnivores, but their combat prowess is notably superior. Their pack mentality further complicates matters. Roman, having read about timber wolves in books, found himself facing one as it lunged at him. Drawing his sword, he engaged the beast. Though he lacked raw strength, he recalled the assassination techniques he had learned, executing a precise maneuver that resulted in a clean strike to the wolf's heart. "Well done," Havavi exclaimed, his admiration evident as he witnessed Roman's deftness in overcoming a timber wolf despite the odds. However, his attention quickly shifted back to the approaching threat. Meanwhile, Roman, side by side with Pfeiffer, readied himself to face the next wolf charging at them. The past month and a half of training had significantly sharpened Roman's combat skills, allowing him to integrate and enhance the techniques he had previously studied. After a month and a half of rigorous training, Pfeiffer was on the verge of breaking through to the third level. Although to others they often appeared merely as logistical support, they themselves understood the profound impact this experience had on their personal growth. "Roman, be careful." Suddenly, a mountain wolf lunged at Roman from behind. Pfeiffer hurriedly intervened to block it, just as a flash of silver raced toward Roman. Close behind it were several team members. From the outset of the battle, the group had divided their tasks. Half of the team dealt with the mountain wolves, while the other half attempted to capture the silver fox. However, despite dispatching half of their members, they had not succeeded in capturing the elusive creature, which seized the opportunity and broke free from the encirclement. "Don't let it escape." Captain Hivoi, having just slain a mountain wolf, shouted upon realizing the situation. Roman instinctively thrust his sword forward, but those behind him cried out, "Don't harm it." In that brief moment of hesitation, the silver fox dashed past him. With a dense thicket ahead, capturing the fox again seemed nearly impossible given its speed, and the team members stood there, faces filled with disappointment. It appeared that a new strategy would be necessary to ensnare it. Nevertheless, after recovering from his momentary daze, Roman pursued the fox into the underbrush. Upon entering, he employed a tracking and aura-concealing spell. As the silver fox was still in its juvenile stage, the challenge lay solely in its cunning and speed. The injured fox, sensing no immediate danger, slowed its pace, allowing Roman to seize it without detection. Joy erupted among the team members, who praised him, yet Roman felt a twinge of regret. He sensed that this incident had subtly altered his natural aura, distancing him slightly from nature. This estrangement was faint, but due to his heightened awareness following the previous incident with the calf, he was able to detect it. It became clear to him that such actions could not be repeated. For now, it was manageable, but with a few more incidents, he would likely have to rely entirely on the natural powers provided by the Shinong Horn space. A sense of vigilance crept into Roman's thoughts. Chapter 64. Enlightenment, Part 2. Even the flowers and grasses along the roadside seemed to evoke a sensation within him that was markedly different from what he had felt 2 months prior. "Roman," Pfeiffer exclaimed, "Hee, after this adventure, can we consider ourselves true warriors?" Pfeiffer jabbered excitedly beside Roman. Roman glanced at him with exasperation. "Do you truly believe that one adventure suffices to earn the respect of others? Have you ever seen a warrior who is revered after a single escapade? True. But this successful adventure is bound to make my parents see me in a new light." With thoughts of his father's expectations, Pfeiffer's face lit up as he waved his fist in excitement. Pfeiffer chuckled, "Come on, I'm not a child anymore." At that moment, the group had entered the small town. Pfeiffer's parents, having received news of their return, awaited at the town entrance. Upon seeing their son safe and sound, they were overwhelmed with joy and relief, bombarding him with questions. "Look at our Pfeiffer, he's already a young man," Pfeiffer's father remarked, as the family shared their joyful reunion. Roman chose to continue on with the departing group. "Roman, we must head to the city to submit our report. Let us bid farewell here. Remember to meet at the Mod Inn tomorrow morning for a celebration, and be sure to invite Pfeiffer as well." As Captain Havavi still needed to wrap up the mission regarding the Silver Fox at the Adventurers Guild, Roman parted ways with them at the fork in the road. As Roman walked with his head down, a melodious voice suddenly rang out. He looked up to see a girl in a white robe standing ahead, smiling at him. "Miss Eleni," he greeted, feeling a surge of happiness at the sight of this angelic figure. He approached her with a smile. "Did you gain anything from this adventure?" "You seem to have grown taller," Eleni remarked, gazing up at Roman, who had transformed from a once frail boy into a remarkably distinguished young man. This realization caused Eleni's heart to raise slightly upon witnessing Roman's smile. Nevertheless, she maintained her usual serene expression. "How's the map-making going?" I was quite concerned when I heard about it. I worried you might encounter danger in the forest, but since you had already set off with the group, I felt it would be unwise to intervene. The map making is progressing well. I expect to complete it within a year. And you seem to have lost a bit of weight lately, Roman observed, his concern evident as he looked at Eleni's slightly gaunt face. Eleni smiled to cover her discomfort, quickly steering the conversation elsewhere. It's nothing. Roman, could you share with me the experiences you had in the forest? I've never been there, and am quite curious about what the monster forest is like. Really want to know? All right, I'll tell you. Thus, as they walked, Roman recounted the intriguing and novel experiences from the past 2 months to Eleni. As she listened, her gaze fixed on him. The lingering gloom she had felt recently dissipated. Nick listened with envy. The first task upon returning was to organize his belongings and tidy up the sketches he had created. As night fell, he hastily ate some food and collapsed into bed, sleeping soundly until the next morning. When Roman and Pfeiffer approached, Captain Havavi stood up and warmly introduced a young man to them. He was a handsome and resolute figure, exuding charm and courtesy, winning the favor of almost everyone present. However, Roman felt a chill upon seeing him, though he could not discern why. Are you the druid, Roman? The young man and those around him cast curious glances at Roman after Havavi introduced him. Dinner was quickly served by the mock couple, and everyone began to eat and drink. During the meal, Roman noticed that Captain Havavi and the members of this group were primarily engaged in conversations about a certain creature. The red fox. The red fox, which is the adult version of the silver fox, possesses one or more innate magical abilities, making it far more formidable and elusive than its younger counterpart. Should it become a magical pet, it would significantly enhance its owner's capabilities, and in the Adventurers Guild, it ranked 3 levels higher than the juvenile silver fox, rendering it a rare high-reward task. A sense of foreboding began to take root in Roman's heart, soon manifesting into reality. I have an announcement to make. After a brief period of dining, Captain Havavi suddenly called for everyone at the various tables to pay attention. He cheerfully stood alongside the young man, Bland Cassie, to jointly declare a matter of significance. They were to form an alliance with the other team to venture into the depths of the forest. The objective of this alliance was to capture a red fox. Due to the high level of the red fox, there were no restrictions on the number of adventurers needed to complete the task, and alliances were permitted. Upon hearing this, Roman let out a silent sigh, having previously felt the adverse effects of capturing wild beasts for profit on druids. He had intended to discuss this with the captain, but found himself unable to voice his concerns before receiving this new mission. Thus, he felt a degree of unease regarding Captain Havavi's decision. However, the task was now accepted. He could not persuade Captain Havavi to withdraw based on his apprehensions. To oppose such a decision publicly in this setting was out of the question. Therefore, he resolved that after this mission, he would no longer partake in such endeavors, though he would first need to speak with Captain Havavi. Since this mission would not commence for another week, many adventurers took the opportunity to drink and celebrate today. Roman, caught up in the festivities with Captain Havavi's team, found himself somewhat intoxicated. As Roman slowly made his way to his room, he passed by the reading room and noticed a fleeting flash of white light through the door crack. He considered investigating, but then recalled Nick mentioning that Rolake was in the reading room. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. Surely, the light he had seen was merely the flicker of a candle. Despite the candlelight not being of such a hue or brightness, Roman, in his inebriated state, convinced himself that he must have been mistaken. Sighing at his blurred vision, he entered his room and collapsed onto the bed, soon drifting into slumber. Meanwhile, in the reading room, Rolake, filled with ecstatic joy, stared intently at his hands. I succeeded. I actually succeeded, he whispered, scarcely able to believe it. Just moments ago, following the instructions in the book, he had managed to emit a beam of white light from the tip of his index finger. This was the manifestation of successfully casting a level 0 spell. After a prolonged period of study, Rolake had finally succeeded in releasing his first level 0 spell. Chapter 65, Contact, Part 1. Leisurely moments always pass swiftly, and before one realizes, a week has elapsed, marking the day for the adventurers' party to venture into the thorny forest once more. However, this time, the expedition comprises an alliance formed by 2 teams rather than a single one. As before, Roman and Pfeiffer had made all necessary preparations for their entry into the forest well in advance, and this time, Pfeiffer was not late. The duo followed the group, progressing towards the thorny forest. Roman remarked, "This path seems even more arduous than last time." Upon departing the town, the muddy road A remnant of the heavy rain 2 days prior caused many to frown in displeasure. Pfeiffer, nearly losing his balance, grumbled as he approached Roman. Roman nodded in agreement, indeed. At this rate, traversing the path will consume more time. Our task of capturing the red fox, which is far more elusive than the silver fox, appears to be quite challenging. Indeed, Pfeiffer replied, straining as he walked, his typically careless demeanor betraying a lack of optimism regarding their mission. At least we have each other. You're mapping the route while I'm here with you. Did you notice the captain's expression? He has been solemn since we entered the forest. The captain in question was Hawavi. Captain Hawavi had donned a melancholic demeanor upon entering the forest. He recognized that, given the current state of the path, the previously planned travel time would have to be extended significantly. Coupled with the inherent difficulty of capturing the red fox, the mission increasingly seemed daunting. This concern was also related to Roman's recent conversation with him. A few days prior, Roman had officially informed Hawavi that he would no longer participate in hunting animals, making this the last mission without him, complicating many aspects. At that moment, Blakasi, the typically taciturn captain of the other team, approached Hawavi. I have something to discuss with you. Ah, Captain Blakasi, what is it? Hawavi responded, feeling a fondness for the young man and perked up at the prospect of discussing matters with him. After hearing Blakasi's words, Hawavi fell silent for a moment before reaching a decision. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. But you will need to lead everyone along the path from here on. I trust you will manage it well. Rest assured, I shall guide the way. We are teammates now, Blakasi replied with a smile. However, Hawavi, turning to address his team, failed to notice the fleeting glimmer of malice hidden beneath Blakasi's smile. Roman and Pfeiffer trailed behind the group, with Roman diligently documenting the conditions of their surroundings. He had progressed from feeling lost in his mapping efforts to mastering the intricacies of the task. He planned to formalize his sketches during their next rest. Pfeiffer, concerned for Roman's safety, kept a vigilant watch by his side as Roman meticulously examined the geography. These two companions were now undergoing a transformative journey from novices to true warriors. A genuine warrior need not possess extraordinary combat skills, rather, team spirit, a sense of responsibility, and courage in the face of danger are the true measures of a warrior's worth. Even a first-level warrior, endowed with these attributes, can proudly declare, I am a true warrior. At this moment, Roman and Pfeiffer were experiencing such a metamorphosis. Roman, do you think the Baron will truly fulfill his promise? If we complete this map, will he grant you a piece of land? Pfeiffer inquired with a hint of hope. Roman nodded while continuing to document their surroundings. I believe so. This is the Lord's promise, and such commitments are usually honored. Moreover, after 3 months of training, we have harvested another batch of herbs, and my space is nearing an upgrade. Based on past experience, once my space levels up, my druid level will also rise significantly. That's great. My father mentioned that druids without their own herb fields face much difficulty in their training. I genuinely hope you can acquire your own land this time. Pfeiffer expressed sincere concern for his friend. Roman sensed Pfeiffer's worry and smiled. What is there to fear? Even if the Baron does not grant me land, I will persist in my druidic training. One day, I will become a formidable druid, and you too shall be a great warrior. He encouraged his friend with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. In truth, whether or not he possessed land mattered little to Roman at this stage, for he had access to a divine agricultural space where he could cultivate herbs and continue his training without hindrance. However, lacking land and a herb field as a shield would make future endeavors less conspicuous. As the two friends conversed, news came from the front that the group was to change its route. Leading the way was Blakasi, and for reasons unknown. Roman always felt an uncomfortable sensation in his chest when facing this individual. Roman furrowed his brow as the Adventurer Alliance, now led by Blakasi, departed from the main road, veering onto a narrow path. What kind of dreadful road is this? Pfeiffer muttered under his breath. Despite his somewhat brash and straightforward nature, he too found Blakasi's presence displeasing. Yet, unlike Roman's reasons, Pfeiffer's disdain for Blakasi was tinged with humor. It's one thing for him to be more handsome than me. Friends shouldn't dwell on such matters. But this pretty boy who appeared from nowhere is even more handsome than I am. How could I possibly find him agreeable? Upon hearing this explanation, Roman nearly burst into laughter. Be cautious. This path is becoming increasingly secluded, and we may encounter danger. Stay alert, he advised softly. Unbeknownst to him, Pfeiffer was already in a state of heightened awareness. Not only he but also the other team members traversing the increasingly isolated path were on high alert, prepared for any imminent threats. Suddenly, an exclamation erupted from a frontline team member who fell to the ground, an arrow, crudely crafted, quivering in his shoulder. There's a group of goblins ahead. Prepare for battle, Hiwavi shouted, wielding his sword to fend off the arrows raining down. A horde of goblins, characterized by their elongated jaws adorned with sharp tusks and gray fur, charged towards the adventurers with shrill shrieks, brandishing wooden clubs. In truth, the battle was inevitable. The goblins, armed only with rudimentary weapons and unskilled in archery, soon abandoned their bows to engage in close combat, attacking fiercely with their clubs. The ferocious goblins indeed possessed considerable combat prowess. However, this group of adventurers was already among the most formidable in their ranks, particularly as they formed a united alliance of two teams. Thus, despite a few members sustaining injuries during the skirmish, ultimately, the goblins were all vanquished by the adventurers. The battle concluded swiftly, with a stark disparity in strength evident throughout, resulting in Roman, as a reserve member, not directly participating in the fray. Conversely, although Fafer engaged in the combat, he suffered a momentary mishap and, instead of showcasing his expected prowess, was struck on the arm by a goblin wielding a wooden club. While the injury was not severe, it clearly diminished his presence in the battle. Consequently, he was left in a state of deep regret as soon as the conflict ended. In stark contrast, the members of Team Lankasi excelled in their performance. Leading the charge was none other than Captain Lankasi, whose swordsmanship allowed him to dispatch a goblin with each swing, showcasing remarkable martial skill. Consequently, after the battle's conclusion, many gathered around the illustrious Captain Lankasi to seek his wisdom on combat techniques. True to his training in the Hall of War Gods, he navigated the situation with grace, offering insightful guidance that undoubtedly left a lasting impression on those eager to improve. Chapter 66, Contact, Part 2. However, Roman held a higher status within the group. As a second-tier druid, his healing prowess was not particularly formidable. In the realm of potion concoction, he was even less skilled than those who had the guidance of a mentor. Yet, drawing upon the scant foundational knowledge of alchemy he had acquired, along with the endorsement from the enhanced potions, Roman enjoyed considerable popularity among the adventurers. After all, despite the prowess of Lankasi, he was merely a warrior, incapable of providing healing, while the mercenaries, seasoned by countless battles, had their own distinctive techniques. Thus, when Roman administered healing, the injured members often regarded him with trusting eyes. In the recent battle against the goblins, although the Adventurer Alliance emerged victorious, they paid a price, with 6 members sustaining injuries. Among the injured, 4 were from the Hiwavi team, while the remaining 2 belonged to Lankasi's squad. If Lankasi had commanded the spotlight earlier, now it was Roman's turn, after all. Priests rarely accompanied adventuring teams. At this moment, a male and female member from Lankasi's team sat nearby, observing Roman as he treated the 4 injured individuals. The woman, seemingly skeptical, muttered her doubts. The man, with a handsome countenance and a bow slung over his back, was the very one who had once moved a millstone. Upon hearing the woman's words, he merely smiled and replied, "It should work. Otherwise, why would they trust him so?" "What do you know?" the woman retorted, her tone laced with disdain. "What does it matter if I don't trust him? In a place like this, there's no one else to turn to for treatment. But I certainly won't let him treat me." She turned her gaze toward Lankasi, who was conversing with others not far off. Captain Lankasi once mentioned he had special potions from a temple. "My leg is injured, and I cannot afford a scar. I shall seek him out, given our rapport. He will surely provide me with the remedy." With that, she made an effort to rise and approach. Noticing the archer's eyes still fixed on Roman, she felt a twinge of contempt as she walked toward Lankasi, leaving the archer sitting on the stone, lost in thought, his large bow resting beside him. His expression one of profound melancholy. Meanwhile, Roman had successfully treated the 4 lightly injured team members. "Thank you, Roman." One of the Hiwavi members expressed gratefully as he moved about to stretch. "It's nothing. You all should rest for now. We may need to resume our journey soon. So take this time to recover your strength," Roman replied with a warm smile. The 3 nodded appreciatively, prompting Roman to wipe the sweat from his brow and glance over at the somewhat dejected Fafer. Having taken a blow, Fafer had also earned the honorary title of injured. Although his wounds were minor and Roman had quickly restored him to vitality, his spirits remained low, especially as he watched Lankasi surrounded by others. However, Roman refrained from excessive encouragement, knowing that without experiencing ups and downs, one cannot truly mature. This was merely a small setback. If Fafer could not overcome it, his journey as a warrior would be fraught with difficulty. After concluding his healing work for the Hiwavi team, Roman found himself faced with the task of treating Lankasi's squad members. His disdain for Lankasi extended to his team. as he harbored a general aversion to those who held themselves in high regard. Similarly, due to the striking resemblance between Roman and Lankasi, comparisons had been drawn in the town of Rika, leading to an insular attitude among Lankasi's loyal followers toward Roman, who had garnered equal attention. Although this sentiment was not overtly expressed in ordinary circumstances, it became glaringly apparent during the healing process, which relied heavily on trust. In turn, Roman felt no fondness for those who held themselves above others. Thus, he opted to treat the members of the Hiwavi team first, only shifting his attention to Lankasi's team afterward. A mere glance revealed the injured woman with a leg wound, who, at that moment, resembled a dazzling turkey, impossible to overlook. She leaned alluringly against a tree, smiling radiantly at her captain, Lankasi, who gazed back with a broad smile as she animatedly conversed with him. Roman, having taken in this scene, quickly averted his gaze, redirecting his attention to another injured member of Lankasi's team. Not far from Lankasi and the woman, a solitary figure sat on a fragment of stone. Roman recognized the archer and, seeing him sitting there forlornly, approached him. "Sukul," he called out. Upon hearing his name, the archer looked up and smiled upon recognizing Roman. Sukul nodded, rolling up the sleeve of his right arm to reveal a clear bruise on his forearm. Roman assessed the injury, noting it was not severe. "I can help you with that," he offered. With Sukul's grateful gaze upon him, Roman placed his hand over the bruise. A soft green mist emanated from his palm, and to Sukul's astonishment, the bruise swiftly vanished. "You don't require a full divine spell for this. You are an archer, correct?" Roman said, helping Sukul lower his sleeve. "But I noticed you wielded a dagger earlier." Sukul sighed at the inquiry. "Yes, my wrist was injured during a mission and has yet to heal. When I attempt to use my bow, my aim falters." This explained why he had initially drawn attention for his performance before entering the forest, only to be looked down upon afterward. The disparity in his performance led many to perceive him as lacking substance. But only Roman could discern that his apparent clumsiness in combat stemmed from the fact that he was not a close combat fighter. The bow he carried, which had been unused, was clearly his true weapon. As Sukul spoke of his wrist injury, Roman asked, "May I see it?" "Extend your hand." Sukul removed his bow, cradling it as he rubbed it absent-mindedly. "I have only ever been interested in archery. In close combat, I become anxious. I entered the forest to challenge myself and improve my combat skills, but it proved futile. No matter how well I learn techniques, when faced with an opponent, I am unable to apply them. Alas, I have become a burden to everyone. Do not speak so negatively. Merely entering the forest is a testament to your courage. Besides, you have not burdened anyone. If anyone is to be blamed, it is I who have been a hindrance. Look at me. Aside from my healing abilities, I possess no means of self-defense. I have learned a few combat techniques, yet when confronted by a beast, they are of no use. At least your injury is not beyond hope of recovery." Roman glanced at the archer's hand injury, discerning it to be a manifestation of deep-seated poisoning. In this realm, the spells required to treat such afflictions are beyond the capabilities of a lowly druid, and the exorbitant costs associated with the healing arts of a high druid are far beyond the means of an ordinary mercenary. This predicament elucidates why the archer had not received timely treatment for his wounds. Fortunately, Roman had cultivated an abundance of toxic herbs within his space, and the tomes acquired from the bandit's lair had imparted upon him a wealth of knowledge regarding the concoction of poisons and their antidotes. Thus, he found himself capable of healing the archer's injury. Upon conveying this information to the archer, a spark of hope ignited in the latter's eyes. Meanwhile, as Roman engaged in light-hearted banter, Lankasi remained acutely observant of Roman's every move, noting the latter's earlier inactivity with great interest. Naturally, he also took note of Pfeiffer's demeanor, which gradually elicited a faint smirk from him. When Roman turned around, seemingly aware of his own lapse in composure, Lankasi quickly restored his smile, lowering his head to whisper something into the woman's ear. Laughter promptly erupted from her lips. At that moment, dusk was beginning to descend upon the horizon. Chapter 67, Setting Up Camp, Part 1. As twilight approached, the sky darkened. The path indicated by Bland Cassie was already remote and difficult to traverse. After the recent skirmish with the goblins, fatigue weighed heavily upon them. The forest was increasingly shrouded in shadows, rendering the road ahead nearly invisible. To recklessly lead the entire group forward could not only invite danger but also risk losing their way. Furthermore, as the battle with the goblins had been a chase and fight, the group soon realized that they had strayed not only from the main road but also from the small path Bland Cassie had pointed out. As a diligent and responsible captain, Hiwavi swiftly proposed that a small team of those with combat prowess and forest experience scout the surroundings. Their current position had deviated significantly from the intended route, and it was unlikely they would reach their planned destination before nightfall. Roman, are you hungry? Pfeiffer approached Roman, holding some jerky while observing Captain Hiwavi and Bland Cassie deep in discussion. Roman shook his head. Not yet. How are you feeling? Is your mood any better? He referred to Pfeiffer's earlier display of carelessness during the battle, which had resulted in his injury, a source of considerable frustration for someone aspiring to become a great warrior. In truth, everyone faces various challenges and shortcomings before undergoing trials. What matters is how these issues transform into strengths and capabilities through subsequent experiences. Roman found it somewhat amusing to watch the young lad before him, gnawing on jerky while wearing a disgruntled expression. Pfeiffer nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is essential. Otherwise, I cannot possibly erase this humiliation. To him, goblins represented a savage and inferior species. They were humanoid yet far beneath humans, consuming raw flesh, devoid of knowledge, and lacking in combat ability. Therefore, being ambushed by them was a bitter pill to swallow for Pfeiffer. At this moment, the young warrior, still brimming with the ideals of martial honor, could not yet compare to the seasoned adventurers who had endured trials. To them, merely surviving a battle was the best outcome. In contrast, Pfeiffer believed that a great warrior's journey must be devoid of blemishes. In the future, through countless battles and trials, they would shed their naivete, mature, and genuinely evolve into true warriors, provided they survive the challenges ahead. Pfeiffer, you must understand that no warrior is born flawless. No warrior is a paragon of virtue in the eyes of the masses before they have faced their own trials. Without undergoing hardship and continuous improvement, one cannot become an esteemed warrior worthy of respect. Remember, a single setback does not define you. Rise from where you have fallen, learn gradually, and enhance yourself. As long as you survive, your dreams can one day be realized. Roman spoke earnestly to Pfeiffer, but he was also reminding himself. Although his training was progressing smoothly and his life seemed stable, he knew that this was merely temporary. To become a great druid, his current knowledge and skills were far from sufficient. In the future, he would likely confront countless obstacles and setbacks. He too had to embody the encouragement he offered Pfeiffer. Even if he felt a subtle loneliness in this world, he must persist and strive to live fully and splendidly. Yes, Pfeiffer nodded, visibly absorbing the wisdom imparted to him. Meanwhile, Roman made a silent resolution in his heart. Given the current circumstances, continuing on their journey was not feasible. With the encroaching darkness and their deviation from the designated route, it would be prudent to wait until dawn. The primary concern now was to find a temporary campsite. After all, the thorny forest became increasingly perilous at night. They had just battled goblins, and everyone was exhausted. Without rest, it was uncertain whether they could continue their journey the next day. Captain Bland Cassie, what is your opinion? Hiwavi inquired after outlining his perspective. The handsome youth, despite having recently engaged in combat and bearing some bloodstains on his attire, retained an air of tranquility reminiscent of strolling through a garden. His demeanor exuded a blend of fortitude and composure, truly captivating and exuding leadership qualities. Let us proceed as you suggest, Captain Hiwavi. I also believe that continuing our journey poses a threat to our safety. Since darkness is nearly upon us, we should send a team to scout for nearby locations suitable for shelter before it is completely dark. This area is constricted. If we establish camp here and encounter danger, our options for defense would be severely limited. Bland Cassie expressed his agreement with Hiwavi's proposal and added his own suggestion. Consequently, the experienced scouting team was promptly dispatched, while the remaining members prepared to await news, ready to depart at a moment's notice. Finally, after the second foray into the forest, Roman resolved to begin formally drafting the map. There was a small river. He sketched it out. As he cross-referenced his earlier sketches and notes, he meticulously illustrated the map on official drawing paper. His map was detailed, clearly marking various paths and significant water sources throughout the forest. Having acquired numerous mapping tools, he had practiced and familiarized himself with them beforehand and had thoroughly studied the relevant texts, all in preparation for this first official map drawing task. Roman's diligence was not solely for the Baroness mission. He had also intended from the outset to retain a personal copy of the map. While the map he prepared for the Baron was sufficiently detailed, it did not encompass all the information he had recorded in his sketches. He meticulously documented the various insights gleaned from his journey and the adventurer's accounts to prepare for his future endeavors. The map he would eventually submit would only depict routes, geographical distributions, and major water sources. However, his personal copy would contain comprehensive details of all he had observed, distributions of various magical beast territories, water sources, structures, strategic points, and crucial considerations. As a druid, he anticipated that as his level of practice advanced, the outskirts of the forest would no longer suffice for his needs. He might eventually need to re-enter this forest to document everything, ensuring he had ample resources for his future endeavors. While Roman was engrossed in his map-making, a sudden chill swept over him from behind. He furrowed his brow, lifting his gaze from his work to see bland Cassie standing nearby, smiling at him. "Roman, you seem quite busy. What are you working on?" Bland Cassie inquired. "Ah, indeed, I am." Just then, a distant sound of footsteps echoed through the air. Everyone quickly grasped their weapons, bracing for potential danger. At the forefront is a member of the Havavi team, who approaches with a smile and remarks, "Captain, we have discovered a suitable place to set up camp. Not far away, there lies a ruin where we can temporarily stay for the night." Chapter 68, Camping Part 2. Upon hearing their words, everyone's spirits were lifted. At this moment, darkness had truly descended. The night breeze blew briskly, though it was spring. A chill lingered in the air. The group found themselves in a small clearing, surrounded by trees that offered little protection against the cold wind. For the sake of convenience during their march, they had not donned heavy clothing, and now, in this confined space, they could not light a fire for warmth. Thus, waiting in the wind proved to be rather uncomfortable. Upon learning that a ruin lay ahead, the prospect of a temporary resting place ignited a sense of urgency among them, prompting everyone to rise and express their desire to proceed. How far was the ruin from their current location? What was the surrounding condition? First, they needed to detail the situation. However, as a responsible captain, Hiwavi insisted on understanding the circumstances before making any decisions. Among those who ventured to scout were two members of Hiwavi's team, who thoroughly briefed their captain on the situation. Similarly, the members of the Blue Cassie team relayed their observations to their captain and teammates. According to their accounts, the discovered ruin was approximately a 10-minute walk from their current location. Though the path was not particularly easy to navigate, it was fortunate that it was not too far away. Surrounding the ruin were numerous lush trees, which initially concealed its existence. After discovering it by chance, they meticulously examined the area but found no signs of magical beasts. From their descriptions, it appeared that the ruin had once been a grand structure. Although now dilapidated and crumbling in many places, certain rooms could still accommodate temporary shelter. "I believe it is suitable," Hiwavi inquired with a smile, turning to Blue Cassie's captain. "What do you think?" After grasping the situation and deeming the location viable, Hiwavi, noticing Blue Cassie standing beside him, asked with a smile, "I think it is also acceptable. The night is about to envelop us completely. It is imperative that we establish our campsite before the path becomes entirely obscured. According to their description, the ruin should pose little danger, so let us proceed there." Blue Cassie nodded in agreement. Thus, the captains of both teams summoned their respective members to hasten their preparations before advancing toward the ruin. Although the ruin was said to be only a 10-minute walk away, the encroaching darkness made the journey quite arduous. The geographical conditions here, whether naturally formed or artificially manipulated, revealed many seemingly safe areas that held unexpected hazards. While a narrow path led directly to the ruin, many members furrowed their brows as they traversed it. The narrowness of the path was evident, and the occasional debris of weapon fragments often caused team members to stumble unexpectedly. Although they had mentally prepared for such occurrences thanks to their scouts' warnings, the various challenges along the path dampened their spirits. Many pondered whether this remote site, at the end of a path that seemed almost forcibly carved by human effort, would indeed allow them a peaceful night's rest. Casting a melancholic gaze over the scene, Hiwavi remarked, "Is this the ruin you spoke of?" He tilted his head to survey the desolate site, marveling at its decay while also reflecting on its former grandeur. The crumbling palace, dilapidated steps entwined with wild grass, and the statue out front, now unrecognizable and missing limbs, all bore testimony to the ravages of time, though what stood before them was merely a small remnant. The remaining iconic structures hinted that it might once have been a temple before its abandonment. Regardless of whether its ruin was due to human actions or the relentless passage of time, it had become a true wasteland, forsaken by both man and nature. Yet, the vestiges of its former brilliance still flickered in the eyes of the onlookers, holding them in rapt contemplation. Among the crowd, Roman quietly observed the ruin. While others lamented the past splendor it represented, he had already begun to consider its potential as a temporary campsite. He approached, feeling the weathered columns and walls. discovering that despite the ravages of time, they remained remarkably sturdy. Besides the foremost chambers, which were no longer habitable, the rear structures seemed suitable for temporary shelter. This realization was shared by both team captains. Not bad. Although this ruin appears quite dilapidated, with a bit of tidying up, it should be livable. Haiwavi nodded in agreement as he examined the site. As several individuals began to clear debris, one of them exclaimed, "Come quickly. There is a stone chamber here." The group hurried over to discover a stone room adjacent to a grand hall, initially overlooked due to the door's color blending with that of the hall. The door was opened, revealing an empty interior. Perhaps sealed for too long, a pungent odor rushed out to greet them, causing everyone to cover their noses as they awaited the stale air to disperse before peering inside again. The stone chamber was spacious, constructed entirely of stone. And while the floor was dusty, the precious materials suggested that this room had an extraordinary purpose. However, at that moment, the group's attention was drawn to the chamber's immediate practical value. "Captain, this place is excellent, enclosed and safe. Let us rest here tonight." "Indeed, this is quite remarkable. I never expected to find such a spot in the thorny forest. I had overlooked it before," they replied. The origins of the ruin remained unclear. Yet everyone felt a sense of relief at the prospect of a good night's sleep. "Very well, we shall rest here tonight. But first, let us tidy up the stone chamber," Haiwavi chuckled after discussing with Blue Cassie. Upon hearing this, the group eagerly set to work. Before long, the chamber was tidy. Although the stone floor was not polished to a shine, a simple sweeping revealed the remnants of its past splendor. "Roman, how is it that we frequently visit the forest yet never discovered this place before?" Fafer mused, touching the walls and gazing at the external structures in puzzlement. Roman chuckled in response. "What is so strange about it? This location is so remote, and the path is treacherous. Had it not been for our encounter with the goblins, we would never have ventured here. Moreover, the ruin is enveloped by dense woods, making it nearly impossible to detect unless one is nearby. It is entirely reasonable that we were unaware of it until now." "That makes sense," Fafer nodded. "If we had known earlier, we certainly would have come to see it, especially since it is not far from the town and quite accessible." And thus, in casual conversation, the group continued their preparations for the night. Despite the likelihood of the Lord behaving unscrupulously being minimal from any perspective, should he truly choose to act in bad faith, the lowly druid would find himself powerless. Merely the presence of over 100 soldiers in the camp, among whom several are of levels 4 to 5, would suffice to subdue him. However, as a druid, Roman understands that to attain further advancement, he requires not only his own diligence but also various external forces to propel him forward. Thus, a domain of his own becomes imperative, reflecting on the current circumstances in the town, where all land is under the Lord's dominion and what is granted to the commoners is increasingly rare and precious. Roman cannot help but entertain thoughts of this particular area. The ruins, located not far from the town, would only take a substantial half-day to reach if not for the delays caused by the ongoing conflict. The safety of the site is still reasonably assured, and with some renovation, it could serve as a base for his druidic practices. Should the Baron refuse to grant him land in the future, he could seize this territory, for it could be deemed unclaimed. In Roman's eyes, developing his influence here, free from the constraints of the town, would be far more appealing. Once he clears the structures from the ground, he could commence his endeavors. The area is substantial. Even leaving space for a medicinal herb field, it would still provide ample room. Such a large expanse would be nearly unattainable within the town itself. Even Haifa, a level 5 druid, had to seek a location in the forest to establish his own druidic base. If Roman desires to create a base that resonates with his aspirations, he too must contemplate the forest. The geographical location, the environment, and the size of this place all satisfy him immensely. As Roman ponders over these ruins almost simultaneously, Captain Loncassi, not far from him, is also gazing at the same remnants, his expression reflecting a similar contemplative demeanor.